Chapter 1830. Fangchun Court Temple Keeper Fang could only nod repeatedly, saying, I know, I wouldn't dare violate your rules, officer. I was confused. Which houses are we checking today? This small one will lead the way. We'll just look around randomly. Whichever one I point to, we check. Yes, yes. Old man Fang's heart drummed nervously. Just a few days ago, he had helped register a temporary residence permit for a new girl at Fangchun Court. Registering a temporary residence permit did not require the person to be present. With his status as the local Bayajia head, going to the police station to report it was not difficult. The difficult part was how to make her voluntary. The contents of the Guangzhou Special City Custom Industry Management Regulations had now spread through Lefeng Street. Originally, the madams and managers had wanted to block the news, but the public security section had sent people directly. Not only did they post notices everywhere on Lefeng Street, but they also pasted them on the spirit wall inside the main gate of every brothel, warning against tearing them down. They also conducted surprise spot checks from time to time. A few days ago, a brothel madam had been arrested for secretly tearing down a notice and sentenced to whipping. 30 lashes tore her skin and flesh, not to mention a fine of 500 taels of silver. Compared to the whip wounds on their buttocks, the 500 tael fine was what truly made the madams feel heart-wrenching pain. Naturally, no one dared to tear down the notices anymore. Pasting notices was not enough. Soon, people from the Yamen came to gather the girls for lectures. For a time, the contents of these regulations became known to everyone. Thus, the hearts of people in the brothels became unsettled. Although the madam's prestige from years of dominance remained, and no prostitute dared to stand up and discuss personal freedom and treatment with the brothel yet, the entire atmosphere had changed. The madams and managers restrained themselves considerably. Incidents of beating the whole house or casually beating prostitutes became much rarer. Under such circumstances, making Miss He voluntarily become a prostitute was excessively difficult. Old man Fang had originally found a connection. As long as the madam handled the girl, and she did not shout unwilling on the spot when receiving the yellow ticket, it would pass. But now the wind was blowing so tight that old man Fang dared not take the risk. He reckoned that with all government matters, they were always strict at the start and naturally became lax after a while. It was better to lie low for now. If the woman did not get a yellow ticket, she could not receive guests. At most, she would eat Sister Han Kaio's rice for a few months, which meant nothing to the brothel. Besides, Sister Han Kaio's plan was to find a wealthy guest to comb her hair, so they could afford to wait and spend more time training her. The police running to Lefeng Street every few days, could they have sniffed out something? Things were not like before. He had no acquaintances in the Yamen anymore. Even the few who were retained did not dare speak to him casually. Old man Fang was suspicious but piled a smile on his face to greet them along the way. It was currently noon, the most leisurely time. Brothels customarily did not open to welcome guests until the afternoon. At this moment, apart from some girls who had been overworked the night before, most had just gotten up. They lazily pushed open attic windows to stretch, hair slightly messy, brows charming. Though without powder and makeup, they possessed a unique allure. Their stomachers half covered and half revealed them, creating an interesting contrast with the green trees and red flowers outside the window. As the group walked through this land of fireworks, the prostitutes gathered at the windows instantly scattered like birds and beasts, dropping their curtains one after another. The male servants, cleaning women, and madams of the major houses poked their heads out, wondering what fit the Australians were throwing this time, silently praying to gods and Buddhas that the Australian constables would not come in. Li Ziyu looked neither sideways nor askance, leading his men straight past these houses to the main gate of Fangchun Court. He pointed at the gate. This one, old man Fang secretly groaned. Fangchun Court was exactly the place causing his psychological illness. He had not expected the police to pick this one first. Saying no was naturally impossible. He could only rely on Sister Han Kaio's adaptability. The doorman, sitting at the gate monitoring the entrance, saw the police coming and sprang up from their stools. One hurriedly came forward to pay respects and say hello, while the other quietly turned and walked toward the back. Li Ziyu first glanced at the regulation notice pasted on the spirit wall to ensure there was no damage or defacement. Only then did he walk slowly inside. Before they even reached the main hall, Sister Han Kaio came out to welcome them, her face beaming with spring breeze. "Oh my, it's Master Yu and Master Zhao. What wind blew the two of you here?" As she spoke, she gave a deep curtsy. Li Ziyu was secretly surprised. He and Zhao Gui had only been to Fangchun court once, tagging along during a raid with other old police officers as inconspicuous followers. He had not expected this madam to remember not only him, but also the extremely low-presence Zhao Gui. She could even call out their names. In these gold-squandering dens where people were welcomed and sent off, sizing people up was key. Remembering people was a basic skill. Especially for important figures, even if unseen for years, as long as the madam or girl from that time was still there, they could call out the name upon appearance. Li Ziyu said, "Since you recognize us, I won't stand on ceremony. We are here for a routine inspection. You need not fear. Great Song civil servants do not take a single needle or thread from the people. Have all the girls here gather in the courtyard. I've brought common soldiers. It wouldn't be good to offend the beauties." Sister Han Kaio knew this group came prepared and evasion would not work. She reckoned her house had not violated Australian laws. The few Pipa Zai had been cleared and registered during the last inspection. Only he Zioyu remained locked in the back courtyard, not yet disposed of, but very few people knew about her presence in Fangchun court. The police could not possibly have come specifically for her. Feeling somewhat settled, she forced a smile. "Heh. What are you saying? Since Master Yu wants to inspect, this is official business. This slave naturally should comply. But several girls haven't gotten up yet. Please trouble Master Yu to sit in the hall for a moment. This slave will send people to call them immediately." After speaking, she curtsied and stepped back, calling Huang Xiang and sister-in-law Yao, who were waiting on the side, to summon all the prostitutes. "Call the Pipa Zai too. The officers want to inspect." She gave a wink to sister-in-law Yao as she spoke. Turning back, she led the group inside with a face full of smiles. This was Li Ziyu's first time entering such a high-end brothel. Although formerly possessing a family background, thanks to his uncle's protection, his monthly allowance had not been enough to spend in such a high-end venue. Moreover, he was young then, and since his uncle had no son, Li Ziyu was considered the heir to 2 branches and was strictly managed. So even if he had occasional dalliances, he dared not enter such a lavish place of romance. After becoming a police officer, although he had followed others here for inspections, he had only stood guard in the courtyard and had not entered the main hall. Naturally, he had no experience. Now, his eyes were finally opened. Fangchun court was worthy of being a gold-squandering den flocked to by the princes and nobles of Guangzhou city. The sheer size of the grounds was jaw-dropping. Just inside the gate stood a huge Australian marble spirit wall, beautifully carved. A large character for fortune danced like a dragon and flew like a phoenix, clearly from the hand of a master. Bypassing the spirit wall, what appeared before the eyes were 18 carved pillars supporting the eaves, corner beams, and winged corners. It was a 3-story pavilion. Every window and door panel was inlaid with Australian glass. The moon beams were hollowed out and carved into a detailed banquet at Yiachi. The hanging fascia featured traditional hui patterns with auspicious clouds carved at the joints. Large red lanterns hung on the verandas of every floor. One could imagine the golden brilliance at night. The courtyard was large, paved with blue bricks. Every 3 steps on both sides stood a pot of rich peonies, blooming brightly. A stage towered in the center of the courtyard. A huge flower bud made of folded colored silk hung above the stage. 2 veranda corridors flanked the left and right, leading to unknown places. With no time to look in detail, Sister Han Kaio led the two into the flower hall to sit. Maidservants immediately served fragrant tea. Sister Han Kaio offered the tea, saying, "This is this year's pre-rain Maojian tea." Unfortunately, Li Ziyu was no tea drinker, and Zhao Gui knew absolutely nothing about it. Both took a sip, but neither appreciated the subtlety within. Sister Han Kaio secretly cursed the two as bumpkins. In the past, characters like constables and yamen runners, even headmen, had not been qualified to sit in the flower hall of Fangchun court. Those who came here were high officials and nobles. How could a lowly runner sit here? The runners themselves knew their place and mostly talked in the inner hall where the madam handled affairs. Today, she not only invited them to sit in the flower hall but also served top-grade tea, yet they did not even offer a single good tea praise. Now that her patrons were all shrinking back and biding their time, she had to let these petty officials run rampant. She kept a smiling face and chatted with Li Ziyu. Madams were mostly former prostitutes, especially those from brothels like Sister Han Kaio. They had learned a set of conversation skills since childhood. As long as you were not mute, they could chat even with the most boring and dull person. While they drank tea and chatted, the courtyard became lively with the chirping of orioles and swallows. The prostitutes of the house were all called to gather. Such a gathering was not the first time, so the prostitutes assumed it was another lecture. They naturally already knew the content of the regulations being preached. However, for the time being, no one dared to take it seriously. People who ate brothel rice were not kindly souls. They had their own skills in suppressing and deceiving people. The prostitutes were either currently read or combed, the privileged class of the house. Not only were they not mistreated, but the madam, managers, and fierce servants had to flatter them. Naturally, they had no thought of rebelling. Or their business was ordinary, and beatings and scoldings were daily fare, but they had been beaten into submission and dared not stand out under the madam's long-term tyranny. Even if they had the heart, they feared the Australian yamen and the madam were in cahoots. So they were somewhat perfunctory about this lecture. Li Ziyu watched more and more people arrive but did not see Mingnu. He felt anxious. He wanted to ask but remembered Gao Changjiu's reminder, everything must stand on official business. So he suppressed his emotions, picked up his teacup, drank slowly, and scrutinized the group in the courtyard. End of chapter. Chapter 1831. Pleasure boat. Li Ziyu had no interest in the painted beauties arrayed before him. His gaze swept past them to settle on the pipazai, the young trainees. Fangchun court maintained 6 or 7 of them year-round, ranging from early childhood to 11 or 12 years of age. The older ones had already acquired an air of coquettish charm. The younger remained blissfully ignorant of what awaited them. But Mingnu was not among them. Anxiety coiled in Li Ziyu's chest. Gao Changjiu's intelligence was usually reliable. If the girl wasn't here, Sister Han Kaio must have hidden her somewhere. "Master Yu, here is the house roster for your inspection." Huang Xiang approached with a stack of account books. Under the new management regulations, every brothel was required to maintain sound ledgers available for public security section review at any time. The authorities had recognized that comprehensive record-keeping posed difficulties for such establishments, so currently only 2 types were enforced: a personnel roster documenting every employee from the madam down to the cleaning maids, and a guest register following in conventions for anyone staying overnight. Li Ziyu opened the roster and turned the pages slowly, his eyes unfocused, until he reached the section registering the pipazai. 7 names were recorded, each listing both their flower name, acquired upon entering the house, and their real name, a regulatory requirement that Fangchun court had dutifully obeyed. Neither flower names nor real names included Mingnu. He reasoned that since Cao Huangxi had sold her from her natal home, she might be registered under the surname Huang, but none of the 7 girls bore that name either. He counted the pipazai present, the number matched. Li Ziyu set down the roster. "Is everyone in the house gathered here?" "All here, every soul," Sister Han Kaio assured him. At a pointed glance from Huang Xiang, she hastily added, "There is one Miss Yue Wan who was originally of our house, but she has been combed by the eldest young master of the Liang family. She is now considered young Master Liang's kept woman. Though she still resides in a courtyard here, she no longer receives guests and is not under the house's management. I'm aware of this." Li Ziyu nodded. He had learned as much during his last investigation accompanying Lion Nishang. Such arrangements were common in brothels. "I mean, is there anyone not recorded in the register?" Sister Han Kaio's heart lurched. "Has this policeman caught wind of something?" She stole an involuntary glance at old man Fang, her smile never wavering. "No, no. How would this humble servant dare violate your rules? Everyone is truly recorded in the books. Anyone else would be Miss Yue Wan's personal maids, but they belong to the Liang household and have nothing to do with this establishment." Li Ziyu caught that tiny flicker of unease. He knew something was amiss, and confidence settled into his bones. Closing the register, he said pleasantly, "I trust Madam Han's word. No need to call roll. However, the new regulations include provisions for fire and theft prevention. I wonder if you've implemented them all. Master Yu, since you yourself ordered these measures, how would we dare neglect them? The water buckets and fire sand you mentioned last time are all prepared. If you doubt me, I'll take you to inspect them personally." Li Ziyu laughed heartily. "Good, good, I did intend to inspect. In that case, please send someone to lead the way. I wish to examine the premises." Before Sister Han Kaio could respond, he added, "As for everyone else, please remain here. After my inspection, I still must deliver a lecture on the regulations. No one is to disperse." He turned to Ah Gui. "Keep order here. Don't disturb anyone and don't let anyone wander off." "I'll return shortly." "Yes," Zhao Gui responded. The order to remain in place meant no one could move freely through the brothel. Finding a hidden person would be far simpler this way, and it prevented them from relocating her on the fly. Sister Han Kaio felt another jolt of alarm. Li Ziyu was behaving strangely indeed. She had no grounds to refuse a police inspection. Moreover, his stated reason was legitimate, and she herself had just invited him to go look if you don't believe me. Those words had been mere courtesy. He had seized upon them immediately. An old woman collapsed by a child. She had walked straight into this youngster's trap. She cursed inwardly while maintaining her radiant smile. "Very well, allow this humble servant to lead the way." "That won't do," Li Ziyu interrupted with a slight smile. "Madam, you are the master of this entire house. I dare not trouble you. I think this sister-in-law Yao should guide me." Sister Han Kaio wanted to protest, but his expression permitted no argument. "Yes, yes," she relented, turning to Sister Yao. "Go lead the way for Master Yu. Serve him well." She winked meaningfully as she spoke. Though worried, Sister Han Kaio wasn't completely panicked. Recent weeks had brought frequent police visits to Lefeng Street for random inspections and lectures, and she had made certain preparations. Sister Yao curtsied hastily. "This servant understands." Li Ziyu selected a few capable National Army soldiers to accompany him through the courtyards one by one. Fangchun Court was vast. The layered buildings, corridors, and courtyards twisted and turned beneath carved beams and painted rafters. The National Army soldiers, men from poor backgrounds, clicked their tongues in amazement. Even Li Ziyu, who possessed some worldly knowledge, found his eyes widening. Because the personnel had already been assembled in the front courtyard, the inner premises lay quiet and empty. Sister Yao guided Li Ziyu's group through each courtyard as requested. When they reached the rear quarters with still no sign of Mingnu, his anxiety sharpened. He had suspected Mingnu might be concealed in one of the rooms, but throughout their tour, he had entered whichever courtyard he pleased. Sister Yao never stopped him from entering any room, clearly displaying the confidence of one who knew no one was hidden there. He wondered if Gao Changju's information had been wrong, yet he remembered Sister Han Kaio's reaction to his question about people not on the register, and the look that had passed between her and old man Fang. There had to be some trick. The girl was still in the brothel, hidden somewhere. Li Ziyu steeled himself. "Today I'll turn this place inside out if I have to." Emerging from the back courtyard, Sister Yao visibly exhaled in relief. Master Yu, you've seen all the rooms in Fangchun court, high and low. What other instructions do you have? She had noticed his anxiety but feigned nonchalance, secretly gloating. Even with your official hat, you'll still drink my foot-washing water. How many days have you been on the job? Li Ziyu stopped walking and steadied his breathing. He remembered his instructor at Wanchu Palace saying that one must find clues in the details. Was there anything he had overlooked? His eyes fell upon a small door set into the back courtyard wall. He pointed. What is this place? Nothing special, it opens onto the river jetty. Sister Yao smiled accommodatingly. Beyond lies the embankment. Open it. This. Sister Yao hadn't expected him to want this door opened. She froze, stammering, Master Yu, beyond this door is the riverbank. Step through and you've left the courtyard entirely. I told you to open it, so open it. Li Ziyu's face turned cold. You say it's an embankment, so it's an embankment. Sister Yao was caught in a bind. She hesitated. This servant doesn't have the key to this back door. Seeing her panic, Li Ziyu knew something strange lay behind that door. He barked. Men! The soldiers stepped forward. Li Ziyu ordered, smash the door. They immediately complied, raising their rifle butts. Sister Yao's composure shattered. Don't smash it, I'll fetch the key. You, Li Ziyu pointed at a soldier, go with her. With no other recourse, Sister Yao retrieved the key and opened the door. Beyond lay the White Goose Pool. Stone steps descended from the embankment to the water's edge, where a pleasure boat was moored. Li Ziyu's eyes lit up. This is your establishment's pleasure boat, isn't it? The brothels along Lefeng Street often kept their own pleasure boats for water excursions, typically moored at the river jetty behind their premises. The boat bore a plaque reading Bang Han, near Cold, which was indeed Fangchun Court's vessel. Before this inspection, Li Ziyu had done his homework with Gao Changjiu's help, gaining a rough understanding of the establishment's operations. Sister Yao's face drained of color. She forced composure. This pleasure boat isn't ours. Someone probably couldn't find mooring space and borrowed this spot. It happens all the time. Li Ziyu let out a dry laugh, confidence surging through him. Xiaoyu was locked in the boat's cabin. The brothel's treatment over recent days had broken her. She had long abandoned thoughts of preserving her virtue unto death. Survival had become compromise, and compromise had become resignation. Sensing the timing was right, Sister Yao had switched from beatings to gentle persuasion. Someone removed her shackles and applied medicine to her wounded skin. The kitchen began sending elegant dishes with meat and vegetables. Last night's meal had even included a small bottle of Suzhou Hualu wine. She hadn't smelled wine in years. Under such honeyed inducements, Xiaoyu's will gradually eroded, and her psychological defenses collapsed. Sister Yao visited occasionally with further words of persuasion, and she had effectively surrendered. A few days ago, Mu Yun had come to teach her the pipa. Xiaoyu knew this was preparation for selling smiles, but she dared not think or say no anymore, half refusing and half accepting as she learned. Though she had resigned herself to fate, knowing the rest of her life would reduce her to a prostitute leaning against doorframes to sell herself, Xiaoyu still felt despair wash over her in the dead of night. Tears soaked her pillow, and thoughts of ending it all crept into her mind. Yet since ancient times, the only true difficulty has been death itself. Though Xiaoyu contemplated dying again and again, she could never summon the final resolve. End of chapter. Chapter 1832. Suspension for rectification. Today, she had been silently practicing pipa tunes in her room. Xiaoyu possessed no natural talent for the four arts of refinement, zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Though her natal family had been wealthy, girls were not valued at home. Knowing a few characters was considered a proper upbringing. Now, learning from scratch proved harder than for the younger Pipazai. Her constant mistakes in fingering had put an increasingly unpleasant expression on Mu Yun's face. Xiaoyu had been beaten into terror by Sister Yao and dared not slack off. Though Miss Mu Yun wielded neither bamboo board nor rattan cane, Xiaoyu understood she was meat on the chopping block. They could prepare her however they wished. Midway through practice, a cleaning maid had suddenly appeared. Without explanation, she seized Hizaoyu, led her through a passageway out the back and onto this pleasure boat. There they bound her hands and feet, threw her onto the cabin bed, stuffed a rag in her mouth and warned, "No talking, no moving around. Someone will attend to you shortly." Terror gripped her. From the idle chatter of maids, servants, and prostitutes over recent days, she had learned that the brothel sometimes sold has-been prostitutes with poor business or advancing age to foreign merchants or water-based brothels. If the woman was unwilling, they simply bound her and shipped her out by boat. Had the brothel concluded she was rotten wood that couldn't be carved, and decided to sell her off, being sold to a foreign merchant as a concubine could be considered returning to virtue, leaving prostitution behind. For Hizaoyu, this should have been a blessing, but she thought otherwise. Foreign merchants came from all corners of the empire. Once sold, she would never return to her hometown. Furthermore, those who bought has-been prostitutes cheaply were mostly mid-level traveling merchants from remote areas with modest finances. Such men invariably had a first wife running the household back home. Buying a former prostitute would hardly lead to a life of luxury. It amounted to purchasing a servant for the family. And with husbands away on business for years at a time, household authority rested with the first wife. A kind one might allow survival. A cruel one would drive the concubine to labor like a slave until she died of exhaustion and abuse within a few years. Worse yet would be sale to a water-based brothel. That fate defied description. The thought of resale struck her like a thunderbolt, just as when she had first learned she was sold to this place. Hizaoyu struggled upright on the bed. Fortunately, the ropes only bound her hands and feet separately rather than hogtying her into complete immobility. She managed to shift from the bed to the floor, and leaning against chairs and tables, inched her way toward the window. Though she didn't know this pleasure boat belonged to Fangchun court, judging by the cabin's furnishings, it must belong to a wealthy family. Her fear intensified. Were they truly selling her to a water-based brothel? The windows of this pleasure boat weren't fully fitted with Australian glass. Though glass was transparent, it proved inconveniently too transparent for those engaging in flower boat activities. Thus the windows bore a unique design. Surrounding frames of fine wooden lattice pasted with colored silk gauze, with only a lotus-shaped pane in the center inlaid with glass. This allowed light and viewing while preventing the spring scenery inside the cabin from leaking to the outside world. Hizaoyu managed to stand by leaning against a small table. Peering through the glass pane, she saw a river jetty outside where many pleasure boats and flower skiffs appeared to be moored. Amid her terrified hesitation, she suddenly heard voices. Glancing sideways, she spotted a young man with close-cropped, Kun-style hair dressed in black, speaking with someone she recognized. Sister Yao. She had seen such young men on the streets of Guangzhou. They were called policemen, similar to the former bailiffs and yamen runners. After escaping the Hall of Chastity and being placed in the Benevolence Hall, Hizaoyu had observed the policemen's conduct. She knew their reputation was good, far superior to the old bailiffs. What is a policeman doing here? Puzzled, she watched him appear to reprimand Sister Yao, while Sister Yao blocked the gangplank at the bow, seemingly preventing him from boarding. Hizaoyu shivered. This policeman wants to board the boat. Though she didn't understand why, if a policeman wanted to board, there must be a case. She wanted to cry for help but feared the police and brothel were in collusion, that shouting would only bring more beatings and abuse. As she hesitated, a thought struck her. If they truly were in league, why would Sister Yao so desperately block his way? Clearly something on this boat was meant to stay hidden from the police. Certainty crystallized within her, but her mouth was stuffed with cloth. She couldn't speak to cry for help. She knew that if she didn't make a sound now, she would never have another chance. Yet the cloth was jammed too tightly, her tongue couldn't push it out. Hizaoyu looked around. Nothing in the room could help. Fearing the policeman might give up and leave, that she would lose her last chance, she steeled her heart. She managed to seat herself on the table, pulled up her legs, closed her eyes, and kicked as hard as she could at the glass window pane, heedless of the consequences. Li Ziyu was tangling with Sister Yao. Watching her invent excuse after excuse to block his inspection, he became increasingly certain that Mingnu was on board. Just as he was about to order soldiers to seize Sister Yao, a crash rang out from the boat. He looked toward the sound and saw a cabin window shattered, with 2 small feet protruding through the broken glass. At the sight, Sister Yao's entire body trembled and she nearly collapsed. Li Ziyu knew something was definitely amiss on that boat. He immediately shoved Sister Yao aside, shouted, "Take her," leaped onto the gangplank in one stride and boarded the pleasure boat. 2 Doofenshui, male servants, had been guarding the vessel. Seeing Li Ziyu board with his men in aggressive formation, they realized the game was up. Not daring to obstruct officers on duty, they stepped aside. "Search," Li Ziyu commanded. Several National Army soldiers immediately fanned out. Within moments, the soldiers brought out a woman. She appeared 17 or 18, with a pretty face but looking haggard and pale. Her clothes were bright, but her hair was disheveled and her frame gaunt. Blood seeped from her feet, presumably from kicking through the glass. The moment she saw Li Ziyu, she collapsed to her knees, crying, "Officer, save me! Officer, save me!" A soldier reported. She was alone in the cabin, bound hand and foot, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Seeing it wasn't Mingnu, Li Ziyu felt his anxiety spike and his face turn iron cold. He addressed Sister Yao with ice in his voice. "No wonder you refused to let me inspect. So your pleasure boat harbors quite a distinct illness." Realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, Sister Yao stammered, This lowly one doesn't know where she came from." Sensing an opportunity, you hastily crawled forward on her knees, knocked her forehead against the deck several times, and wailed, "I beg the officer to save me. They are forcing a respectable woman into prostitution." She collapsed on the ground, weeping. Though Li Ziyu hadn't found Mingnu and remained anxious, Zioyu's appearance proved Fangchun court had major problems. He had originally intended to force Sister Yao to reveal Mingnu's whereabouts then and there. But on second thought, with Zioyu as leverage, Fangchun court had run straight into the muzzle of the custom industry rectification campaign. They would be at his mercy. He could tear the brothel apart board by board, searching for Mingnu if necessary. No need to stand here negotiating politely. His mind made up, he addressed Zioyu. "Don't cry, Miss He. I understand your plight. Come back with us to assist in the investigation. Don't be afraid. The laws of the great song are the guardian gods of the people. We will never wrong a good person nor let a bad person escape. Whatever grievances or mistreatment you've suffered, you can tell us in detail at the station." Hearing this, Zioyu's heart finally settled. She kowtowed again. "This humble servant prays to gods and Buddhas for the officer's enduring prosperity. Everything is as the officer decides." Li Ziyu turned to Sister Yao with a cold sneer. "Fangchun court isn't your family property. Is it worth such devoted loyalty? Like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, you can barely save yourself. I suggest you be sensible." He signaled to the soldiers. "Chain them all. Take them away." Li Ziyu ordered 2 soldiers to remain on the boat and search it thoroughly, ensuring no secret compartments remained. He led the others back to the flower hall. Sister Han Kaio had been waiting in mounting anxiety. She had wanted to send a maid to check the situation, but Zhao Gui, who looked dull and slow, proved absolutely immovable. When he said no one was leaving, he meant no one was leaving, no matter how she wheedled. Just as her anxiety peaked, she saw Li Ziyu emerge from the back with a stern face. Sister Han Kaio sensed disaster. Then she spotted Zioyu stumbling along behind him. It struck her like a thunderbolt to the skull. She nearly collapsed. Li Ziyu walked up to her and sneered, "Madam Han, I see your establishment has quite a few tricks up its sleeve." Sister Han Kaio suppressed her panic and forced a smile. "Master Yu, this humble servant doesn't understand." Old Man Fang saw things had gone south and hurried forward to smooth things over. "Master Yu," Madam Han was confused for a moment. "She's an old resident here, someone who knows rules and reason. Since the Great Song arrived, she hasn't dared violate any regulations. It's merely old habits that couldn't be changed immediately. I beg you to show mercy." He winked repeatedly at Sister Han Kaio as he spoke. Sister Han Kaio was about to add something, but Li Ziyu gave them no opportunity. He cut them off. "Save those words for the Bureau." Fangchun Court privately concealed women of unknown origin and forced respectable women into prostitution. Business is suspended for 3 days for rectification. Punishment will be determined after investigation. Gui, take all involved personnel into custody. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Prostitutes, maids, and male servants all held their breath, not daring to speak. They had never witnessed such a thing. A mere policeman looking around, and because of one purchased woman, he arrested the madam and shut down the brothel. Even the headman of the fast squad in the old days had never done such a thing. Li Ziyu instructed Zhao Gui to take Sister Han Kaio back first and report the situation at Fangchun Court to Lian Nishang, the executive deputy leader of the Cleanup Custom Industry Working Group. "Tell the second-level commander, I believe there may be other illegal activities here requiring further investigation, requesting reinforcement from the Bureau." Li Ziyu announced this with deliberate authority. End of chapter. Chapter 1833, making an example. Zhao Gui nodded quickly, repeated the instructions several times to fix them in memory, then led his men away. After Zhao Gui departed, Li Ziyu ordered the main gate tightly closed and guarded by soldiers. He then gathered all personnel remaining in the courtyard. Previous visits and investigations had given the police a general understanding of the establishment's layout, so Li Ziyu knew exactly what he was doing. He separated the crowd into groups: Leiju, the prostitutes; Dufenshui, the male servants and guards, miscellaneous workers; Meiji, the housemaids and servant girls; and Pipazai, the young trainees. Each group was placed under separate guard. He detained Sister Yao, Mu Yun, and Huang Xiang for individual questioning. There was no need to ask much about He Zioyu's case. That evidence was already irrefutable. The focus now was investigating whether there had been any private purchasing of Pipazai. Questioned separately, the three naturally dared not conceal anything. Without much effort, they confessed that some days earlier, Sister Han Kaio had indeed purchased a girl from a human trafficker, about 10 years old, a Guangzhou local, matching Mingnu's general description. Initially, Sister Han Kaio hadn't wanted her, but later, for some reason, she had suddenly agreed to buy. "Master Yu, your brilliance is clear," Huang Xiang said with a bow, his face oozing servility. It wasn't that the madam didn't know the Great Song's rules. She refused several times, but somehow later had the trafficker bring the child back. "What is this child's name?" Li Ziyu asked casually, feigning indifference. "I believe she's called Mingnu," Huang Xiang said. "I only saw her once when the trafficker brought her in." Li Ziyu could barely suppress the surge of excitement in his chest. Gao Changjiu's information was accurate. He immediately followed up. "Where is this girl now?" "I truly don't know," Huang Xiang said. "After Pipazai are purchased, they're all managed and taught by Miss Mu Yun. We Dufenshui aren't allowed to ask questions, and they usually stay in the back courtyard. Unless summoned, they don't come to the front." When questioned, Mu Yun confirmed that Mingnu had indeed been sent to her for training. The girl had been in the courtyard for those few days, but suddenly disappeared yesterday. The madam told Sister Yao to take her away. Where she was taken, this servant truly doesn't know. This servant dares not lie. Mu Yun was very tactful. As soon as she entered, she had knelt on the ground to reply, presenting a gentle, submissive, and pitiable appearance. Li Ziyu then questioned the older girls among the Pipazai. They all confirmed they had seen Mingnu, but she had vanished yesterday. They hadn't dared ask Mu Yun why. Having gained a general understanding, Li Ziyu had Sister Yao brought in for questioning. As expected, Sister Yao immediately denied everything, refusing to admit any Mingnu had ever been in the courtyard. Li Ziyu questioned her repeatedly, but she held firm. He had experience with such cases. Kind words were mostly useless against battle-hardened market shrews. He ordered her handcuffed and hung from the beam, with only her toes touching the ground. But Sister Yao proved unexpectedly resilient. In her days as a Liuju, she had often been tortured by the madam for poor business. Beaten with boards, forced to kneel on chains, made to balance lamps on her head, forced to drink sesame oil. When it came to enduring torture, she ranked among the top performers on Music Workshop Street. This method had no effect on her. After hanging for nearly 2 hours, by which time Lion Nisheng had arrived, Sister Yao was drenched in sweat and twitching all over, yet still insisted she knew nothing about Mingnu. Li Ziyu felt both anxious and furious, but he lacked both the authority and the skill for more serious interrogation. This woman must know some secret, Lion Nisheng deduced immediately after hearing his report. Otherwise she wouldn't keep her mouth sealed like this over a mere little girl. Section Chief's brilliant insight. Heh, Lion Nisheng sneered. That's saying too much. But Fangchun Court is bold indeed, continuing to commit crimes against the wind. It seems whipping the madams 30 strokes and fining them 500 taels of silver, as we did with previous establishments, was too lenient. This time, we doubled down. Does the section chief mean? Li Ziyu's spirits lifted. To find Mingnu while simultaneously dealing Zheng Huan's former brother-in-law and that adulterous couple a hard blow, the bigger this case grew, the better. On-site office work. We handle it right here, Lion Nisheng declared. Perfect opportunity to give all the brothels on this street a reminder. She had once taken the fall for Zhu Yifan, after which she was isolated and investigated for a period. Though eventually released and restored to work, the comment lacking vigilance had been entered into her file. She couldn't see her own file materials, but her subsequent promotion to Guangzhou seemed full proof that this amounted to a demotion. A ball of fire had been smoldering in her chest ever since. But upon arriving in Guangzhou, she had been made deputy chief of the household registration section, a position with no direct connection to various cases. Her later appointment as deputy leader of the Rectification of the Sex Industry Task Force finally gave her a chance to flex her muscles. She had wanted to catch an example to make a thorough example of, but no one had walked into her gun sights. Now Fangchun Court had not only purchased civilian girls privately, but was also forcing free people into prostitution. The perfect target. Yes, we must investigate and punish strictly, Li Ziyu echoed eagerly. No matter what dirty dealings are hidden in this Fangchun Court, we must dig them all out. Lion Nisheng was unaware of the petty calculations in his heart. She simply felt that though he came from an old military officer family, he worked hard and showed a resolute attitude toward the old society. She couldn't help but view him more favorably. The executive deputy leader of the Clean Up the Sex Industry Working Group had spoken. The tone was set. The resources Lion Nisheng could deploy were far greater than Li Ziyu's. With a few orders, she transferred several more National Army soldiers and police, not only surrounding Fangchun Court completely, but also posting sentries at the intersection of Music Workshop Street. Passage wasn't prohibited, but seeing this spectacle, what gentleman seeking pleasure would have any elegant interest left? Even those already present for wine and tea hurriedly departed. The various brothels couldn't help but curse under their breath. The Australians were making trouble again. This was precisely the effect Mu Min wanted. Not merely severe punishment, but also collective responsibility. She had stated clearly at the work meeting, because the brothel industry itself was full of gray areas. Strictly speaking, even under the Great Ming, many brothel practices had been illegal. But for years, brothels had run rampant, and illegality had become the rules. To make the entire industry recognize the seriousness of law, not only must violators be strictly punished, but the cost of breaking the law must also be amplified through collective responsibility. Since they were making an example, the scene was spread out properly. The flower hall, once filled with orioles and swallows, singing fans and dancing skirts, was cleared into a temporary case-handling office. All decorations were stripped away, replaced by chairs and chart boards. Within the courtyard, all of Sister Han Kaiou's cronies were arrested and detained in one wing, while the rest were sent back to their quarters, forbidden to enter or leave or wander about. The detained cronies naturally had personnel from the interrogation section sent to question them. Others were interviewed one by police and temporarily assigned female cadres from among the naturalized citizens, requiring everyone to expose and report on each other. The focus was for the Livelihoods to report on the madam and the various illegal activities within the establishment. Lius could tell from the scale of operations that they intended to persecute Fangchun court unto death, and he secretly rejoiced. Though Sister Yao could withstand torture within a brothel, she couldn't withstand the cruel expertise of the few retained yamen runners in the interrogation section. Before long, she was weeping with urine, sweat, and tears mingling, crying that she was willing to confess. "Speak carefully. Where exactly did Mingnu go?" "Where Mingnu went, this servant truly doesn't know," Sister Yao said, trembling all over, prostrating on the ground. "Yesterday, the madam gave me a slip of paper with a birth date and horoscope, asking me to select a pipazai in this courtyard with matching horoscope and compatible birth date, and take her too." At this point, terror seemed to seize her and she suddenly shut her mouth. Two interrogators moved to step forward, but Lion Nisheng waved them back. She said, "Sister Yao, though you are Han Kaioji's confidant, you too are of Livelihoods origin. Haven't you suffered enough from madams and turtle servants in the first half of your life? These whip marks and scars covering your body, do you still wish to thank the madam for bestowing them?" Sister Yao lowered her head and panted, watching the former yamen runners eye her like predators. She knew these men were old hands from the soap squads of the former Ming yamens, each one cruel and black-hearted. A single glance from this Australian woman before her could make her life worse than death, but if she confessed, she would never eat this bowl of rice again. Just as she wrestled with helplessness, Lion Nisheng lost patience. At her glance, several retained runners fiercely threw a set of finger crushers before Sister Yao, rubbing their fists as they prepared to advance. Sister Yao's resistance crumbled. She hastily declared herself willing to confess, stating that Mingnu had been taken to Yue Wan's courtyard. "Yue Wan? Yes, she is the girl whose first night Master Liang purchased," Sister Yao whispered. "Is she in the courtyard?" Huang Xiang, who had been waiting to the side to assist with the hearing, his legs already soft with fear, hurried forward to report. "Ever since Miss Yue Wan was Shulong bought out by Master Liang, she has lived alone in a separate courtyard. Though nominally within our premises, it has its own separate gate for entry and exit. The servants are all sent by the Liang family. Whether she is present or not, we truly couldn't say." Lion Nisheng frowned. "Which Master Liang?" "It is Liang Kunhu, Master Liang." He emphasized those three words, Master Liang, deliberately. The Liang family was not merely first-class gentry in this city. They also enjoyed an excellent relationship with the Senate. The Sihui Hall that Purple Lightning had originally opened in Guangzhou had received strong support from the Liang family. Later, when proprietor Guo conducted business in Guangzhou, he too had grown quite close to them. It was only after the Australians pressed against Guangzhou City and burned the 5 Rams station that this relationship had gradually cooled. But with such history, the Liang family still received courteous treatment from the Australians, considered important, united front targets. With identities like Lion Nisheng's and Li Ziyu's, whether in the past or now, they ranked far beneath the Liang family. The moment Huang Xiang mentioned Master Liang, Li Ziyu understood his meaning. Under the old rules, this would be where the matter ended. No one would mention the name Yue Wan again. "Since she still counts as a girl in your courtyard, she naturally must undergo questioning," Lion Nisheng said. "Send someone immediately to summon her." Li Ziyu, knowing the connections involved, stepped forward and whispered, "Section Chief Lion, this Master Liang was a guest of honor of Chief Guo in the past, and the current chiefs have also met him. You should be cautious." End of chapter. Chapter 1834. Breaking and entering. Others might have hesitated at those words, but Lion Nisheng despised powerful households above all else and possessed a fiery temper. Had she not heard this, she might have let it pass, but hearing it, her face immediately darkened. She sneered. So what if he was a guest of honor of the chief? Li Ziyu saw her expression turning dangerous and quickly added, "Naturally, we must also act according to the law." Lion Nisheng immediately issued her order, dispatching someone to bring Yue Wan in for questioning. If she can't be invited, then drag her here. The others exchanged glances, clicking their tongues in secret, but bowed their heads and listened without a word. Several police officers went and returned shortly to report that a servant woman had answered the door, saying Miss Yue Wan was not in. When asked where she had gone, "Don't know." As for whether there was a little girl named Mingnu or something in the courtyard, simply no. They hadn't even been allowed inside. These police officers were either retained Yamen runners or newly recruited locals. For them, such an attitude from a gentry family was perfectly normal. They had always feared the local gentry, especially since the other party was not only the top gentry in Guangzhou, but also on good terms with the chiefs, a guest of honor of proprietor Gu himself. They had already felt Lion Nisheng was being meddlesome. Now that the target was conveniently not in, this canopy she had raised could naturally be taken down, and everyone was happy to avoid trouble. Lion Nisheng laughed. What a coincidence! Just when we need to find someone, she happens not to be home. She picked up the brimless soft hat on the table, patted it, placed it on her head, and adjusted it properly. Since she won't come to us, we'll go invite her. Follow me. Hearing this, several police officers felt the words boded ill and worried secretly. As the saying went, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. Lion Nisheng was a Chen person, a mainlander from Guangzhou. If something went wrong, the chiefs would naturally shield her, but they were all powerless commoners. They would inevitably be thrown out as scapegoats. Losing their rice bowls was a minor concern. They didn't want to end up in prison. They couldn't help but hesitate. Li Ziyu hurriedly stepped forward. This, Section Chief Lion, as the saying goes, lack of forbearance in small matters upsets great plans. Perhaps we should ask Chief Mu for instructions first regarding this matter. Lion Nisheng didn't answer him. She turned to the police officers and announced, "Whoever is unwilling to go may stay here on duty. I will definitely not blame you. Those willing to go, follow me." The police officers exchanged uncertain glances. The meaning of her words was even more ominous. Going meant offending the powerful Liang family. Refusing meant their jobs might not be secure in the future. Before the task was even done, they'd become rats trapped in a bellows, squeezed from both ends. Li Ziyu saw that Lion Nisheng was determined to go. His heart had initially counseled retreat, but then he remembered. He had come to Fangchun court to find Mingnu, and now Mingnu was in Yue Wan's courtyard. How could he not go? He was about to step forward. Unexpectedly, someone proved faster. Just as Li Ziyu moved, Zhao Gui had already spoken. "This, lowly one, I'll go with you." Zhao Gui's reputation in the city bureau was that of a fool. He could barely string sentences together normally, relying on Li Ziyu to muddle along in the security section. Yet he would be the first to stand forward. For a moment, the police couldn't tell whether he was hiding great wisdom or was simply stupid beyond all comprehension. Lion Nisheng probably was also somewhat surprised. She nodded. "Good, then come with me." Seeing Gui had taken the lead, Li Ziyu quickly declared, "I'll go too." Lion Nisheng nodded. "You two follow me." Without another glance back, she descended the steps and ordered in the courtyard, "Corporal, bring a squad and follow me." Leaving the courtyard, she ordered Huang Xiang brought along to lead the way. The group made their way back along a narrow passage. Near the back courtyard, a side door opened into the passage. Through this side door lay a small courtyard paved with stone slabs. At its far end stood another gate. Vermilion door leaves with brass ring beast-head knockers exquisitely crafted. Without waiting for Lion Nisheng's order, Li Ziyu stepped forward, grasped the copper ring, and knocked. After a moment, the door opened a crack and a middle-aged servant woman emerged. Seeing the police again, she said impatiently, "You officers really are meddlesome. I already told you just now, the miss is not at home. And there isn't any Mingnu or Darknu or whatever you're looking for." Since becoming a policeman, Li Ziyu had never encountered any commoner speaking to him so rudely. For a moment he couldn't react. While he stood stunned, the servant woman moved to close the door without waiting for his reply. He quickly stopped it and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Listen clearly. It's our section chief who wants to see your miss." The servant woman said impatiently, "What section chief or short chief? What does your clan head have to do with my miss? My miss is not at home. Please ask him to come again another day." With that, not waiting for Li Ziyu to respond, she slammed the door shut with a bang, nearly smashing his nose. The sound of a door bolt sliding followed from within. The door was now barred. No matter how Li Ziyu knocked and shouted, there was no sound from inside. No one answered. "No need to knock," Lion Nishing said. Li Ziyu returned dejectedly, saying bitterly, "I didn't expect this Meiji to be so brazen." Lion Nishing made no reply, only asking, "Does this courtyard have any other doors?" "Yes, yes," Huang Xiang said quickly. "There's another door opening into the alley outside. From the alley you can go directly to Music Workshop Street. That door is the main entrance. When Master Liang comes to the courtyard, he mostly enters from there." "This courtyard is built strangely," Lion Nishing observed. "The main gate is actually on this side," Huang Xiang explained. "Officer, sir, madam, you don't know, this courtyard was originally just a side courtyard for storing sundries. When Master Liang bought out Miss Yue Wan's contract, he found the noise from people constantly coming and going in the main courtyard disagreeable. So he spent money to completely renovate and rebuild this courtyard. The door was opened at that time for his convenience in entering and exiting, including the rockery, flowers, plants, furniture, and furnishings in the courtyard. He spent more than 10,000 taels of silver in total." Li Ziyu couldn't help but click his tongue silently. For a top Leiju in a brothel of Fangchun court's caliber, the cost of buying out the contract alone ran 4,000 or 5,000 taels. Yet Master Liang had spent more than 10,000 just to arrange a residence for the girl. Such extravagance! A so-called descendant of a military family, with a hereditary commission like himself, truly couldn't compare to even one of their toes. Amid his dejection, he also felt a faint stab of jealousy and resentment. "Wealthy household indeed," Lion Nishing remarked mildly, but both Li Ziyu and Huang Xiang could taste the anger contained within those words. Huang Xiang trembled. "Madam, perhaps allow this lowly one to call at the door again. They're familiar with this lowly one." "No need," Lion Nishing said lightly. Then she raised her voice and called out, "Corporal." The National Army corporal responded and stepped forward. "Here, smash the door open for me." "Yes," the corporal responded. The army differed from the local-born police. They had no scruples. Upon Lion Nishing's command, several soldiers immediately surged forward, smashing at the door with rifle butts. Banging sounds rang out, lacquer chips and wood splinters flying. Numerous pits were immediately gouged into the vermilion door leaves, revealing the wood grain beneath. However, these door leaves were made of top-quality timber, solid and thick and barred from within. 7 or 8 men smashing in turns made no impression. The door didn't budge. Seeing rifle butts were ineffective, the corporal shouted a few words, and several soldiers immediately ran out. Li Ziyu was savoring the thrill of the scene when the soldiers returned carrying a battering ram. In groups of 4, they lifted the ram and slammed it fiercely against the door. 1, 2, bam, 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 bam. Accompanying the soldiers' rhythmic chant, the log with its metal-wrapped head crashed heavily against the door leaves. The heavy panels vibrated under the powerful impact. Dust fell from the door frame, wood chips scattered in all directions. The heavy impact sound struck everyone's heart blow after blow. Huang Xiang's mouth fell open. Is this woman mad? Li Ziyu, however, felt secret delight surging through him. At that moment a woman's clear, sharp shout came from inside. "Who is it?" Such presumption! Before her voice faded, the door bolt, already cracked under the battering, snapped with a crack. The two broken door leaves burst open. One, too severely damaged, struck the wall and immediately collapsed in pieces. "Let's go in," Lion Nisheng said, taking the lead toward the doorway. Entering, they saw another small courtyard. The area was not large, but it had been arranged with exquisite elegance, superior even to Fangchun Court's main premises. 7 or 8 male and female servants had already gathered in the courtyard. Their leader was about 20 years old, wearing her hair in double buns, with a sapphire blue sleeveless jacket and a water-red silk skirt below. A melon-seed face, long eyebrows, lively eyes betraying a hint of cleverness. Though her skin ran slightly dark, it couldn't hide her beautiful form and radiant appearance. Lion Nisheng recognized at a glance that this maid was the kind of red person, a favorite, who held power in a wealthy household, most likely having been used by the master or young master. Seeing the servants surrounding her, she knew this woman was probably a butler-type figure in the courtyard. She heard the woman shout, "Which yamen are you officers from, daring to be so rude? This is the Liang family's outer residence. Cease your rudeness." The maid was startled to see the leader was actually a female officer. Noting that Lion Nisheng wasn't charging further in, she said again, "Which one is the leading officer? Please come forward and speak." Lion Nisheng glanced at Li Ziyu, signaling him to speak. Li Ziyu paused, reading her expression, and suddenly understood. She disdained speaking to this person. He immediately stepped forward. "We are from the Guangzhou City Police Bureau Security Section, Clean Up the Sex Industry Working Group personnel. Today, we came to Fangchun Court specifically to inspect the implementation of regulations. During the inspection, we discovered Fangchun Court engaging in illegal activities including private purchasing of women, human trafficking, and forcing free people into prostitution. We are currently handling the case. Please cooperate." He had carefully considered these words, feeling they fully conformed to the various laws enacted by the Australians. Thus he spoke clearly and boldly. Even Lion Nisheng nodded slightly in approval. "This is the Liang residence's outer household and has nothing to do with Fangchun Court. Retreat at once." The maid remained unmoved, rejecting them crisply. "Master Liang is magnanimous and will surely not haggle over your reckless and arrogant behavior." End of chapter. Chapter 1835, Strange and Changeable. Lion Nisheng sneered. "This isn't Fangchun Court's land. The land deed is still on file at City Hall. Whose land deed it may be, this servant neither knows nor can control," the maid replied. "But this courtyard is now the Liang residence's outer household. Without orders from my master or young master, no one is permitted to enter. If you wish to investigate a case here, please have your master send a formal card to this residence. This servant will naturally sweep the steps and wait to receive you." She paused. "As for now, please go back. Pardon me for not seeing you out." Raising her voice, she called, "See, guests out." The maid was arrogant and self-assured, treating Lion Nisheng and her group as beneath notice. Li Ziyu knew something of Lion Nisheng's temperament. She would yield to soft tactics but never to force, and she harbored extreme hostility toward everything of the Ming, especially officials and gentry, regarding them almost as enemies. He couldn't help but worry secretly that things would blow up beyond control. What if she actually drew her gun and shot this woman? Li Ziyu fretted. Setting aside that this was a favored head maid, even if it were an ordinary servant beaten to death, the Liang family wouldn't let it go easily. Sure enough, Lion Nisheng issued a terse order: "Corporal, fix bayonets." At the command, the National Army soldiers drew their bayonets in unison. In an instant, they clicked them onto their rifles. A row of snow-bright blades flashed in the courtyard sunlight. The two house guards who had advanced to see the guests out couldn't help but shrink back, their expressions turning timid. At this critical juncture, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The voice was high and sharp. Everyone in the courtyard froze involuntarily. Following the voice, a woman came quickly down from the main room, nearly running all the way to Lion Nisheng. She fell to her knees with a dull thud, knocked her head heavily upon the ground, and said, Servant Yue Wan pays respects to this officer. This sudden reversal was so strange and unexpected that not only were Lion Nisheng and her people stunned, but even the servants in the courtyard stood dazed. Li Ziyu studied her closely. She was perhaps 18 or 19, with beautiful features and luminous eyes. She wore a deep blue brocade skirt dotted with plum blossoms along the hem, and a water-red jacket over it. Her jet-black hair was done up in a ruyi bun, adorned only with a white jade plum blossom hairpin. Simple, yet she projected an unstudied freshness and elegance. So this was the mistress bought out by Master Liang. Li Ziyu reflected that such a woman, though a Leiju, was someone he could hardly dream of seeing in the past, let alone becoming intimate with. He had assumed she must be some pampered, flamboyant creature. He never expected she would humble herself so readily. Lion Nisheng also appeared taken aback. Only after a moment did she manage. "You are Yue Wan." "Yes, this servant is." Yue Wan replied with head lowered. Just now this servant was resting in the back and didn't know the officer had arrived. "The servants are foolish and rude. They have given great offense. Please don't haggle with them, officer. This servant apologizes here." She kowtowed again. "Any offense against the officer is due to this servant's failure in discipline. Whatever punishment the officer deems fitting, this servant dares not complain." Li Ziyu had never dreamed the situation would pivot so quickly. Yue Wan's humility immediately deflated Lion Nisheng's momentum for a forcible search. For a moment, she couldn't think of an appropriate response. Sensing this, Yue Wan spoke again. "Officers, please come to the front hall first and allow this servant to serve tea. Whatever orders you have, please give them. This servant will definitely comply and never disobey." Lion Nisheng said, "Stand up and speak." When Yue Wan had risen, she continued, "No need for tea. We stated our purpose just now. We hope you will cooperate with our work." Yue Wan said yes several times. Lion Nisheng then asked about Mingnu's whereabouts. "This girl is indeed in this servant's courtyard, though I don't know if she is called Mingnu," Yue Wan said. "If the officer is looking for her, this servant will have someone bring her out and hand her over to the officer immediately." Li Ziyu had expected her to employ every means to deny and deflect. Instead, she admitted everything immediately. Lion Nisheng was probably also somewhat surprised. She asked, "If so, why did your maid deny it?" Yue Wan spoke softly. "It is always this servant's failure in discipline. As you see clearly, she is a favorite in the Liang residence and is somewhat spoiled." After saying this, she turned. Sui-yun, that head maid, had been standing with arms akimbo, looking unconvinced. Hearing Yue Wan call her name, she stiffened and replied, "Servant is here." "Kneel," Yue Wan commanded. Sui-yun trembled all over, her beautiful eyes reddening, but she didn't dare disobey. She dropped to her knees with a thud. "The officers are handling a case. First, you didn't report to me. Second, you didn't discuss with the officers. Rude and arrogant to the extreme. Where did all those books you've read disappear to?" Though Sui-yun's face showed defiance, she dared not talk back. With every scolding sentence from Yue Wan, she knocked her head upon the ground, saying, "Servant deserves death," tears streaming uncontrollably. Li Ziyu understood this maid was ordinarily proud and arrogant. Being humiliated by Yue Wan like this, her shame and resentment must be unbearable. He couldn't help but feel a faint sympathy stirring within him. Having scolded her for several sentences, Yue Wan then said, "Liang Quan, Liang Shun, bring the family discipline implements. Beat her 40 strokes." The servants hastily responded, ran to fetch the implements, dragged Sui-yun to the ground and began beating her with cracking sounds. "The fault is always this servant's," Yue Wan said humbly. "If anyone else here has done wrong and the officer wishes to take them back for questioning, this servant has no objection. In short, everything is as the officer disposes." Lion Nisheng felt as though she had punched a cotton quilt. There was no resistance to push against. Just as she gathered herself to speak, a servant woman approached from behind, leading a little girl. Li Ziyu recognized her at a glance. It was Mingnu, missing for more than 10 days. She was dressed neatly, and her complexion was fair. Presumably she hadn't suffered much in terms of food and clothing. Only her small face was full of fear and timidity. One could only imagine the terror she had endured these days. If not for Guangzhou, Lion Nisheng, and the Australians, Mingnu would have fallen into the dust forever, condemned eternally. Thinking of how he had been running back and forth these past days, chasing Mingnu's trail everywhere only to come up empty again and again. All manner of bittersweet feelings surged through his heart. He walked forward several steps involuntarily, called out Mingnu, and pulled the timid girl into his arms. Tears fell before he could stop them. Mingnu had been badly frightened and seemed somewhat dazed. Liu was the first familiar face she had seen in days, her uncle's good friend. She had been beaten into fearing to cry, but now, held in Liu's arms, the grievances and terror of so many days suddenly erupted. She wailed loudly. Through her tears, she said, Uncle Jade, why did you only come now?" Liu had originally planned to pretend he didn't know Mingnu, to avoid revealing the tale of using public office for private gain. But now he could no longer suppress the emotions flooding through him. Hugging Mingnu tightly as though afraid someone would snatch her away, he said, "Uncle Jade came to save you, don't be afraid. Uncle Jade will take you home right now." His own voice choked with feeling. Everyone present was moved. Several police officers understood something of the situation now and sighed one after another. Though Lion Nisheng remained expressionless, her eyes too had reddened. She said, "Don't cry anymore. It's good that we found her. Take her back to record a statement first." Yue Wan bit her lip tightly, comprehending the full picture. Madame Han had violated a taboo and purchased someone she shouldn't have. This had not only ruined Fangchun court but would implicate Master Liang's side as well. She trembled. It was Madame Han who had no eyes. This servant was also confused for a moment. "I needed a little maid. Seeing her cleverness, I asked for her, not knowing I was offending the master's tiger prestige. I deserve 10,000 deaths." She knelt down again. Lion Nisheng said, "Get up." A question still lingered in her mind, and she asked, "Since you wanted a little girl to serve you, why did you have to select by birth date and horoscope?" "Many thanks for the officer's magnanimity." Yue Wan stood and smiled apologetically. "There is a reason for this as well. This servant's health has always been poor. Not long ago, I consulted a physiognomist. He said there was a problem with this servant's fate, and the people serving around me must have compatible attributes to avoid misfortune." The explanation was reasonable. Lion Nisheng nodded. She asked a few more questions about the courtyard situation. Yue Wan answered clearly without evasion. While they were talking, a house guard came to report, "The 40 strokes are finished. Please give instructions, miss." Liu glanced toward the courtyard and saw Suiyun, who had been so domineering moments ago, lying on a bench with disheveled hair, face covered in sweat, trembling all over from pain. Yue Wan, who had been smiling, changed her expression and said coldly, "Beat another 20. The house guard was taken aback but dared not disobey. He retreated to continue the punishment. The cracking sound of boards rising and falling in the courtyard mingled with Suiyun's gradually fading groans of pain. Those present showed expressions of discomfort. A master punishing a slave was not illegal, so long as no one died. Moreover, this was the Liang family's domestic affair and irrelevant to the case. Lion Nisheng naturally couldn't interfere. As for the Liang family servants, they dared not say a word. At that moment, Zhao Gui suddenly interjected. He stepped forward and addressed Yue Wan. "Yue, miss, don't beat any more. She will die." Yue Wan had not paid him any attention. Though he wore the Australian Yamen runner's uniform, he exuded a rustic, dull air from head to toe. She hadn't expected him to suddenly interject and plead for mercy. She hesitated and said, "This officer is kind-hearted, sir. Rest assured, this is a light board. This servant was beaten with the same since childhood. It won't kill anyone. Disciplining her with a few more strokes now is for her own good." Seeing the very unpleasant expression on Lion Nisheng's face, she hastily added, "Since this officer has spoken, let's spare her this time." Turning her head, she called to the courtyard, "Stop. I had originally decided never to spare her lightly." But since this officer pleads for you, Yue Wan said sternly, you should thank him. Sui Yun could no longer move on her own. Two servant women supported her left and right, barely managing to bring her to the steps. She knelt before Zhao Gui and panted, "Thank you for your grace, officer." She began to kowtow. Zhao Gui waved his hands in a fluster. "No, no, don't kowtow." Yue Wan said, "Today, with this officer pleading for you, we'll let it pass. If there is such arbitrary and domineering behavior in the future, I will break your legs." End of chapter. Chapter 1836. Suspicious points. Sui Yun wept softly. "This servant dares not do it again." "Carry her away," Yue Wan ordered. "Go to my room for the medicine and apply it to her. Let her rest and recuperate." Lion Nisheng saw that Mingnu had been rescued and that the testimonies of those in the courtyard hadn't implicated any other illegal human trafficking. There was no point in remaining here, watching this Liaju display her authority. However, the matter of selecting a maid by birth date still aroused her suspicion. Though Yue Wan's explanation had been reasonable, the Mao family in mass murder case, currently under investigation, involved large numbers of boys and girls and content related to birth dates. At this critical juncture, for this woman to suddenly want to pick a girl with special horoscope attributes to serve as her maid, it was inevitably suspicious. She immediately ordered the servant women and male servants in the courtyard brought in one by one to ask if they knew about inviting a Daoist priest to tell Yue Wan's fortune. Except for the house guards responsible for night watch and rough work, everyone confirmed it was true. They also said it was common practice to select attendants based on horoscopes. The proof: the maids and servants around Yue Wan had been changed over a month ago. Those servants whose horoscopes happened to clash or conflict with hers had all been returned to the Liang residence. After a round of questioning, no suspicious points emerged. Li Ziyu, having inadvertently revealed his connection to Mingnu earlier, felt somewhat guilty about his unstable stance. Furthermore, since Mingnu was already found, insisting on further searching would inevitably reek of personal revenge. He proposed withdrawing to focus on handling the Fangchun court case. "I'm still not satisfied," Lion Nisheng said, pondering the matter. "After all, this courtyard is part of Fangchun court's premises. Searching it won't take much effort." She then instructed Yue Wan to gather everyone in the courtyard while they searched the entire compound. "Search this courtyard." Yue Wan seemed taken aback, her expression turning reluctant. "Officer, you see clearly this servant usually attends to the master. There are many women's items in the rooms. It seems very inconvenient. Please exempt the search, officer." Lion Nisheng couldn't help but blush. She had a rough idea what these women's items might be. Still unmarried herself, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Don't worry," she said. "We're just looking to see if there are suspicious persons in the courtyard. We won't rummage through your things, let alone touch private items." With obvious reluctance on her face, Yue Wan barely agreed. Because it involved a woman's boudoir, Lion Nisheng didn't ask the police officers to accompany her. She named only Li Ziyu to follow as she inspected the small courtyard. Seeing the exquisite furnishings and magnificent utensils, including many Australian goods, Li Ziyu sighed to himself as he walked. In such a first-class wealthy household, it was truly beyond anything his experience could have imagined. After the search, she called the roll one by one. There were no suspicious persons, nor were any critical items found. In the study stood cupboards full of Liang Kunhu's private letters and account books. But since this wasn't a major case and there was no search warrant, Lion Nisheng naturally couldn't take them out for detailed inspection. After the inspection, Yue Wan escorted everyone to the door, exchanged a few polite words, and watched them leave. Only then did she instruct the house guards to find some reed mats to cover the broken doorway from the back courtyard, and to locate a carpenter for repairs tomorrow. Then she returned to the main room courtyard. A little maid served tea. She took a shallow sip and exhaled slowly. She asked, "How is Sui Yun?" "Medicine has been applied," the maid replied. "Tell Liang Shun to return to the residence and report to the young master. Tell him what happened today and ask a doctor for Sui Yun. Should we send a letter? No need. Have Liang Shun describe whatever he witnessed just now. If police question him on the way, tell the truth. Shortly after the little maid withdrew, another maid entered carrying a plate of dim sum. She set down the snacks but didn't leave. Yue Wan waited until the room door closed before whispering. "Are the things safe?" the maid replied. "Don't worry, everything is fine. I was gambling on them, not rummaging through things indiscriminately. And the Australian Yamen runners are indeed incorruptible and rule-abiding, just as outsiders say. Thanks to their incorruptibility, otherwise this matter would definitely have implicated the young master." She patted her chest. "I was terrified. Thanks to you stalling them out front, otherwise just those books on the table alone." Yue Wan shook her head, signaling her to stop. "It's just a shame about Sui Yun," the maid said. "I sense the hair thief police have already grown suspicious of this place. The items should be moved elsewhere as soon as possible." The maid speaking was Surui, one of Liang Kunhu's personal maids. She didn't ordinarily serve Yue Wan but had come specifically to deliver items today, and unexpectedly encountered this incident. In the instant Sui Yun couldn't withstand the hair thief police, the two had divided their labor. Yue Wan went out to stall the Australians while Surui hid the potentially problematic items in the back. "It's also lucky you were here, sister. Anyone else would probably have been blind to it," Yue Wan whispered. "The things can't be moved now. Who knows if the Australians have set an ambush outside? Hiding them here for a while is acceptable. If the situation becomes urgent, just burn them. It's only that with this girl gone and Fangchun court in trouble, finding another one will be difficult." "This isn't an urgent task," Yue Wan said, but worry showed in her eyes. "Please ask sister to return and tell the young master. In all things, it's better to first secure a stable footing. The hair thieves are different from the great Ming after all." Lion Nisheng returned to the police station and first reported the situation to Mu Min. Listening to her account, Mu Min nodded. "You did well, but you made a mistake. I know breaking into search was somewhat rash." Lion Nisheng assumed the chief was criticizing her for forcing entry without first asking for instructions. "No," Mu Min shook her head. "The power of spot checks lies with you. If you felt suspicious and the location was indeed within Fangchun court's scope, there was nothing inappropriate about going in to search. The Senate doesn't recognize any extraterritoriality. The problem is that spot checks depend on suddenness, catching suspects off guard so they don't have time to hide evidence. You spent so much time entangled with that Yue Wan out front. Even if there had been a living person hidden inside, they would have been concealed by then." Lion Nisheng suddenly understood. Thinking back on Yue Wan's performance, Coutwing speaking sweetly, then scolding and punishing her maid 40 strokes then another 20, she had originally thought it was either currying favor or venting anger. It turned out to be a delaying performance. Her face reddened, her fists clenched with regret and self-reproach. "I didn't expect to fall for her trick." "You needn't blame yourself too harshly," Mu Min said. "This girl's birth date is indeed very suspicious. Write down her horoscope and zodiac sign in the report. We'll have experts judge whether this matter has any connection with the Mao family in case." "Yes," Lion Nisheng said. Mu Min added, "But this time you didn't come back empty-handed. At least it shows this Master Liang has some improper dealings in Fangchun court. We'll investigate slowly. You may go." Lion Nisheng saluted and was about to leave when Mu Min stopped her. "How is that girl?" "She's with Li Ziyu now. Physically she seems fine, just badly frightened. Tomorrow her parents will sign a bond to take her back." No need to rush that. You take care of the child for a few days first. Li Ziyu is a man after all," Mu Min said. "She might know useful information. Talk to her once she's calmed down." After Lion Nisheng departed, Mu Min summoned Wu Mu and briefed him on the situation at Fangchun court. Though no suspicious evidence was found, judging from the behavior of Yue Wan and the others, there must be problems in his outer residence at Fangchun court. "I'll arrange manpower to monitor immediately," Wu Mu said. Li Ziyu brought Mingnu back to the police station and first fetched some hot food for her from the cafeteria. Fangchun court didn't allow the Pipazai to eat and drink freely. Not only were their portions scant, but various medicinal materials were often added, supposedly for nurturing their complexion. This left her perpetually hungry. Seeing the steaming food before her now, she wolfed it down ravenously. Li Ziyu urged her several times to eat slowly, watching his friend's niece with pity. He had seen Mingnu grow up. Before she was old enough to put her hair up, she used to trail after them calling uncle. He and Zhang Yu had often teased her. Watching her eat brought back memories of her innocent, adorable childhood self. A surge of tenderness rose in his heart, but keeping this child at the police station wasn't a solution. And letting Zheng Huan take her back wasn't legal. Zheng Huan wasn't her guardian. As for calling her parents, wouldn't that be jumping from the wolf's den into the tiger's jaws? Moreover, Mingnu's stepmother was suspected of human trafficking. Lion Nisheng returned and conveyed Mu Min's meaning. Li Ziyu said, "Section Chief, you're so busy with work. How can I burden you with looking after a child? How about I take her home and let my mother watch her?" This suggestion suited Lion Nisheng's own wishes. But after a moment's thought, she said, "That might be inappropriate. You have prior ties with this child, correct? If you take her to your home, your stance might become unstable when handling the case going forward." From her tone, Li Ziyu understood she didn't mean to rebuke him. He said gratefully, "It doesn't matter. She's not my relative. This child is now a witness with nowhere to go. If I, the handling officer, don't take her in, should I send her to that wretched place, Huanghua Temple?" So it was decided that Zhao Gui would first escort Mingnu to Li Ziyu's home. Li Ziyu gave Zhao Gui a few instructions. Then he rose to find Zheng Huan, both to share the good news and to put his friend's mind at ease. Without the burden of watching the child, Lion Nisheng simply skipped going to the dormitory to rest. She returned to Fangchun court to work on site. She had already handled the legal procedures at the bureau first, issuing arrest warrants to formally arrest Han Kaioji, Huang Xiang, Mu Yun, Sister Yao, and others at Fangchun court, and interrogating them one by one. Han Kaioji had made a circuit through the city bureau and been returned. She had thought nothing major was amiss, but unexpectedly she was made to face the court as soon as she arrived back. Brought to the flower hall, she turned pale. With these several demon kings present, she would lose a layer of skin even if she survived the day. End of chapter. Chapter 1837. Torture because of family misfortunes. Lion Nisheng had once nearly fallen into the dusty world of prostitution herself. She detested madams and their ilk to the extreme. Though the interrogation section had naturalized police officers trained in modern interrogation techniques, she insisted on selecting Zai Bulio and a few other retained Yamen runners from the soap squad, all seasoned hands at torture, cruel and merciless, to conduct the questioning. The key was to crush the prestige of these madams and break their psychological advantage of having wielded power over life and death within the brothels. Otherwise, the prostitutes would harbor misgivings and opening a breakthrough would prove difficult. When Section Chief Lion called his name, Zai Bulio was eager to curry favor. Moreover, Han Kaioji had offended him in the past. How could he pass up this opportunity to avenge a private grudge under the righteous banner of duty? Lion Nisheng didn't understand interrogation methods well, so she let Zai Bulio arrange things. After she asked a few questions about name and age, Zai Bulio moved with his subordinates. Without a word, they first stripped off Han Kaioji's skirt and clothes, tied her naked to a long bench like a pig, and soaked a small paddle woven from bamboo strips in cold water. Without preamble, he gave her 40 strokes with the paddle. Public servants like Zai Bulio all had family-inherited skills and knew how to control the severity of their blows at will. In his youth, he'd had a lover who worked as a magie in a brothel. This woman had once been a Liaju there, but as she grew older and business declined, she was reduced to servant's work. Zai Bulio had intended to spend money to redeem her, But Han Kyoji had opened her mouth like a lion, demanding no less than 300 taels of silver. The plan fell through. Later, the woman died of illness and Zai Buliao had nursed a grudge ever since. So this time, his strikes fell both heavy and ruthless. Poor Han Kyoji, who usually lived a life of luxury and had been a popular courtesan in her Liaju days, had never suffered such hardship. This beating frightened her out of her wits. She even screamed, "Help!" The Liaju, Dufenshui, Meiji, and others were all gathered in the hall. Watching the usually majestic and uncompromising madam beaten until her skin split and flesh tore, struggling and screaming miserably on the long bench like a naked fish about to dry up and die, they couldn't help but secretly cheer. Those who had been Han Kyoji's cronies, Mu Yun, Huang Xiang, and the others, turned pale, nearly fainting. Lian Nisheng was privately surprised. She had originally worried that these old public servants might show mercy to a madam like Han Kyoji because of complex past social relationships. She hadn't expected this former runner to be so diligent. Judging from Han Kyoji's hoarse cries of pain and desperate pleas for mercy, and her frantic struggles heedless of the rope bindings, Zai Buliao had not only given full measure but added extra intensity. After 40 strokes, Han Kyoji lay there faint with barely a breath left. Her buttocks and thighs were swollen several fingers high like rising dough, bruised black and purple. Lian Nisheng frowned. "Why did you beat her so heavily? Beaten like this, how can we apply further torture during interrogation?" Zai Buliao bowed deferentially. "Section Chief, you don't understand. These madams and turtle servants are the trickiest and most vicious. If you don't crush their prestige immediately, they'll never be honest. Besides, you are a woman, so that madam surely harbored thoughts of slackness and contempt. Therefore, this lowly one gave her a taste of suffering. As the saying goes, if the official isn't fearsome, the claws and teeth must be." Lian Nisheng shook her head. "Be that as it may, how do we apply torture next?" Zai Buliao chuckled. "What's difficult about that? If we wish to use the bastinado, this lowly one will first use a few strokes to open flowers on her buttocks, dispersing the bruised blood in her thighs. Then using rod or whip, we can strike another 40 or 50 times without killing her, at most leaving some scars. Does a madam of Liaju origin care about scars? If the section chief pities her, this lowly one has iron chains here. First make her kneel on them to answer. If she's still dishonest, apply the finger crushers and give one pull. Even an iron man would speak." He spoke so calmly and casually that Han Kyoji, who had just recovered her senses, felt her liver and gallbladder splitting with terror. Ignoring the burning pain in her thighs, she hastily cried out, "This servant is willing to confess. I beg the master to spare the torture." Lian Nisheng swept a glance over Han Kyoji's cronies kneeling below. Each one was ashen-faced, wishing their heads could sink into their chest cavities. The Liaju, on the other hand, craned their necks to watch, whispering among themselves, some even revealing hints of smiles. This beating was effective, Lian Nisheng thought. Because the matters to be asked next concerned the case, Lian Nisheng had to abandon the public trial drama. But fortunately, with today's incident, Fangchun court had become the negative example in the rectification of the sex industry. Dealing with Han Kyoji later would be a simple matter. The focus of interrogation was the relationship between Fangchun court and Master Liang. Han Kyoji dared not speak at first, only saying that because of Yue Wan, the Liang family took care of Fangchun court. This sounded plausible to Lian Nisheng, but such explanations could fool outsider naturalized cadres, not local indigenous people. Zai Buliao knew her family had long-standing ties to the Liang family, so he declared Han Kyoji was being dishonest and whipped her a few more times with a leather whip dipped in water. These few lashes instantly split the skin and flesh of her already swollen buttocks, nearly making Han Kyoji's soul leave her body. She howled like a slaughtered pig, begging for mercy. Everyone in the courtyard shivered at the sound. When you ordered Sister Yao to torture those girls and force free people into prostitution, did you ever imagine you'd suffer this yourself? Lion Nisheng was usually very serious and showed little emotion, but now, feeling satisfied, she couldn't resist taunting Han Kyoji. It's all this servant's fault. This servant deserves death. This servant is willing to confess. I beg the master to spare the torture. Han Kyoji wept and sniffled, daring to conceal nothing more. She confessed that the Liang family was indeed one of Fangchun court's patrons. She said because the Liang family valued their reputation heavily and didn't wish to directly support a brothel. Usually, if there were matters involving officials or gentry, the Zhang family would act as intermediary. The Zhang family could barely count as gentry in Guangzhou city. The head of the family, Master Zhang Ejiao, came from landlord ancestors in the countryside. His grandfather had made a fortune doing business in the city. His descendants had studied and produced a few ziyukai, qualifying them as members of the scholarly class. Zhang Ejiao had passed the ziyukai examination himself, but never achieved Juren status. When he was over 40, he simply purchased a Jiansheng student title. With money at home, and with Master Zhang's daughter married to Mo Rongxin, manager of Wenlin Academy, he secured a directorship there and openly joined the ranks of gentry. Gentry like Master Zhang naturally couldn't compare with the Liang family, but precisely because of their humble origins, they had something of the broken boot party style. Many things that proper gentry disdained or couldn't do were left for such men to take the lead on. Once, on the birthday of the concubine of old Master Liang, Zhang Ejiao had curried favor with a maid beside her, arranging for his own wife to become sworn sisters with Master Liang's concubine, thus attaching himself to the Liang family line. Apart from this, Han Kyoji didn't know much. She moved frequently among the female relatives of the Zhang family, but couldn't fully connect with the female relatives of the Liang family. However, Fangchun court had encountered difficulties several times in the past, all resolved through the Zhang family, using the Liang residence's influence. Liang Kunhu's purchase of Yue Wan's contract had also been arranged through the Zhang family. Liang Kunhu claims to have never been close to women. Why would he buy out Yue Wan? Lion Nisheng asked. Han Kyoji grimaced with pain. What man doesn't love women? It's only that his family has strict rules, not allowing casual connections with brothel women. If not taking them as concubines or maids, they must be bought out completely to become household courtesans. The Liang family maintains their own opera troupe. When Master Zhang said Master Liang intended to buy out Yue Wan's contract, this servant was also surprised. 4 years ago, Yue Wan had been 17, already a very popular King Yuanren, a courtesan who sold art rather than her body, locally renowned. Many gentry and wealthy landlords had wanted to buy out her contract. Han Kyoji had naturally aimed for the highest price, preparing to sell for a good sum. But then Master Zhang had quietly visited Fangchun court, saying Liang Kunhu intended to buy her. The price for betting was 6,000 taels of silver. Though this figure wasn't more than other wealthy men offered, it was above average. Han Kyoji had wanted to sell to the highest bidder, but dared not offend the Liang family. Reluctantly, she agreed. After Liang Kunhu bought out Yue Wan's contract, he immediately began construction, renovating a side courtyard of Fangchun court to keep his beauty in a golden house. The servants used there are all sent by the Liang residents. Though connected to this servants' courtyard by a door, the guard is usually very strict. Except for receiving wine, food, and clothing from my courtyard, there's almost no interaction. Even Yue Wan, this servant only sees her once or twice every 10 days or half a month. Prostitutes and madams were people extremely skilled at reading expressions. Though currently suffering severe torture and unbearable pain, she still sensed from Lion Nisheng's line of questioning that the Australians had designs on the Liang family. She hastily tried to distance herself. How often does Liang Kunhu come to Yue Wan's courtyard? Besides him are there others. Sometimes he comes every day, sometimes he doesn't come for months. Moreover, Yue Wan's courtyard has a separate entrance. He comes and goes at his convenience, and this servant doesn't have complete knowledge. Han Kaioji paused. As for guests, he often feasts in Yue Wan's courtyard. I've heard there are many visitors. Do you remember who they are? Han Kaioji wanted to claim she didn't remember, but fearing Zai Buliao's leather whip would lash down again, she hastily said, "This servant remembers some, but there are others this servant doesn't know." Lion Nishing instructed her to name everyone she could recall, one by one. Han Kaioji dared not evade, naming 5 or 6 people she judged less important. Just these. These are the frequent visitors this servant recalls. As for other guests, there are really quite a few. It's been a long time, I can't think of them all at once. Some of them this servant doesn't even know. Lion Nishing thought she could ask in detail later. She turned the topic to the critical point. Do you know about Yue Wan inviting a Daoist priest for fortune-telling recently? I know. Han Kaioji nodded quickly, explaining that Yue Wan had been in poor health recently. Many doctors had been called without effect. Later, Master Liang had mentioned there was a Daoist from the capital with deep cultivation, so he invited him to read Yue Wan's horoscope. This Daoist also read faces for many people in this courtyard. His cultivation is truly remarkable. Did he say anyone's horoscope clashed with Yue Wan's? He did. For this reason, Master Liang changed many of the people serving around her. When was this? More than 2 months ago, Han Kaioji said. And what is this Daoist's name? Lion Nishing asked. He is called Daoist WoodStone. End of chapter. Chapter 1838, Daoist WoodStone. The confession Lion Nishing obtained at Fangchun court soon reached Mu Min's desk. Mu Min ordered a copy made immediately and forwarded to Wu Mu. Liang Kunhu was already on the Political Security Bureau's observation list, and any material involving him or his family would be copied and added to the newly established file. The reconnaissance work on Liang Kunhu was the Political Security Bureau's affair. Mu Min wouldn't interfere, but she vaguely sensed some connection between Fangchun court and the Mao family in case. This was an intuition forged by years of police work. She sent Lion Nishing a warrant, ordering her to dig up the roots and grab typical examples at Fangchun court, specifically to investigate the persecution of prostitutes within the brothel. Mu Min revealed this matter at the internal briefing, and it immediately aroused strong interest from various parties concerning Fangchun court. Rectifying the sex industry was one of the Senate's important administrative priorities in Guangzhou. It involved not only positive factors like transforming social atmosphere, social reform, and women's liberation, but for the local government, it also offered benefits in both rectifying public security and tax revenue. Therefore, relevant departments all requested deep involvement in this event, using it as a typical example. Wen Daisy, who presided over the meeting, immediately waved his big pen and announced that various departments would form a joint working group at Fangchun court to carry out on-site office work. Once this order was issued, the propaganda department rushed ahead of everyone. Dingding first sent people to produce special reports, closely followed by Mayor Liu dispatching personnel to be stationed there, and then naturalized cadres from the Commerce Bureau and Purple Lightning Tower Entertainment Co., Limited, also arrived. The entrance of Fangchun court buzzed with traffic and constant comings and goings. Everyone on Music Workshop Street understood. Fangchun court was finished. Mu Min was naturally happy to have everyone help. Moreover, her true intention was mainly to use this to pressure Liang Kunhu, forcing him to make a move. As long as he moved, there would be openings. The next one to clean up, Mu Min thought, would be the Guan Dai Temple group. That abscess was also due to be lanced. Old immortal, how should we take the next step? Still in the adobe house in the small courtyard in a humble alley of Guangzhou City, a layman and a Daoist spoke by the window. Is Yue Wan's side safe? Although Fangchun court has become a pot of boiling water, her side remains calm. The hair thieves haven't come to bother. Coming and going is neither prohibited nor questioned. Manager who nodded. Calculating from this search, the young master is truly blessed by heaven. This is all merit accumulated by your master treating subordinates well over the years, the Daoist stroked his beard. It's just a shame that Fangchun court is ruined. Whatever old immortal says is right. It's just that Miss Suyun suffered quite a bit. Manager Hu sighed. My young master also wishes to ask the old immortal for advice. Can he visit Yue Wan's side or not? The Daoist shook his head. Naturally, he cannot. The hair thieves searching Yue Wan's courtyard means they inevitably became suspicious of your master. That's one consideration. Second, the hair thieves are raising a massive case at Fangchun court. I hear Han Kaioji, Mu Yun, and others have all suffered severe torture. They've likely confessed everything. Third, with hair thieves now swarming Fangchun court and the sound of beatings shaking the sky, what elegant young master would rush there to enjoy such scenery? Abnormality suggests demons. How could the hair thieves fail to think of this point? Manager, who nodded in agreement, then added, Han Kaioji's side doesn't worry me. Presumably they have nothing important to reveal. The Daoist slowly shook his head but didn't elaborate. He was the Daoist WoodStone that Han Kaioji had mentioned. Though his face appeared old and haggard, he was actually still in his prime. This was partly the trace of years spent wandering, sleeping in the wind and eating dew, toiling endlessly on the road, and partly deliberate. Though he presented himself as a wandering Daoist, he had originally served in the Jinyue, the Imperial Guard. Using geomancy, ghost-catching, exorcism, and medical treatment as cover, he had traveled deep into various regions to investigate public sentiment and monitor officials. After the Changzhen Emperor ascended the throne and abolished the Jinyue's practice of monitoring officials, he lost his position. He had then been recruited by the court boss, Stone Old Man, Shi Wang, to work for him. Since the hair thieves arrived in Guangzhou 8 years ago, he had been running about on his master's behalf concerning this matter. Yet several plots had failed at the last moment. This time he came to Guangzhou not merely to use sorcery against the hair thieves, but also to shoulder an important mission from his master. Not to be paranoid, but I fear the hair thieves have already spread a dragnet around Music Workshop Street, waiting for us to stumble in. Daoist WoodStone spoke slowly. Looking for a child through Fangchun court was truly a major miscalculation. He sighed with regret. Because scrutiny outside had become so intense, the Guan Dai Temple group dared not involve themselves in child trafficking anymore. Human traffickers also didn't dare buy and sell children of unknown origin at will. For a time, they couldn't find a suitable one, which was why the idea arose of looking for a suitable candidate among the Pipazai through Yue Wan's connections. In truth, Mingnu's horoscope was barely acceptable, merely the closest match among the girls they could lay hands on. Wajiki had warned several times that the days available for performing the magic were slipping away. If a suitable child wasn't found, the formation would be completely ruined. Only then had Daoist WoodStone thought of using the Pipazai. Many of them had been abducted by flower patters, kidnappers, their origins unknown. No one would care if they disappeared. And because this Mingnu had been bought secretly, without even registering for a temporary residence permit at the police station, she was even cleaner. Yet he never anticipated that the hair thief police would be so thorough, turning Guangzhou City upside down to search for one little girl, finally not hesitating to force their way into a gentry's outer residence. Neither Daoist WoodStone nor anyone else involved had expected this. Thinking of it now, Daoist WoodStone couldn't help but feel secretly vexed. Originally, he had kept a low profile, sitting firmly on his fishing boat, but through this incident he was considered exposed to the hair thieves. Not only that, the Liang family had also been implicated. Following past experience, slipping away was the best choice once exposed, but this time that wouldn't work. None of the missions he shouldered had been completed. He had spent large sums of money only to lose many lives, though those caught were hired help. If the hair thieves opened a breach through them and used the opportunity to raise a massive case. Setting aside others, once the Liang family was implicated, with their extensive connections to relatives, Tongnian graduates, teachers and friends in the capital. Should they send word to assign blame, Stone Old Man's days would become very difficult indeed. He pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The items at Yue Wan's place must be destroyed as soon as possible. Don't transfer them elsewhere anymore. If caught with them, it will be irrefutable evidence. Moreover, the hair thieves don't care about gentry dignity. It's hard to guarantee they won't search again, Manager Hu said. This lowly one understands. As for Miss Yue Wan herself, there's no need to worry too much. The hair thieves won't punish her right away, Daoist WoodStone continued. The hair thieves still cherish the favor owed from your master's help back then. And their foothold in Guangdong isn't stable yet. Without sufficient cause, they won't touch the Tai Sui's head. It's only that the hair thieves are violent and unpredictable by nature. Simply avoid touching their reverse scales over trivial matters. Today is not like the past, Manager Hu said. What the Daoist says is true, Daoist WoodStone sighed. You and I have been acquainted for many years. There is something I must say not suitable for outside ears, Manager Hu said. Old Immortal speaks gravely. Please speak. Daoist WoodStone spoke slowly. I had thought Wujiki's magical power was immense, that he could definitely stir great waves in the city. Unexpectedly, his Daoist arts were broken. Perhaps. The great Ming's fortune is truly exhausted. Manager Hu's face showed fear. The court's luck was low, the Emperor's star dim. Daoist WoodStone had mentioned this several times on previous visits to Guangzhou. This time they had prepared such an elaborate magic formation, yet in the end it was a total defeat. Could it be that the mandate of heaven truly rested with the hair thieves? Thinking how, in the first month of this year, the bandit rebels had broken Fengyang and burned the imperial mausoleum. The great Ming's fortunes were truly dire to the extreme. Could it be that these hair thieves were also born in response to calamity, and the great Ming was really going to perish? The thought sent a chill down his spine. The Daoist continued, I will abandon this place soon. You must never come here again. When I find a new location, I will contact you. Yes, then I shall quietly await the Daoist's word. Please tell your master to retract his claws and teeth temporarily and hibernate. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Though Governor Xing has retreated into Guangxi, the emperor has not blamed him. Currently, various wolf troops in Tusi and Guangxi are being transferred to assist in the campaign. I hear the White Rod Army will also be summoned. So the court has a plan to recover Guangzhou, Manager Hu's face lit with excitement. Exactly. After Manager Hu departed, Daoist WoodStone summoned his young apprentice and whispered a few instructions. Go contact Master Mo, tell him to pass a message to Gao Tianqi. The offering is gone. No matter what means he uses, he must obtain another offering quickly. Daoist WoodStone vaguely felt in his heart that perhaps he should simply kill this demon Daoist now, then quit this place of trouble, Guangzhou. But he couldn't fail to give his master an explanation. Whether this Daoist Wu's magic worked or not, like a drowning man, there must be a straw to grasp. He silently poured out the tea remaining in Manager Hu's cup and washed the teacup clean. He had already placed poison in the tea, a poison obtained from the Eastern Depot. According to dosage, it was divided into 1-day onset, 2-day onset, 3-day onset, up to a maximum of 7-day onset. In the past, the Eastern Depot had often used this to secretly execute anyone the Emperor and the Depot found annoying. Manager Hu wouldn't survive past tomorrow night after returning. Even if a doctor was called, he would probably only be diagnosed with an attack of Jiachangsha colic. Liang Kun couldn't do this, but he could. Speaking of poisoning Manager Hu, he actually felt a trace of sorrow. Manager Hu had been a fanzi, an agent, under his command in earlier years. Ordered to come to Guangzhou during the Tianqi era to monitor Liang Kunhu's grandfather, the former Zhejiang Right Administration Commissioner Liang Yaonian. He had been a servant in the Liang residence for more than 10 years now. He was a capable officer under him. However, they had met and contacted too many times. He knew too much and had become too prominent a target. Once arrested, he would inevitably implicate the Liang family. The consequences would be unimaginable. It was better to remove him quickly and cleanly. Fortunately, besides this Daoist magic, he still had a backup plan. He only hoped there would be enough time. If only the great Ming also possessed the telegraph that could transmit news instantly like the hair thieves' Daoist WoodStone couldn't help thinking. End of chapter. Chapter 1839, New Opportunity, China Current Affairs section, Item 1. In the small tea house, Zheng Huan held a newspaper and read aloud. Dozens of tea guests around him listened intently. This job of reading newspapers in the tea house had come to him through Zhang Yu. Ever since Zhang Yu's family obtained a loan to expand their business, he no longer had time for such work, nor did he care for the modest income anymore. So he had recommended Zheng Huan. Reading newspapers required not merely literacy, but also familiarity with the countless news vocabulary coined by the Australians. Ordinary scholars could read the characters but remained ignorant of the meaning. This work had to be done by someone versed in Australian affairs. In the past, he had read nothing more than storybook novels and legends of the strange from Australian publications. But since the Australians occupied Guangzhou, more and more people had developed strong interest in this freshly minted great song, and paid close attention to Australian administrative measures. After all, their various actions in the city were intimately connected to the lives of the broad masses of citizens. People like Zheng Huan had become very popular. Not only did ordinary petty citizens view him with new respect, but even some wealthy households in the vicinity were quite polite when they saw him. Some even brought newspapers and copied announcements, asking him to explain the content of the articles. The bandit leader Li Zicheng's unit, which participated in breaking Fengyang, excavating the Ming imperial family's ancestral graves, and burning the Huangzhou temple where Zhu Yuanzhang once became a monk at the beginning of the year, is confirmed to have invaded the Guangzhou plain this month. Ming commander Hong Chengchu fought multiple battles with this unit, but failed to achieve decisive victory. This paper's observer believes the Li Zicheng unit is likely maneuvering toward Xianyang and attempting to besiege Xianyang city. Because some bandit forces have moved toward the Beijing-Hangzhou Grand Canal area, the Ming court, worried that canal grain transport would be destroyed by bandits, has officially issued a document ordering all grain transport from Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions this year to be concentrated in Shanghai County, and then transported by sea to Tianjin Wei. International Current Affairs section, Item 1. The British merchant ship that entered Macau this month brought unexpected news. In mid-April this year, the British East India Company reached an agreement with the Portuguese governor of Goa in India. The Portuguese side promised British merchant ships could enter and leave freely, enjoying the same treatment as Portuguese merchant ships regarding taxation and material supply. Simultaneously, the British East India Company promised to sell military supplies such as gunpowder to the Portuguese colonies in Goa, Ceylon, and other Indian regions, and to transport Australian song-produced arms stored by Portugal in Macau. This paper's observer believes the colonial struggle between the Netherlands and Portugal in India, Borneo, and the Lombok Islands will grow more intense by the day, while the Spanish Kingdom government, which nominally rules Portugal, seems indifferent. Britain's move fully illustrates its dissatisfaction with Netherlands' actions in the Asian region. The Joseon Li dynasty, disregarding our Senate's repeated tolerance on the Jeju ownership issue, and ignoring the fact that Jeju Island has been our territory since ancient times, recently dispatched ships and soldiers again to harass our Jeju territory. Our Jeju garrison dealt a head-on blow, completely eliminating the invading enemies. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs recently issued a solemn warning, hoping the Li dynasty will not proceed further down the wrong path. The recently risen legendary figure in Manila, Count Van Nanuoa, has recently commenced a business venture. He has demarcated a dedicated development zone on the southeast coast of Palawan Island. Can this gold digger, who once miraculously excavated gold mines in multiple locations, reproduce his miracle. This paper specially interviewed several Spanish captains currently resting in Macau. Great Song Liberated Area Current Affairs Highlights. Item 1. The main body of the first clipper trade vessel has been completed at Hong Kong shipyard and can enter the outfitting stage late this month. This ship will soon be put into service on trade routes between the Great Song and Europe. Yesterday, the 8th Vocational Skills Grading Examination concluded successfully. Examination results will be posted for public notice late this month. Trades involved in this exam include fitter, turner, electrician. The 9th Vocational Skills Grading Examination will be held in October this year. It is reported that for the first time, this exam will establish 3 new test centers, in Jeju, Kaohsiung, and Guangzhou, in addition to Lingao and Sanya in Hainan Province, to facilitate local personnel taking the examination. This month, the Sanya Telegraph Exchange General Station was completed, marking the full completion of the Hainan province-wide Round Island Telegraph project. Telegraph transmission and reception tests will be conducted in the near future. After being put into operation, messages from the ends of the earth can be transmitted to Lingao and Haikou in just a few minutes. Good news from the Jeju Island state-run horse farm. All foals born in this batch have survived. Local highlights. Item 1. Mayor Liu inspected the renovation site of the former examination hall today. After renovation, this place will serve as the Guangzhou Municipal School of Administration, responsible for training and continuing education of cadres in Guangzhou and the entire Guangdong province. Several more suspects in the Mao family in mass murder case have been apprehended. The police bureau stated that some suspects remain at large. The broad masses are urged to heighten vigilance, pay attention at all times to suspicious persons and events in their vicinity, and report promptly to the local Pagia headman or nearest police station. The police will give certain rewards to those who provide useful information leading to capture of suspects. After Dingding arrived in Guangzhou, the layout of the Yangcheng Express had expanded significantly, adding multiple sections such as international, domestic, and cultural life. Of course, most content was still reprinted from the Lingao Times, but certain effort had also been devoted to gathering and editing local news. Because this newspaper not only covered various orders and policies of the Senate in Guangzhou, but was also rich and colorful in content, beloved by the people and bringing entertainment to the impoverished lives of citizens, its influence spread easily. Though the current affairs sections weren't numerous, they contained quite a lot of news. Zheng Huan read them out one by one, taking a full hour. His mouth had gone dry from reading, yet many people still had questions for him to explain. Awan, what is this telegraph thing? How can it transmit letters? Where is this Jeju Island? Why do Koreans want to fight with us? The civil service exam, that's the imperial examination opened by the Australians, isn't it? Zheng Huan explained them one by one. For some he didn't know himself, he had to improvise answers to satisfy them. But what everyone was most interested in remained the Mao family in case. Is there any follow-up on the Mao family in case besides arresting escaped criminals? Zheng Huan shook his head. No new news today. Since the Mao family in case occurred, it had become the topic of gossip for Guangzhou citizens over tea and meals. The case summary serialized in the newspaper had become the news tea guests paid most attention to recently. Seeing everyone seemed somewhat disappointed and had no new questions, he announced, "Today's domestic and foreign current affairs sections are done. I'm going to rest for one shichen, that's 2 hours, then read the life section." Zheng Huan wiped the sweat from his forehead and drank a bowl of Chen Liji's herbal tea in large gulps. Ignoring the noisy circle of listeners around him, he walked straight to the back hall. Picking up a palm leaf fan, he fanned himself properly for a few minutes to compose himself. Wasting no more time, he took out a public basic knowledge manual from the drawer and began reviewing. "Awan, you're here after all." While Zheng Huan was rocking his head back and forth, memorizing by rote, a familiar voice interrupted him. He looked up and saw his classmate and good friend Zhang Yu carrying a food box. "Ayu, you came to deliver tea snacks again. It's too extravagant, don't send any more, your family is operating on a small capital after all. Spirit runs high when happy events occur," Zhang Yu said with a smile. "Take this to Ayu's later and let Mingnu taste it. You must be tired of walnut cakes. What I'm sending now is a new creation." Zhang Yu deliberately stopped halfway, whetting Zheng Huan's appetite. Zheng Huan didn't show any greedy expression but sighed. "It's all thanks to Brother Ziyu this time." At these words, his eyes immediately reddened. A few days ago, Li Ziyu had sent someone to say Mingnu had been found. He had run all the way to Li Ziyu's house, held Mingnu, and wept bitterly. He had never realized how deep his feelings were for this niece. The Australian book said, "You only know what is most precious after losing it." In that moment, he had felt this truth unforgettably. Beyond gratitude and happiness, Zheng Huan felt secretly ashamed. He was a 7-foot man who had read books and understood reason. Yet in a matter concerning his closest kin, he had been completely powerless. If Li Ziyu hadn't exhausted his full effort, Mingnu would most likely never have been found. No matter what, he must pass the Australian Civil Service exam so that he might have a chance to repay Li Ziyu's kindness in the future. Because of this resolve, he had become increasingly diligent these past few days, bringing review materials even when coming out to earn money. "Ayu is truly loyal," Zhang Yu said. "There's another happy event. I received a letter from Shixin yesterday." "Oh," now Zheng Huan's eyes widened. Guangzhou had still been the great Ming's when Chen Shixin went to Lingao. "How is he in Lingao?" He said in the letter that after arriving in Lingao, through Chief Hong's recommendation, he's now learning painting with a Westerner. No tuition needed, and the Australians even provide him living expenses. Life is quite good. The Australians said they need people who can paint very much. Once he completes the training, he'll naturally have rice to eat. He told us not to worry. He'll return to Guangzhou recently to visit his parents and will gather then. I never expected Shixin to prosper as well. Zheng Huan was happy for his friend, yet a strong sense of anxiety and unease about his own mediocrity until now rose within him. Market rumors said, "When China prospers, the senators are imperial." The arrival of the Australians had brought many opportunities. His friends had seized them one by one, yet he still had nothing. "When he comes back, we must gather properly and drink deeply." Zhang Yu, immersed in yearning for a beautiful future, hummed the latest Australian ditty. "Today is a good day." Zheng Huan wasn't as carefree as him. He had other thoughts. With only 2 hours of rest time, he needed to hurry and memorize. Turning his head, he resumed reading a paragraph and memorizing a paragraph. End of chapter. Chapter 1840. Brotherhood. Zheng Huan gave Zhang Yu the cold shoulder, but his friend didn't take offense. He first poured 2 cups of herbal tea from the big clay pot, tasted it, confirming it was the unsweetened kind, nodded slightly, and placed 1 cup before himself and 1 by Zheng Huan's right hand. Then he gently opened the paper package, revealing slices of goose yellow, tender and fragrant tea snacks. Immediately the fragrance overflowed, making Zheng Huan glance over repeatedly, his tongue rolling and clicking against the roof of his mouth, mumbling something unintelligible. "What is this?" Unable to resist the seduction, Zheng Huan asked while reaching out to take a piece. He sniffed it, confirmed it was the aroma of food, and was about to stuff it into his mouth. "This is an Australian tea snack called cookies. The recipe came from the Australians, we've just tried it out." Zheng Huan's hand couldn't stop. "The thing is, this treat is precious. Not only does it require fine white flour specially sifted, but also eggs, white sugar, and some butter. That's Mongol goods. Where do you find it in Guangzhou? We had to substitute lard. The chief said we might consider using water buffalo milk to make butter later. Even so, it cost a fortune. The family only made 10 caddies as a trial. I brought this over to let a few tea houses test the waters. If it sells well, my family will have 1 more tea snack to offer in the future." Delicious. Hearing high cost, Zheng Huan didn't hesitate, continuing to grab more. When saying delicious, He even sprayed out some crumbs, which distressed him terribly. He rolled them to the edge of the table with his hand into his palm, swallowed what was in his mouth with a gulp of herbal tea, then raised his palm and tipped the crumbs into his mouth. "How is it? Not bad, right? Really delicious." Before the sound of eating was finished, another cookie had crunched between his teeth. "Good. This package for you was made personally by my sister Tinger," Zhang Yu said with deliberate emphasis. Sure enough, Zheng Huan choked, beating his chest and gulping water. Blushing, he managed. "Ayu, is Sister Ting at your house?" "Yes, now that business has grown and we employ many people, the family is short of hands. My aunt came over to discuss things with my mother, and so Tinger came to our house to help." Zheng Huan seemed to fall into some mental theater, looking dreamy and spacing out for a good while before suddenly recovering. Changing to a serious expression, he wondered, "That's not right. According to your uncle's temperament, if your family obtained the Australian secret recipe, how could he let Sister Ting help? Doesn't your family claim to pass recipes to daughters-in-law but not to daughters?" He, what's rare about this recipe?" Zhang Yu laughed. "It's all written in the books printed by the Australians. It's just that ordinary families can't find the materials, nor do they have ovens to bake. Such secret recipes are just printed in books for everyone to see casually." Zheng Huan was genuinely surprised this time. "Yes, the Australians actually don't care about such insignificant skills." Zhang Yu's words carried the envy of one crushed by a tycoon's dropped leg hair. "However, baking does take quite some effort. It requires a closed oven without open fire, and fire control must be mastered. That's the hardest part. The Australians have thermometers. No matter what fuel is used, how many degrees and how many minutes, if timed well, it succeeds every time. It's difficult in our shop. Although we have ready-made closed ovens, my father baked 3 or 4 times before fumbling it out." Zheng Huan's family made candles, so he naturally knew the importance of fire control. Maintaining the right temperature required painstaking effort. When making a certain kind of candle, only certain fuel was used: charcoal, wood, rice husk, or straw. The fire control was different and very subtle. His father had told him that when learning the business from his grandfather, he'd received quite a few knocks on the head over this. Now the Australians solved it effortlessly with a thermometer. Some are a bit burnt." Zheng Huan smacked his lips, raising the half-bitten cookie to show Zhang Yu. "I told my father we must buy a thermometer even at a high price. Unfortunately, there's no stock in Guangzhou now. Chief Huang said he would find a way to help us import one from Lingao. Sai, ever since your family hugged that Chief Huang's thigh, you've grown more and more prosperous." Hearing these words, Zheng Huan suddenly looked dejected for a moment. But immediately, as if stealing his resolve, he picked up the Public Basic Knowledge Manual and resumed reading and reciting. Zhang Yu knew Zheng Huan was interested in his cousin. He could guess 70 or 80% of the reason behind those confused words just now. He intended to matchmake in his heart but couldn't find suitable words. Perhaps, as Zheng Huan wished, studying the Australian exam materials well and finally passing the Australian examination would help him achieve his goal. Thinking this, he took out a thick book from the pocket he carried. "This is what I just bought from the Australian bookstore. I'm lending it to you." "What idle book? I don't have time to read now." Zheng Huan glanced at it casually and instantly widened his eyes. The cover was prominently printed with analysis of 200 real questions of Shenlun essay writing. Zheng Huan's reading and reciting enterprise was interrupted by surprise once again. You brat really have money. This book sells for 12 yuan. My father can't save 12 silver dollars working hard for an entire year." He suddenly fell silent and looked at Zhang Yu with doubtful eyes. "You're lending this book to me?" "I have no use if I don't lend it to you. I'm not planning to take the civil service exam. Business at home can't spare me." Zhang Yu spoke with the tone of a new business elite. "But this is too expensive. I'm ashamed to accept it, ashamed to accept." "I'm lending it to you, not giving it." Zhang Yu emphasized the word lending. "As for money, don't worry. The single-soldier energy bar my family trial produced last time passed appraisal. The Fubo Army Joint Logistics signed a big order. The Australians are going to install machinery for my family and build a new factory specifically to produce this product. The prepaid deposit has already arrived. Buying a book is nothing. 12 yuan for a book is nothing. Zheng Huan muttered several times, smiling bitterly. Just this public basic knowledge manual and an exam syllabus cost $6 silver, forcing me to seek a student loan from DeLong. Now I have to work reading newspapers at this reading point every day to pay off the debt. Your family, let me calculate. Besides Chen Liji, you're the second ones the Australians have invested capital to set up a factory for, aren't you? Why do you have such good fortune? Zhang Yu himself often marveled that if he hadn't risked it back then and connected with the Australians first, he didn't know what situation his small tea snack shop would be in now. Awan, as soon as this summer passes, the Australians' first Inke, the Special Civil Service examination, will be held. Work hard, take the book and study it well. Zhang Yu spoke in a very sincere tone. We are good brothers. Zheng Huan looked at Zhang Yu silently, his lower lip trembling, unable to find words. Expressions of thanks seemed so pale and powerless in this moment. Indeed, let us encourage each other, as gentlemen. Zheng Huan answered with force, spoke no more, and turned his head to continue gnawing on that public basic knowledge manual, which he couldn't fully understand and could only memorize by rote. Zhang Yu didn't disturb him anymore. He lifted the curtain and walked out. In the front, the tea guests who hadn't dispersed were enthusiastically discussing the content Zheng Huan had read earlier. Those who were literate had spread the Yangcheng Express on tables, pointing and gesturing. What kind of thing is this electrician? Isn't it the Duke of Thunder and Mother of Lightning? Why Electric Duke now? Some new Australian trick. This is the gong of craftsmen, not the gong of male-female, a literate person explained. Does the thunder and lightning in the sky also use craftsmen? What exactly is the deal with Portugal and Spain? Why does the King of Spain control Portugal? Speaking of which, didn't the Zheng kid say last time that this Spain is the Franks? But he also said there's a France north of Spain that doesn't get along with the Franks. These Western countries feel all jumbled up. What's there to report about a few foals born on that Jeju island? Sending a special dispatch for this. You're ignorant. Horses carry pregnancies longer than humans, 12 months. And it's not a few horses but more than 200 foals born in this wave of late spring and early summer, and all survived. Do you know the market price of horses? Why hasn't this Malfamilian case been solved until now? This group of Australian police, I'd say, are also nothing special, a tea guest boasted shamelessly. They're quite adept at catching people for littering and spitting and collecting fines. Amid the noise, Zhang Yu spotted bold red characters on the front page laid aside. Guangzhou Special Municipality Advanced Worker Commendation Conference held today. Just as he wanted to look more closely, several familiar customers from the past noticed him and called out, Ayu, a rare guest. Come over and drink tea with us. Awan is studying again. Tell us about the things in this newspaper. Exactly, you're familiar with the Australians. You must know more clearly than him. Running business with his father these days had greatly improved Zhang Yu's social skills. Doing business required cultivating popularity. He immediately cupped his hands in greeting with a smile, circled around to acknowledge people, and sat down. What the tea guests cared about most was still the recent Mao family and major case. Ayu, tell us, what exactly is the trick in this Mao family in case? It stirred up wind and clouds all over the city, yet there's still no clear news. This gang of people, they offend heaven and reason. The Australians caught them but don't interrogate them or execute them by slicing, just holding them like this. This gang of flower patters truly deserves 10,000 deaths. I heard people say they're also engaged in some kind of sorcery. That's right, truly practicing sorcery. A tea guest lowered his voice, affecting mystery. I heard Lord Liu, Mayor Liu Xiang, fell victim to it and was almost bedridden. Later, a Daoist priest was invited from Lingao to perform an exorcism. It said they also subdued a little ghost, an imp. My second aunt's third brother's cousin's brother-in-law is a cleaner in the city government. He said so. I heard Daoist Zhang from the Five Immortals Temple say that this gang of demons wants to break Guangzhou's Fengshui, ruin the local dragon vein. Where does Guangzhou have any dragon vein? That Daoist Zhang of yours doesn't even have a Daoist certificate. End of chapter. Chapter 1841. The tea house boss's worries. Zhang Yu savored a fun gu dumpling, speaking between bites in his measured way. Let's count the courts ever established in Guangzhou, he said, patting his belly. Unified China? None. Even those content to cling to half the realm in Jiangnan, not one. At best, Guangzhou saw petty warlords carving out a corner. The kingdom of Nanyu lasted barely a century. The southern hand held on for 50-odd years, each generation feebler than the last. All this talk of Guangzhou possessing a dragon vein, he shook his head. I find it dubious. Immediately, a tea guest raised his thumb. Young Master Zhang is truly learned. You flatter me. Zhang Yu's words were modest, but pride flickered across his face. Just a few gleanings from reading history. Remembering the directives from the public opinion cadre meeting, he added, actually, this sort of basic knowledge is covered in any Australian magazine. Compared to dense history tomes, the explanations are clear and systematic, and far more thorough. Everyone knows you're deep in Australian studies, the tea guests chimed in agreement. But if Guangzhou has no dragon vein, one guest fretted, wouldn't the Australians' conquest of the realm be uncertain? The Australians' dragon vein lies in Australia. What has Guangzhou to do with it? Another guest replied. Besides, I've never heard of Guangzhou Prefecture having particularly auspicious feng shui, yet the Australians prospered there all the same. Auspicious feng shui. A well-traveled tea merchant who'd seen the world laughed bitterly. The great Ming central capital at Fengyang Prefecture had auspicious feng shui, produced a Zhou emperor, and the result was peasants fleeing famine and begging in the streets. Pleased to hear the conversation on the right track, Zhang Yu seized the moment. Precisely. Since ancient times, those who take the realm rely on nothing more than two words: popular sentiment. Everyone nodded. The traveling merchant sighed with feeling. These past years wandering north and south, I've seen that only our Guangdong and Jiangnan can truly be called paradises. Everywhere else shows signs of the end times. When you put it that way, Guangzhou really is blessed land. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the sermon had run its course and having other business to attend to, Zhang Yu rose to take his leave. He had barely stepped away from his seat when the tea house boss waved him over. This boss was an old acquaintance. It was he who had first discovered Zhang Yu back then, letting him read all manner of Australian pamphlets aloud to the tea guests, a practice that drew considerable custom and gave this modest establishment quite a reputation. But in those days, Zhang Yu had been the one receiving patronage. Now everything was different. The boss regarded the young man before him with complicated emotions. Not only had he grown much taller, but his bearing and manner were utterly transformed. His every gesture now carried the flavor of a personage. This rascal really stumbled into remarkable luck, the boss thought, somehow hooking up with the Australians. And the Australians were truly peculiar, spending money to support such a small tea food shop. Now the Zhang family tea food shop not only did booming business, but had built a large workshop dedicated to supplying goods to the Australians. Materials came in, and goods went out on great ships. The Zhang family had solemnly become the foremost tea food establishment in Guangzhou. Even purchasing their wares required signing a contract in advance, stating monthly usage and paying a deposit first. Otherwise, one shouldn't even dream of getting goods. What tea food shop had ever operated this way? Come, over here. The boss beckoned him toward a private room. I really must be going. The family business keeps me busy, Zhang Yu said. It won't take long. There's a matter I've been undecided about for some time. You're familiar with the Australians. Perhaps you can offer me some guidance. Zhang Yu couldn't dismiss this. After all, this tea house boss had shown him recognition and kindness in the old days. So he replied straightforwardly, I wouldn't presume to give guidance, but if you trust me, I can certainly think it through with you. Presumably Ayu knows the Australians are issuing new currency. The boss glanced toward the door, confirming the waiters were about their duties and the tea guests engrossed in loud conversation. He lowered his voice. Exchanging silver for silver dollars, that's nothing. The red hairs and francs use silver dollars too, but this business of silver dollar certificates and subsidiary coin certificates, he shook his head. I truly can't rest easy. Isn't this just the great Ming's treasure notes all over again? Just a month prior, on June 1st, the Ministry of Finance and Economics had officially begun issuing new currency in the Guangdong region. Because the business community had been briefed in advance, and the exchange was silver for silver coins, with deductions for handling fees and production costs based on purity, but ultimately silver in and silver out, there was no sense of loss. Apart from some premium adjustments for purity issues, it posed little burden for merchants and commoners. Moreover, the old currency had varied wildly in purity and weight. Now the silver coins received in exchange were uniform in both full weight, no less, and bore no risk of counterfeiting. Convenient for all parties. For these reasons, the silver coin exchange encountered little resistance. Enthusiasm ran high. However, as the exchange work advanced, the comprehensive collection of copper coins began, and subsidiary coin certificates, along with half-yuan and 2 jiao silver coin circulation certificates, started appearing in the market. This promptly sparked worry among the citizenry, especially small and medium merchants. For a small merchant like the tea house boss, this was a matter of life and death. Such men dealt primarily in small denomination currency in their daily trade. While the occasional generous patron might spend freely, most customers' bills came to only a few hundred wen, or 1 or 2 mace of silver. And when he went out to purchase ingredients, the transaction volumes were similarly modest. Aside from a small amount of bulk goods, fresh provisions were bought daily at retail, using mainly small denomination currency. Before Guangzhou was recovered, he had used copper coins of varying quality. Because local copper coins were insufficient, he'd also used tiny silver beans privately cast by merchants and wealthy households. Weight varied, purity was approximate at best, and one couldn't haggle too finely over quality. After all, these things were mere specks. As long as the purity wasn't utterly debased, they could be spent, though it took some fast talking. And when small currency fell short, he had even issued homemade tea chips to give change to regular customers and settle accounts with familiar vendors. That too required persuasion and currying favor. In truth, he'd had no objection to the Australians minting new currency. The gleaming silver dollars, large and small, felt substantial in hand and looked pleasing to the eye. But now the Australians intended to completely collect broken silver and copper coins, replacing them with paper subsidiary currency. For small merchants, this was a bolt from the blue. Think about it, Ayu. How much cash flows through my shop in a day? Most business comes in at a few hundred wen. How many silver jiao can I collect? Needless to say, the guests all pay with subsidiary coin certificates. And now the Australians are about to issue silver jiao certificates too, supposedly circulating equally with silver coins. If a guest offers one in payment, I can hardly refuse. My whole family, waiters, apprentices, we work all day, and what do we exchange it for? A stack of great song treasure notes, he grimaced. They say these circulate equally, but they're just pieces of paper. I truly can't rest easy. He wore an expression of someone entrusting his life and family fortune. You're familiar with the Australians, looked after by the senators. Is there any assurance in this? Zhang Yu was moved by the question, because the boss's words echoed almost exactly what his own father had said. The Zhang family tea food shop had been reorganized into Zhang's Food Company, Limited, under Senator Zhang Yikun's guidance. As for the details of the reorganization, naturally no one in the Zhang household understood them clearly. It had all been handled by Zhang Yikun. After all, the two Zhangs wrote their surname with the same stroke. Zhang Yu's cousin had been sent to learn Australian accounting precisely for this reason. The Zhang family's tea food shop had never employed an accountant to begin with. Setting aside the differences between Australian and Great Ming bookkeeping methods, the key principle was this: cash doesn't stay overnight. Money is transferred by account. Cash not staying overnight meant that every evening, after reconciling accounts, cash was remitted to the Zhang Company account at DeLong Bank. In the old days, Zhang Yu's mother had personally carried the money box into the back room, closed the door to count carefully, then sorted and stored it. Depositing money at a large shop's counter to earn interest was something the Zhang family had considered. But their shop was small, with modest cash flow, and daily expenses began the moment the door opened. They could never save much. Business had been poor in recent years. They'd been dipping into savings each year. There was no room for such thoughts. Now business was good, but the money no longer entered their own door. It went straight to the bank. What they received in return was a passbook, the shop's funds reduced to mere numbers on its pages. Invisible, intangible. For people running a small business, this was unsettling, but that was secondary. The critical issue was that money could no longer be spent freely. In the past, the finances of the Zhang family tea food shop had been indistinguishable from the family's personal funds. If Zhang Yu wanted a sesame cake, Father Zhang fancied tea and sticky rice chicken, Mother Zhang went to buy vegetables. All of them simply took money from the counter. Recording a stroke in the running account was considered diligent. Forgetting meant it went unrecorded. They had a rough sense of how business was going, but specific profit or loss could only be determined at the 3 annual festivals: settling accounts, collecting debts, offsetting the two, then tallying up the various bits of income and expense. Only then did the figure emerge. Because family and personal spending were intermingled, the shop's actual operating situation was a confused ledger. Now everything had changed. Company accounts were completely separated from household expenses. Father and son Zhang, like the waiters and apprentices in the shop, received a monthly salary from the business. Beyond that, they could no longer draw freely from the accounts. Most critically, all company expenses above a certain amount had to be paid by check, and the seller had to provide an invoice. This system wasn't being promoted only at Zhang's food company. The Australians were forcibly implementing it throughout Guangzhou. All commercial and handicraft enterprises above a specified scale were required to adopt this financial system. And so the Zhang father and son soon discovered that while their family's business grew ever larger, the clinking, gleaming silver dollars they actually saw grew fewer and fewer. End of chapter. Chapter 1842. Currency credit, except for retail at the storefront and smaller wholesale purchases, where cash remained acceptable. Payment settlement between Zhang's food company and its major upstream and downstream partners had already shifted to a bill-based mode. Consequently, what Zhang Yu's father, the legal representative of Zhang's food company, now saw of money was paper. A major task each day was stamping and signing, watching bills arrive one by one and depart one by one. For a man who had handled silver and copper coins for decades, this bred a severe sense of unease. In private, he couldn't help muttering to his precious son, was there any certainty in this Australian way of business? The issuance of new currency was a vital measure in the Senate's administration of Guangzhou. The public opinion network under Senator Qin's purview naturally required corresponding deployments, and since Zhang Yu himself came from a merchant family, he had particular insight to offer. This was more complex than merely spreading gossip in tea houses. It required not only propagating, but also persuading. Zhang Yu reckoned that simply repeating phrases from the weekly public opinion training wouldn't suffice. He needed more compelling rhetoric. Boss whether the great song's treasure note is reliable or not, I wouldn't presume to say, Zhang Yu began eloquently. But tell me, do you consider the Australians reliable in their dealings? That much is beyond dispute. Boss nodded. Though I run a small operation and haven't done business with the Australians directly, I've heard plenty of people say they're utterly trustworthy. They neither bully people with power nor delay payments or pass off shoddy goods. There you have it. Zhang Yu knew this tea house boss actually held a favorable impression of the Australians. Because this establishment sat close to Chengxuan Street, frequented by yamen runners, public servants, wealthy households, retainers, and the various parasites clinging to such people, he'd always been subject to their extortion, having no powerful backer to shield him. Occasionally, when service fell short of expectations, they smashed bowls and tables. He could only swallow his anger and greet them with a smile. After the Australians arrived, the market atmosphere had immediately cleared. Police patrolled the streets, restoring public order. Not only did the riffraff no longer dare cause trouble, but even the Australians' own public servants and runners paid according to posted prices when drinking tea in his shop. There was absolutely no phenomenon of eating, wiping one's mouth, shouting "put it on the tab," and departing. For this, boss he had held up his thumb for quite some time. With such a foundation, persuading him wasn't too difficult. Starting from the Australians' virtuous governance would do. Think about it. If the Australians are people who value trust and righteousness, how could they engage in fraud over something as fundamental as currency and ruin their own reputation? Zhang Yu said. If the Australians wanted wealth, this Guangzhou is their domain. In just 3 days after entering the city, how much gold, silver, and treasure could they not have seized? Why would they resort to such means to accumulate wealth? Boss, he seemed somewhat persuaded, yet this concerned money and livelihood. Silver and copper coins, handled for so many years, now becoming mere slips of paper, wasn't something that could be explained away with a few sentences. Furthermore, Zhang Yu continued, the circulation certificate has been in use in Jiangsu Prefecture for a long time. It was occasionally seen in Guangzhou in the past. Although not widely used locally, it has circulated without issue in Jiangsu for many years, and I've never heard of it becoming waste paper. Plenty of people in this city have traveled to Lingao for business. You must have heard their accounts. Boss, he had indeed heard many tea guests discuss the Australian circulation certificate, though at the time he'd listened as one might to a curious anecdote. He'd never imagined the Australians would actually bring it to Guangzhou. But now that he thought about it, no one had ever reported problems with the certificate. Those who'd gone to trade in the old days might have had to exchange silver for certificates upon arrival, but none had heard of any difficulty exchanging back to silver upon leaving. He was somewhat moved, and nodded unconsciously. Besides, for small businessmen like us, how much silver do we actually handle? Working all day long, apart from a few scraps of broken silver, what we receive is mostly copper coins of every description. Tell me, how much more valuable are those copper coins than the Australian subsidiary coin certificates? This point was crucial. Though the great Ming had no saying for bad money drives out good, the law was already at work in the market. The copper coins everyone spent were almost invariably debased ones, thin, light, liable to snap in half if dropped. Good money of proper weight was seldom seen. To claim such copper coins held real value was to say they possessed the credit formed by everyone growing accustomed to using standard coins over many years. Everyone recognized them as a form of money. Neither Zhang Yu nor Boss he understood the formal definition of currency, but these simple principles were not beyond their grasp. And here's another thing, Boss he. When you found yourself short on change in the past, didn't you also make tea chips to give customers change and settle accounts with noodle vendors and vegetable sellers? Tell me, what are those bamboo chips actually worth? Don't they depend entirely on the credit you've built up running this shop here for years? Boss, he slapped his thigh. I understand now. In the end, whether it's this Australian treasure note or standard coins, being able to use them depends on credit. Exactly, Zhang Yu nodded. A man cannot stand without trust. In today's world, who has earned more credit than anyone else? Boss, he couldn't help sighing with feeling. What you say makes sense. You're truly educated, you see things clearly. You flatter me, Zhang Yu said modestly. It's just a small insight of mine. Besides, subsidiary coin certificates can also be exchanged for silver dollars. If you're truly uneasy, just gather 1,000 yen worth of notes and exchange them for a silver dollar immediately. You should feel secure holding silver dollars, shouldn't you? Of course, of course. Boss, he nodded repeatedly. Why didn't I think of that? It's clearly written on the exchange notice. I was being foolish. Now my mind is at ease. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Yu took his leave and stepped outside. There he found Zheng Huan already holding forth on the social life section's serialized report, the chronicle of Mingnu's disappearance. Although the Mao family in case had been solved through tracing Mingnu's whereabouts, the Mingnu case itself contained little in the way of criminal investigation. Its social significance, however, was immense. Minister Ding considered it an excellent subject for publicizing the superiority of the Senate system and exposing the dark atrocities of human trafficking under Ming rule. He planned to turn the Mingnu disappearance case into a 17th-century equivalent of the Madeline disappearance case. The propaganda department had launched a large-scale special campaign around it, emphasizing that common people under senatorial rule enjoyed peace and possessed human rights. Thus the coverage of this case, plotted out by several scribes in the cultural and propaganda department, had grown into a lengthy serialized report. Wen Daisy, who rarely appeared publicly in Guangzhou, had even written and published an article titled "Every Child is a Child of the Senate" in the Yangcheng Express, adding fuel to the propaganda effort. Amplified by the extended newspaper coverage, the Mingnu disappearance case had unexpectedly become a hot topic on Guangzhou streets. If not for the Mao family in case being so thrilling, it would surely have claimed the top spot in tea-house conversations. Watching Zheng Huan read the newspaper aloud with theatrical head wagging, now narrating how Gao Changyu and Li Ziyu had gone to the tea-house to investigate earnestly and kindly, while Mingnu's parents refused to reveal her whereabouts, Zhang Yu couldn't help smiling. Ayu is flourishing this time, even appearing in the newspaper. The thought filled him with genuine happiness for his young friend. At that same moment, in the lounge of the general manager's office suite at Purple Lightning Tower in Guangzhou, Pei Lixiu reclined half-sitting on a genuine leather sofa. She wore a hollowed-out silk nightgown, one breast exposed, her manner languorous. She had not yet recovered from the wine at the noon banquet. Pei Lixiu had just returned from Lingao. Shortly after Guangzhou was recovered, she had been recalled, a move that prompted suspicious rumors among naturalized employees at the Guangzhou station that Chief Pei was recalled to be punished, or had already been thrown into prison. In truth, she had gone back to discuss with Li Mei, who oversaw commercial affairs, the specific plan for reorganizing Purple Lightning Tower into Purple Lightning Tower Entertainment Co., Limited. Purple Lightning Tower had operated in Guangzhou for many years, carving out a new path among traditional brothels with its Australian style of enjoyment, and becoming the most profitable enterprise of the Guangzhou station. The enormous prospects of this smokeless industry had naturally not escaped the attention of the Commerce Department. Considering that merely running a leisure clubhouse addressed too narrow a customer base, Minister of Commerce Li Mei had proposed, after several considerations, using Purple Lightning Tower as the flagship enterprise for a comprehensive entertainment company, while also expanding into chain operations. During her months in Lingao, Pei Lixiu had been tireless, running from department to department, discussing cooperation, requesting policies, conferring with designers, inspecting samples at factories, all with the aim of taking Purple Lightning Tower to a higher level. Expanding the business scope and opening chain locations would require substantial investment. Relying on government appropriation was naturally hopeless. Fortunately, Guangzhou was undergoing a sweeping rectification of the sex industry. The former official brothels counted as enemy property and would naturally be confiscated. In the process of rectification, Fighting tigers to set examples and establish authority was inevitable. Once these big tigers were dealt with, the properties they left behind could be conveniently taken over, to say nothing of the ready-made human resources. It was under such circumstances that Pei Lixiu had hurried back to Guangzhou from Lingao to officially commence her work. She had now been formally appointed general manager of Purple Lightning Tower and representative of the Senate. Pei Lixiu had no complaints about her appointment. Ming Lang and Li Mei had originally anticipated she might feel somewhat diminished, becoming merely a stay-toned enterprise general manager now that Guangzhou had been recovered. After all, even Zhang Shangji had become director of the Guangzhou Commerce Bureau. But Pei Lixiu didn't see it that way. Being able to return to Purple Lightning Tower and preside over its operations satisfied her completely. Her political ambitions were limited, and she knew where her abilities lay. Besides, compared to Lingao, she was far more familiar with Guangzhou. Purple Lightning Tower was not only where her career had begun, condensing years of her painstaking effort, but also the nexus of her main external social relationships. The heritage of Guangzhou, the foremost city of the southern sky, was fundamentally different from the nouveau rich atmosphere of Lingao. Some of Lingao's newly wealthy locals often made Pei Lixiu roll her eyes. The scions of old aristocratic families in Guangzhou were far more to her liking. End of chapter. Chapter 1843. Purple Lightning Tower's expansion path. The moment she returned to Guangzhou, several wealthy young masters who were regulars at Purple Lightning Tower had appeared one after another, hosting banquets to wash away the dust for her. Scions from families still holding official Ming status dared not come in person, but they too sent gifts with word that they had caught a slight cold and would visit another day. The noon banquet had been enjoyable for host and guests alike. After seeing off the last wave of visitors, Pei Lixiu's head was still swimming, but her spirits ran high. She returned to her general manager's office. Her secretary, Zia He, welcomed her into the lounge with a face wreathed in smiles, helped her settle in and brought the sobering soup. After Han Yue's sudden transfer, Zia He, who had been marginalized, had regained authority over Purple Lightning Tower's inner chamber, becoming once again the establishment's foremost favorite. Her mood was naturally buoyant. Recent news that Han Yue had been suddenly arrested had put a spring in Zia He's step. Even the staff throughout Purple Lightning Tower knew that Secretary Zia had a happy event to celebrate. Do drink a little less at social engagements. It may be fruit wine, but it still takes a toll on the body. Zia He delivered the latest issue of Guangzhou's social situation as she spoke, the pages still emitting bursts of fresh ink. Reuniting with old friends, a few extra cups are inevitable. Besides, as the company develops, we'll need their continued support. Pei Lixiu rubbed her temples. She flipped casually through Guangzhou's social situation and found the latest report on the Mingnu disappearance case. She was strangely interested in this affair, not because of any concern for protecting the rights of women and children, but because of Dong Mingdeng, who featured in the report. She knew Dong Mingdeng. When she had still been the Guangzhou prefect's daughter, albeit one of low standing in the Dong household, Purple Lightning Tower had cultivated social ties with Dong Mingdeng and her mother, laying groundwork for future contingencies. At the time, this illegitimate miss had left little impression, but Dong Mingdeng's performance in the Mingnu incident had given Pei Lixiu cause to look at her with new eyes. This kind of thinking was nothing remarkable in the hype-driven 21st century, but in the 17th century, it was simply not something ordinary people possessed. I hadn't realized this little girl had such deep waters in her mind, using this incident to promote her own shop. Why didn't I discover she had such business talent back then? Opening a shop herself and publicizing it, she really has some skills. Why didn't I recognize her potential? Pei Lixiu mused. It seems the new society is better at discovering talent. She was not particularly interested in reforming society, but suddenly she seemed to understand why the senators were so enthusiastic about it. She flipped casually to the second page. It contained the record of the first big tiger brought down in the sex industry rectification campaign, Fangchun Court. The report in Social Situation was written without emotional coloring, narrating facts straightforwardly, and was far more detailed than public reports. The rectification of the sex industry was what Pei Lixiu cared about most. What she had obtained from Lingao was not investment but policy. How much of this policy could actually be implemented depended entirely on the results of the rectification. Because Fangchun Court was the first large brothel found guilty of forcing free persons into prostitution and private trafficking of persons, it had been made into a typical example. After the work team officially took residence, the brothel was essentially destroyed. The root-digging movement carried out by the work team in Fangchun Court, after Lion Nisheng had severely interrogated the power holders within, such as Han Kaioji, Huang Xiang, Mayan, and Yao Sao, caused the seemingly dead calm establishment to erupt like a volcano. Not only did prostitutes come forward one after another to accuse the abuse and exploitation they had suffered, but even Meiji, servant women, and Doofenshui followed suit to expose and accuse. For a time, everyone pushed against the falling wall. Even claws and teeth like Huang Xiang and Yao Sao wept bitterly while recounting their own miserable histories, expressing determination to draw a clear line with Han Kaioji and wash their hearts and renew themselves. Pei Lixiu skipped past the prostitutes' complaints and the madam's crimes at the front, falling directly to the detailed inventory of Fangchun Court's situation at the back. It listed in detail the floor area, building structure, personnel composition, and fixed assets, allowing Pei Lixiu to fully assess how large this piece of meat was and how much of it she could eat. Purple Lightning Tower was a state-owned enterprise directly under the Planning Commission. Though it couldn't claim first-class national policy company status, it remained an important source of the Senate's current revenue. In the past, this distinction hadn't mattered much. It was merely one of countless straws inserted into the Great Ming to draw blood. But now circumstances had changed. Purple Lightning Tower operated in Guangzhou but answered directly to the Planning Commission. Its profits and taxes flowed to the central government. As for the Guangzhou municipal government, there was only land tax revenue. In other words, if Purple Lightning Tower Entertainment Co., Limited, grew bigger and stronger, it would be the Planning Commission feasting on meat. Mayor Liu's office, at best, would get to drink the soup. Moreover, Purple Lightning Tower's expansion plan had its eyes on properties confiscated during Guangzhou's public morals rectification campaign. The attitude of Guangzhou Special Municipality toward Purple Lightning Tower's expansion plan could easily be imagined. During Pei Lixiu's trip to Lingao, many people had pointed out this center versus local issue, some obliquely, some directly. It's uncertain whether this piece of meat, Fangchun Court, can be eaten smoothly. Pei Lixiu set down Social Situation and murmured to herself, "Chief, Su Ai has arrived. Shall I invite her in?" "She's here. Please do." Pei Lixiu's spirits lifted. Since Su Ai had been rescued from Jiaoqing by Thorpe, she had been settled at Purple Lightning Tower. Having nowhere else to turn and being a famous courtesan unable to perform manual labor, she had no place to shelter except for service enterprises like Purple Lightning Tower. Fortunately, she was a Yangzhou thin horse by background, so coming to Purple Lightning Tower suited her profession. She now specialized in reception and training work. "Chief." Su Ai walked in and adjusted her attire respectfully before bowing. Though this wasn't their first meeting, she remained extremely deferential. After her bow, she stood aside with hands clasped, waiting for instructions. In the past, privately, she had been Pei Lixiu's handkerchief sister, a boudoir confidant who shared everything. Publicly, she had been the most favored concubine beside the dignified Guangzhou touring censor. For Pei Lixiu to associate with her back then had been climbing the social ladder. Now everything was reversed. Pei Lixiu was not only a senator of the Senate that officially ruled Guangzhou and even all of Guangdong, noble beyond words in the great song. She was also the proprietor of this very purple lightning tower where Su Ai now sheltered and earned her living. Su Ai herself was merely a stray dog, relying on past friendship to muddle through under Pei Lixiu's hand. These distinctions could not be mistaken. Therefore, since arriving at Purple Lightning Tower, she had never presumed on their old friendship. She remained respectful and humble at all times. Pei Lixiu had grown accustomed to her manner and found it rather comfortable. She waved her hand and said amiably, "Why such formality between sisters? Sit, chat with me for a while." "Yes, many thanks to the chief." Su Ai replied softly and seated herself carefully on a lower stool. Pei Lixiu had summoned Su Ai not to reminisce or discuss poetry and lyrics. Su Ai had known back then that Miss Pei was something of an airhead. Setting aside poetry and song, even when it came to writing a few characters, she was inferior to a maid from a scholarly household. At best she could recognize some common words. In the noble ladies' salon at Purple Lightning Tower in the old days, Pei Lixiu had played nothing more than the role of a hospitable and enthusiastic hostess. When it came to refined pursuits, she was entirely ignorant. What Pei Lixiu was actually calculating concerned Fangchun court. Though she had never been there herself, she'd heard people say it was one of the premier large brothels in the city. Not only were the buildings magnificent, but the location was excellent. If Purple Lightning Tower could occupy it, the benefits to future business development would be immense. But that was only one consideration. Pei Lixiu's ambitions didn't stop there. In her view, the abundant manpower in the old brothels was also a considerable resource, suitable candidates to supplement Purple Lightning Tower's ever-expanding workforce, greatly beneficial for diversified operations. However, as a modern woman, she knew nothing about old-style brothels, and she found the mentality of practitioners within even harder to comprehend. Fortunately, she now had Su Ai. Su Ai came from a famous courtesan background in Jiangnan. The various routines of brothels could not be hidden from her. She was precisely the resource Pei Lixiu needed to rely on. That said, Su Ai was a Yangzhou thin horse by origin. Her skills in serving men were first-rate, but when it came to practical management, she was out of her depth. Moreover, years of living by selling smiles had fostered in her a strong dependency mentality. Being a consultant was acceptable, but standing alone to take charge of work was beyond her. Someone else, reliable and capable, would have to be found. Turning these thoughts over, Pei Lixiu opened her mouth and asked, "Sister Su, I've heard you came from a Jiangnan brothel in the past." When Su Ai had still been Censor Gao's concubine, this question would have been impolite to ask. Even for a famous courtesan, the background wasn't necessarily something to boast about. Now, naturally, there was nothing to be coy about. "Yes, this servant was in a Yangzhou brothel in the past," Su Ai answered. Though Pei Lixiu had told her several times to stop calling herself this servant, she still used the humble term. "Then you must be very familiar with the rules and workings of the brothel." "Naturally. This servant was in the brothel from childhood until Lord Gao redeemed me at 19. I witnessed much of what went on inside. I know a bit about matters high and low." "Then how familiar is Sister Su with local brothels here?" Famous courtesans like Su Ai were born with keen minds. She was literate and read newspapers every day, keeping abreast of various developments in the Guangzhou market. With barely a moment's thought, she understood Pei Lixiu's meaning. She had her eyes on Fangchun court. Su Ai felt no surprise at all. Since ancient times, officials bullying the people and seizing property had been common fare. When certain parties had sought to suppress the Australians back then, the plain truth was that someone had coveted Australian property and tried to force donations. And when that failed, trouble ensued. The great Ming officials had started it, so one could hardly blame the Australians for finishing it. Guangzhou was now the Australians' domain. Choosing the fat to devour was only natural. End of chapter. Chapter 1844. advanced worker that Pei Lixiu had come specifically to ask Mint. She intended to rely on her for the next phase of work. Devouring this fat morsel of Fangchun court, the Australians naturally wouldn't simply close it down and be done with it. Su Ai prided herself on understanding the Australians well. Their defining trait was regarding wealth as life. When they had fled Guangzhou in panic, with flames licking their heels and knives at their throats, Proprietor Gu had still performed a great shift of the universe. Except for bulky items inconvenient to transport, almost nothing of value had been left behind in Purple Lightning Tower. Though the Australians possessed this unique establishment, they knew precious little about the inner workings of brothels and musician households. She herself was not merely from a musician household but had been in the profession since childhood, obviously the sort of professional talent the Australians spoke of. If things went this way, mightn't she rise to the rank of madam? Joy immediately touched her brow. The chief has truly asked the right person, she said eagerly. This servant knows nothing of local brothels, but this servant was originally a woman of a musician household in Jiangnan, ground and polished in the brothel since childhood. I can say the scene inside is clear as crystal. If there is any place to employ this servant, I shall naturally do my utmost to serve. Pei Lixiu nodded slightly. I shall indeed need to borrow Sister Su's abilities. Yes, yes. Su Ai nodded repeatedly. Sister Su, among the women in the brothels, how many are truly willing to eat from this bowl? Pei Lixiu asked abruptly. The question was unusual. Su Ai didn't immediately grasp her meaning. Thinking again, she understood. These days, the Australians were trumpeting rectification of the sex industry with great fanfare in their newspapers. The tune of liberating women was played loudly, and the central accusation was that brothels forced free persons into prostitution. She tasted the meaning in Pei Lixiu's words, considered the earlier questions, and immediately grasped Pei Lixiu's intent. With a smile, she replied, Chief, to say everyone eats from this bowl willingly, that naturally doesn't exist. But for women from musician households like this servant, regarded by the world as pariahs and forbidden for generations to engage as scholars, farmers, artisans, or merchants, young and old knowing only how to play instruments and sing, making a living by song and smiles. If we don't eat from this bowl, what other bowl is there? Even if one wished to change professions and become respectable, only the young can manage it. For faded flowers and withered willows like this servant, people would find us too clumsy even for work as a Meiji, she smiled self-mockingly. To speak a spineless truth, having been in this line so long, we only begged the madams to treat us more kindly so our days might be easier. We worked harder at business too. As for other thoughts, surprisingly, there were none. She looked up at Pei Lixiu's expression. Seeing her nod slightly, seeming to have formed some idea, Su Ai knew she had guessed 80 or 90% correctly. She had wanted to add a few more sentences but thought better of it, best to speak less. Then she heard Pei Lixiu ask, the great Ming Guangzhou prefect Dong's daughter, Dong Mingding, do you know her? This servant does not know her. By the time Prefect Dong arrived in Guangzhou, this servant had already drifted to Zheyaking, Su Ai said. But I have heard she is a capable woman. It's said that when the heavenly army entered the city and rebel Dong took poison, the young miss actually went herself to ask Lord Liu for the family property. That courage alone commands admiration, to say nothing of her now supporting her mother by opening a shop and earning her own living. Truly a heroine among women. If this servant had possessed her courage and spirit, how would I have fallen to Zheyaking to suffer so? New society, women hold up half the sky. Pei Lixiu suddenly uttered a political slogan rarely spoken in the past, surprising even herself. It was being restricted everywhere under the Ming kingdom, unable to be displayed. Now under our Senate's new system, women can fully demonstrate their respective talents. Studying and doing business, in no way inferior to men. I can see this Miss Dong as a talent worth cultivating. She paused. It's a pity. Su Ai didn't immediately understand why she said pity, but upon reflection she grasped it. Senator Pei intended to promote Dong Mingdeng, but unfortunately, Dong Mingdeng was the daughter of a court enemy, a genuine family member of a criminal official. Not being demoted to an official prostitute according to Great Ming rules was already leniency. How could she be placed in an important position? Su Ai pondered a moment and said, "The chief need not feel it a pity. That she has achieved even this small situation is due to the vast grace of the great song. This small business of hers is like a seedling, unable to withstand wind and frost. If the chief could bestow some rain and dew at this time, presumably that would be excellent." Pei Lixiu understood the meaning in Su Ai's words. Directly recruiting Dong Mingdeng wouldn't work, but this didn't preclude bestowing favors to win her heart for future service. Li Ziyu had been bursting with pride these past few days. The entire police station was buzzing with rumors about him being received by Chief Wen. A few days earlier, he had been invited to attend the Guangzhou Advanced Worker Commendation Conference. Though the conference was nominally for all of Guangdong Province, it was actually composed mostly of advanced workers from Guangzhou Special Municipality. To publicize and encourage more local indigenous people to come forward and participate in work, a batch of newly naturalized staff who had joined the workforce since Guangdong's recovery were specially selected as exemplary figures. Li Ziyu had been selected in this manner. Participating in the commendation conference was an entirely novel experience. Whether it was attending meetings, listening to reports, watching Australian construction achievement documentary films, or participating in gala parties, all of it was both fresh and fascinating to the young man. And the old naturalized citizens with their mouthfuls of new vocabulary and standard, new speech made him feel keenly his own inadequacy. The 3-day conference passed in a flash. At noon on the final day came the collective reception. 80 advanced workers waited on chairs arranged in stepped rows. When he saw the Great Song Pacification Commissioner of Guangdong and Guangxi, the legendary Chief Wen, emerge from the side door of the hall, waving and smiling at everyone, warm applause immediately erupted throughout the venue. Chief Wen walked past them with a slight turn, smiling and clapping as well. In an instant, a tremendous excitement Li Ziyu couldn't fully comprehend invaded his entire being. Unconsciously, like the veteran naturalized citizens, he clapped desperately and cheered. Whenever he recalled this scene, his whole body filled with energy and his blood surged. Chief Wen, he had heard, was the highest official in Aussie song. He hadn't believed it before, but being received that day, he could feel it from the eyes of Bureau Chief Mu and Mayor Liu standing beside him. Chief Wen had been very amiable. Thinking back now, he couldn't recall what had been asked at all. He had been too busy being excited, remembering only that he had said a pile of words about serving the Senate. Going home to tell his parents, the two had been overjoyed. His mother had specially prepared a meal of fine dishes and rice. His father had drunk wine with him, the meal lasting late into the night. His parents had exhorted him repeatedly to work diligently and earn an official position in the police as soon as possible, to bring honor to the family. Whenever he thought of this, Li Ziyu would smile to himself, lowering his head to copy the security statement back up with renewed vigor. Little Li haven't eaten yet, spirits running high. Someone poked a head through the corridor window. On Ninth Master. Li Ziyu looked up and found Gao Changju regarding him with a smile. He said sheepishly, "Ninth Master, have you had lunch?" "Just heading to the cafeteria." Gao Changju shook the meal ticket in his hand. "Why haven't you eaten yet? To be advanced, you have to fill your stomach first." "Just finishing a few more characters. After I write this backup, we'll go together, Ninth Master." After a while, Li Ziyu set down his pen, took a meal ticket from the drawer and walked quickly out of the security section room. Gao Changju stood there watching him with a smile, which made Li Ziyu feel self-conscious. "Ninth Master, what is it? Is there something on my face?" Li Ziyu checked himself but found nothing amiss, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Nothing, just marveling, kid, your luck is really something. You've just entered the profession and broken such a major case. I've been a public servant for ages, but your experience is rarely seen. I heard you were received by the chief too. That's too generous, isn't it? All thanks to Ninth Master's leadership. I just helped out. The two chatted as they walked. Heh, kid's not bad, still knows how to look after this old man's face, not getting arrogant. You've got a future. Gao Changju patted Li Ziyu's shoulder, then spoke mysteriously. Ziyu, this time the old brother needs to ask for your help. Ninth Master, what words? We're on the same side, just speak if there's anything. If I can help, I definitely will. It's nothing big. It's like this. The two of us have been recommended by Bureau Chief Mu to be sent to Lingao for training. You know the old brother doesn't recognize many characters. When it comes to whatever exams there might be, you'll have to help me out. What? Going to Lingao? Us? Training? You didn't know? Gao Changju stopped, looking at Li Ziyu, whose mouth had fallen open wide enough to stuff an egg inside. Li Ziyu shook his head like a rattled drum. Ninth Master, I truly didn't know. Gao Changju pulled Li Ziyu along to keep walking while whispering. Our section chief just told me. Silly kid, this is a golden opportunity for rapid advancement. Haven't you heard people say? To be promoted, one must receive police intermediate training in Lingao for 3 months. The old brother is blessed by your good fortune to be sent to Lingao too. Our section chief said that normally, as an old hand from the county yamen with a low education level, I'd have no chance at this kind of training. Nonsense, it's me who's blessed by Ninth Master. Can't deny it. Our great Aussie song really is different from the former Ming. Rewards and punishments are clear, no sloppiness at all. The old brother has been a public servant all my life, broken quite a few cases. Besides a few words of praise and a few tales of silver, when did the master ever let such benefits fall on my head? A runner till old age. Yes, yes. Li Ziyu nodded, his heart blooming with joy. A windfall from the sky. Though Gao Changju's words were vague, Li Ziyu thought about asking the section chief properly later. As they talked, they soon arrived at the backyard cafeteria. When Li Ziyu lined up for food, he felt many eyes upon him, even catching a few remarks like this kid's luck is really something. He ate 2 extra bowls for lunch. End of chapter. Chapter 1845. Honoring ancestors. That afternoon, Li Ziyu's work enthusiasm soared. After copying documents, he went out on 2 missions with the team, both involving arrests at brothels. Recently, there had been an especially large number of anonymous reporting letters arriving from various establishments. A trove of old cases, madams and managers abusing and persecuting prostitutes to death, was being unearthed. These letters arrived at the police station and were all forwarded to the security section, which was currently handling the sex industry rectification case. After simple sorting and analysis, arrests proceeded according to the list. Neither naturalized citizens from Hainan nor locally retained recruits possessed any concept of the modern legal system. Moreover, those working in the brothel trade were almost universally unsavory characters. There was no injustice in arresting them. Mu-Min also intended to maintain a posture of relentless pressure on the sex industry, so apprehending anyone with leads became the sole standard for case handling. Those arrested were thrown directly into temporary detention centers for slow interrogation. Li Ziyu was so busy his feet didn't touch the ground, registering, recording statements, handling procedures. Though exhausted, he still hadn't seen the section chief, which left him somewhat anxious. Only near the end of his shift did Lian Nisheng return, dust-covered from travel. The moment she entered, she patted the documents in her hand toward Li Ziyu and said, "Ayu, congratulations. You've been named by the bureau chief to go to Lingao for training. Here's the notification." "Thank you, Section Chief Lion." The stone in Li Ziyu's heart finally settled into place. He took the notification from the section chief's hand and snapped an Australian-style attention. "No need to be polite, it's all the Senate's grace." Lian Nisheng looked at the young man before her with mixed feelings, actually sensing a tiny pang of envy in her heart. The departure time hasn't been set yet, but it will be within the next few days. Spend a day handing over the matters in your charge. "Yes." Li Ziyu held the transfer document. The security section suddenly came alive. Colleagues crowded around him, everyone congratulating Li Ziyu. Some said his luck was remarkable, some said he was a lucky general, some said he had been elevated by a noble patron. Everyone urged Li Ziyu not to forget them after he returned from training and got promoted. While socializing with his colleagues, Li Ziyu kept glancing at the notification. Though he tried hard to wear a calm expression of unmoved by favor or disgrace, the corners of his mouth still turned up with joy. The brief lines of simple, unemotional words on the notification read like an exquisite embroidered essay to him, refreshing the heart and spleen like nectar and jade liquor. He suddenly understood why his teacher at the community school had said, "Good articles can also accompany wine." Unable to help himself, he read the transfer order dozens of times until he had practically memorized every word and sentence. Only then did Li Ziyu reluctantly tuck the notification away close to his body. Quitting time had arrived. Normally he would linger a bit past the end of his shift, but today he decided to share this good news with his family early and let them share in his joy. Before he even reached home, Li Ziyu's voice was already carrying far into the courtyard. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Li Ziyu's mother came out to welcome him. She had barely reached the courtyard gate when she saw Li Ziyu trotting in like wind and fire. Though his family were military household people, they still stressed abiding by rules and walking properly, with upright conduct. Since entering Australian service and becoming a policeman which required bearing, he rarely behaved this way. It surprised Mother Li considerably. These were times of dynastic change. Her heart was always somewhat uneasy. She looked nervously at Li Ziyu. What happened? Why are you so early today?" Before she could finish, Li Ziyu pulled her into the main room. Seeing his father sitting by the long table reading a newspaper, Li Ziyu turned and pressed his mother into the chair by the tea table. He addressed his paired parents. "Dad, Mom, your son has truly prospered this time. Just now a notification came. They want your son to go to Lingao for training. When I come back, it'll be with an official position." Surprised. The very thing we were hoping for a few days ago has happened today. Would you say your son's luck is good or not? As he spoke, Li Ziyu produced the transfer order from his bosom and waved it in his hand. "What, truly?" Father Li set down the newspaper and stood. In his excitement, he nearly knocked the cup off the table. "Dad, look." Li Ziyu handed the transfer order to his father. Father Li studied it up and down several times and asked, "This training?" "Dad, it's like this. According to Great Song officialdom rules, one cannot be an official without undergoing training. Even if you're already an official before being promoted a level, you must undergo training again before taking office. So that means your son, I am about to become an official, a small official, granted." Li Ziyu repeated in detail what he had heard from Gao Changjiu. "Aya." Father Li's face turned thoroughly red. He turned to Mother Li. "Wife, go quickly to the alley mouth, find Butcher Tian. Buy 2 caddies of pig head meat, no, buy a whole pig head and get another 2 caddies of wine. Our Li family is going to prosper again. This is all our ancestors' blessing. Go quickly. Why are you just standing there? Go, go. When you return, we'll offer sacrifice to the ancestors." Mother Li responded repeatedly, hastily taking a basket and heading out. Father Li was so overjoyed that his words tumbled out in disorder. Watching the equally tearful Mother Li turn out of the main room, he turned back to Li Ziyu. "What big official, small official, this is official status." Official status. Li Ziyu thought, "I'm already in civil service establishment. Moving up is still civil servant. If that's official status, then I already have it." But this was impossible to explain to his father, so he simply replied respectfully, "Father is right. Only with this first step can there be subsequent ones. I'll go invite out the ancestral tablets. You call Zhao Gui and tidy up the main room, carry an 8 immortals table out." "Zhao Gui is back. He had the early shift today. He came back in the afternoon," Father Li said. "He told me you were going to prosper. I still thought it sounded a bit vague. Who would have thought what he said was actually true?" Father Li suddenly remembered something. Pointing at the newspaper, he said, "No wonder. the newspaper published your matter. Seems it wasn't exaggeration at all. The Australians really are going to promote you. Oh, I've been so busy these few days I haven't had time to read the paper. Let me see. Li Ziyu reached for the newspaper. What's the hurry? Take care of proper business first. Go call Zhao Gui, ask him to come help out. Though he's not of our Li family, he's a loyal and reliable fellow and has some fortune about him. Since he came to our house, your luck has been consistently good. I think you could become sworn brothers of different surnames with him in the future. Perhaps one day he'll be of help to you. Li Ziyu agreed. Just as they were talking, Mother Li came in carrying the pig head, saying happily, Butcher Tian is quite generous. When he heard you're going to Lingao for training, he threw in half a set of intestines and lungs for free. Wait for me to wash them clean and cook. The incense table was set up, and the ancestral tablets were invited out. Mother Li called, Come lend a hand. Zhao Gui ran out from the kitchen beside the main room, took the wine and pig head from Mother Li's hands, and turned back into the kitchen. Mother Li followed Zhao Gui in to work busily. The father and son in the main room had become leisurely. Father Li examined the transfer order over and over, occasionally reciting its contents in a drawn-out tone. Li Ziyu held the newspaper, reading the serialized reports on the Mingnu case. When Mother Li and Zhao Gui had finished arranging the sacrificial offerings, Mother Li came out to say, Husband, everything is prepared. It's getting late. Father and son set down what they held. Everyone stood before the incense table to burn incense and kowtow, offering sacrifice to the ancestors and comforting their spirits in heaven. Though Ah Gui didn't kneel or bow, he watched from the side. After worshipping the ancestors, the family plus Zhao Gui took their seats for eating and drinking. The celebration lasted late into the night, ending only when Father Li was thoroughly drunk. Because there were many matters at the bureau and he had to hand over his work, several things on hand needed processing as quickly as possible. Early the next morning, Li Ziyu returned to the bureau. Just as he entered the security section, he saw someone bringing in a young man. The fellow wore a green silk pleated robe, a pair of finely knotted Qingqiao cloth shoes, black silk knee pads tied over clean water cloth socks, and a tasseled hat on his head, unmistakably the attire of a dissolute city son. He was shouting injustice loudly the moment he came in, proclaiming, I was walking properly, neither stealing nor robbing, didn't even spit a mouthful of phlegm. Why arrest me and drag me into the yamen? The arresting officers didn't answer, dragging him directly into the registration room to photograph and register. Li Ziyu paid it no mind and continued with his paperwork. Not a few minutes later, the policeman handling procedures in the registration room suddenly rushed out, shouting loudly, Quick, quick, find a doctor. Ripples immediately spread through the pretrial room. The part-time hygienist hurried in with a medicine chest. Someone rushed off to fetch the police station's duty doctor. Li Ziyu walked over to see what was happening. On the registration room floor, the young man who had just been brought in was convulsing, foaming at the mouth. Several officers surrounded him, some held smelling salts to his nose, some unbuttoned his clothes, all in chaos. The man's consciousness had not yet faded. He clawed violently at his chest, gasping hard, his hoarse throat calling for water. In just a few minutes his head suddenly lolled to one side and his whole body seemed to go slack. Not good, Li Ziyu thought. The body had been convulsing before. Now suddenly going limp likely meant the soul had departed. Sure enough, the doctor who'd been summoned checked the pulse and shook his head. The breath was gone. Just our luck. The policeman who'd caught him stamped his foot. Finally caught him with such difficulty, and he dies on us. Now how do we explain this to the task force? Li Ziyu had originally assumed this was just some dissolute wastrel who'd committed a minor offense. Hearing this, he quickly asked, Who was the deceased? Who else? One of the criminals being secretly pursued in the Mao family in case, Wang Dong. Arresting Wang Dong had taken more time than expected. Ever since Wang Daniel had disappeared and subsequently been killed, he had been a stray dog with no fixed abode, merely clinging to the brothels to sponge meals. At night, He mostly slept in concierge rooms or the backyards of various establishments. After the sex industry rectification campaign began, police frequented the major brothels. Because Wang Dong had been involved in abducting and trafficking women, he felt increasingly uneasy, stopped frequenting brothels, and went into hiding at a private door of a musician household with which he had old ties, muddling through one day at a time. End of chapter. Chapter 1846. Clipping wings, but Wang Dong had no spare money in hand. The sisters who sold smiles loved beauty, and loved cash even more. When 3 to 5 days had passed without him producing any coin, their expressions and words grew increasingly unpleasant. The madam chattered endlessly that he hadn't registered for temporary residence when he came to stay, nor was he willing to produce a few coins to entertain the local constable. She couldn't shoulder the liability any longer. Forced out, he had no choice but to leave. With no money and nowhere to go, he had to return to Music Workshop Street to resume his old trade. There, unexpectedly, he was caught red-handed by police lying in wait. No one had expected Wang Dong to die within mere minutes of being brought to the station. Given the particularity of the Mao family in case, his death added yet another layer of mystery. It looks like the enemy already knows their tale is exposed. They're anxious to silence him. This confirms our reconnaissance direction is correct. The speaker was Wu Mu. Though his tone was calm, inwardly he was quite anxious. From the original headless corpse until now, they had strung together several cases with numerous clues and many arrests, yet not a single true mastermind had been caught. The mysterious, stone old man remained nowhere to be found, and even the sorcerer who practiced dark magic hadn't been apprehended. Wu Mu's difficulty lay in the fact that the Political Security Bureau's own action department was tiny. He bore the title of Guangdong Political Security General Special Commissioner in name only, essentially a commander without soldiers, for his department was unlike others. Staff could not be expanded locally. As a result, much basic reconnaissance work had to be entrusted to the national police, including the current case, which was actually being investigated by the Guangzhou Police Bureau. Such delegation not only increased coordination difficulties, but also meant ceding ground to the national police in political security matters. So when Zhao Mengsheng dispatched Action Division Chief Zhou Batao, it was like timely rain. Zhou Batao tapped cigarette ash from his sleeve. Judging from the comprehensive clues, this case has strong ties to the Guangzhou gentry, especially the Liang family. Even if they aren't the mastermind, they're certainly one of the important backers. A pity we don't have any decisive evidence in hand. Evidence isn't too important for us, Zhou Batao said. The Senate and the gentry are in a fundamentally hostile contradiction. This isn't a legal issue. The main problem is that we're not yet stable in Guangdong. Shaking the firmly entrenched gentry is still difficult. Rush to move against them, and if they unite to counterattack, with our current military force and cadre numbers, I'm afraid we couldn't manage it. Then government orders truly wouldn't leave Guangzhou. My view is we should start with Wenlin Academy and Guan Dai Temple. Several major cases since entering Guangzhou had pointed clues toward these two places. Zhou Batao believed they could begin there. Wenlin Academy was the largest academy in Guangzhou. Because of its rich endowment, it had always been fat meat coveted by the local gentry. Struggles over the positions of academy director and dean had never ceased. In recent years, Zhang Ejiao had relied on the Liang family's power, and Mo Rongson had relied on becoming in-laws with Gao Tianqi. The two partnered to control Wenlin Academy, pocketing annual revenues of several thousand taels. Zhang Ejiao, Mo Rongson, and Gao Tianqi, these three should all be frontmen running errands for the gentry, Zhou Batao said. We kept them in the past because our manpower and material resources were insufficient to deal with them. Now, the Guangzhou municipal government has at least set up its framework. Taking them out serves several purposes. First, it knocks the mountain to shake the tiger, warning the gentry not to speak or move rashly. Second, it clips the gentry's wings. Third, it benefits Mayor Liu. The Guan Dai Temple gang goes without saying, that's a malignant tumor. As for Wenlin Academy, every scholar in the city knows what goes on inside. Complaints are enormous. Taking out Wenlin Academy not only lets Mayor Liu make a windfall but vents anger for the scholars. And by the way, the education department might thank you too. Is that abacus well calculated? Wu Mu smiled. I hadn't expected you to figure out Guangzhou's situation so clearly after only a few days here. Have you forgotten my background? Being a private detective meant selling intelligence. Though I've only been here a few days, I was reading the data compilations you sent every day back in Lingao. Zhou Batao said, Guangzhou's situation is extremely complex. Our modest administrative capacity is a drop in the ocean. Your special commissioner job is hard to do. Just then, someone delivered documents. Zhou Batao took them, flipped through, and said, no new material, see how you want to handle it. Wu Mu took them over. This was Han Yue's latest interrogation record. Nothing new. No matter how she was questioned, she could only confess to knowing Wang Dong. This man was not only the one who had seduced her into her fall, but also played the role of liaison. The documents she obtained from the city government and the mischief with Liu Xiang's incense burner were all done on Wang Dong's instructions. As for whose orders Wang Dong followed, Han Yue herself didn't know. She had only heard Wang Dong mention a court official. That was equivalent to saying nothing. Wu Mu knew that Han Yue's role in the intelligence system was a low-tier one. Though she provided extremely important intelligence and bore the greatest risk, the returns she obtained and her importance within the system were actually the lowest. Once exposed, it was precisely such people who were ruined and lost their lives, deserving of being called cannon fodder in the intelligence world. That's such a naturalized cadre with a reliable background, formidable experience, and bright future should betray them like this was regrettable by any measure. Yet Han Yue's motive for falling didn't seem particularly surprising to Wu Mu. Han Yue was already in her early 20s and had just been exiled from the senator's side. For female naturalized citizens, almost everyone dreamed of being taken into favor by a senator. As someone who had served close to a senator, even if as secretary to a female senator, Han Yue could count herself as having had a real chance. Now expelled from the ranks of those close to senators, she was forever separated from this dream. Aging without life security, hope lost. No man had ever been good to her. Then a sweet-talking pretty boy appeared, satisfying both her emotional and physical needs while promising her a future. Wu Mu thought about the 2 consecutive mole cases handled by the Political Security Bureau in Guangzhou involving women. He sighed inwardly. Old thoughts and old moral concepts really didn't fade away so easily. No wonder Zhao Mengxing hadn't agreed to let him open a political security training class in Guangzhou, insisting on recruiting from naturalized citizens in Lingao. Compared to the whole world, Lingao is just an isolated island of modernized industrial society. But this island is an island thoroughly transformed by us. Only people who have undergone full education and baptism on this island can have their loyalty to our system and culture guaranteed, Zhao Mengxing had said. Given a completely new life, a completely new livelihood and a broad future, yet couldn't withstand one man's sweet talk. Women truly are slaves of emotion, Zhou Batao mocked himself. No, I think we simply didn't do well enough. Wu Mu shook his head. We imposed our own concepts onto naturalized citizens, thinking women in this position would only work harder and be more grateful to the Senate. We forgot that not long ago, they were still genuine 17th century natives. Even Mayor Liu's little secretary, who'd read books at Fangchun since childhood, was confused by nonsense about seeking sons and aphrodisiacs. Let alone Han Yue, who had basically never transformed her thinking properly in Lingao. Besides, Han Yue is already in her early 20s. In this space-time, she's a genuine old maid. If we'd gotten her a husband earlier, this Wang Dong probably wouldn't have succeeded so easily, emotionally empty, and a man entered the void. Then seduced into bed, sweet words, dead-set devoted ghost-obsessed played and used abandoned. Zhou Batao supplemented silently. He had handled many divorce cases and seen far too much of this. Unexpectedly, you understand women quite well, Zhou Bat joked. Not at all. Wu Mu was slightly embarrassed. He hurried to change the topic. Pity that Wang Dong who hooked her died just after being caught today. Could this fleeing sorcerer really possess such formidable ability to kill invisibly from a distance? The body has been sent to forensic Dr. Su. Results will come soon, Zhou Batao said. As for us, let's consider how to start on Wenlin Academy and Guandai Temple first. Meanwhile, Su Wan stood beside Wang Dong's already disemboweled corpse, holding a magnifying glass under the spotlight. She paid no attention whatsoever to the sawed-open skull or the organs filling the table beside her, carefully examining one of Wang Dong's legs, now blue and rigid. There were two very clear small dots on the ankle. Su Wan exhaled, picked up her vernier caliper, carefully measured the distance between the 2 points and recorded it in her notebook. Then she straightened up with satisfaction and called out, "Pack all this back up for me. Sew it up." Her apprentice walked over with a look of disgust to clean up the battlefield Su Wan had left. The workload had been too enormous. She'd called her apprentice left behind in Lingao over to assist. This apprentice was also female, said to be from a butcher's family, and therefore unfazed by blood. She was accustomed to scenes of disembowelment. Su Wan showed none of the warmth that male senators might have toward this apprentice. Not only did she order her about to the fullest, she beat and scolded without mercy. But this way, her skills also improved rapidly. "Bring me that stomach contents bottle first." Su Wan suddenly remembered something. "Quick!" The apprentice, who was about to start packing, seemed as if lashed by a whip. She hurriedly fetched a large wide-mouthed glass jar. Inside was half a jar of gray-green viscous liquid that seemed to contain many impurities, emitting a sour smell of decay. Su Wan showed no distaste for this disgusting substance. She simply pulled her mask tight, poured the contents onto a large white porcelain plate, and probed through them with an instrument. End of chapter. Chapter 1847, The Snake's Trail, Death by Snake Venom. Zhou Batao asked incredulously, holding the autopsy report. "That's right, a snake bite." Su Wan sat on the large sofa, one leg crossed over the other, one foot bare while the other dangled a shoe from her big toe, bouncing it up and down as she spoke. "Although I can't test for snake venom directly, all indications point to a banded kite. So there's a snake in the police station," Wu Mu said, unconsciously glancing around the office. The ecological environment in this era was naturally pristine, and humans lived in relative harmony with animals. Snakes of all varieties were common in Guangzhou, which lay in the far south. The various yamens they had occupied since entering the city were particularly prone to snake infestations. These century-old buildings with their crumbling walls and overgrown gardens made perfect habitats. However, ever since Liu San had set up incense burners throughout the premises, sightings had become rare. "He wasn't bitten at the police station," Su Wan said. "There's a considerable interval between the bite and the onset of symptoms. Wang Dong was only in custody for a few minutes. There's no way he was bitten here. On the road, then. Someone got to him before we did and silenced him." Zhou Batao tossed a cigar to Su Wan and lit one for himself. It seems Wang Xiaonia was carrying quite a few secrets. He was bitten by a snake and didn't even know it. When he was arrested, he was on his way to a brothel. Shouldn't he have gone straight to a doctor after being bitten? Wu Mu found this incomprehensible. "Banded kites are different," Su Wan explained. "The bite wound is shallow, there's little pain, and there are no obvious marks. People often overlook it, and by the time symptoms appear, it's too late. Someone was carrying a banded kite and used it to kill Wang Dong. That's likely the case." Zhou Batao said, "The sorcerer we're trying to arrest came from Yunnan and Guizhou. The mountain regions are crawling with snakes and venomous insects, and he has a strong background in Gu sorcery. The killer is very probably Wu Zhiki, the one who's still at large. Since Wang Dong had most likely been killed by Wu Zhiki, He must have seen Wu Zhiki shortly before his arrest. Zhou Batao marked Wang Dong's arrest location on the map, then based on the time of arrest and death provided by the police, roughly outlined the possible range of his movements between being bitten and being apprehended. This is quite a large area. Zhou Batao studied the map carefully. Wu Mu was more familiar with Guangzhou than Zhou Batao. He looked at the map and said, "His arrest location is near the north part of the city. I'd wager Wu Zhiki is hiding somewhere outside the Great North Gate." The area outside the Great North Gate was sparsely populated and desolate, filled with ancestral halls, charity burial grounds, and coffin shops, buildings where the dead outnumbered the living. Moreover, transients abounded there, with large numbers of the Guandi temple faction operating and residing in the area. The Guangzhou municipal government's control over that district was weak. Even now, the Baojia system had yet to be fully established. Wu Zhiki could hide there quite safely and slip in and out of the city at will. We can focus our investigation there. Though Zhou Batao had never worked as a policeman, he knew that narrowing down the search area to this extent was already a considerable achievement. But the area outside the Great North Gate is still quite large. Wu Mu knew they had already searched that district several times. Due to the vast area and lack of reliable intelligence support, every search had come up empty. "Here's a clue for your consideration," Su Wan interjected. There were lotus root slices in the deceased's stomach. Lotus root can't be stored for long and must have been freshly harvested. If his last meal was eaten at Wu Zhiki's hideout, there must be a river or lake nearby. Wu Mu's gaze fell on the map. Liuhua Bridge. Li Ziyu had been busy handling his transfer these past few days. That afternoon, having just finished lunch, he had barely stepped into the public order section when the section chief summoned him. "Zio Li, go home first and pack your things. Report to the parade ground behind the police station at 5 this afternoon. Tonight there's an operation to consolidate public order throughout the city. After the mission is complete, you'll head straight to Lingao. Don't worry about anything else. It's all been arranged." Li Ziyu had no choice but to go home and notify his parents. By 4:30, he had returned to the police station and proceeded directly to the rear parade ground. The former garden had been converted into an exercise yard. The old moon gate had been preserved, but the pavilions, rockeries, and gardens within had all been razed. Even the pond had been filled in, leaving only an expanse of open ground. Normally there were no guards at the parade ground entrance, but today 2 men in black police uniforms with blue collar tabs and blue cap bands stood watch at the moon gate, checking credentials for everyone entering or leaving. When it was Li Ziyu's turn for inspection, they not only verified his photograph multiple times, but also cross-referenced his name against a list on a clipboard. Clearly, only those on the list were permitted to enter. A nameless tension gripped Li Ziyu's heart. He suddenly realized that tonight's operation was not merely a citywide public order campaign but some special mission of extraordinary importance. After his credentials were verified, Li Ziyu entered the parade ground. The sight that greeted him made him start. The yard was packed with people, a full 200 of them, all standing in formation. At that moment, he spotted Gao Changyu waving at him. Seeing a familiar face, Li Ziyu hurried over and lowered his voice. "Ninth Master, you're here too. SHH, keep it down and stand next to me." Gao Changyu exchanged a glance with the man beside him and a space opened up. Li Ziyu quietly slipped into place. "Ninth Master, is this a big case? This doesn't look like a public order campaign." Li Ziyu looked around. Most of the faces were familiar, all people from the station. A few he recognized as Gao Changyu's former brothers, unofficial Yamen runners who had been specially recruited for this operation. That's just a cover story. Gao Changyu knew the Australians placed the utmost importance on secrecy. They never disclosed anything until the critical moment, tight-lipped from top to bottom, unlike the Yamens of old. "I reckon this is most likely related to the case we uncovered earlier." Weren't all the suspects already arrested? The brothers in the interrogation section are exhausted, like dead dogs. I heard the mastermind behind it all hasn't been apprehended yet. With such a massive operation, I bet 9 out of 10 it's to catch this mastermind. Such a huge operation. Li Ziyu was secretly alarmed. What kind of formidable figure was this mastermind? I've heard, Gao Changyu lowered his voice to barely a whisper, that this mastermind knows black magic. This gave Li Ziyu quite a fright. Unable to contain himself, he blurted tensely, sore. Then, realizing he'd spoken too loudly, he quickly lowered his voice. Sorcery, this is no laughing matter. Even if there really is sorcery, you don't need to be afraid, Gao Changyu said nonchalantly. Since ancient times, no sorcery has ever prevailed against official authority and imperial sanction. Besides, the chiefs will surely have foul ward objects prepared. But I didn't see anyone carrying a chamber pot on the way in. Perhaps it's a woman's menstrual cloth, Gao Changyu said. Don't worry about it. Look how many forces the chiefs have assembled. Let me tell you, over here are our brothers, over there is the Koreans' white horse platoon, and there's the Japanese sword-drawing platoon plus the national army. Li Ziyu's head swiveled constantly. The entire parade ground was packed full. The white horse platoon, the sword-drawing platoon, the national army riot squad. They were arranged like blocks of tofu, neatly stacked. The different uniform colors made them easy to distinguish. Gao Changyu nudged Li Ziyu with his elbow and whispered, "Kid, notice anything?" The white horse platoon and the sword-drawing platoon each have about 50 or 60 men. The national army brought 30 or 40, and we've got over 50. Wait, these people don't seem to be police. Li Ziyu looked back and saw that the police on their side stood loosely, whispering to each other and looking around. But those 20-odd men over there, though also in police uniforms, wore blue-collar tabs like the guards at the Moon Gate. They stood ramrod straight, not moving a muscle, not making a sound. That formation, that presence, tusk, Li Ziyu remarked. We've got nothing like that at our station. At that moment, several more policemen came in trying to squeeze into the formation. Gao Changyu cleared his throat loudly and glared at them, and they meekly found spots in the rear ranks. This is a wolf-pack army. With just this presence, how can the Ming compare? Gao Changyu gestured with his chin toward the men in black. Those people, I think they might be the Imperial Guard of our great song. What? Li Ziyu nearly cried out. Only then did he carefully observe the black-clad figures standing motionless like statues around the perimeter. Though their uniforms differed from police uniforms only in cap band and collar tabs, their webbing was fastened properly, and each stood with feet apart, hands clasped behind their backs, expressions blank and bearing imposing. See, their faces are expressionless, but their eyes are cold and piercing. These are harsh and composed individuals, different from the arrogance of the depot guards. Gao Changyu said, "Stop talking and stop moving, stand properly." A policewoman walked over, swept her gaze over the assembled officers and nodded. "Everyone's here." She then took her position at the head of the formation. Turning to address the police, she said, "I'm leading this squad today. Don't ask too many questions about what we're doing, just follow orders. You can rest easy, we're only responsible for guiding and assisting." Section Chief Lion, who are those people with the blue-collar tabs? Why do they look so imposing? Li Ziyu couldn't suppress his curiosity. At this, Lion Shangyi's face twitched involuntarily. She turned away without another word. Li Ziyu and Gao Changyu exchanged glances. They seemed to glimpse something in each other's eyes, and their backs suddenly felt a chill. They had both heard that Lion Shangyi was now one of Director Mu's trusted confidants, someone Director Mu had specifically brought from Lingao. Yet even she blanched at the mention. This only confirmed their suspicion that the men in black were indeed the Imperial Guard. End of chapter. Chapter 1848 Night Raid. The words Political Security Bureau had barely taken root in the minds of Li Ziyu and Gao Changyu when a commanding voice rang out. "Attention!" With a crisp rustle, every man in black snapped to attention, hands dropping to their sides, heels clicking together. The movement was perfectly synchronized, as if performed by a single person. A hush fell over the entire parade ground. Several figures hurried through the moon gate. From their silhouettes, Li Ziyu could make out one who was likely Director Mu. As for the others, he couldn't identify them. One tall, burly figure appeared to be a Daoist priest. What was his role here? There was a raised platform on the parade ground, used for outdoor assemblies. The group ascended together. Darkness had fully descended, and the two torch cages normally used for nighttime illumination remained unlit, so their faces were indistinguishable. In a voice just loud enough for everyone to hear, Mu Min briefly explained the mission. The arrest operation would be conducted near Liuhua Bridge outside the Great North Gate. The operation would commence at dawn. All personnel would deploy to the arrest location in batches under cover of darkness, awaiting a unified command before moving. She announced several disciplinary measures and elaborated on key points of attention, then ordered everyone to collect their equipment. Goodness, they're even issuing gear just to arrest someone, Li Ziyu thought. Different groups received different items. Since the police weren't handling the main arrest, they received only standard-issue equipment plus thick cloth gaiters and gloves, with repeated reminders to wear them properly. After every group had collected and donned their gear, Mu Min sent inspectors to check each person's equipment. Then she commanded in a low voice, "Move out." Near Liuhua Bridge lay a large burial garden belonging to a wealthy family. The property was extensive. On one side rose an earthen mound, on the other a pond. Below the sunlit slope of the hill stood the graves. The owners had built 3 chambers by the pond for sacrificial rites and several more for the caretakers who tended the tombs. Later, when the family fell into decline, the burial garden had become a public mortuary for storing coffins. The buildings had collapsed and crumbled, and the grounds were overgrown, nothing like their former state. Surrounded on all sides by charity graveyards and wasteland dotted with tombs, and close to the cremation grounds at Liuhua Bridge, the place was deserted save for a few beggars who slept in the mortuary and served as informal watchmen. At this moment, in a secret room behind the 3 main halls where coffins were stored, Gao Tianqi was conferring with the sorcerer Wu Zhiki. Unlike in previous days, Gao Tianqi's tone carried an edge of hostility. "Master Wu, does your magic still work or not? Word from higher up says the Australian prefect is still alive and kicking. What's more, he's so furious about the ghost business that he may move against the Guangdi Temple forces any day now. When it comes down to it, you'll just pack up and leave. But my entire family is here in Guangzhou." Ever since Wu Zhiki had moved here, Gao Tianqi had not only posted men around the perimeter for protection, but had provided for the old sorcerer's every need. Despite his appearance as a poor wandering Daoist, Wu Zhiki's lifestyle was nothing short of extravagant. He demanded exquisite food and drink, and required Gao Tianqi to supply women for his alchemical furnace practices, demanding a new one every 3 to 5 days. Keeping this secret while continuously supplying women was extremely difficult. Though Gao Tianqi had profited handsomely from the arrangement, the constant anxiety was wearing. From time to time the supply would fall short, provoking fits of rage from the old Daoist. "Heh heh, heh heh, heh 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 heh." The old man let out a string of cold laughs before finally speaking. "Your entire family, Master Gao, do you really think I don't know? That Yangzhou concubine of yours has probably long since taken your bastard son back to her old home, and I'd wager she didn't leave empty-handed." Gao Tianqi drew in a sharp breath. His kept woman was a closely guarded secret. He rarely visited her and had concealed her from everyone, even his own principal wife. How did this old man know? Forcing bravado, he said, "One thing is one thing. Who among us doesn't keep a fallback? If not for the money, why would I pick a fight with the Australians? We're all living on borrowed time. All I want is to keep the Gao family line from dying out. But let me make one thing clear. If I can't escape, don't blame me for revealing everything." "Ha! Escape?" The old man laughed coldly again. "You probably realize that even if others can get away, you're certainly doomed. Your Guangdi Temple faction has lorded it over this place for years. Every official and gentleman in the city has had to give you face, fearing your men would make trouble for them. But the moment the Australians move to arrest you, you'll be a stray dog with nowhere to hide. You think I'm afraid of them, Gao Tianqi raged. At worst, we'll all go down together. The Guandi Temple faction has tens of thousands of brothers. Push us too far, and though we may die, we'll smash Guangzhou to smithereens. Master Gao, save those brave words for your brothers, Wu Zhiki said. We're still in the same boat for now. Even sworn enemies from Wu and Yue learn to cooperate when sharing a vessel, and you want to jump ship already. Too late. This poor Daoist is a man of the way. Had I wanted to flee, I'd have vanished long ago. You're the one with a family here. These words deflated Gao Tianqi completely. He slumped back in his chair. Wu Zhiki cast a contemptuous glance at him and stared at the dim oil lamp, sighing faintly. Our scheme has failed. The Australians have capable people too. My curse has been broken. And when I sent my spirit demon to assassinate Liu Xiang, it never returned. I fear it has been captured. Spirit demon. Gao Tianqi sucked in his breath. He had seen the thing, neither human nor ghost. It came and went without a trace and killed without leaving a mark. The old man treasured it like his own life. To think that even so formidable a creature had fallen to the Australians. Then what do we do now? Gao Tianqi's bluster crumbled, and his tone shifted involuntarily to supplication. Keep calm for now. Guard my ritual for a few more days while I complete the fortune-turning ceremony. Then I shall take my leave of this troubled place. As for you, since you can't bear to part with your Guangzhou turf, you'll have to look after yourself. With that, Wu Zhiki seated himself cross-legged on his cushion, closed his eyes to meditate, and paid Gao Tianqi no further heed. Gao Tianqi's face went ashen. Only now did he realize that once aboard a pirate ship, there was no getting off. He sensed his end was near. Yet he knew that however long he lingered here, he would glean no new ideas. Whether from this Wu sorcerer or the shadowy, stone old man, he had been discarded as a pawn. He staggered out. Outside the mortuary in the pitch-black wasteland, ghost fires flickered. The cold wind sobered him somewhat, and for an instant he entertained the thought of informing on Wu Zhiki to the Australians, but he quickly dismissed the notion. Leaving aside how terrifying this half-human, half-demon sorcerer was, even without magic, his own deeds were enough to ensure that if he fell into Australian hands, he would be carved into 1,000 pieces. Wu Zhiki watched him stumble off and gave a cold smile. He retrieved the bamboo walking stick propped against the table corner and replaced its stopper. Glancing out the window, he noted the tower clock had struck the 3rd watch past midnight. It was the darkest hour of the night, a moonless, starless evening, the blackness outside thicker than ever. Suddenly his expression changed. He made finger signs and muttered incantations, his face shifting between light and shadow. After a long hesitation, he produced a packet of powder from his robes and scattered it among the grass, bent to make some arrangement, and finally hung a yellow gourd from the doorframe before retreating inside. The arrest team had left the city in several groups during the night, and was now secretly waiting at designated locations outside the Great North Gate for the final word from the scouts. Because the area had few residences and was the Guandi Temple faction's territory, strangers were extremely conspicuous. Although they knew the sorcerer they sought was inside the burial grounds, conventional methods of deploying plainclothes surveillance were out of the question. They had no choice but to call in the Special Reconnaissance Squad, which dispatched several observation teams to infiltrate under cover of darkness and relay real-time reports via radio. Target confirmed inside the burial grounds. A communications runner jogged into a guardhouse inside the Great North Gate's outer settlement and delivered the latest intelligence to Mu Min and her waiting comrades. Good. We move immediately. Mu Min waved her hand. Kui Hanteng was meanwhile struggling against a muddy dirt track. The terrain outside the Great North Gate was hilly. Aside from the main road stretching north from the gate, there were no proper paths, only narrow, miry trails. For a man weighed down by over 20 jin of chainmail and a heap of gear, Stumbling through the darkness was anything but pleasant. Besides the armor, he carried a jumbled assortment of props. Because the operation was dangerous, he had left his apprentice and Xiao Qian behind, leaving him to haul everything himself. Fortunately, his physique was robust, and he managed to soldier on. Once outside the city, he completely lost his bearings. He couldn't make out anything in the darkness. It wasn't that he was night blind. Rather, Lingao's nighttime lighting was far too advanced for this era, and having lived there too long, he was utterly unaccustomed to the inky blackness of a 17th-century night. Kui Hanteng felt as if he had been transported back to the days shortly after D-Day, standing night watch in the watchtowers of Barren City, the fortress blazing with light, but beyond its walls an endless, oceanic darkness. Now he was plunged into that darkness again. The only way he could vaguely make out the direction was by following the luminescent strip on the back of the local police guiding them. He plodded along, the hem of his Daoist robe thoroughly soaked with dew and clinging to his legs, tripping him with every step. Had his martial arts training not given him a solid stance, he would surely have taken a few spills. Yet despite inwardly cursing this wretched Ming-era counterpart for hiding in such a godforsaken place, he strode at the head of the column. Desolate graves, ruined coffins, and bleached bones appeared intermittently. Ghost fires flickered all around. In the dead silence, the mournful barking of dogs and the eerie shriek of night owls drifted near and far, raising goosebumps. Kui Hanteng muttered under his breath, "What the hell kind of place is this?" End of chapter. Chapter 1849. The Arrest Part 1. Behind Kui Hanteng, Lian Nisheng gritted her teeth and followed in silence, maintaining a vigilant posture at all times. Even when she slipped and fell, she simply rose without a sound and pressed on. As Deputy Section Chief of the Household Registration Section, she wouldn't normally have been required to participate in arrest operations. However, Guangzhou was already short of experienced police officers, and those with complete training who could serve as commanders were even scarcer. So she had volunteered to join. In her mind, her posting to Guangzhou carried an element of atonement, and she had specifically requested the assignment from Mu Min. Because Kui Hanteng had insisted on leading the charge. "You don't understand the tricks these sorcerers use." Mu Min was somewhat concerned for his safety. She had considerable confidence in Lian Nisheng's combat skills, so she assigned her to accompany Kui Hanteng with instructions to protect the chief's safety at all times. Lian Nisheng naturally understood this was Director Mu giving her a chance to prove herself. Of course, if anything happened to this Daoist Kui, she would truly be beyond redemption. Behind her came several local police officers serving as guides, mostly locals familiar with the terrain outside the Great North Gate. However, none of them had ever been here in the dead of night, and their faces all showed extreme tension. Insufficiently trained and inexperienced in nocturnal cross-country movement, their nerves stretched taut, they were soon gasping for breath. They stumbled and lurched along, barely managing not to fall behind. Behind them came a small squad of National Army soldiers, a diverse group. Soldiers from the Limiao Mountain Company with cutlasses at their waists and crossbows on their backs, sword-drawing platoon soldiers with twin blades at their hips, riot squad troops clad in leather and rattan protective gear, bearing shields and steel helmets. The arrest team reached the perimeter of the burial grounds around the fourth watch, when darkness was at its deepest, moonless, stars dim, the fields pitch black in every direction. Silently, they surrounded the grounds with an airtight cordon. According to plan, the raid would launch at dawn, when the first light provided better visibility, to capture the sorcerer in one swoop. Mu Min had ordered that he be taken alive if possible. Were it not for that requirement, Kui Hanteng would never have been given the honor of leading the assault. By the time Kui Hanteng reached his position, he was drenched in sweat and panting like a bellows. He plopped down on a fallen, cracked tombstone behind a desolate grave and gulped water. This was where the Special Reconnaissance Observation Post was located. The scout hidden there whispered, "Chief, this is the place," and pointed in a direction. Huangs drank a few mouthfuls, then peered out from behind the grave mound. Following the scout's gesture, he made out a slight rise in the terrain about 100 meters away, where a cluster of dark buildings loomed. He silently raised his infrared binoculars. Through the lenses, he saw a dilapidated wall with closed doors, surrounded by many tall trees. The wall, though crumbling, was not low. Outside it, the underbrush beneath the trees grew knee-high, and a single narrow path wound through the thorns to the steps. Even with his build, scaling that wall would be rather difficult, Huangs thought. They would have to ram straight through the gate. He glanced at his watch, nearly 4 o'clock. In another hour or so, dawn would break. He and Mu Min had agreed to commence at 5. "Everyone rest in place. Keep watch in shifts," Huangs ordered. As the eastern sky began to pale with the first hint of fish-belly white and daylight crept into the world, Huangs checked his watch. The hands were approaching 5. He nodded, signaling the start of the operation. 2 Li soldiers assigned to clear the path nodded their understanding. Drawing their cutlasses, they crept forward one after the other, using the weeds and trees near the gate for cover as they approached in alternating bounds. They were within a few paces of the door when one of them stumbled on something, and from the grass came a melodious jingling of bells. Their faces went pale. They knew they had tripped an alarm. The element of surprise was lost, and now it was a frontal assault. They sprang up and lunged for the gate. Huangs cursed under his breath. This was bad, and leaped to his feet to charge forward. Suddenly he felt something soft underfoot, then something struck his shin hard. He started and looked down. Beneath his boot writhed a small snake, about 1 meter long, its body banded with black and white rings, a deadly banded kite. Its belly was pinned under his foot, its slender tail thrashing, and its jaws were clamped onto his boot. Huangs breathed a silent prayer of thanks. The snake was clearly venomous. Had they not all worn high boots or thick gaiters today for extra protection, he would be in dire straits. He raised his other foot and stomped down hard, crushing the snake's neck into the dirt. He ground his heel and stomped again 4 or 5 times, until the head was pulverized beyond any hope of survival. In the seconds that elapsed, the 2 Li soldiers had already reached the gate. They slid their cutlasses into the crack and pried upward, a practiced motion, but the bolt refused to budge. It was secured from within by a door ring. They had no choice but to work the blade tip through the gap, inch by inch, trying to pry it loose. Before the bolt could be freed, 2 National Army riot squad soldiers were already running up with a battering ram, following the backup plan. But Huangs couldn't wait for them. He growled, "Out of the way." He took a running start and charged forward with the wind at his back. The 2 Li soldiers dove aside. Huangs ducked his head, twisted his shoulder, and slammed into the gate. Huangs stood nearly 1.8 meters tall and weighed over 180 jin. Add the 20-odd jin of chainmail, and his total mass exceeded 200 jin. At a full sprint, he was practically a battering ram himself. With a thunderous crash, he hit the door, snapping the bolt in two and shaking the frame loose from the lintel. A yellow gourd tumbled down, trailing clods of earth. Huangs shook his slightly dazed head and rolled his shoulder, about to congratulate himself, when he caught sight of the gourd rolling on the ground. That gourd, knocked loose by the impact, had shed several chunks of its mud seal. Holes were now visible in its belly, and from within came an ominous buzzing. Huangs' face went white. "Run!" he shouted. Before anyone could react, he yanked off his Daoist robe, wrung it into a bundle, and bolted. The 2 Li soldiers, still marveling at Huangs' fearsome charge, saw him flee and stood frozen in confusion. By the time they realized something was wrong and tried to run themselves, it was too late. From the gourd swarmed a cloud of hornets as long as half a finger, twice the size of ordinary wasps, their bodies shiny black with yellow stripes visible even in the dim dawn light. They circled briefly, then dove at the 2 soldiers. The Li soldiers, having spent their lives in the mountains, knew full well how deadly hornets could be. They turned and ran. One, a beat slower, was instantly engulfed by the swarm and stung repeatedly. He collapsed, writhing and screaming in agony, then lay still. Seeing the hornet's terrifying lethality, no one else dared approach recklessly. The swarm, having claimed their victim, did not disperse but hovered around the gourd at the gate, circling up and down. Huangs cursed under his breath, twirled back to don his robe, and fished something from his bag of tricks, a smoke grenade produced in Lingao. He wrenched the pin and hurled it at the gate. The cylinder hit the ground and shattered into fragments. Immediately, billowing white smoke poured forth and enveloped the entire doorway. Veterans among the naturalized soldiers recognized it as a smoke bomb. The new recruits gaped in wonder at what sort of talisman this Daoist had deployed. But Huangs had no time to gloat. The smoke grenade might disperse the hornets, but it also blocked his view. If the sorcerer slipped away in the confusion, things would be even worse. Ignoring the lingering haze, he bellowed, "Quick, charge!" The smoke grenade had done its work. Dead hornets littered the ground around the gourd. Some still twitched, fluttering feebly on the packed earth. The courtyard was large but held few structures. Only the three main halls looked intact. The flanking rows of small sheds were in ruins, their broken doors and windows yawning open to reveal rows of coffins within, an unsettling sight. National Army soldiers immediately fanned out to search. Huangs led his group straight for the main hall. Lion Nisheng meant to rush ahead, but he held her back. "Watch for traps," he said, motioning everyone to keep their distance from the building. The doors and windows of the main hall were shut. After all the commotion, if the sorcerer was still inside, he would surely make a move. Though Huangs had volunteered to lead the assault, he had no real certainty of what tricks the enemy might employ. He had already faced venomous snakes and hornets. What came next was anyone's guess. Fortunately, they had breached the courtyard and surrounded it tight as an iron barrel. As long as the sorcerer remained inside, he couldn't possibly escape. Just as Huangs was pondering this, soldiers returning from searching the rear courtyard reported that, aside from a latrine, there was nothing else. "Use tear gas. Flush the sorcerer out." At Huangs' command, riot squad soldiers shouldered their shotguns and fired a volley that shattered a window shutter. Immediately, 4 or 5 tear gas grenades sailed through the opening. In an instant, billowing smoke poured from the main hall, and a pungent, stinging odor filled the air. Violent coughing and sneezing erupted from inside. Huangs was elated. The sorcerer was still here, he thought. As long as he's in there, let's see where he can run. Unable to resist a bit of swagger, he remarked, "A measly poison wasp gourd, and he thinks he can show off. Since we can't go in, we'll let him come out on his own." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and struck a pose of lofty composure. End of chapter. Chapter 1850, The Arrest, Part 2. A minute passed. From inside came occasional sneezing and coughing. Huangs sneered, "Still hanging on. Let's see how long you can last." But after 5 minutes, as the smoke began to thin, there was still no movement from within. This doesn't make any scientific sense." Huangs scratched his head. "He couldn't have just died in there, could he? Since the man wouldn't come out, they would have to go in." After the encounters with venomous snakes and hornets, Huangs had finally abandoned any notion of leading the charge personally. Best leave professional work to the professionals. 2 National Army riot squad soldiers, wearing steel helmets and clad in protective armor, raised their steel shields and crept toward the door. Behind them, riot troops with shotguns and mountain infantry with crossbows provided alternating cover. Huangs watched intently as the assault team kicked open the door and rushed inside. There were no cries, no gunfire. Within 3 to 5 minutes, a riot soldier emerged from the doorway and signaled clear. He really couldn't have died, could he? Now Huangs was truly anxious. This sorcerer was the key to the case. If he was dead, not only would the leads dry up, but the propaganda value of a public execution would be greatly diminished. Since he had stepped forward to volunteer for the vanguard, all responsibility now rested on his head. He took the steps 3 at a time and hurried inside. The interior was dark and damp. thoroughly decrepit. Though nominally divided into 3 rooms, the partition walls had long since crumbled away, so that standing in the front doorway one could survey the entire space at a glance. The walls were moldy and the plaster peeling. The brick floor had mostly disintegrated, leaving only scattered fragments. There was no furniture, only a few ragged rush mats tossed in a corner, presumably used by beggars for sleeping. The only fixture that remained was a spirit shrine on the main wall. The ritual vessels had long since vanished. There was no Buddha statue, no deity figure, no ancestral tablet, only a hanging scroll of a Waterland Dharma painting, clearly hung recently judging by its state of preservation. Out of professional interest, Huangs studied the image. But the longer he looked, the stranger it seemed. Although this was now a mortuary, and a Waterland scroll for delivering the souls of the deceased was not entirely out of place, such scrolls were normally displayed only during ritual assemblies. Who would hang one in a shrine for no reason? Acting on a hunch, Huangs reached up and took down the painting. Behind it was a small door. Not daring to be rash, he retreated several paces and motioned for the riot soldiers to ram the door. It gave way easily. Inside there was dead silence, no response at all. Huangs' agitation mounted. Trusting in his chainmail, he threw caution to the wind, whipped out his tactical flashlight and plunged through in a single bound. Inside was a neat, well-appointed chamber of some 10 square meters. The only furnishings were a table, a bed, and a stool, all exquisite pieces. On the table sat a candle stand holding an Australian candle. The table was covered with orderly wooden compartments containing various colored powders. Beside them lay several small china vials, knocked over. The bedding was in disarray, as though whoever lived here had left in haste. Against the wall stood a haphazard pile of broken earthenware jars, jarringly out of place. Other than that, the room was empty. Huangs' brow furrowed. After deploying the tear gas, he and the soldiers had clearly heard coughing and sneezing. Someone was definitely inside. He examined the window. This secret chamber had a tiny aperture set high near the eaves, extremely well concealed. As long as the sorcerer hid in here with the door shut, the gas would not affect him. But where had he gone now? The bed was a low-legged divan, barely higher than the floor, no room to hide beneath it. Everything else was in plain sight. There was simply nowhere a person could conceal himself. Huangs frowned. "Someone help me move this bed." Before the words left his mouth, a metallic whir sliced through the air overhead. Cursing inwardly, he threw his arms over his head and dropped into a crouch. Something rattled against his body, a rapid pattering, accompanied by the sound of cloth tearing. His heart pounded, he thought. I should have worn a helmet. Before that thought finished forming, a shrill, distorted challenge rang out from beyond the door. "Who's there?" This was followed by a string of screams and the thud of heavy objects hitting the ground. This was bad. Huangs sprang to his feet. The soldiers who had accompanied him inside already lay crumpled on the floor, their fate unknown. He had no time to check on them. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a dark figure bolt through the doorway and leap toward the left-hand wall. "Damn it!" Huangs swore. Lian Nisheng, rushing in behind him, had no time to aim. She raised her gun and fired. Bullets sparked against the brick wall. Huangs shouted, "Don't shoot, take him alive." In that split second, the dark figure had already reached the wall. Using the corner as a springboard, he bounded up, lightly touched the top with one arm, twisted sideways, and floated over to the other side. "After him!" Huangs stamped his foot in frustration. He watched Lian Nisheng toss aside her pistol, dart forward, and with the same 3-step wall run vault over in pursuit. Huangs was too heavy. He bounced up and down at the base of the wall like a pile driver, unable even to graze the coping. Just as he was growing frantic, gunfire and barking erupted from beyond the compound. Then he remembered. Men were stationed outside as well. His heart steadied. He spat and muttered, "Show off all you like. Have a taste of the big German shepherd." With that, he led his men out the main gate and around to reinforce. Lion Nisheng leaped down from the wall and saw that the fugitive was a scrawny old man in a gray robe, old but astonishingly nimble. He hit the ground with a roll and had already straightened to flee. Knowing this was the key suspect, she threw herself at him with a shout of "Stop right there!" and tackled him. They tumbled together. To her surprise, the old man was extraordinarily limber, as though he knew bone-shrinking techniques. Her grappling holds repeatedly failed to lock his joints, and he wriggled half-free. Lion Nisheng had trained in martial arts before entering the police force and had since studied Krav Maga. Her ground-fighting skills far surpassed the average person's. After a few more exchanges, she pinned him again. While they grappled, heavy footsteps approached. Kui Hanteng, armor clanking, had arrived. In one hand he held a pistol, in the other, inexplicably, a large hammer. Seeing reinforcements, the sorcerer knew that the longer he struggled, the harder escape would become. In desperation, he mustered all his strength, twisted violently, and kicked Lion Nisheng away. He rolled clear, but men from other directions had converged on the sound. 7 or 8 soldiers and 1 dog had the old man ringed. With 3 firearms aimed at him and a fierce hound glaring hungrily, the sorcerer's mind raced. Pistols he did not greatly fear. They were slow to reload and inaccurate, but he knew spirit hounds excelled at tracking. In his current state, he could never outrun the beast. If only my spirit demon were with me, the old man thought, regretting having dispatched the creature. Yet he was not one to await his fate passively. No matter how bleak the situation, he would fight. At the very least, he would drag a few down with him. Steadying his nerves, he raised a hand, pointed at the obvious leader, Kui Hanteng, and shouted, "We are both of the way. Do you not follow the rules of the pugilistic world? If you have the nerve, set the terms, I'll accept." "Fine by me." Kui Hanteng flashed a wicked grin. "Single combat or group brawl, your pick." "And what is the difference?" The old man clearly didn't understand modern slang. "What do I mean?" Kui Hanteng sneered, gesturing at the assembled men. "Simple. Single combat is you against the 5 of us plus that dog. Group brawl is all of us against you." The old man's beard quivered with rage. Seeing Kui Hanteng's self-satisfied expression, he raised a trembling finger and stammered, "Wu have roamed the Jianghu for 40 years, striding across north and south, commanding the 100,000 peaks. I fancy myself a master of the dark arts and have seen my share of scoundrels, but never one as shameless as you. You." His chest heaved violently. He broke into a fit of coughing, and a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Kui Hanteng showed not a trace of remorse. He laughed heartily. "That's only because you haven't seen much. A few centuries from now, there'll be plenty more shameless than me. I'm practically a paragon of honesty by comparison." Watching the old man's stunned expression, he couldn't help throwing back his head and roaring with laughter. The old sorcerer gritted his teeth. "Shameless wretch! This old master will fight you to the death." His hand flicked upward and several streaks of black light shot toward Kui Hanteng's face, as if to smash that hateful, pudgy visage. Kui Hanteng started and instinctively flung up his sleeve to block. The black light struck the fabric with a clatter and fell to the ground. A handful of needle-like spikes, wickedly sharp, their surfaces jet black, clearly poisoned. Kui Hanteng broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had designed his Daoist robe's wide sleeves with precautions in mind. Obsessed with ancient mechanisms and hidden weapons, he had recalled seeing in a television adaptation of Water Margin how the Daoist on Spider Ridge had sewn dozens of copper coins into his sleeve cuffs, enabling him to trade 20 rounds with Wu Song without losing. So he had lined his own sleeves with dozens of overlapping scales of tinplate, useless against bullets, but more than adequate to deflect hand-thrown projectiles. The projectiles were only a feint. In the instant Kui Hanteng was distracted, the sorcerer launched himself like an ape, closing the gap in a flash. Both claws struck together. One swept before Kui Hanteng's eyes, the other dove for his groin, the classic monkey steals peach technique, and those fingers were tipped with iron talons. The onlookers gasped before anyone could intervene. End of chapter. Chapter 1851, The Arrest Part 3. Kui Hantang was stout of build but quick on his feet. He whipped one sleeve upward like a bronze shield to guard his head and face, his free hand shooting out to seize the sorcerer's wrist. Yet the old man was faster by far. Cloth ripped with a vicious tear, and Kui Hantang felt a sudden chill below the belt. He cried out and leaped backward a full meter. Heart still pounding, he looked down. From his lower abdomen to his crotch, his Daoist robe gaped open in a long gash. Though the chainmail's groin guard had deflected most of the blow, his trousers were partly slashed as well, leaving him indecently exposed, a cold breeze whistling through the gap. Had the chainmail not intercepted that strike, his prospects for happiness in the lower half of life would have been finished. And given the old demon's fondness for poison, even a scratch might have sent him straight to Kuigang Cemetery. The brush with death left Kui Hantang shaken and furious. Any lingering inclination to toy with his opponent evaporated. Lian Nisheng had watched the chief narrowly avoid disaster in that lightning exchange, her face blanching white. Since he had ordered them not to shoot, she shouted instead, "Release the dog." Two sharp barks and the handler let go. The wolfhound, straining at its leash, shot toward the old man like an arrow. The 4-meter gap closed in an instant, jaws snapped at his arm. The sorcerer snarled, seeking death, and swept his iron talons upward at the dog's underside, a blow that would certainly have killed the animal. At that precise moment, Kui Hantang seized the instant the sorcerer's attention was diverted. He raised the object in his hand and pointed it at the old man. A spark of light flickered in his palm, followed by a rapid crackling. Pa-pa, pa-pa. The sorcerer jerked as if struck by lightning. His movements froze, and the iron talon slipped from his fingers. His whole body curled into a ball, convulsing uncontrollably. Kui Hantang sheathed his sword-shaped device and pointed at the old man. "Well, how does the taste of lightning suit you?" Still trembling, the old man demanded, You, what did you say? What magic is this?" Kui Hantang thrust a finger skyward and declared grandly, "The divine Empyrean school, true art of the 5 thunders." "Ah, say that again." The old man's face twisted with fury, and he struggled to lunge at Kui Hantang. Startled, Kui Hantang raised his hand and administered another jolt of the true art of the 5 thunders, then stepped back, eyeing the sorcerer warily. The old man collapsed, tears and mucus streaming down his face. The reek of urine wafted up. He had lost control of his bladder. The arresting soldiers stood slack-jawed. All they had seen was a blue spark leap from Daoist Kui's sword and strike the sorcerer, felling him in an instant. Closer at hand, Lian Nisheng had observed more clearly. From the sword had shot a slender filament, its tip attached to a glittering object that had latched onto the sorcerer's body. She recalled the hand-cranked electric shock method that Chief Zhou had described in an interrogation course. The reactions were identical. Presumably this was the same technique. The soldiers swarmed forward, shackling the sorcerer hand and foot, stuffing something into his mouth to prevent suicide. Just as they were about to lead him away, Kui Hantang stopped them. "Strip him first and search him thoroughly." He was still afraid the sorcerer concealed other tricks. And so Wu Zhiki was stripped bare. Not even undergarments remained, and manhandled roughly by the crowd. Still uneasy, Kui Hantang ordered all the horse lanterns lit, bathing the sorcerer in blinding light. He picked up a twig and prodded the man's withered skin, poking here and there. Gagged, Wu Zhiki could only make muffled, inarticulate howls. He had never imagined he would suffer such humiliation. Kui Hantang shouted, "Hold him tighter. I'm not done searching." Lian Nisheng looked puzzled. The assembled soldiers wore equally baffled expressions. This wasn't some pretty woman or handsome youth, just an old man who looked like a specter with his clothes off. What was Daoist Kui so interested in? Before long, Kui Hantang had pried up a small flap of skin beneath the sorcerer's ribs using his twig. He ordered several men to grip the sorcerer firmly, then pulled on a pair of gloves with a sinister grin. Seizing the flap, he gave a sharp tug. With a tearing rip, the sorcerer screamed in agony. A large swatch of skin had been peeled away. Everyone recoiled in shock. They hadn't expected Daoist Qi to be so ruthless as to flay a man alive. But something was off. The peeled skin didn't bleed. "This is human skin, all right," Huantang said, brandishing the membrane, "but not his." Lian Nisheng saw that although the exposed area was reddened, there was no broken skin or bleeding. On closer inspection, the membrane was actually a pouch. She didn't dare open it. She simply produced a craft paper evidence bag and deposited the object inside. Huantang located similar pouches on the sorcerer's arms and thighs, smaller in size. He cursed, "I knew you had secrets on your person. Now that I've plucked you clean, let's see what other tricks you can pull." Even the top knot was taken apart. Sure enough, items were concealed there as well. Huantang ordered the clothing and confiscated belongings sorted and bagged separately. A tattered rain cape was fetched from the grounds to cover the sorcerer. Wu Zhiki had been gaunt and hideous before. After this ordeal, hair loose and wild, naked save for the cape, he looked positively monstrous. Burning with shame and rage, he could say nothing with his mouth stuffed. His body writhed in protest. The escorting officers beat him with their batons until, overwhelmed by pain, he meekly allowed himself to be led away on a chain. Huantang instructed Lian Nisheng and the others to take the sorcerer back, while he returned to the hidden chamber for a more thorough search. Carbide lamps had been set up throughout the burial grounds, illuminating every corner. The soldiers stung by hornets or wounded by hidden projectiles had been carried off. Huantang suspected the prognosis was grim. The sorcerer hailed from the southwest, where he had cultivated a passion for poison. His every weapon was undoubtedly envenomed, and his hand was utterly merciless. Inside the compound, Li Ziyu and other police officers, along with political security bureau personnel, were conducting a dispersed search. Huantang returned to the secret chamber and joined Li Ziyu, who was cataloging evidence, in a meticulous inspection and registration of the sorcerer's paraphernalia. Though the chamber was small, it contained an astonishing array of miscellaneous items. Some Huantang recognized, props used by itinerant Daoists to hoodwink the credulous. Others were pills and powders of various kinds. He sniffed each one, musing that the old devil's collection was quite complete. Once the case was closed, he would have to find a way to acquire it for himself. Against the wall stood a pair of finely crafted bamboo walking sticks. Huantang picked one up for a look, then his face changed. He set it down gingerly. When Li Ziyu looked puzzled, Huantang produced a pair of leather gloves from his robe and donned them. "Be careful," he said. Li Ziyu had no idea what warranted such caution. He watched Huantang slip an oilcloth bag over the lower end of the bamboo tube and gently twist the handle. From the tube emerged a triangular head, followed by a body banded black and white, a deadly many-banded kite. Having lived in Guangzhou, Li Ziyu knew the snake's fearsome toxicity. That was why, on tonight's operation, everyone wore thick cloth gaiters, precisely to guard against nocturnal snake bites. He hadn't expected to find one stashed in this very room. He watched Huantang hold his breath until the snake had slithered entirely into the bag, then cinched the opening tight. Wiping his brow, Huantang muttered, "That was close." Had he not been on his guard, Wang Dong's death had already warned them. Had he handled the bamboo staff carelessly, he might have been bitten. Huantang knew Guangzhou had no antivenom for banded kites. Producing and storing snake antivenom was extremely complicated. Only Lingao General Hospital kept any on hand. A bite here would almost certainly be fatal. The other bamboo staff was empty. Presumably its occupant was the snake he had crushed outside the gate. In retrospect, had tonight's raid not been so well prepared, he might have died several times over. A shiver of residual fear mingled with secret admiration for the rotting Daoist. How on earth had that man survived, even thrived in the wilds of southern Shandong and northern Jiangsu? "Chief, this is..." Li Ziyu too had broken out in a cold sweat. He had never seen anything so sinister. "This is a snake staff," Huantang explained. They supposedly originate in western Hunan, used specifically to conceal banded krites for assassination. He demonstrated with the bamboo cane. See how ingeniously it's made. The interior nodes have all been hollowed out, just enough room for a meter-long krite. There's a trapdoor at the bottom, released by tugging the handle, and at the tail end another mechanism to restrain the snake so it can only poke its head out to bite and can't escape. Truly a wicked design. He sighed. Li Ziyu listened, heart racing. To think the realm of the great Ming harbored so many demons and monsters. He had always believed Australian rule was an improvement over the Ming. The common people lived in peace, but the concept of the darkness of the old society had never truly sunk in. After the sorcery case and everything that had followed, the contrast between the two worlds hit him with full force. What exactly was the false Ming's government doing all these years? Li Ziyu exclaimed with genuine indignation. Kui Hantang smiled and nodded. That's the difference. Because of the snakestaff discovery, the search of the room proceeded with extreme caution. It took over an hour to inventory and remove every item. Finally, only the pile of broken jars in the corner remained. Kui Hantang feared these vessels might be containers for raising venomous insects, cultivating goo. He approached gingerly, donning mask and gloves, and pried open the first jar. To his surprise, it contained metal fragments of various sizes, silvery and glinting, loose silver perhaps in scattered chunks. End of chapter. Chapter 1852. Countermoves. News of Gao Tianqi's sudden death spread rapidly through Guangzhou. This infamous figure, the living prefect, whom even the gentry feared, had been hale and hearty just days ago, only to succumb abruptly to acute illness. His death immediately became the talk of every street and alley. Rumor had it that Gao Tianqi had been struck by evil. Many recounted in vivid detail how he had supposedly been connected to the Maojia in case, how the demonic creatures he had summoned through black magic had turned on him, causing his body to fester and rot until he died in agony. Naturally, the rumors reached Liang Kunhu's study. Upon hearing the news, he merely smiled faintly and dismissed the servant who had brought the intelligence. It was already early summer. Outside, sunlight blazed harsh and dazzling. Yet standing before the carved lattice windows of the study, the air remained pleasantly cool. The sun could not penetrate the deep, overhanging eaves, casting only the shadow of the railings across the corridor. The caged songbirds beneath the eaves had been moved to the depths of the covered walkway to spare them the summer heat. Several maidservants stood in silent attendance along the corridor, still as shadows. Though still dressed in the braided styles of unmarried girls, most of these maids had long passed the bloom of youth. 2 were over 30, and the head maidservant was a middle-aged woman past 40. Guangdong practiced the custom of gupi, keeping bondmaids unmarried for life, and the Liang household was no exception. Those permitted to attend upon Liang Kunhu were naturally not newly purchased servants. Seeing the master appear at the window, the head maidservant stepped forward, ready to receive instructions. When he made no sign, she silently withdrew. Even these high walls and deep courtyards could not make Liang Kunhu feel secure. He sensed that the very foundations beneath his feet were slowly crumbling. The Australians' upheavals within Guangzhou did not impede him. Indeed, one could say they benefited him. The annual customary silver he had paid to grease the wheels at every level of the yamens had dropped by several thousand taels. The streets were clean, the roads unobstructed. Though he traveled by sedan chair, the sight was refreshing. But letters arriving from the countryside filled him with a sense of imminent crisis. Stewards from his estates in Nanhai, Panyu, Dongyuan, and elsewhere wrote to report that the Australians had begun surveying land boundaries. The vast tracts of hidden fields would likely remain hidden no longer. That was secondary. The crux of the matter was that land surveys would inevitably dredge up the old issue of dedicated lands, properties nominally transferred to his family to evade taxes. Rumor had it that the Australians would soon issue new land deeds, following the same policy they had implemented in Hainan and elsewhere. If the original owners of dedicated lands did not come forward to clarify matters and re-register their deeds, the former owners' claims would no longer be recognized. Once this became known, many landlords and rich farmers who had formerly dedicated their properties to the Liang family grew restless. Though no one had yet openly demanded the return of their deeds, there was constant clamor for the Liangs to find a solution. Some had even come to inquire in person. Although the Australians had followed Ming precedent for this summer's tax levy and would likely do the same in autumn, the rectification of land taxes was clearly imminent. If he could not devise a countermeasure soon, the Liang estates in every county would quickly disintegrate. This sprawling clan, seemingly flourishing and prosperous, would be a tree without roots the moment tenant rents ceased to flow. It would come crashing down in an instant. Deep in thought, he was interrupted when Suixu glided silently from the recesses of the study and whispered a few words in his ear. He nodded immediately and turned to walk into the back of the study. At the rear of the study lay a small archive room, its shelves and cabinets crammed with books. He lightly touched one of the bookcases, and it swung open like a door. He stepped through into a tiny secret chamber. The walls were not plastered but formed of jagged rocks, and the ceiling was thick stone slabs. This room was carved into the belly of the artificial hill behind the study wall. Inside sat an old man in coarse cloth and wooden clogs, the WoodStone Daoist. Not only had he changed his attire, but his appearance had altered considerably as well. He looked utterly decrepit, the very image of an old peasant worn by years of toil. "It's not wise for you to come here," Liang Kunhu said, his tone cool. "My household is too prominent. Who knows how many eyes are watching?" The WoodStone Daoist laughed. "Rest easy, young master. However capable the Australians are, surely they cannot peer into the Six Pulse channels. This old one traveled here by earth tunneling." The Liang mansion had a secret conduit connecting to the Six Pulse channels, Guangzhou's network of ancient drainage canals, and Liang Kunhu had heard that the tunnels inside were as wide as streams, navigable by boat. In his youth, driven by curiosity, he had once tried to descend, but the moment the flagstone was lifted, the blackness, filth, and accumulated stench of years were simply unbearable. It was said that in the past, burglars attempting to infiltrate wealthy households through these channels had been killed by the noxious fumes. That the WoodStone Daoist could pass through unhindered was not surprising, given his reputed occult arts. Liang Kunhu said, "Gao Tianqi is now dead. But Wu Zhiki has been captured by the Australians, and he knows a great deal. A pity we didn't dispose of him sooner. There were still uses for him. These scheming vermin accomplish nothing and ruin everything." The WoodStone Daoist spat in frustration. "But rest assured, young master, this backwoods ghost-fire Daoist has some skills. He can endure the Australians' severe tortures. Besides, I have extracted his soul fragment. Even if only for the sake of entering the netherworld after death, he will hold out and confess nothing." Liang Kunhu said, "If that is so, I am relieved. But you are not safe in Guangzhou either, Reverend. It would be best to leave." "If I leave now, what becomes of the great task entrusted to me by the Stone Elder?" The WoodStone Daoist shook his head. "Half the suppression talismans have already been placed in the Six Pulse channels. Unfortunately, the ritual implements can no longer be refined, so the formation is only half complete. This, too, is because the Australians' fortune has not yet run out." He sighed. Liang Kunhu sighed inwardly as well. "Though the suppression formation has failed and the Australians' luck is ascendant, this poor Daoist has another stratagem, but it will require your wholehearted assistance, young master. By all means, speak." When the Stone Elder was in Nanjing, he heard the geomantic master Yun Zhangyu mention that Guangzhou has long harbored the aura of emperors. Though Zhenhai Tower was built and the horseshoe ridge excavated to suppress it, the imperial aura has not dissipated. The Australians occupying Guangzhou cannot achieve a true imperial destiny, but carving out a corner and becoming warlords is certainly within their reach. Now that the court faces troubles on all sides and the southeast is the source of tax revenue, we cannot allow the Australians to usurp this place and grow into a regional power. The Stone Elder therefore dispatched me to shatter this city's imperial aura. Master Yun says that White Cloud Mountain to the north is the vital artery of Guangzhou's geomancy. If a canal is dug between White Cloud and Yuexiu Mountains, severing the Horseshoe Ridge, the imperial aura will scatter, and the Australians will never be able to steal our great Ming's fortune. Liang Kunhu nodded. Digging a canal was an engineering project, not something a few men could accomplish in secret. It required manpower, resources, and the Australians' permission. This would not be easy. The WoodStone Daoist continued. Fortunately, the Australians are presently dredging ditches and clearing channels. If someone whom the Australians trust could submit a proposal to excavate the North Moat and connect it with the East Moat stream, the matter could be accomplished. Liang Kunhu understood his meaning. I grasp your intent, Reverend. I shall do my utmost. I understand the difficulty and risk. The Stone Elder has said, he will not forget the danger you shoulder in Guangzhou, and he will certainly repay you in the future. If I coveted peace and riches, why would I make trouble with the Australians? Liang Kunhu said with a cold smile. When it comes to connections with the Australians, I am no less positioned than Gao Ju. With a little effort, I could easily become one of Guangzhou's new elite. But I understand the Australians' true aim. They seek to uproot the very foundation of a scholar gentry. As the saying goes, when the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? The Liang family has received imperial favor for generations. How could we not comprehend this? Rest assured, I will spare no effort. After seeing off the WoodStone Daoist, Liang Kunhu knew this would not be easy. Although the Liang family had long maintained contact with the Australians, even co-sponsoring a charitable haul, by rights they should have been poised to become the hottest new Australian elite after the Gao family. Yet ever since Reuben's ill-fated maritime expedition and the Australians' burning of the Huangs relay station, relations between the Liangs and the Australians had grown distant. Over the past few years, their interaction had been limited to the exchange of condolence letters and ceremonial gifts. After the Australians entered the city, the Liang family had neither sought to curry favor nor responded enthusiastically to invitations. As a result, the relationship had not only failed to recover, but had grown even colder. After the Fangchun courtyard incident, Liang Kunhu realized that his family was already under Australian scrutiny. If he personally submitted the proposal, the Australians would view it as offering flattery for no good reason. And should some geomantic expert among them discern the scheme, he would be bringing eternal ruin upon himself. So he absolutely could not step forward himself. Someone else was needed, someone the Australians trusted, yet who had no connection to him. For a moment he thought of Huang Bingkun. But upon reflection, although Huang despised the Australians with all his heart and had old contacts among them, Huang knew Liang's true anti-Australian stance. If the affair came to light, Huang would never withstand their harsh interrogations. He racked his brains and suddenly thought of Wu Ming, a member of the Jade Source Society, quite proficient in Australian studies. Several of his academy classmates were now employed by the Australians. He was exactly the sort of talent they favored. Though Wu Ming knew Liang, their acquaintance was shallow. At most, Wu considered Liang merely averse to the Australians. Even if the scheme were exposed in the future, Liang could extricate himself. Most crucially, Liang Kunhu had originally intended to promote the Jade Source Society members. He had planned to arrange for Wu Ming to enter the prefectural school this year and pass the licentiate examination. But with the Australian occupation of Guangzhou, that had all fallen through. Wu Ming remained dejected and nursed a belly full of resentment against the Australians. Using him to propose the scheme would be an ideal choice. Liang thought to himself, aren't the Australians about to hold an examination? Then let him go. End of chapter. Chapter 1853, Young Master Huang's Dilemma. Confucius, surname Kong, given name Qiu, an illegitimate son of a minister's family in Lu, ancestral home in Shangqiu of Song. Lin Zengxiu slammed the copied document on the table and cursed indignantly. This is a roundabout way of accusing the sage of forgetting his ancestry. Young Master Huang II stared blankly at Lin Zengxiu, utterly baffled. Elegantly formal was Zhou. I follow Zhou. Lin Zengxiu knew this Australian affairs expert was out of his depth. He offered a reluctant explanation, but seeing that Huang Bingkun still didn't understand, he gave up and went to drink some cooling tea to calm himself. The sage's ancestors were indeed from Song, descendants of the Yinshang dynasty. They were exiled by their sovereign and came to Lu as court guests. Liang Kunhu remained placid and continued explaining to Huang Bingkun. So this was what forgetting one's ancestry meant. The Australian's insults even employed classical allusions. Yet I didn't catch it myself. Huang Bingkun suddenly felt he had been humiliated. Seeing that his point had finally landed, Lin Zengxiu's temper eased somewhat. He picked up the copied document again, but after reading only a little more, he slammed it down on the table in renewed fury. How dare they belittle Master Dong's great merit? How dare they compare our sacred teaching to debased cults and licentious worship? I share mortal enmity with these Australians. In his agitation, Lin Zengxiu sprang to his feet without a thought for discretion, pointing toward the great world building and shouting. Though Lin Zengxiu was a core member of the Jade Source Society, ostensibly expert in Australian studies, his position was Chinese learning as the foundation, Australian learning for practical application. In other words, he advocated an Australian affairs movement that would absorb Australian technology and certain institutional advantages to prolong the Ming's life. But now the Australians were striking directly at the root of Chinese learning. How could he not be alarmed? His outburst frightened Huang Bingkun half to death. Huang hurriedly tugged him back into his seat, murmuring, "Quiet, quiet," in urgent remonstrance. Though this was the Liang Mansion's east garden, a place Liang Kunhu guaranteed was watertight in terms of secrecy, to Huang Bingkun, the Australian's seeming omniscience had become a bone-deep terror. Liang Kunhu remained seated calmly, still leafing through a copy of 200 model essay questions with analysis. This meeting was held not only within the Liang estate but specifically in the East Garden, accessible only to the innermost circle. Even the servants normally assigned here had been dismissed. The entire garden was silent as a tomb. The document in Lin Zengxiu's hands was a copy of an internal meeting transcript, obtained through a contact 2 days after the Australians' cadre conference and delivered just this morning. Liang Kunhu had already read it. Seeing Lin's violent reaction, he judged it would be a while before Lin finished, so he decided to let Huang Bingkun read it first to save time. Huang Bingkun accepted it with both hands, expressing his thanks, with repeated self-deprecating apologies of "forgive my presumption." He unfolded the document. The transcript contained remarks made the previous afternoon by Liu Xiang and Zhang Heyegu at the weekly cadre training session. Since Han Yue's arrest, obtaining such materials had become more difficult. Deliveries that once arrived the next day now took an extra day or more. But even without Han Yue, there were others. Especially of late, the Australians had begun paying their retained clerks partly in silver coins and partly in circulation vouchers. Those who had hesitated before were now far more willing to cooperate in these harmless matters, as long as payment was made in hard silver. Nevertheless, the loss of Han Yue meant the documents they obtained were of significantly lower classification and arrived less promptly. After all, their current contacts were mostly retained personnel. Huang Bingkun was accustomed to reading Australian documents. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had finished both transcripts. Seeing that this Australian affairs expert had completed his reading, Liang Kunhu did not hurry to pass the document on to Lin Zengxiu. Instead, he asked directly, "Has my worthy brother finished? What are your thoughts?" Huang Bingkun's brows furrowed deeply. He sighed toward the heavens. Our sacred teaching is in peril. The gentry of Guangzhou are in peril. Please elaborate. Leaving aside how this prefect Liu has judged the ancient sages, I ask you all to look carefully at this document from the official surname Zhang. Huang Bingkun turned to the second transcript and pushed it to the center of the group. This Zhang Australian's essay describes how the people of Song, after reaching Australia, transformed from civilized to barbarian. First, they rejected the sacred teaching and criticized sacred learning. Then they cobbled together a hodgepodge from the 100 schools and Western barbarian sources, proclaiming themselves the torch of Huangs civilization. And look at this passage where Prefect Liu criticizes our founding emperor. He calls the emperor unlearned and talentless, says he inherited many Mongol Yuan barbarian institutions, representing a complete political and cultural reaction, and claims rather than a restoration of Huangs, his reign continued the backward and barbarous political system passed down from Liao, Jin, and Yuan, that it poisoned generations, and that, in astronomy and calendrics, not only was there no progress, but a great regression, even inferior to the barbarian Mongol Yuan. Huang Bingkun pointed to several key passages and expounded at length on the Australian threat, finally summarizing. What the Australians have done on Qiangya Island is meant to show those peasants that governance and livelihood can be managed perfectly well without our sacred teaching. At this point, Huang Bingkun suddenly faltered, speaking frankly. It was not merely just as well, but couldn't be better. In the Australians' eyes, our sacred teaching is worthless. The remaining core members of the Jade Source Society listened with expressions of desolation. A few like Lin Zengxiu detected the slip in Huang Bingkun's words and fixed him with glares until he trailed off, abashed. Only these few comrades remain in our society. Liang Kunhu suddenly changed the subject with a sigh. Ever since the Australians announced they would hold a special examination, in the 9th month, the Jade Source Society's anti-Australian consensus had swiftly collapsed. In less than a month, not only had the peripheral members vanished entirely, but even some members of the secret inner circle in this very garret had begun to withdraw. Wu Ming had been among the first to leave, and it was said he had even informed on them to the Australians, hoping to earn some merit. Yet the Australians appeared utterly indifferent. None of the Jade Source Society's core members had been arrested, and even young Master Huang II, who had come all the way from Lingao, remained unmolested. Brother Huang, we all know your family has a blood feud with the Australians. Guangzhou has fallen for over 100 days now, yet the court has done nothing. Surely treacherous ministers and mediocre officials have blocked the truth from reaching the throne. Liang Kunhu suddenly cupped his hands earnestly toward Huang Bingkun. Would you be willing to shoulder this righteous burden and carry news of Guangzhou's situation to the capital? Young Master Huang had long since concluded that there was no hope of overthrowing the Australians here in Guangzhou. He was more than willing to leave, but he also knew that with his shallow background, he had no influence even in Guangzhou, let alone further north or at the imperial court. His own plan had been merely to urge the Jade Source Society members westward, to inform the newly appointed Governor Qiang of Australian affairs. Now that Liang Kunhu suddenly invited him to carry the news, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Of course, he knew that prolonged silence might make this rare, loyal, and courageous gentleman doubt his sincerity. After only a moment's hesitation, he voiced his concerns. Governor Qiang is in Guangxi mustering his forces. Outwardly impressive, but in truth his defeat is already sealed, Liang Kunhu said slowly. Those present all showed expressions of astonishment. After his panicked flight from Zheyaking all the way to Wuzhou, Qiang Wenchen had somehow managed a great victory using local militia and stragglers. He had repulsed the Australian pursuit at Wuzhou, claiming countless Australians drowned, 15 caps recovered, one belonging to an Australian chief. For whatever reason, this victory or something else, the court had not punished him but allowed him to redeem his crimes through meritorious service. Qing was now established at Wuzhou, summoning troops and supplies, building ships, making a show of preparing to march east. For the diehards in Guangzhou, Governor Qing at Wuzhou was their great hope. Before the Jade Source Society dispersed, their most debated topic had been how many troops Qing Wenchen would need to retake Guangzhou. Were he given 3 or 4 years to gather provisions, weed out the weak, and patiently train troops and manufacture weapons, he might have a fighting chance. But the responsibility for losing Guangdong and Zhejiang has not been forgotten. The emperor's eagerness for results is well known. In all likelihood, Qing will be pressured into a hasty campaign. Liang Kunhu did not finish the thought, but everyone understood. Such things had happened repeatedly in the past decade or more. Be it imperial impatience or pressure from court ministers, the result was always catastrophic defeat, lost armies, and surrendered territory. Qing Wenchen would not escape this fate of Ming commanders. Moreover, whether the Australians will even give him time to train and rearm is doubtful. Though he holds Wuzhou, the natural barrier of Zhejiang has already fallen. He has but a few thousand dispirited troops. Even if reinforcements come, they will take months to arrive. Should the Australians advance, Wuzhou could fall in an instant. At this moment he can barely protect himself. If, my worthy brother, you are pinning your hopes on him, you had best abandon that notion. What I mean by carrying the news is not to the 2 capitals, but to the Jiangnan and Zhejiang regions. It turned out that Liang Kunhu's grandfather, Liang Yaonian, had served as Right Provincial Administration Commissioner of Zhejiang, and his father, Liang Wendao, had held 2 prefectural postings. The web of connections from 2 generations of examination, classmates, and colleagues was quite rich. Though time had cooled many friendships, a number of retired officials and gentry in the Jiangnan region still exchanged several letters a year. Especially in recent years, some previously distant contacts had begun writing frequently to renew old ties, and of course, never neglecting to ask the Liang family's servants to purchase various Australian curiosities on their behalf. Liang Kunhu's plan was to use his father's and grandfather's network to transmit news of the great upheaval in Guangzhou to the gentry-dominated Jiangnan region, and from there, through various political associations, to reach the emperor's ear. End of chapter. Chapter 1854, Ancestral Brother. The only difficulty is that the roads are impassable. The region around Guangzhou has descended into chaos. The counties under Australian military control are more or less orderly, but the moment one leaves Australian territory, villagers and brigands run amok everywhere. By land, whether heading toward Hunan, Jiangxi, or Fujian, nowhere is safe. Under these circumstances, the only way to reach Jiangnan is by the Australian sea route to Shanghai. At this point, Liang Kunhu could not suppress a strange feeling of irony. He sighed softly and continued, "Whether the Australians conduct rigorous inspection of passengers, I cannot say. Taking the sea route may prove even more dangerous than traveling overland." Having said enough, Liang Kunhu fixed his gaze intently on Huang Bingkun. Huang Bingkun hesitated, mulling it over. Earlier, Liang Kunhu had proposed that he infiltrate the more remote counties to raise righteous forces in rebellion. That plan had subsequently been abandoned. As it turned out, though the Australians had gained nominal submission of the outlying counties through proclamation alone, public order in those areas had completely broken down. The temporary disappearance of government authority had erased what little respect remained for the king's law. Everywhere, opportunists sought to profit from the chaos. Rural landlords and lineages fortified villages and trained militia for self-defense. In an instant, the countryside was crawling with all manner of forces: bandits, village clans, local strongmen. Old grudges and new feuds erupted all at once, plunging the rural areas into internecine warfare. Passenger boats on the inland waterways connecting Guangzhou to the Pearl River Delta ceased operation entirely. Overland travel was equally perilous. The contacts Liang Kunhu had prepared in the outlying counties had been cut off by the breakdown of communications. No matter how lofty his aspirations, Huang Bingkun dared not march blindly into certain death. He had no choice but to remain at the Liang estate, whiling away the time. His only diversion was lecturing the Jade Source Society members on Australian studies and recounting his experiences in Lingao and Guangzhou. Liang Kunhu occasionally attended these lectures. Otherwise, he was nowhere to be seen, and no one knew what occupied him. The Liang household servants were uniformly tight-lipped about their master's affairs. Huang Bingkun thus lived under what amounted to house arrest. Recently, the various public order rectification efforts had made some progress. At the very least, the roads and river transport in the counties around Guangzhou had become reasonably safe, and armed escort services were now available even in more remote areas. Only now could the plan be resumed. Huang Bingkun had mentioned this to Liang Kunhu before, but nothing had come of it. He never expected that Liang now wanted him to go to Jiangnan and seek aid there. In his heart, he had no desire to go begging in Jiangnan. He could well imagine the experience, pressing a warm face against cold buttocks, reciting nothing but woeful tidings. Those gentlemen, ensconced in their Tenjiang mansions and living in ease, how many would care to hear a homeless wanderer wailing? He would rather follow Liang's original plan, slip alone into a remote county, organize righteous troops, train village militia, kill Australians, reliving the days when he had followed his father into battle against bandits and pirates. Every scholar harbored a dream of inspecting a sword by lamplight while drunk, and Huang Bingkun was no exception. Liang Kunhu knew what he was thinking. Among the hundreds of thousands on Qiangya Island and the million in Guangzhou, there are those familiar with Australian affairs and those of passionate conviction. But one who possesses both qualities, that is you, Brother Huang, and you alone. With things put so plainly, Huang Bingkun could no longer refuse. He answered resolutely, I understand. The messenger must also be well versed in Australian affairs. Looking across this million-strong prefecture, who else is there but me? Everything is at Brother Liang's disposal. Perhaps because the internal training materials had struck such a blow to those present, no one was in the mood to linger. Before long, the handful of participants dispersed. As usual, the moment they left, there came sounds of movement from behind the beaded curtain in the adjacent alcove, someone departing by another exit. The others assumed, as they always had, that one of the Liang family elders had been listening in on their discussions. They thought nothing of it and did not press Liang Kunhu. They simply exchanged courteous farewells and went their separate ways. Only Huang Bingkun did not leave at once. After the others had gone, he raised again the matter of going to the outlying counties to raise troops. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with that, my worthy brother. A mysterious smile appeared on Liang Kunhu's face. I have already found a more suitable candidate. Liang Kunhu stood at the garden gate and watched Huang Bingkun and the others depart. He did not return to his own study as usual, but instead wound his way through several corridors until he reached an elegant pavilion in the rear garden of his father's compound. There he straightened his robes and announced himself formally. Your humble younger cousin Kunhu pays respects to the ancestral brother. This ancestral brother was none other than Zhang Dai. Ever since his friends in the literary circle had piqued his curiosity, Zhang Dai had been planning a trip to the south to see the Australians' new marvels for himself, and more importantly, to taste authentic Australian cuisine. But in an era of difficult travel, spontaneous journeys simply did not exist, so the trip had been delayed until late the previous year. Zhang Dai's grandfather, Zhang Rulin, had been a jinchi of the 1595 examination, the same class as Liang Kunhu's grandfather, Liang Yaonian. Later, Liang Yaonian rose to become Right Provincial Administration Commissioner of Zhejiang, overseeing Zhang Rulin's home region, while Zhang Rulin served as Provincial Administration Vice Commissioner of Guangxi, with jurisdiction over a key trade route for the Liang family. In their later years, both men had attained provincial-level positions, and their correspondence grew closer. This examination bond had been maintained, neither warming nor fading, through subsequent generations as members of both houses continued to pass the civil examinations. By the time of Zhang Dai and Liang Kunhu, the relationship was primarily economic, facilitating the exchange of goods between Jiangsu and Guangdong. When Zhang Dai resolved to travel south, his family's first choice of hosts was naturally the Liangs. The original plan was to arrive before the new year, spend the holiday enjoying Cantonese customs at a family friend's home, then proceed to Lingao after the festivities wound down. But the weather that winter had been freakish. Guangdong even saw snow, and before the New Year celebrations had fully concluded, the Australians had already taken Guangzhou. Zhang Dai found himself stranded in the city, not daring to wander freely. Though Guangzhou had fallen, the Liangs ensured Zhang Dai suffered no hardship. In the initial panic, the family suggested he take refuge at their ancestral estate in Xingtang Township. But the gourmand instincts inherited from his grandfather made Zhang Dai loath to abandon the novel foods so readily available in Guangzhou. Moreover, the Australians' doings in the city had aroused his curiosity. Rather than hiding in the countryside, he preferred to observe up close. After some deliberation, Liang Wendao, Liang Kunhu's father, decided there could be no objection. After all, Zhang Dai had no connection whatsoever to the Australians. He had merely come to Guangzhou to visit friends. There was no reason the Australians would bother him. In his mind, the Australians were no longer simple bandits. Still, precautions were necessary, at least to show that the Liang family valued their guest. And so Zhang Dai was moved from the guest quarters to an elegant pavilion in the rear garden of Liang Wendao's own compound, to lie low for a while. Ultimately, Zhang Dai and Liang Kunhu were of the same generation, but Zhang Dai's literary reputation and erudition far exceeded Liang Kunhu's provincial fame. Liang Kunhu had therefore made a point of cultivating Zhang Dai's favor. When Zhang Dai arrived and made clear his interest in the Australian intruders, Liang Kunhu invited him to participate in the Jade Source Society's garret meetings. He had intended initially to have Zhang Dai listen from behind a screen once or twice, then make a grand introduction of the Shaoxing literary celebrity. But before even a couple of sessions had passed, Guangzhou changed hands. For safety's sake, Liang Kunhu dared not let Zhang Dai appear openly. In these extraordinary times, a northern scholar suddenly materializing in occupied territory might provoke suspicion. He could not guarantee that everyone in the society would remain discreet. Thus, for the past several months, Zhang Dai had continued to observe the Jade Source Society's meetings from behind the beaded curtain. Today's session, too, Liang Kunhu had specifically arranged for Zhang Dai to overhear, because he had always planned to use Zhang Dai's connections to relay news of Guangzhou's great upheaval back to Jiangnan, and even to the capital. There is no need for such ceremony, younger cousin. Zhang Dai, in his 40s, naturally accepted the title of Ancestral Brother from a man in his 30s. By the time Liang Kunhu had seen off his guests, Zhang Dai had already settled into a seat. He was nibbling on the latest Australian confection called cookies, while perusing an essay sample book. Several other study guides of various editions lay beside him, all procured by the Liang household from the market. Ancestral Brother, what do you think of this Huang Bingkun? Having grown familiar with Zhang Dai's easygoing temperament over these months, Liang Kunhu dispensed with further formalities and got straight to the point. A man of passion, Zhang Dai replied blandly. This assessment surprised Liang Kunhu. Ancestral Brother, is something amiss? Zhang Dai was silent for a moment, finishing the question in his book and turning the page before finally answering. Nothing amiss. He is well suited to carry the news north. Only I do not intend to accompany him back. After a pause, Zhang Dai turned to fix Liang Kunhu with a resolute gaze. I still wish to see Lingao for myself. Liang Kunhu's brows knitted. Could it be that this ancestral brother Zhang had been bewitched by the Australians? Surely not. His family and property were all in Shaoxing, and the Australians' hostility toward Confucian scholars was unmistakable. Zhang Dai could not possibly hold any affection for them. Then again, perhaps, viewed from a perspective of loyalty and righteousness, was Zhang Dai planning to personally scout Australian affairs? After all, Huang Bingkun was an outsider. Though he could reach the Jiangnan gentry through the Liang family's old connections, his voice carried little weight. If Zhang Dai, a prominent figure in the Revival Society, were to investigate personally, his testimony would carry far more credibility. Could it be that you, ancestral brother, intend to venture into the tiger's den yourself? Truly a deed of great righteousness. Liang Kun, who tried to flatter Zhang Dai along the loyalty angle while closely observing his expression, but Zhang Dai's face betrayed nothing. They're all shrewd foxes, Liang Kun, who thought. He abandoned his probing, exchanged a few pleasantries inquiring after Zhang Dai's meals and lodgings, then took his leave, proceeding directly to report this new development to his father, Liang Wendao. End of chapter. Chapter 1855. A stark contrast standing at the doorway after seeing Liang Kunhu off, Zhang Dai shook his head for reasons he could not quite articulate. He turned and wandered back inside, gently withdrew a sheaf of slightly yellowed papers from his personal document case, and sat down again. The annals of the stone chest say that Emperor Geazu of Han's achievements surpassed those of Tang and Wu, yet he grieved that his people could not extend to the four corners of the world. Our exalted ancestors' achievements surpassed those of Yao and Shun. This passage was from Zhang Dai's own work, the concluding section of the Annals of the Founding Emperor, in the first volume of his Shikui Shu. Beside it lay a hand-copied transcript of the document titled Perspectives on Huaxia Civilization. This transcript was supposedly authored by Liu Xiang, the Australian prefect of Guangzhou. The Liang household possessed many such Australian documents, and Zhang Dai had browsed through quite a few. Each time he read them, he thought of Mr. Zhao from Hangzhou. After quelling the Mid-Autumn Festival disturbance, Mr. Zhao had become a rather influential figure in Hangzhou. He subsequently helped the authorities suppress the rice riots, consolidating his foothold in the city. As an important member of the Revival Society in Zhejiang, Zhang Dai frequently associated with him and had seen many Australian books, pamphlets, and curious novelties. Among founding emperors throughout history, Zhu Yuanzhang belongs to the top tier of legitimate succession. Setting aside the semi-mythical sovereigns of high antiquity, Zhu Yuanzhang, by virtue of expelling the Tartars and restoring Huaxia, ranks alongside the first emperor of Qin and Emperor Geazu of Han. However, in institutional design, his insufficient knowledge, excessive faith in state coercion, and other factors led him not only to perpetuate certain undesirable Mongol Yuan institutions, but also to introduce many purely impractical administrative innovations. For example, Zhang Dai had always been an ardent admirer of the founding emperor, not out of political correctness, but genuine veneration. The diction of his own Annals of the Founding Emperor in the Shikui Shu made that devotion unmistakable. Reading the Australian's assessment of Zhu Yuanzhang filled him with revulsion. Flipping quickly through his own manuscript, he found himself more concerned with another passage. Anyone who devotes himself to the eight-legged essay must inevitably refine his mind, diminish his spirit, narrow his vision, grow pedantic in taste, wretched in appearance, and putrid in disposition. So long as the eight-legged essay is not abolished, the realm cannot enjoy a single day of peace. This was from the chapter General Discussion of the Examination System, which he had just completed before heading south, and Prefect Liu's lecture transcript had quoted it verbatim. Kindred spirits, nonsense. Then how had Prefect Liu learned of this passage? Zhang Dai was quite certain he had never shown those chapters to anyone. Reading carefully, this was now the third time, Zhang Dai felt he was beginning to discern some pattern. The transcript was a hand copy made by some secretary hired by a pseudo-Australian official, obtained under the guise of admiration, and request to transcribe. Certain things became visible only upon close inspection. Most obviously, this quoted sentence had already been expressed once earlier in the text using Australian vernacular, also known among the Australians as plain speech. Quoting it again would be redundant. Yet upon comparing handwriting and flipping back and forth, he saw that this passage, like several others, had apparently been jotted in the margins by the pseudo-Australian official. In the earlier pages, the transcriber had been careful to denote such annotations with a different script style, but by the later pages, clearly fatigued, he had neglected to do so. So was this particular quoted annotation the official's own addition, or something Prefect Liu had spoken extemporaneously during the lecture? Zhang Dai considered it and decided it must have been Liu's words, because the pseudo-official was obviously of limited literacy. For example, one earlier annotation rendered the difficult character Du, Chinese letter, as in Empress Dowager Du, simply as Bean Granny, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. So this passage was not part of the prepared text, but something Prefect Liu had said off the cuff. Could there really be such a thing as kindred spirits? If not, then the Liang household had probably long since been riddled with Australian moles. If this passage derived from his own work, then the Australians must have bribed or subverted one of the Liang servants to examine his manuscript. And such a servant would necessarily be of some standing. He would need to be literate, or perhaps the Liang family itself had already. Zhang Dai felt he should not think any further. He was only frightening himself. Alas, the Australian song, Zhang Dai sighed, though even he was unsure what he meant. After eating 2 pieces of water chestnut cake and draining the cup of Runshitang bag-brewed cooling tea, Zhang Dai sat staring at the Australian-fired porcelain cup in his hand. Zhang Dai styled himself Towan and was a passionate antiquarian, a collector and connoisseur with considerable expertise in ceramics. The Zhang family were a distinguished lineage of Shaoxing, divided into east and west branches. Zhang Dai was the eldest grandson of the West Zhang. Blessed with family wealth and a love of ceramics, he had amassed a respectable collection of fine wares at a young age. Later, dissatisfied with the poor draftsmanship of potters and painters, he conceived the notion of founding his own kiln, a Shao ware or Zhang ware. Using his family's influence and his own private funds, he hired veteran craftsmen from Jingdezhen and actually built an egg kiln. He remembered the first firing vividly. 4 days, using the finest pine logs 2 kai long and as thick as a rice bowl, half aged and dry for 3 years, half freshly cut and still wet, consuming 45,000 jin of fuel. Yet when the kiln opened, aside from the cracked and broken failures, not a single intact piece met his standards. He fired kiln after kiln. Though the proportion of intact wares increased, none achieved the effect he envisioned. The investment was enormous, initial losses were severe, and market prospects unclear. Meanwhile, Zhang Dai's examination career faltered, and eventually his family criticized him for squandering time on trivialities. After a stern reprimand from his elders, the ceramics project was shelved. What kind of porcelain did Zhang Dai want? In terms of color, solid color unglazed wares should be white as salt or snow, blue as the sky or lake water, red as vermilion cinnabar or a crane's crown. For painted wares, the body must be pure, the designs exquisite, the colors harmonious. His greatest frustration with porcelain had always been the biscuit edge, an unglazed rim. Why could no vessel be glazed all over? Even Song Dynasty imperial wares and pieces supposedly from the palace treasury had an unglazed ring at the rim or base, or tiny pinholes on the bottom glazed like sesame seeds. To Zhang Dai, this was utterly unacceptable. Only when he tried firing his own porcelain did he understand. Painting on porcelain was nothing like painting on paper. First, most vessels were round, and working on a curved surface was inherently difficult. Second, glazes went on dry and gritty, rendering many painting techniques useless. Third, The pigment color and the fired glaze color were entirely different, one painted blind, relying solely on experience. Blue and white pigment appeared black before firing, Famia rose enamels looked dull, and that was before accounting for saggers, stilts, stacking, kiln temperature, and a host of other factors. As for the biscuit rim and pinholes, in practice, he learned that without an unglazed edge or supporting pins, the glaze would fuse to the sagger. Yet this Australian plain-color porcelain cup was glazed all over. Shaped like a bamboo segment, the outside was green as bamboo skin, the inside yellow as bamboo splints, and even the base was glazed in that same splint yellow, perfectly seamless. If one did not handle it closely, one might take it for an actual bamboo node carved into a cup. Turn it over and over as he might, Zhang Dai could find no biscuit rim or pin marks. Because he had once tried his hand at porcelain, Zhang Dai truly appreciated the depth of knowledge involved. He was not the sort of pedant who dismissed all craftsmanship as cunning trifles. Ponder as he might, he could not fathom how this cup had been made. Still less could he explain the rare Australian bone china lotus leaf platter he had seen in Liang Wendao's study, so thin that, held against the light, one could faintly discern the shadow of one's own fingers behind it. If, as the Australians claimed, they were descendants of survivors of the Yashin defeat who had founded a nation overseas, and if the Central Plains had languished under barbarian rule for a century before the founding emperor restored Huaxia, then the two civilizations had developed separately. Judging by porcelain alone, the great Ming's 2 centuries of progress lagged far behind that of Australian song. And if one dismissed such things as cunning trifles and spoke only of moral philosophy and literature, then the 13 Classics commentary he had seen at the Wanbai bookshop in Hangzhou far surpassed anything in the current age. Yet according to Prefect Liu's lecture, this far-surpassing moral scholarship was not even mainstream Australian thought. In matters of personal cultivation, Confucianism offers many sound recommendations. Embracing Confucian principles in self-improvement and interpersonal relations is beneficial to oneself and to society. Viewed from the perspective of statecraft, however, Confucianism is simply lazy, or one might say, escapist. It first posits an ideal social form, a society where everyone is a gentleman, and then reduces all remaining problems to the question of how to make everyone a gentleman. From a practical standpoint, this is a completely unrealistic program. Though Prefect Liu's remarks were provocative, Zhang Dai could easily discern the Australians' attitude toward Confucianism. Merely one school among the 100, skilled in self-cultivation, unsuitable for governance. Unsuitable for governance. The greatest pride of Confucian scholars was that no matter who conquered the realm, in the end they had to summon the 4 graybeards of Mount Shang, the Zhuge Liangs, the literati, to administer it. Yet Australian song declared that Confucianism was unfit to govern. They not only said so but acted accordingly, managing their territories in perfect order. He had heard that across the sea on Kiangya Island, Australian song had transformed that benighted wilderness into a prosperous land, even while absorbing hundreds of thousands of refugees from all corners of the empire, making it thrive as never before in 1,000 years. Not just a slap in the face, a slap backed by incontrovertible facts. He must go and see for himself. He must see with his own eyes. At that moment, Zhang Dai's resolve to visit Lingao was unshakable. End of chapter. Chapter 1856. Mayor Liu's busy schedule traveling to Guangzhou from Guangzhou was no difficult matter. Before the Australians took Guangzhou, Dabo Shipping had maintained an office at Tianzi Wharf, with scheduled vessels plying between Lingao and Guangzhou every few days. Quite convenient. Now, the Huangs relay station on the banks of the Pearl River had been taken over by Dabo as its Guangzhou operations department, and scheduled service had increased to daily departures. Ships bound for Lingao as well as packet boats to Qiangshan ran regularly. If Zhang Dai wished to go, he need only purchase a ticket and set off. However, in those days, traveling far from home was not to be undertaken lightly, and lodging as a guest brought its own host of inconveniences. To ensure a smooth journey, anyone of even modest means and status would write ahead to an acquaintance at the destination, requesting assistance. If one had no relatives or friends there, one would round up a connection however possible and carry a letter of introduction for a personal call, soliciting the recipient's hospitality. For the gentry and great families, such mutual accommodation was commonplace. Zhang Dai naturally made similar arrangements for his visit to Lingao. The Liang family had connections with the Australians. He had originally planned to ask Liang Kunhu to make the necessary introductions. Now that Guangzhou had fallen, the Liangs were a family that had received imperial favor for generations and could hardly maintain open ties with the Australians. Indeed, all the gentry of Guangzhou had adopted this posture. None wished to acquire a reputation for submitting to the Australians, and thereby cause needless trouble for relatives and friends, especially those whose fathers, brothers, or sons were still serving in the Ming bureaucracy or studying for examination. They dared not have any further dealings with the Australians. Since the Liang family could not openly act, Zhang Dai had a backup plan. Mr. Zhao from Sanshui, the Ziyukai in Hangzhou. In Hangzhou, Zhao Yingong had associated with him frequently enough to be called a friend, not because Zhang Dai was captivated by Zhao's singular charisma or personal magnetism, but because Zhang Pu, the leader of the Revival Society, had advised it. Among the Hangzhou gentry, Zhao Yingong's Australian background was an open secret. Zhang Pu's view went further. Zhao was in all likelihood the Australian's agent, perhaps himself an Australian. Zhang Pu was not entirely ignorant of the Australians' activities in Guangdong. Compared to the Eastern barbarians, the Australians brought both benefits and drawbacks to the Ming. They were not like the Manchus, who existed solely to plunder. If properly guided and utilized, the Australians might serve as a tonic to prolong the dynasty's life. He had therefore hinted to Zhang Dai that it would be worthwhile to cultivate a friendship with Mr. Zhao to maintain amicable relations that could serve as a reliable channel of communication when needed, and to glean at least some insight into Australian internal affairs. Zhang Pu knew that the court was astonishingly ignorant of its various enemies. Zhang Dai did not think as strategically or as far ahead as Zhang Pu, but he had always cherished novelties and fine objects, and Mr. Zhao's array of Australian goods suited his tastes perfectly. He was therefore happy to oblige. Before heading south, Zhang Dai had specifically called on Zhao Yingong to request a letter of introduction. When Zhao Yingong heard that Zhang Dai intended to visit Lingao, he was most obliging. He thumped his chest and declared that everything was in hand, then dashed off a letter addressed to the Master of Runshitang. Zhang Dai did not know who this Master of Runshitang was, but so long as he bore the letter, he could seek out the Runshitang establishment upon arriving in Lingao, and all would be well. To his surprise, he discovered that Runshitang had a branch office right here in Guangzhou. This simplified matters greatly. His plan settled, he dispatched a manservant with his visiting card to Runshitang, announcing that he would call in person at his convenience. Through the public order crackdown, business registration, and household surveys of the city's vice industry, the Cleanup and Rectification Task Force has obtained a preliminary picture of the brothel and vice-trade workforce throughout Guangzhou's urban area, including the 4-gate suburbs. Within the urban area, there are 194 registered and licensed brothels, with 1,548 registered workers and 3,445 auxiliary personnel. The youngest prostitute is 10 years old, the oldest 55 note, excluding Pipazai trainees. Women aged 16-25 account for just under 50% of the total. For detailed age distribution, see the table below. By origin, 62% of prostitutes come from hereditary entertainer households, 27% from boat dweller households, and 11% from commoner families. However, our investigation reveals that many madams from entertainer households purchase impoverished girls and pass them off as their own daughters to circumvent legal prohibitions on forcing commoner women into prostitution. These figures, therefore, do not accurately reflect the true origins of prostitutes. Based on a comprehensive assessment of brothel scale, decor, price level, and traditional social perception, Guangzhou's brothels may be roughly classified into 4 tiers. First-tier establishments typically operate as guild houses or grand barges, floating brothels. In terms of scale, they employ at least 10 prostitutes, sometimes more than 20 plus a number of Pipazai trainees. The buildings are lavishly furnished. The women are generally young and attractive, mostly from entertainer households. Many are literate and skilled in music, chess, painting, and calligraphy. Some are also adept at poetry. Certain famous courtesans enjoy renown throughout the province. The women suffer relatively little abuse and enjoy a comparatively high standard of living. Prices are very high. The primary services are banqueting, singing, pouring wine, tea accompaniment, and keeping guests company. Such establishments are extremely rare in the industry, only 9 in the urban area, less than 5%, with 134 workers comprising 8.6% of the workforce. Notably, although first-tier brothel workers account for under 10% of the total auxiliary personnel in these establishments, including attendants, cooks, procuresses, craftsmen, and the like, constitute over 2/3 of all auxiliary workers. Revenue and profit account for more than half of the entire industry. Economies of scale are very pronounced. Second-tier brothels are primarily smaller in scale than first-tier establishments but comparable in quality. Locally, they are called semi-private. These operate as book salons or painted pleasure boats, compact, elegant premises with only 1-2 working women, plus maidservants and Pipazai trainees. In practice, the maidservants are also workers. Business operations resemble those of first-tier houses, and there are famous courtesans among them. Workers are mostly from entertainer households, often run as family businesses. The madam and courtesan are frequently mother and daughter. There are 38 second-tier brothels in the urban area, with 80 workers, including maidservants. Third- and fourth-tier brothels are purely transactional, with crude facilities and no pretense of elegance. Fourth-tier establishments sometimes lack proper buildings entirely, operating out of shanties and lean-tos on wasteland outside the city walls. These cater to lower-class patrons. Their workers are generally older or less attractive. Because prices are extremely low and maximum profit extraction is the goal, some women service more than 20 clients in a single day. Abuse and exploitation are at their worst. These establishments are also the epicenters of venereal disease. For data on sexually transmitted infections among third- and fourth-tier prostitutes, see the table below. In addition to registered and licensed brothels, there are 6 establishments operating under the guise of Buddhist convents, with conditions roughly similar to first- and second-tier houses. There are also boat people's flower boats, saltwater girls, and earthen dens run by beggar gang leaders. Due to the mobility of these venues and workers, an initial estimate places the workforce between 1,000 and 2,000, mostly transient individuals without household registration. Beyond brothels, Guangzhou has 4 or 5 young master halls, male brothels, operating on a scale and in a manner roughly similar to second-tier establishments, with approximately 50 workers. These have also been included in the current vice industry rectification. In summary, the scale of the vice industry in Guangzhou is considerable, and the proportion of workers relative to the urban population is also quite high. This is closely related to its status as a cosmopolitan trading port. This preliminary survey report on Guangzhou's vice industry is more or less finalized. Liu Xiang closed the manuscript with satisfaction and nodded at Zhang Yunmi. Zhang Yunmi's expression at that moment resembled that of a certain female graduate student Liu Xiang had once supervised years ago, back before D-Day, when he was still an unpaid doctoral candidate slaving for his advisor, a girl who had desperately needed to complete her dissertation within a month. "Give co-authorship to Lu Cheng. She's been running around for you for 2 weeks." Liu Xiang casually added Lu Cheng's name to the cover page. Zhang Yunmi murmured agreement, but her eyes narrowed meaningfully. Liu Xiang pretended not to notice. He chatted about a few other work matters, then dismissed Zhang Yunmi. The moment Zhang Yunmi stepped out of the office, she saw Lu Cheng approaching gracefully with a stack of documents. Zhang Yunmi gave a mysterious smile by way of greeting and walked on. As they passed, Lu Cheng's sidelong glance caught the article's cover and the 2 awkwardly inserted names. A small surge of excitement flickered through her, but she steadied herself within seconds and knocked rhythmically on Liu Xiang's door. "Mayor, today someone presented Mr. Zhao of Hangzhou's visiting card at the Runshitang Guangzhou commercial station, requesting to see the master of Runshitang." Lu Cheng handed over a craft paper document folder. "Elder Zhao." News from him." Liu Xiang was somewhat bewildered, so much so that he nearly blurted out a word that ought to be censored in front of a naturalized citizen. "Could it be that things have gotten tense on his end now that we've taken Guangzhou? Last I heard, he was inspecting the Japan trade route. There shouldn't be any problem," Liu Xiang silently speculated. "Who is the visitor? Did they leave a card?" "Yes," Lu Cheng replied. "His name is Zhang Dai. Here is his visiting card." "Zhang Dai, that name sounds familiar. Should be someone famous." Liu Xiang studied the large red visiting card, then pulled from his drawer an unmarked volume bound in black cardboard, an elements-only reading, and thumbed through it for some time before locating Zhang Dai under the Z Zhang heading. Zhang Dai, Revival Society, Jiangnan Literati Circles. Liu Xiang snapped the book shut with a slightly heavy motion, producing a dull thump. End of chapter. Chapter 1857. The Runshitang Flagship Store. What did the visitor say? He said he would return in 3 days for a reply. I understand. By rights, the Zhang Dai matter should have been handled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Executive Council had no equivalent of a United Front department, but the ministry had no representative in Guangdong, so Liu Xiang's municipal government was temporarily handling such matters. For liaison work with notable native figures, either Liu Xiang appeared in person or Lin Beiguang stepped in. Why had Zhang Dai suddenly appeared in Guangzhou? Liu Xiang pondered, then suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a thick memorandum from his bookshelf and searched under the Z heading in the keyword index. Before long, he found a telegram summary. The telegram had arrived from the Hangzhou station more than 3 months ago, with keywords: Zhang Dai, Hangzhou, Zhao Yingong, Lingao. Zhao Yingong had reported that Zhang Dai intended to travel south and would very likely visit Lingao. Lucky I remembered this, Liu Xiang thought. Our information processing and sharing capabilities are still far too primitive. He immediately copied a number onto a memo slip and rang for his new secretary. Go find the full text of this telegram. Yang Shixiang sat in the newly renovated Runshitang Guangzhou flagship store, surveying the bright hall and sparkling glass display cases with profound satisfaction. After the liberation of Guangzhou, Yang Shixiang had moved the headquarters from Lingao to Guangzhou at Liu San's urging. Though Lingao now rivaled Guangzhou in prosperity and population, its geographical disadvantage meant it was inconveniently distant from both sales markets and sources of raw materials. Yang Shixiang was also eager to expand into a major trading hub like Guangzhou. The 2 men hit it off immediately, and Runshitang's headquarters relocated to the Great World District. Beyond retail, Yang Shixiang was also preparing to open a new pharmaceutical factory locally. Because this was an entirely new flagship store, and Yang Shixiang had made considerable profits in recent years, he spared no expense on the decor, striving for grandeur. He rented the largest storefront on Great World's commercial street. Following the traditional Chinese medicine shop format, he had it refurbished completely. The massive gilded signboard had been brought from the old Lingao shop to show he had not forgotten his roots. The wall behind the counter facing the main entrance was a towering medicine cabinet over 10 feet high, with camphor wood facing and white pine interior, far superior to the oak cabinets of the Lingao shop. The counter itself was no longer an old-fashioned wooden chest but glass display cases like those at the Purple Dawn Pavilion, showcasing patent medicines and a selection of Australian miracle drugs. During the design phase, he had even proposed making the large medicine cabinet entirely of glass, but Liu San had vetoed it as too much of a departure from tradition. Yang Shixiang deeply regretted this and found it utterly incomprehensible. The Australians themselves were the least traditional people. Why would such an elegant, impressive all-glass cabinet design be rejected for being non-traditional? In the old days, his dream had been nothing more than someday returning his family's business name to fashion and vindicating his father. Who could have imagined that Runshitang would now establish such a grand operation right here in Guangzhou? Recalling how his father had crossed the sea to purchase medicinal ingredients only to be robbed by pirates, returning to Lingao with nothing but his life, weeping before his grandfather's spirit tablet, today's success was enough to console his father's spirit in heaven. Setting aside those bitter memories, Yang Shixiang thought of that military officer surnamed Yi, called Yi Simon, who was Prefect Liu's personal bodyguard. The latest instructions she had relayed made him somewhat uneasy. Today, besides inspecting and guiding the flagship store's operations, he had a special task: to receive a Jiangnan scholar who had specifically requested to see the master of Runshitang. Although this ancestral gentleman had been unlucky in the examinations, past 40 and still without even a Jurin degree, his reputation in the literary circles of the culturally rich Jiangnan region was remarkable despite being merely a ziyukai. This detail had been explained to Yang Shixiang by Officer Yi. Clearly the man must have exceptional qualities. But for a Jiangnan scholar to appear in Guangzhou at this moment of upheaval, requesting to see the master of Runshitang, that was certainly thought-provoking. Liu San was an element, his status beyond question. In recent years, as the Executive Council's power had expanded, the element's authority had grown ever greater. Even though they still maintained their approachable, low-key style, ordinary naturalized citizens and natives alike felt the status gap widening. Should anything untoward happen, Yang Shixiang could not afford the responsibility. He questioned the shop assistant who had been on duty that day. By Australian custom they should be called sales clerks, and learned that only a manservant had come, presenting a visiting card and a letter of introduction. He hadn't said anything about seeking an immediate audience, only asked the clerk to forward the card and request, saying he would return in 3 days to await a reply. Yang Shixiang was past 40 himself now. From this small matter, he discerned the other party's nervousness and anticipation. He was fairly certain the visitor was not some sort of spy with designs on kidnapping an element. The master of Runshitang he sought to meet was clearly not Yang himself, but his sworn brother, the element Liu San. This morning, the manservant had returned to inquire after news. Yang Shixiang, having already received Liu San's notification the previous evening, had sent word back that he could meet any time between afternoon and evening. The old servant replied that evening would be inconvenient. The sultry afternoon hours when customers were few would be better, and his master would come to consult about a prescription. Thus the meeting was arranged. Compared to Shaoxing, the Guangfu sun was naturally more punishing. According to Australian books, this southern region was closer to the equator, so the sun's angle was higher. If one measured shadows at the same time of day, one's shadow in Guangfu would be noticeably shorter than in Shaoxing. Before long, Zhang Dai caught himself. His mind was wandering again. As a man past 40 who had gloriously joined the ranks of old ziyukai, he understood clearly why he had never passed the Jurin examination. Besides bad luck and a visceral distaste for the eight-legged essay, his main problem was freezing up in the examination hall. The moment he saw the question, his thoughts would spiral off endlessly until his answers became incoherent. Come to think of it, the Australian term wandering thoughts was really quite apt, though his thoughts seemed to be wandering again. A small sedan chair had already stopped outside the gate of the small courtyard where he was staying. To avoid suspicion, he had not used a Liang family sedan today but had hired one from outside. Already properly dressed, Zhang Dai stepped out and merely informed the Liang gatekeeper that he was going to browse the markets today. Then he ducked into the sedan chair. His attendant opened a rattan case, revealing an insulated container with thick kapok lining, several bottles of kvass chilled with crushed ice from the Liang family ice cellar. The servant pressed down the marble stopper and respectfully handed a bottle to Zhang Dai, then closed the case and followed alongside, carrying it. The sedan swayed gently upward. Zhang Dai took a long gulp of the cold drink. He needed to calm down a bit more. Today's venture, though he had thought thrice before acting, was ultimately somewhat rash. He might not be any great official, but his reputation in Jiangnan's literary circles and the Zhang family's influence in the region made him a person of some value. With his awkward status, making a visit of unclear intent, what would the other side think? If they were the Eastern barbarians or the Huangs rebels, he would certainly never conceive of meeting with them. Even if he were stranded, as he was now, his only options would be to flee or take his own life to preserve his loyalty and filial piety. What was it about these Australians that made him want to have a look? The sedan proceeded slowly, not because the bearers were dawdling, but because Guangzhou's streets were undergoing major reconstruction, with the whole city dug up. Zhang Dai gradually organized his thoughts within the chair. During Guangzhou's summer afternoons, anyone who could avoid going out stayed indoors. The Runshitang Flagship store's hall was occupied only by clerks and the proprietor Yang Shixiang himself. With the big boss on the premises, the pressure in the entire shop dropped. The newly hired clerks dared not breathe loudly. One by one, they busied themselves checking the medicines in every drawer or polishing the glass display cases until they gleamed. Whether truly busy or pretending, none dared let themselves appear idle. The physician on duty at the flagship store was Su Zhiling, the second son of the Su family from the Beihethang in Wencheng County. Though the two families were quite distant, there were only so many medical practices with family traditions and shopfronts on Hainan Island, and they could be considered old family friends. By tradition, Su Zhiling had no chance of inheriting the family practice, but he had failed his studies and loved only medical research. His talent exceeded that of his elder brother Su Zhikan. The Guangzhou medical community all believed that Beihethang's four-generation tradition of passing the practice only to the eldest legitimate son would break with this generation. Yet when the Australians arrived, Su Zhiling had abandoned his family's ancestral business, gone to Lingao to take the Australians' traditional Chinese medicine physician qualification examination, obtained his license, passed Liu's screening, entered the establishment, and traveled to villages and mountains delivering medicine and care, accumulating merits. Now he had finally been promoted to the flagship store as attending physician. Seeing that it was high noon with no patients seeking consultations, and that the proprietor's presence was making everyone perform busy work even more exhausting than when there were patients, Su Zhiling took out the Chinese pharmacopoeia published by the Executive Council and began consulting Uncle Yang about a randomly chosen section. When the clerks saw attending physician Su and the proprietor growing increasingly animated in discussion, they finally relaxed a little and stopped their performative busyness. Time flew amid the debate. The cry of sedan bearers setting down their load came from the entrance, drawing Yang Shixiang's attention. Su Zhiling tactfully withdrew at once. He knew the proprietor was waiting for someone today. The clerk who had received that Jiangnan scholar, spotted the manservant presenting the card and nodded toward the interior. Yang Shixiang straightened his robes, adjusted his sleeves, and strode slowly to the shop entrance. End of chapter. Chapter 1858, Lingao's literary affairs among the four diagnostic methods: observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. Observation carries something of the art of physiognomy. The middle-aged man before him appeared to be in his late 30s or just past 40. His temples and cheekbones were not prominent, indicating a childhood free from want. Between his brows lay a knot and lines marked his forehead, signs of excessive worry and melancholy. When he alighted from the sedan, his hands and feet were steady, his gait was relaxed, yet his waist was stiff, suggesting he did not lack exercise but was habitually sedentary. Most importantly, this man was clearly no reckless adventurer. Certain concerns could be set aside. Would you be Master Zhang of Shaoxing? Yang Shixiang cupped his hands in greeting. Indeed I am. Zhang Dai was somewhat puzzled as he appraised the ruddy-lipped, white-toothed, prosperous gentleman before him. He returned the greeting. 3 days ago, this humble scholar borrowed a visiting card from Mr. Zhao of Sanshui to request an audience with the master of Runshitang. I wonder. Ha 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 ha. An inexplicable sense of satisfaction surged in Yang Shixiang's heart. This humble one is indeed the proprietor of Runshitang. Zhang Dai was momentarily dazed. This was acceptable. Come to think of it, he had indeed requested to see the master of Runshitang. But shouldn't you at least have shaved your head? The noon sun is harsh. Please come inside where we may converse, Master Zhang. Without waiting for a reply, Yang Shixiang stepped aside and ushered the bewildered Zhang Dai into Runshitang. This flagship store designed by the Australians was fine in every respect save one. The Great World shop design philosophy was modern, small floor space and compact structure. Gone were the traditional front shop-rear workshop layouts, to say nothing of spacious courtyards. For a retail operation, this was actually scientific and rational, but for entertaining distinguished guests, it felt cramped. There was no suitable private room. Behind the shopfront lay only storerooms, an accounting office, a packaging workshop, and a few dormitory rooms. The grand manager's office, though it included a reception area, measured only about 10 square meters, acceptable by modern standards, but for those from the old society, accustomed to lofty halls with proper left-right arrangements, it felt uncomfortably small. So after Yang Shixiang invited him to sit on the sofa, Zhang Dai couldn't help glancing around at this novel style of shop. Only when the clerk brought cooling tea and pastries to the coffee table and withdrew did Zhang Dai come back to himself. The tea was served in a glass tumbler, red tea with yellow citrus slices. He had drunk this at Zhao Yingong's place and knew it was called lemon red tea, most refreshing for summer heat. As a connoisseur of fine food, he did not share others' wariness of cold foods. Besides, Australian cuisine was famously clean. Though he had already drunk kvass, the iced red tea with its beads of condensation still awakened his appetite. He picked up the glass and took a small sip. Refreshing and pleasant, even better than kvass, which, though cooling and thirst-quenching, inevitably made one belch afterward, somewhat undignified. On the plate beside him were more than a dozen neatly arranged pale yellow pastries, charmingly colored and studded with dried fruit. They resembled shortbread, with swirling patterns, yet emitted an indescribable sweet and rich fragrance. This must be the famous cookies. He had heard of these at the Liang mansion. The family's formal refreshments did not include them, but the more prominent maidservants and concubines all sent servants to buy this novel Australian confection. Setting down his glass, he studied this master of Runshitang carefully, privately puzzled. I am the proprietor of Runshitang. This establishment is a branch of the Fashion Yang Runshitang line. In my late father's generation, the family divided, and we settled in Qiangya, founding Runshitang. Yang Shixiang began his introduction, but seeing Zhang Dai's blank expression, he realized this Jiangnan scholar had never heard of Yang Runshitang, a century-old shop in the Guangnan region, saying more would be pointless. After the Australians entered Qiangya, because of 2 humanitarian medicines, plague-dispelling powder and huge marching pills, our shop established a partnership with the Australians and later became a joint venture. However, the proprietor of Runshitang has always been myself. Yang Shixiang knew what the other party truly wanted and steered the conversation accordingly. How embarrassing. Zhang Dai had been about to say directly that he had come seeking the Australians, but that seemed too abrupt and impolite. He reorganized his words. In Jiangnan, I had heard much about the exotic Australian goods flooding Guangzhou, fine foods and curious novelties. And there is Mr. Zhao Yingong of Sanshui, who trades in Australian books in Hangzhou and is quite expert in Australian studies. Several friends in our society became acquainted with him and admired him greatly. Thus I conceived the idea of traveling south. When I departed, Mr. Zhao presented me with a letter of introduction, saying that if I had need, I could inquire at Runshitang here in Guangzhou. Since you are willing to grant me an audience, I presume you know Mr. Zhao. Only I wonder, as he asked. Zhang Dai roughly guessed that if Zhao Yingong was indeed an Australian, whether genuine or false, the Australian proprietor of Runshitang would not be appropriate to meet with him. In that case, proprietor Yang before him was probably the best person to see. The meeting with the wrong person meant their conversation became rather bland. Yet Zhang Dai was after all a scion of privilege. In a few words, he took command of the situation, aided by Yang Shixiang's willingness to cooperate following Liu San's instructions. Zhang Dai first picked up Yang Shixiang's earlier mention of his father's migration and asked about daily life in Lingao in those early days. Then he praised Yang Shixiang's current prosperous business and inquired at length about the Australians' doings after their arrival in Lingao. Of course, to avoid seeming too deliberate, he interspersed questions about local diseases and common ailments in Guangzhou, subtly conveying his desire to visit Lingao while expressing various anxieties. Yang Shixiang found it rather strange. Liu San had spent a long time briefing him the previous evening. The gist was to tell Master Zhang about Lingao's transformation over the first 5 years and the next 5 years, to speak of the Executive Council's governing abilities, to discuss the Council's pragmatic attitude toward scholars, and especially to emphasize the Council's achievements in civil governance. In Yang Shixiang's summary, the idea was to use the Council's civil and military accomplishments to awe this literary leader, clearly with designs on winning him over. If that was the case, this shouldn't be a trap. Still, he had to keep up appearances. Just in case it was a trap, he mustn't let Zhang Dai slip away. This time, he took the initiative in the conversation. Master Zhang asks about literary affairs in Lingao. This old man can perhaps say a word or two more. Yang Shixiang organized his thoughts and deliberately introduced the topic. As they say, if one cannot become a virtuous minister, then become a skilled physician. In truth, medical families have never lacked scholars in every generation. Hearing the term bell-ringing family, Zhang Dai complimented Yang Shixiang on his family's learned heritage, saying bell-ringing was too modest. In his youth, my late father was actually an aspiring scholar, well-versed in the 4 books and 5 classics, practiced in the 8-legged essay, but he offended his teacher in the academy, and thereafter his path to an official career was forever closed. Yang Shixiang grew wistful as he spoke. This was an old grievance of his father's. Though he never mentioned it normally, in old age he spoke of it often. Even after several decades, the resentment was palpable. This had also planted in Yang Shixiang a profound aversion to the examination system. Zhang Dai thought of his own status as an old Ziyukai in his 40s and felt a certain kinship. At his age, he had finally seen clearly that his examination failure stemmed fundamentally from his heartfelt dislike of the 8-legged essay. May I ask what happened? Zhang Dai found himself asking. Because my father asked his teacher a question. Yang Shixiang spoke slowly. The phrase, a cunning mind in drawing water with an earthen jar, does not appear in the sage's words, but is found in Zhuangzi's wild fancies. Zhuangzi's accounts are all fabricated parables, not actual events, meant to convey principles. Why, over 1,000 years, have people attributed cunning mind to the sage's words? Why do they use Zhuangzi's allegory to condemn the 100 crafts? Zhang Dai recognized this at once as the passage from the Zhuangzi, the heaven and earth chapter, spoken through the mouths of Zigong and an old farmer. The doctrine of those who use machines will have machinations. Those with machinations in their hearts have cunning minds. Zhang Dai found this logic specious, but the focus of study was not this sentence but the next. If a cunning mind is lodged in the breast, then pure simplicity is impaired. If pure simplicity is impaired, the spirit becomes unsettled. Those whose spirits are unsettled cannot bear the Tao. This passage was acknowledged by both Liaozi Zhuangzi and Confucius Mencius alike. With an unsettled spirit, how could one bear the Tao? As he recalled this and listened, Yang Shixiang's father's teacher had indeed said the same thing. Yet Yang Shixiang's father had persisted relentlessly, insisting on resolving the cunning mind issue. The old man carried a jar to water his garden, yet sneered at the well sweep. Did he not realize that the jar itself is a machine, shaping clay to make the body, felling trees for charcoal, sealing earth for a kiln, committing it to fire, 100 crafts laboring together? Only then is the jar made. If one wishes to water the ground without machinery, why not scoop the water with one's hands? At this point, Zhang Dai and Yang Shixiang laughed together. Master Yuan struck my father's palm with a ruler, saying, "You know the affairs of craftsmen in great detail, and medical diviners and menial workers, deaf to the great Tao, silver-tongued sophists, capable only of clever prattle." Thereafter he repeatedly said my father was not one of our way, that he neither plows nor reads. In ancient times Emperor Hui asked why the starving did not eat meat kanji. Now young Yang would scoop water with his hands. What a petty man! At this, Yang Shixiang's face was stern, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Zhang Dai, hearing this, understood that such a condemnation was far too severe. For a Tengsheng who did not come from a scholarly family, it was effectively a death sentence. The matter was surely not so simple that Master Yuan would not have sentenced a student to death over 1 or 2 questions. But what Yang Shixiang wanted to convey was certainly not some actual dark secret. Yet even to the day he died, my father never understood why carrying a jar meant no cunning mind. Yang Shixiang sighed. In truth, Zhang Dai knew what remained ununderstood was actually why using machinery means having a cunning mind, and going further, why medical diviners and the 100 crafts are inferior people. The conversation seemed incomplete, for Yang Shixiang had said he would discuss literary affairs in Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 1859, The Doctrine of Productive Forces. After the Australians came to Lingao, they undertook various projects. Not only did they restore the Moliachuan Academy and reorganize the school fields, but they even dispersed the long-overdue stipends for the scholars, so they would not freeze or starve. Scholars had books to read. The Australians also established their own Australian schools. At this point, Yang Shixiang's face lit up with pride. My worthless youngest son had no prospects in the path of the sages and worthies, so I sent him to the Australian school. Seeing that smug expression and the self-satisfied way he stroked his beard, Zhang Dai knew proprietor Yang's son must have done well in Australian studies. Yet since Yang Shixiang hadn't bragged outright, Zhang Dai felt awkward about offering congratulations as a courtesy. Those Australians teach some interesting things. One day I asked my boy, "What did you learn at school today?" The little rascal rattled off all sorts of mathematics, this force and that force, something about spheres rolling down inclines, all incomprehensible stuff. I was about to smack his palm a few times and let him go when he added that they had also discussed Suyern, Yaochao, the Yellow Emperor, Yandi, Lizu, Kangji, and so on. Yang Shixiang spoke as if lost in the memory, his gaze unfocused. He naturally picked up the teacup beside him, took a sip of cooling tea, and continued. I thought it strange. The Australians teach about the ancient sages. So I had my boy explain exactly how the Australians presented it. Here Yang Shixiang heaved a long sigh, then rather than quoting his son directly, reorganized and summarized. According to the Australians, these ancient sages were great because their inventions enormously advanced social production. Zhang Dai furrowed his brow, enduring terms like productive forces, social production, and production efficiency, words that seemed to point at something but whose precise meanings he couldn't quite grasp. For nearly 10 minutes, he listened to the Executive Council's second-hand version of a history of tools view of human civilization, or perhaps a history of technology view. Beginning with Soyern's mastery of fire, humanity awakened to intelligence. Pottery, herbal medicine, agriculture, sericulture, each invention enormously advanced human civilization and vastly improved human life. And technology was constantly progressing, from cave dwelling to tree nests to wooden houses to stockaded villages, then rammed earth walls and kiln-fired brick cities, or from mining copper at Shaoyang to smelting iron and forging steel. The key to technological progress, they said, was the invention of writing and the transmission of knowledge. Zhang Dai himself was a historian. Though in another timeline he was famous as a gourmet, aesthete, and essayist, his true life's work was the Shikui Shu, the skeleton of the history of Ming. To categorize his views, his historical perspective was of course the traditional orthodoxy and great man theory. Encountering for the first time this materialist historical framework indexed by tool development and technological progress was profoundly shocking. The Confucianism of Confucius and Mencius emphasized emulating the ancient kings, insisting that the present was inferior to the past, and therefore one must follow the ancient kings to restore the governance of the three dynasties. Emulating the ancients was a form of political correctness. Though one might sense something was wrong, no one dared challenge it openly. Zunzi had proposed emulating the later kings, but this did not mean each generation surpassed the last. Rather, he constructed in his mind a model king who had not yet appeared but might exist in the future, then demanded that present rulers cultivate themselves to approach this template. Moreover, in the 1,000+ years since, few had studied the Zunzi. Those who did held disparate views. It was a rare heresy, and its ideas had not spread widely. Yet here and now in a medicine shop, Zhang Dai heard a logically complete, thoroughly argued, meticulously elaborated new historical view, one that affirmed the great achievements of the ancient sages, while pointing the way forward for human society. The sentiment, if I could hear the way in the morning, I could die content that evening, now flooded Zhang Dai's mind. After finishing his account, Yang Shixiang slowly savored several cookies before Zhang Dai came back to himself. But coming to himself meant only that he emerged from his daze and instinctively looked around for someone to discuss this with. Facing the room's only interlocutor, Zhang Dai wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. After all, Yang Shixiang was merely an nth-hand peddler of this entirely new worldview. Yang Shixiang sighed deeply and picked up the thread himself. In the Australian view, the two greatest sages of the Han dynasty were Zhao Gu of the former Han and Bai Lan of the latter Han. Zhao devised the ridge and furrow ox-plowing method. Bai invented the chain pump and the Kelu water-lifting device. Their contributions benefited their own age and enriched posterity. These two men were the true great worthies of the two Han dynasties. Compared to the chain pump and Kelu, the primitive well sweep was nothing at all. Hearing this, Zhang Dai found it hard to accept. Zhao Guo was scarcely mentioned in the histories that could be set aside, but Bai Lan was one of the 10 eunuchs who had disrupted the court. It had been only a few years since the present emperor had overthrown Wei Zhongxian. For these Australians to call a meddling eunuch a great worthy of the latter Han, where did that leave Kai Yang, Lu Zhai, Zheng Xuan, and the other true sages? Thinking further, Zhao Guo was an agriculturalist, a branch of the Mohists. Bai Lan, a eunuch, had pursued cunning trifles, machinations and artifice. Anyway, invention and creation, which also aligned with Moism. The Mencius Tengwen Gong chapter states, throughout the empire, discourse either returns to Yang or to Mo Yang's doctrine is for oneself, which means having no sovereign. Mo's doctrine is universal love, which means having no father. Those without father or sovereign are beasts. Zhang Dai found himself muttering this aloud, only to see Yang Shixiang staring at him in confusion. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Zhang Dai asked directly, the Australians in this respect rather resemble the Mohists. The Mohists have no father and no sovereign is this. If he truly said what followed, wouldn't that cause trouble? Ha ha ha. Yang Shixiang recalled a notice he had once seen in the Lingao Times seeking ancient texts. He replied, Master Zhang. According to the Australians, by the time of the Southern Song migration, much of the Mozi had already been lost. To this day, the Australians possess only 53 chapters, of which 8 are merely titles without content. If Master Zhang truly has the complete 71 chapters of the Mozi, he might offer it to the Executive Council. That would be a great meritorious deed. Hearing this, Zhang Dai's expression grew sheepish. Though the Zhang family were local aristocrats with 3 generations of book collecting and an extremely rich library, they were not a millennial noble house. They would not actively collect heretical texts like the Mozi. His impressions of Moism came almost entirely from Confucian criticisms. Moreover, Yang Shixiang rarely held the upper hand and couldn't help continuing, leaving aside what Moism was like 1,000 years ago. Let me pose a medical analogy. Suppose there is an ancient prescription that uses Aristolochia and aconite as adjuvants. A physician sees it and says, these are great poisons, they must not be used. Tell me, Master Zhang, is that proper? Zhang Dai knew little of medicine, but he understood that certain aggressive prescriptions did include potent toxins like Aristolochia and aconite. If one looked only at the toxic ingredients without considering the formula's overall composition and proportions, and declared it unfit, that would certainly be unreasonable. But clearly Yang Shixiang was comparing Moism to that ancient prescription, using a parable to make his point, leaving Zhang Dai at a loss for a response. Yang Shixiang wasn't really waiting for an answer. He continued on his own. Not only that, but this physician also says, this toxic prescription must not circulate in the world. None of its ingredients may be used. And so cinnamon twigs may no longer be used, nor ephedra, nor ginseng, nor deer antler, simply because those ancient formulas contain them. Master Zhang, is such conduct proper? Yang Shixiang grew more animated, his tone increasingly stern, his gaze toward Zhang Dai taking on a hostile edge. This physician was the Confucians, wasn't it? And didn't Yang Shixiang see him as that Master Yuan? Come to think of it, might that Master Yuan be related to the Supervisor Yuan who had been executed a few years ago? Supervisor Yuan had also been a Jurin from Guangzhou. Zhang Dai's thoughts began to wander in strange directions. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a clear shout came from the doorway. Boss, you're here. Yang Shixiang started slightly, then realized what was happening. He quickly rose and looked toward the familiar figure in the doorway. Brother, how did you find the time to come? Yang Shixiang hurried to the entrance and very naturally extended his hand to shake Liu San's. You've been troubled, elder brother. I've come on assignment. Liu San released his hand and patted Yang Shixiang's shoulder. The two stood side by side. This must be Master Zhang Dai. Liu San strode forward. Zhang Dai already understood that a true Australian had arrived, presumably the Australian proprietor of Runshitang. He had risen early to cup his hands in greeting, but Liu San extended his right hand, a smile on his face. Zhang Dai, recalling how Yang Shixiang and Liu San had just shaken hands, understood this must be the Australian greeting ritual. He suppressed his instinctive distaste at Liu San's direct use of his name, inwardly chuckled, and extended his right hand to shake. Before he could speak, he heard Liu San's voice, tinged with a strange emotion, saying repeatedly, "Honored to meet you. I've long heard your name. Could my literary reputation have astounded these overseas remnants? Zhang Dai could not fathom how long Liu San's long admiration might have been. He could only reply in the customary manner. You flatter me. How embarrassing. My modest reputation is unworthy of your ears. I wonder why you have traveled 1,000 li from Jiangnan to this place, sir. Liu San's tone carried an air of condescension, but Zhang Dai could hardly take offense. Setting aside that this man was one of the Guangzhou grandees, an element, he was also the big boss of this very shop, a genuine master of the house. Zhang Dai himself was merely a guest who had arrived with a letter of introduction. After a moment's thought, Zhang Dai answered frankly, in times past, while sightseeing with friends in Hangzhou, I became acquainted with Elder Zhao. Through his introductions to Australian customs and products, a longing arose in my heart. Thus I traveled south, seeking the means to visit Lingao and see it for myself. End of chapter. Chapter 1860. Motives for travel. The three words Elder Zhao were spoken by Zhang Dai with deliberate emphasis on each syllable. When Liu San heard this, he confirmed that the intelligence was accurate. News of Zhang Dai's southward journey had reached Lingao long ago. However, because Zhang Dai's travel arrangements did not take the sea route but the overland coastal route through Fujian, and all his contacts along the way were Revival Society connections, the intelligence department could not track his movements in real time. Moreover, though Zhang Dai held a certain position in literary history and Jiangnan scholarly circles, his intelligence value was not particularly high. So Lingao had merely issued a routine notification to regional managers. There was this matter. If encountered, give it some attention, but if overlooked, it didn't matter. Under these circumstances, Zhang Dai arriving in Guangzhou around the New Year holidays, Lingao busy preparing for war, Guangzhou city busy celebrating, he had been overlooked. You've come merely for sightseeing. Now Zhang Dai was somewhat annoyed, as if he needed to deceive them. However, he was known for his elegance and would not easily show displeasure. He nodded slightly. This humble scholar is merely an idle man. When I couldn't sit still any longer, I went out for a stroll. These are times of chaos and warfare, with Guangdong in the thick of the conflict. For an idle man like yourself to arrive at such a moment, we cannot help but be cautious about your intentions. As he spoke, Liu San smiled faintly, his face full of calculation. Though Zhang Dai possessed the pride of a literatus, he knew that in wartime martial law is merciless. He pondered for a moment and said, my coming to Guangzhou was a spur-of-the-moment decision. When I departed, Guangzhou was still under Ming rule. The present situation was not something I could have foreseen. Personally, I believe Master Zhang came to Guangzhou without ill intent. However, venturing so far from home is no simple matter in these times. Surely you did not come all the way to this southern land on a mere whim. This was taking on the flavor of an interrogation. Zhang Dai understood that this man had come to probe his true purpose. If his answers did not satisfy, not only would he never reach Lingao for sightseeing, but his very life might not be spared. Though he was not one who feared death, to die so senselessly would leave him deeply unwilling. After brief reflection, he said, my purpose in coming here I have already stated, simply to visit Lingao and see for myself this legendary earthly paradise, the 100 crafts and techniques. Beyond that, I have no other designs. I am merely a scholar, neither a court minister nor a military commander. I sought the master of Runshitang simply hoping for someone to look after me in a strange land. Master Zhang is a distinguished member of your region's gentry and a leader of Jiangnan's literary circles. That you are willing to visit us is most welcome. In fact, had you approached us directly upon reaching Guangzhou, we could have arranged your passage to Hainan immediately. Liu San attempted to convey both sincerity and nonchalance, while subtly chiding Zhang Dai for not trusting the executive council. Zhang Dai remained silent, so Liu San continued. However, they're seeing at a glance, and they're seeing in depth. What exactly does Master Zhang wish to see in our great song? Just as Wumu had predicted, Zhang Dai decided to speak openly now. Since there was no danger to his life and this element Liu was treating him with evident seriousness, why should he remain evasive? As the saying goes, different lands produce different customs. Under Australian Song governance, Hainan's character has been transformed. I've heard that the Australian Song homeland lies beyond vast oceans. I'm afraid I cannot reach it. I can only visit Hainan nearby to observe the customs and way of life of Australian Song. At this point, Zhang Dai realized that if he mentioned only these things, staying in Guangzhou would suffice as well. He had to be more specific. In Hangzhou, I saw many Australian objects, all exquisitely crafted. What is even more remarkable is that their forms are identical even among millions of pieces. This arouses my profound curiosity. What interests me most is the porcelain produced by Australian Song's secret kilns. Zhang Dai went into detail about his fascination with Australian Song's full-body glazing technique and his admiration for the secret kilns bone china, expressing his wish to see them. This rather surprised Liu San. In the psychological profile and behavioral predictions Wumu had prepared for Zhang Dai, it was anticipated that, while Zhang Dai might come to Lingao to observe society and people's livelihoods, that would not be his primary purpose. Lingao's East-West fusion paintings, music and literature mixed with modern styles, the various entertainment forms that had matured in another timeline, even the Purple Dawn Pavilion's indescribable services, any of these could be why Zhang Dai wanted to have a look. But for Zhang Dai to tell Liu San to his face that he was interested in mass production and ceramic craftsmanship, that was unexpected. Liu San was quite familiar with the bamboo joint cup Zhang Dai mentioned, because it was a product created when the porcelain factory's elements and their naturalized artisans first mastered the technique of high-low temperature double firing. The kiln-transmuted accidents had been kept by the elements as collectibles. The finest pieces were distributed as gifts to close element friends. The rest were packaged as high-end gifts for external sale. As a medical specialist, Liu San naturally had professional dealings with the ceramics industry and had received a sample himself. He wasn't clear on the exact process, but he understood the principle. So Liu San decided to approach from this angle and chat more with Zhang Dai. Anyway, his main job was to converse with Zhang Dai at length. The recordings would be analyzed by Wumu's specialists. As for the full-body glazing, the principle is not difficult. Liu San smiled and answered, "Oh, please do enlighten me." Zhang Dai had read many Australian books and knew that the Australians were not secretive about principles, but often avoided discussing specific methods. That book, Introduction to Optics, explained only principles without techniques, leaving several friends in the society tormented by curiosity. Eventually, they had to commission someone to come to Guangzhou to purchase the various lenses mentioned in the book. He had left before hearing whether they succeeded, but from what he had seen in the markets here, such items probably weren't available in Guangzhou. To buy them, one would likely have to go to Lingao. What we call pottery clay is essentially ground stone. Liu San opened his mouth and immediately felt weary. Explaining the chemical composition of clay to Zhang Dai would be like the primordial heavenly worthy expounding scripture, one speaking in tongues while the other listened in bewilderment. Firing it in a kiln means melting it and letting it resolidify into form. Glazes are the same, basically colored stones. Of course, in a high-temperature environment, they undergo certain changes, typically a reduction reaction. Oh, you needn't worry about that. It just means the material properties change, so the original pigment color usually differs from the fired color. Zhang Dai felt quite helpless hearing this. He already knew the material properties changed. The key was clearly that reaction thing, yet Element Liu was unwilling to elaborate. This unwillingness wasn't the kind that feared revealing a secret, but an impatient unwillingness, like when someone at a literary gathering asked questions that should have been mastered in elementary study, and others couldn't be bothered to respond. Being so categorized as ignorant displeased Zhang Dai. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement and continued listening. But different glaze materials melt at different temperatures. Here Liu San realized Zhang Dai might not have a concept of temperature and began explaining. If we define the temperature at which water freezes as 0 degrees and the temperature at which water boils as 100 degrees, then some glazes may melt at 700 or 800 degrees, while others require over 1,000 degrees to melt. Once water is boiling, the temperature doesn't rise further, Zhang Dai suddenly asked. Liu San was stumped. Water reaching boiling point and beginning to vaporize while the temperature stops rising was common knowledge to him. But how to prove it? He didn't recall any book explaining this in simple terms. In ancient times without thermometers, temperature could only be distinguished as higher or lower, not precisely quantified, much less explained. Yet he couldn't just leave the question unanswered. Liu San cleverly replied, "Indeed it doesn't rise further, but explaining why would take too long. Let's continue with the glazes. Different substances have different melting points, and this isn't unfamiliar in daily life. Master Zhang need only ask any coppersmith or silversmith. If you put tin, copper, and iron in the same crucible and heat them, tin melts first, then copper, then iron. That tin melted before copper, Zhang Dai did know." He nodded and stopped interrupting. "Glazes work the same way. That cup you mentioned, I know it too, with two colors inside and out. One must be a high-temperature glaze, the other a low-temperature glaze. Fire the high-temperature one first, then the low-temperature one, and naturally there's no need for an unglazed foot." Liu San laid out the answer in one breath. Zhang Dai pondered. Fire one color first, with the unglazed areas as support points. Then fire the low-temperature glaze, with the already fired glazed surface as support points. Indeed, no need for unglazed rims or stilts, but firing twice would raise costs considerably. His own abandoned kiln project had a low success rate with single firings. With double firings, the family would surely have shut it down even earlier. And while Element Liu explained the principle clearly enough, it was like introduction to optics, practically useless. Once the kiln started firing, how did one control temperature? What were the melting points of different glaze materials? Even if he asked for details, whether this Australian apothecary understood or not, even if he did and patiently explained, Zhang Dai probably wouldn't fully comprehend. In the refinement of exquisite objects, Australian song is truly extraordinary, Zhang Dai offered a compliment. At last, Liu San was secretly delighted and immediately asked pointedly, "Does the gentleman perhaps think this is merely cunning trifles of no benefit to the common people?" Finally, he could steer into the prepared script. This slightly accusatory question startled Zhang Dai. But thinking carefully, apart from making luxury goods, such techniques did indeed seem of no benefit to people's livelihoods. Could there be more to it? Zhang Dai was now intrigued. "I had no such thought, however. I would like to hear more." End of chapter. Chapter 1861, Benefits to People's Livelihoods. After you raised the matter, I gave it considerable thought. It does seem that apart from producing exquisite objects for appreciation, such techniques have little practical application. Zhang Dai adopted a serious expression and turned the question back on his host. "Ha, ha, ha." Liu San rose with a great laugh and began pacing slowly about the hall, not to put on airs, but because despite his theoretical preparation, he hadn't actually prepared examples in the direction of ceramics. He needed to improvise. After just a few steps, his eye fell on something, and fragments of related technology came to mind. "Never mind whether this is exactly right, I'll bluff my way through." With that, Liu San resolved to pose as an expert. "Master Zhang, if we speak of benefiting people's livelihoods, I could cite a single advantage, but someone who cares only for appearances and not for reason need only dismiss it as a petty favor that doesn't reach everyone to raise endless doubts. Why not first establish a standard? What constitutes benefit to people's livelihoods?" Liu San dug the pit according to script. Zhang Dai was startled. These Australians know the Zhuoyuan too. Then he recalled the 13 Classics commentary, and his estimation of Liu San rose further, unaware that the debate of Cao Gui had been a primary school text in the old timeline. He reflected further. At literary gatherings of old, there had indeed been sophists and rascals who cared only for saving face and not for reason. No matter how soundly you analyzed and argued, they paid no heed, picking at minor details and raising endless quibbles, ignoring greater principles to argue trifles. Back and forth, the debates seemed fierce but were actually meaningless for scholarship. When such a person seized on any point, he would natter on endlessly. A host presiding over such gatherings had only one recourse: use authority to silence the rogues. For incorrigible or egregious cases, expulsion and the label literary rascal would end all future association. Now Element Liu, before even beginning his argument, was laying down ground rules, apparently regarding Zhang Dai as that sort of person. Even with Zhang Dai's easygoing temperament, this raised his hackles. Then another thought struck him. Did the Australians view all followers of the sacred teaching as so contemptible? A surge of melancholy washed over him. Please speak freely, sir. Whether or not it benefits the common people, justice will speak for itself. How could this humble one resort to sophistry? Zhang Dai's reply carried a distinct edge of irritation. The common folk struggle to raise their children. Liu San unconsciously slipped into classical diction. The words flowed smoothly, though inwardly he felt a twinge of awkwardness. For most commoners, bringing a child to adulthood is truly difficult. Setting aside various accidents, a mere gust of wind or a draught of cold water can claim a child's life. Thus they must have many children, more sons, more blessings they call it, but in truth they hope that among many births, enough will survive despite the losses. Though Zhang Dai was a privileged young master, he was no fop blind to the circumstances of the lower classes. He recalled what Liu San described. Among the servants, family-born bondsmen, and long and short-term laborers of his own east and west branches, the birth of a new child was naturally a happy occasion. For favored servants he might bestow some gift if in good spirits. If a child died, the favored ones would sigh about bad luck in his presence and try to extract some burial money. Whether or not they succeeded, they would grieve for a day or two, then speak of it no more. In the past, hearing such things, his only thought had been another servant family with a red or white affair, another excuse to ask for silver. How tiresome. Now Element Liu presented the bloody reality from a physician's perspective, and even someone as broad-minded and optimistic as Zhang Dai felt a tinge of gloom. But what did any of this have to do with ceramic craftsmanship? Those who survive and grow half tall are also a worry. Just when their bodies are developing, their appetites increase while their size and strength haven't caught up. In the countryside, they can't handle heavy farm work. In the cities, no one wants to hire half-grown lads. Here Liu San recalled certain social investigation records occasionally circulated among elements, and genuine emotion entered his voice. When too many children survive in a family and they can no longer afford to feed them all, those who have grown large and can work must shoulder the burden of supporting the family, just like their parents. As for the smaller ones, too many and unable to support themselves, they must find some way, pull some strings, send them off as apprentices at least to get a bowl of rice. And if disaster or famine strikes and there's no livelihood, they have no choice but to sell their own flesh and blood. Zhang Dai sighed along but made no comment. Such concern for the people, whether sincere or feigned, he had heard plenty of at literary and poetry gatherings, yet mostly it amounted to nothing more than sighing. At best, someone would declare, if I pass the examination, if I receive an appointment, if I become a county magistrate, followed by grandiose vows. But soon the focus would shift to why so-and-so hadn't yet passed or been appointed, and the people who had introduced the topic would be tactfully dropped. He wondered what this Australian would say. Suppose there were something that could enable 1,000 such half-grown lads to support themselves, not only solving their own food and clothing, but if hardworking, even contributing a little to their families. Would Master Zhang consider such a thing beneficial to people's livelihoods? Liu San laid out his offer. After all that preamble, Liu San had finally laid out his terms. Zhang Dai could hardly say in good conscience that for 1 or 2 million people in Guangzhou and Qiangfu, 1,000 youths amounted to a petty favor that doesn't reach everyone. Far from petty. At minimum, it meant 1,000 families relieved of one burden. The actual beneficiaries would number not less than 3 to 5,000. To be a local official, a county magistrate, unless assigned to a prosperous, strategically important post, the population under one's jurisdiction might not even reach 5,000. One thing benefiting the people of an entire county, how could it not be beneficial to people's livelihoods? If truly so, that would indeed be a great good, Zhang Dai sighed. Please do enlighten me. What thing could benefit so many common folk? Ha ha. Master Zhang has been in Guangzhou for some time. Since summer began, ice pops have appeared everywhere in the city. Has the gentleman tried one? Ice pops. As a great gourmand, Zhang Dai had of course eaten them. He possessed intense curiosity about novelties. He had long heard of the Australians' various novel foods, and arriving in this city where Australians congregated, he had naturally indulged to his heart's content. Moreover, it was convenient. The Zicheng Company's ice houses delivered ice to the Liang mansion daily. Besides ice blocks, each delivery included various ice pops, kvass, and other cold drinks. Just yesterday afternoon, he had eaten a lychee-flavored one. But what did this have to do with ceramics, and with people's livelihoods? Zhang Dai was momentarily at a loss. So Master Zhang has eaten them but hasn't seen how they're sold. Liu San had clearly anticipated this. He pointed casually at 2 cloth-wrapped vessels in the shaded corner of the medicine shop, one labeled hot, the other cold, where free cooling tea was dispensed. Master Zhang, please come look. Those half-grown boys who sell ice pops use this very thing. Curious, Zhang Dai walked over. Both large vessels were wrapped snugly in plain cotton cloth covers. When he lifted the similarly cloth-wrapped lid, the herbal fragrance of the cooling tea wafted up. Looking closely, Zhang Dai saw that these were not the earthenware crocks he had expected, but ceramic-faced containers with plain white walls and a blue rim. This is, Zhang Dai asked, puzzled. If it was porcelain, such a large vessel with walls this thin was worrying. If not porcelain, the surface clearly had the luster of porcelain glaze. Enamelware, an enameled vat, Liu San explained. Essentially phalang, cloisonné, enamelware, cloisonné inlay, that was copper. The Jingtihira cloisonné enamelwork was quite famous. Even a single piece had once been a palace treasure. Even now, only a few small items circulated. Zhang Dai's own family collection included just a handful of small pieces. And this large vat before him, plain white all over with only a blue ring at the rim, had nothing whatsoever to do with cloisonné inlay. You jest, sir. Cloisonné ware has a copper body. Zhang Dai shook his head. Copper? Cloisonné? Liu San was taken aback. Someone had mentioned that enamelware with a cast-iron core didn't appear until the 19th century. Quick-wittedly recalling this key detail, Liu San nodded immediately. If copper can be used, why wouldn't one think of iron? As for the issue of base glaze adhesion to an iron core, Liu San glossed right over it. Iron is hard yet ductile and can be made extremely thin. Copper is expensive while iron is cheap. Using iron for the core makes it affordable and practical. Please observe. This large vat is also fully glazed, essentially plain white, with a rolled rim that received a second firing of blue glaze. The glaze completely seals the iron core, giving it the durability of iron while the glaze prevents the iron from contacting liquid, so it won't rust. Just put a layer of crushed ice inside and wrap the outside with an insulating layer, this cotton cover, and the ice pops inside will stay frozen for several hours. Whether this enameled vat was actually produced using this technique, Liu San couldn't be bothered to verify. As long as he convinced Zhang Dai for now, the logic held up anyway. If one used a clay crock or wooden bucket at this size, the weight of the container alone would be enough to exhaust a half-grown lad. Without this technique, ice could only be sold from fixed stalls. Liu San continued eloquently. In his heart, Zhang Dai was convinced, yet not entirely. The enameled vat was light, clean, sturdy, and possessed many other advantages. The ice pop selling boys carrying these vats could certainly save much effort and carry more product. But many of the ice vendors he had seen in the streets did not use enameled vats. They used small wooden boxes lined with quilts. He said thoughtfully, "Dr. Liu makes a valid point. However, these enameled vats don't seem strictly necessary. The ice vendors I've seen in the streets use only wooden boxes wrapped in cotton quilts inside." End of chapter. Chapter 1862. The Persuader Liu San started, for in Lingao the ice pop business was mostly monopolized by the Red Flower Society, and the Red Flower Society used enameled insulated containers across the board. No one used wooden boxes and cotton quilts. After coming to Guangzhou, he hadn't failed to notice that local vendors used different equipment. He had simply assumed from memory of Lingao conditions that it was the same here. Being caught out like this was rather embarrassing. Throughout today's conversation, he had held the initiative. Watching this historically renowned figure do nothing but nod, ask questions, and agree while he held forth, he had grown condescending. He hadn't expected to be challenged on an error, and the other party's casually understated question had left him flustered. He cursed himself for being muddle-headed. Ice pop vendors using wooden boxes and cotton quilts. This was true not only in Guangzhou, but even in the old timeline. What small vendor ever used an enameled vat to sell popsicles? He had completely forgotten. The example had been a stretch to begin with. Now that Zhang Dai had pointed it out, Liu San suddenly realized that the entire conversation had been meaningless. He hadn't actually convinced Zhang Dai of anything fundamental. The only reason Zhang Dai had maintained such a humble attitude was, first, that he was genuinely interested in these cunning trifles, and was willing to listen to Liu San ramble, and second, Liu San had the authority of a local host, so Zhang Dai had no choice but to listen. These pedantic scholars, truly incorrigible reactionary literati. Liu San cursed inwardly, looking at Zhang Dai's calm expression. He gave a couple of dry laughs. "You're quite right, sir. That example was indeed inappropriate." Zhang Dai intended to visit Lingao, and this master of Runshitang who had lectured at length was the local host. Going to Lingao would require his considerable assistance, so he naturally couldn't leave the man at a loss. He said, "Actually, I do understand what Dr. Liu means. These half-grown children in Guangli who rent enameled vats to sell ice pops can support themselves for two reasons. First, that the Guangnan and Hainan climates are mild year-round, and even households of modest means are willing to buy treats to cool off. Second, the power of technique makes it possible to produce ice in these scorching southern lands by the fire of noon. Without this capability, such a charitable endeavor could not be accomplished." This was an acknowledgement that the power of technique benefited people's livelihoods, but with a caveat: it required favorable conditions of time and place. Not that cunning trifles alone could change heaven and earth. Liu San thought to himself that this scholar truly had a way with words. The plans he and Wumu and Mayor Liu had developed contained more than a little self-satisfaction. After speaking a few sentences, Zhang Dai fell silent again, clearly waiting for Liu San to continue. Having come this far, Liu San had no choice but to soldier on and complete the routine. "You're quite right, sir. Favorable conditions are indeed essential." Liu San said, "Beyond benefiting people's livelihoods, the principles of technology themselves have great applications for the military, the state, and the people." He tried to steer the topic in the direction they had discussed. Zhang Dai maintained his smile. He now understood. From shopkeeper Yang to element Liu, despite their different identities, both were performing the work of persuaders. As for their purpose, nothing more than to proclaim that the Australians' cunning trifles were a true way equal to or even superior to the way of Confucius. To be fair, Zhang Dai was not averse to the Australians' cunning trifles. During his stay in Guangzhou, he had read many Australian books and newspapers and heard the discussions of the Jade Source Society. He held a positive view of various Australian practices. But in his view, these were merely techniques, beneficial to the nation and people when used well, harmful to human nature when used badly. They were far from constituting the way, much less surpassing the Great Way. However, he had no intention of debating with the Australians. From their elaborate arrangements, it was clear they hoped to win him over. This made him both wary and somewhat gratified, yet his gratification was tinged with resentment. Even these overseas Australians valued him so highly, yet the court treated him as nothing. "Please continue, sir. I am all ears." Master Zhang is also a student of history and surely knows that the northern barbarians have always lacked iron. Liu San took his time, beginning with a historical narrative. When the Mongol Yuan fled back to the northern steppes, their iron supply was cut off, so they used bone arrowheads. When the eastern barbarians raised their rebellion, their entire family fortune amounted to no more than a dozen suits of armor handed down from their ancestors. The Liao, Jin, and Mongol Yuan did have proper military equipment, but the reason was simply that from Liao times onward, they possessed the 16 prefectures of Yanyan, given them by the child emperor. With hand people to farm and smelt iron for them, the Liao, Jin, and Yuan were stronger than all other northern barbarians in history. Liu San began to propagate his tool history worldview. Actually, this argument had holes. Setting aside Tibet, even the Western Xia, also a northern barbarian state, had a well-developed iron industry with excellent armor and weapons, and they had never occupied the 16 prefectures. The Tuoks of Sui and Tang smelted iron on the steppes without relying on hand craftsmen. Zhang Dai nodded. He knew the Mongols lacked iron. One of the great businesses of the Shanxi merchants was trading beyond the passes with the Mongols, a venture yielding 100-fold profit. Iron pots were among the Mongols' favorite goods. Whether the Mongols really needed so many iron pots was none of the merchants' concern. Quite a few northern gentry were involved in this trade. In the capital, it was an open secret. Liu San nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Since they lack iron, there is demand. Where there is demand, there is a market. Where there is demand, there is profit." A great sage of Australian song said, "With 10% profit, it will be used everywhere. With 20% profit, it becomes active. With 50% profit, it will risk everything. For 100% profit, it will trample all human laws. For 300% profit, it will commit any crime, even at the risk of the gallows." After delivering this famous saying known to every element, Liu San deliberately paused, waiting for Zhang Dai to absorb it. Though unfamiliar with percent phrasing, Zhang Dai had read enough Australian publications over the past months to know that 10% meant 1/10 and 100% profit meant doubling. His mind made the conversion quickly, and he understood immediately. A marvelous saying. It lays bare the nature of merchants pursuing profit. Zhang Dai applauded. Frankly speaking, the greatest demand for iron is still household goods. In a single household, the iron pot weighs several jin, the hoe and plow heads another few jin, nails and miscellany add up to a jin or so. Divided among the household members, each person has a jin or two of iron. How much iron does an army equipped only with swords and spears use? Most foot soldiers carry spears. A spear looks big, but the spearhead weighs only a few jin. A quiver of arrows, counting just the arrowheads, weighs only a few ounces. Liu San continued his analysis. Though Zhang Dai had never seen frontline soldiers or combat troops, Nanjing was one of the two capitals. Its standing garrison might be slack, but the framework was there. In the past, when touring Nanjing with friends from the society, he had observed them. Thinking back now, not only did ordinary soldiers use only a few ounces of iron, even some centurions and junior officers wore paper armor. The only real iron on their persons was a sword for show, perhaps a few jin at most. But once firearms entered the picture, iron consumption soared. A single three-eyed firearm required at least 10 jin of iron, and the military's firearms amounted to an enormous total. Zhang Dai still remembered an imperial edict in the Dibao Gazette from the Qianqi reign, listing the firearms quantities in the Liaodong armies. Apart from the first and second-class bombards, which numbered in single digits, various border divine cannons, crouching tiger divine cannons, first and second-class Franks, and iron pellet cannons were numbered in the hundreds. As for iron chainshot cannons, iron three-eye guns, and bird arquebuses, those were counted in the thousands. The iron consumption was obvious. As for the Australians' forces before him, they were renowned for firearms and especially skilled with artillery, capable of laying waste to dozens of li in a single shot. It was said that casting a single general cannon required hundreds of thousands of jin of material. The Australians were also experts at building great iron ships, leaving aside whether such vessels could float. Their sheer bulk must contain tens of millions of jin of iron. Each ship carried dozens of great cannons. The amount of iron in Australian Song's military must be an astronomical figure. Zhang Dai made a non-committal response and waited for Liu San to continue. To guard against the Mongols, the court banned iron exports. Because even if you sell iron pots, they can melt them down and reforge weapons. But this embargo has little effect. Since Mongol demand is strong, merchants find ways to smuggle. Of course, smuggling isn't limited to iron. Salt and grain are also major contraband. Whether the distant Mongols or the nearby eastern barbarians, there are merchants smuggling goods to them. The principle again, where there is demand, there is a market. Where there is a market, there is profit. Hearing this, Zhang Dai couldn't help thinking of several friends in the society who loved to discuss current affairs. At one gathering, they had said that the eastern barbarians' last raid into the capital region was fundamentally enabled by traitorous Shanxi merchants who had guided them. His heart sank, and he sighed involuntarily. Of course, Zhang Dai didn't know that those friends had gained their insight from a secretly circulated issue of an Australian-published political analysis magazine. Admittedly, great cannons, fast guns, and iron ships all relied on cunning trifles. But this Dr. Liu had taken such a roundabout route, clearly not just to say this. Of the 5 metals, only gold and tin resist rust. Liu San paused. Seeing Zhang Dai nod after brief reflection, he knew the man had this common knowledge and didn't need further explanation. But the ancients long ago knew that pure smelted copper is soft and unsuitable for casting. Bronze, made by mixing copper with tin ore, is not only suitable for casting but produces harder objects. Thus, in the 3 dynasties, weapons and ritual vessels were mostly bronze. Yet though bronze is harder than pure copper, it's brittle. The small coins and inferior coins on the market, heavily mixed with lead and tin, crack into 8 pieces at the slightest bump. The reason is simply that mixing in tin changes the material properties. End of chapter. Chapter 1863, missing the point, Master Zhang. As we just discussed, among copper, iron, and tin, tin melts most easily and resists rust. So we can simply melt tin and plate it onto the surface of iron. This way, the iron won't rust from contact with moisture. Our Australian Song already produces such ironware. First we make iron sheets or wire this thin. Liu San held up his fingers, showing a gap barely thicker than a bamboo slat, then continued. Then dip them in molten tin. Let a layer of tin adhere to the surface, scrape it to uniform thickness, and you have excellent tin plate. Why is it called tin plate? Zhang Dai suddenly asked, leaving Liu San deeply uncomfortable. Why aren't you following the script? Well, we first sold this iron to the Portuguese in Macau. They resold it to other Western barbarians. The Portuguese pronounce Macau as Maku, so the other Westerners called this iron Maku iron tin plate. In the other timeline, tin plate had indeed derived its name this way, only in the opposite direction. Liu San borrowed this explanation to bamboozle Zhang Dai. Zhang Dai considered. Iron produced in Guangdong was called Guangdong iron, or Southern iron elsewhere. Perhaps calling this new Australian product tinplate wasn't unreasonable, but only names and vessels must not be lent to others. These Australians were truly uncouth and unlettered, allowing a bunch of foreign barbarians to dictate the name of their own product. Products made from this tinplate, buckets, wire, and other daily necessities, work perfectly well for ordinary use. But if someone were to collect these items and melt them back into weapons, the result would inevitably be an iron-tin alloy, which is brittle and unsuitable for weapons. If earlier dynasties had possessed this understanding, they could have freely sold tinplate to the north. Exchanged tinplate, usable only for daily life, for cattle, sheep, horses, and other livestock that the interior desperately needs. Whether for plowing or for meat, from a livelihood perspective it's clearly profitable. This idea was certainly novel and unexpected to Zhang Dai, but in his view it was a classic case of seeing the small and forgetting the large. These Australians really are fixated on trifles, he thought. What was the Mongol threat really about? How much could the flow of iron matter? Zhang Dai knew well that since ancient times, the Central Plains dynasties had always exceeded the surrounding barbarians 100-fold in manpower and resources. When the dynasty was strong and prosperous, and the people's livelihoods comfortable, the petty raids of barbarians posed no threat. Once court politics grew dark, with treacherous officials in power and military preparedness neglected, the barbarians would seize the opportunity to strike. Whether they had iron or not was beside the point. Ultimately, to deal with barbarian incursions, one needed first, a court with authority to overawe the four barbarians, and second, virtue to civilize the barbarians through culture. Selling tinplate for livestock was simply putting the cart before the horse. Did barbarians with bone arrows and stone knives lack the ability to fight? Did our great nation really need a few more cattle and horses? This Dr. Liu's brilliant theory might seem clever, but it utterly missed the essential point. With such a level of argument, they still wished to disparage the way of Confucius, truly laughable. Thinking thus, Zhang Dai felt contempt. A warm smile inadvertently appeared at the corner of his mouth. Liu San couldn't quite read his attitude, but Zhang Dai clearly showed no sudden enlightenment and no signs of being shattered. He continued to play the role of a neutral, mild listener. Liu San realized that the plan he, Mayor Liu, and Wumu had devised was having no effect on Zhang Dai. He felt somewhat disappointed. Even if you won't prostrate yourself immediately, at least show some surprise or excitement. His sense of defeat grew stronger. Looking at the imperturbable Master Zhang, Liu San felt he could no longer follow the script. The atmosphere fell cold, one lost in thought, one waiting. After a long pause, Zhang Dai finally spoke. "I appreciate Dr. Liu's kind intentions." This bewildered Liu San. He hadn't given the man any gifts. "Master Zhang, when I came south, my original intention was merely to see new sights and taste Australian song delicacies. Had I gone to Lingao with my original mindset, I would have done no more than glance around. But now, after Dr. Liu's guidance, I shall truly look carefully at this Australian song." Liu San gave a few dry laughs and silently cursed his namesake Mayor Liu, who had proposed this scheme. "Only I wonder," Zhang Dai finally decided to voice his inner question. "Though I have a small reputation, it amounts to nothing more than fame for eating, drinking, and pleasure. Though my family has some modest property, it's nothing compared to the truly wealthy and noble. In the society, when I speak, people do listen. But if I tried to say something that would change the political situation, the true leaders of the society would probably dismiss it as idle chatter. All things considered, my modest weight is hardly worth the great Song Court's trouble. May I ask Element Liu, why do you treat me with such courtesy?" Since they were speaking frankly, Liu San was actually relieved of the constraints of following the script. Zhang Dai was a clever man, even cleverer than most elements. His own petty tricks had truly been showing off before an expert. At bottom, they all simply wanted historical celebrities to submit to them, to enjoy the pleasure of lording it over the famous. Because you have a great literary reputation. Your words carry more credibility with those Ming bureaucrats and Confucian scholars. Zhang Dai nodded slightly. This he understood. Liu San gathered his emotions and said, "Our great Song Executive Council inherited the mandate of heaven from the Yinshang dynasty of old and continues the legal succession of the great Song. In returning to Huaxia, our aim is to lead the descendants of Yan and Huang in a great leap forward, so that our Huaxia will continue to lead the world for the next 2,000 years. Whether it is the Lingnan, Jiangnan, Huainan, or Henan regions, including the lands within and beyond the Great Wall, the White Mountains and Black Waters, the deserts east and west, all the old territories of Han and Tang, we will unite them in the end. But when we look around, even in the heartland of Huaxia's humanities, those so-called social elites are in our view not only frogs at the bottom of a well but also self-deceiving. Perhaps to ants, cats and elephants weigh the same, both can crush them underfoot, but some ants don't even have the concept of being crushed. To us, crushing one ant or crushing many makes no difference. But for the new Huaxia we envision, fewer deaths are always better, especially among those common people who, misled by others, could otherwise find new life in the new Huaxia." After a slight pause, Liu San said solemnly to Zhang Dai, "And you, sir, are a Ming elite willing to open your eyes and look. My family has served as officials for 3 generations. We have received imperial favor for generations." Though Zhang Dai was moved by what he heard, he still made his position clear. Liu San cut him off. "We don't care whether you defect to us. We only hope that some people within the Ming recognize what kind of power we possess. They don't care whether I defect, but they hope I see Australian Song's strength clearly and carry that observation back. Back to Jiangnan, back to the scholarly circles, back to Ming. Ultimately, the Australians truly did not expect him to defect. What they expected was that more people, upon recognizing Australian Song's power, would choose to defect in the future. Should he carry this understanding back? Thinking of Zhang Pu's instructions to him, he probably should. The Ming court, inside and out, was ignorant of the Eastern barbarians, ignorant of the roving bandits, ignorant of the Western barbarians, and even more ignorant of the Australians. They don't even have the concept of being crushed. Was it better to perish in ignorance or to surrender with knowledge of the enemy? He fell into deep thought. "I don't think we can convince him," Liu San reported dejectedly to Liu Xiang, recounting the afternoon's meeting. "Never mind, the man is after all a seasoned scholar. When it comes to verbal sparring, how could we possibly match him?" Mayor Liu now had to play the role of consoler. After all, the script was mainly his idea. He changed the subject. At least now his eagerness to go to Lingao is stronger than ever. "That's true." Liu San hadn't yet recovered from his sense of failure. "He's waiting for our tickets. Once they arrive, he'll set out. We certainly can't out-argue him, but never mind, let the facts persuade him." Zhang Dai returned to the Liang mansion at dusk. Back in his small lodging courtyard, he reflected on the day's meeting. These Australians were truly remarkable people. What he was now increasingly certain of was that the Australians would absolutely not detain him. Not only would they not detain him, but they would treat him well throughout, providing excellent food and attentive service as he toured Lingao, fully allowing him to see the Australian scenery. These Australians certainly had institutional confidence. Frankly, he did not entirely believe the various reports claiming Lingao was an earthly paradise, or a golden age unseen in 1,000 years. That was too extravagant. Even in the Han and Tang golden ages, there were those who froze and starved. When famine struck, corpses still lined the roads, to say nothing of the semi-mythical era of the 3 sage kings. Could this Dr. Liu's vaunted productive forces truly solve all that? Most likely, it was simply because their governed territory was small and their population limited. With some clever techniques, they could manufacture trinkets and collect great piles of silver. Even when floods and droughts came, they could draw from their trade profits to cover the shortfall. Such methods might work in a single county. But with more territory, they would inevitably falter. After all, no matter how much money they made, they surely couldn't subsidize the livelihoods of all the people under heaven. Take Guangzhou. Though the city had taken on a new aspect in the few months since the Australians entered, beggars had not disappeared. Due to the warfare, refugees from the surrounding countryside had actually increased. The urban poor, though reasonably stable, could hardly be said to be living in peace and prosperity. The Australians were also extremely militaristic. Little Guangzhou supported an army of several 100,000, built cannons and great ships, and spent money like water. How much could possibly be left for people's livelihoods? Most likely Lingao, as the Australians' capital, was lavished with money and effort, newly adorned to create an illusion of peace and prosperity, just like Emperor Yang of Sui's old trick. Beyond Lingao, things were probably quite different. Hearsay is hollow, seeing is believing. He would go and see for himself. End of chapter. Chapter 1864. The new judge around noon that day. Element Shen Ruiming of the Ministry of Justice arrived in Guangzhou from Lingao. As a member of the Law Society, he had come to strengthen judicial work in Guangzhou. Originally, the only element in the city's judicial system was Liang Xinhu, who was run off his feet. Moreover, his work was merely passable. After all, the Justice Department itself had few trained naturalized citizens, and no matter how talented Element Liang was, he couldn't work miracles. Legal work in the city was already substantial. After the sorcery case was solved, Liu Xiang's plan called for a public trial and sentencing, making it a key case for legal education. Additionally, there were the New Life movement, the vice industry rectification, the public order strengthening campaign, the industrial and commercial new order, and the land tax rectification, a whole series of social and economic reform campaigns, all requiring extensive judicial support. This proved too much for Liang Xinhu. After complaining to Ma Jia via telegram, Shen Ruiming was transferred in. Before D-Day, Shen Ruiming had been merely a junior lawyer who had recently graduated. His life was unremarkable until he stumbled upon news of the wormhole. His crude ambitions for building a harem were immediately ignited. He quit his job and headed south to join the cause. After D-Day, almost everyone in the Law Society found themselves in difficult circumstances. Element Shen could only muddle along at the Law Society. His law degree came from a maritime university, which in the pedigree-conscious Law Society was practically a side door. Had he not at least passed the bar exam and actually obtained a lawyer's license, he might have ended up rubbing shoulders with Nzai. Like most of his colleagues in the legal field, Element Shen served as borrowed labor, shuffled around to various departments while also working at the Law Society, participating in the drafting of various laws. As the governed territory expanded and legal practice increased, demand for legal talent grew. After the arbitration court was established, members of the Law Society finally shed their part-time work and were assigned to various circuit courts. The Executive Council advocated rule of law, but those with modern legal knowledge were few. When territory was small, the shortage wasn't obvious. Once the governed area expanded, it became critical. According to the principle of separating justice from administration, local executives did not oversee judicial practice. But though territory grew daily, the number of elements in the legal field did not increase. And because the Justice Department was at the lowest priority for personnel allocation, few naturalized cadres had been trained. Thus, the elements in the legal field, long considered useless, suddenly became sought after. To meet the demands of various localities, the Law Society established a circuit court system, dividing the Executive Council's administrative regions by population into multiple circuit court jurisdictions, with judges rotating through to hear cases on a regular schedule. Apart from Ma Jia, who was anchored in Lingao, the other members rotated on assignment. 2/3 of the year, they were scattered across Taiwan, Jeju, Vietnam, and recently Guangzhou. Jiangnan and Shandong, where complete governments had not yet been established, didn't require their presence. Under existing local authorities, encroaching on another's jurisdiction would not be wise. Shen Ruiming received his transfer notice to Guangzhou just as he disembarked from the return ferry from Jeju Island. He had just completed a 3-month circuit of the Gyeongsang-Jeju route. Though the notice was somewhat sudden, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Once the mainland strategy commenced, the Ministry of Justice's focus would naturally shift to the mainland. Having received the notice, Shen Ruiming went straight to the Ministry of Justice without even going home and found Ma Jia. "You've worked hard, but the next assignment will be even harder." Ma Jia got straight to the point. "You received the notice?" "Yes," Shen Ruiming nodded. "If you have no specific instructions, I'll leave tomorrow." "No hurry," Ma Jia said. "Guangzhou has a mountain of work piled up. Whether you go a day earlier or later doesn't matter. We need to sort things out first." Shen Ruiming understood what Ma Jia meant by sorting things out. Strictly speaking, the Executive Council's legal institutions had always been a responsive agency, operating on the principle of treat the head when the head hurts, treat the feet when the feet hurt. The legal system in use was not only incomplete but, frankly, quite chaotic. Of course, this wasn't the Law Society's fault. Reality demanded it. Shen Ruiming said, "The arbitration court framework is too small and lacks proper legitimacy. Before, when conditions were limited, we made do. Now that Guangdong is in hand and our territory has more than doubled with human resources to match, maintaining the old stopgap system seems unjustifiable." He added, "That's what everyone in the society has been saying." Because everyone shares this view, the Law Society is preparing to convene an expanded meeting to formally establish a charter and discuss our future system and direction. Ma Jia saw the gleam in Shen Ruiming's eyes and thought, these young people just can't hide their excitement. Secretary Ma's opinion is that we should create a complete legal system. Of course, whether it follows the TG model, the German model, the British model, or the American model, that will require us to submit proposals and go through proper procedures. He was pleased to see Shen Ruiming's eyes widen. "Go and study up. We meet the day after tomorrow." The Law Society's expanded meeting was extraordinarily lively. Not only were all arbitration court members present, but every Law Society member attended without exception. In fact, anyone with even a hint of legal background, gods, demons, and everything in between showed up, all hoping to secure a place in the future system. Everyone share your thoughts." Ma Jia saw that the turnout exceeded his estimates, and a smile crept to the corner of his mouth. The elements clearly took this top-level legal design seriously. There was a great future in the law. Seeing everyone still hesitant, Ma Jia continued, "Though the system has been reformed and the arbitration court is equivalent to a combined Supreme Court and Supreme Procuratorate, how exactly to implement this hasn't been sorted out. The executive, the cabinet members also want to hear everyone's views." As Ma Jia's confidant and Zai spoke first, law embodies the interests of the ruling class. In this timeline, it should embody the interests of the Executive Council and the broad masses of elements. The assembled elements wore expressions of, "Tell us something we don't know." Seeing no one taking the bait, and Zai continued, "Speaking of protecting the regime, nothing beats the Anglo-American legal system. The advantages of Anglo-American law are obvious. Flexible application combining common law and equity, not rigidly bound by form. The American model is even better than the British, with more statutory law which suits our legal habits better. Most importantly, the Chief Justices hold the power to interpret law. The American system certainly has its merits. Does anyone else have thoughts?" Ma Jia cut him off before he could finish. And Zai might be good at flattery, but he was somewhat lacking in grasping leadership intentions. As a member of the Law Society, Ma Jia naturally preferred the American system and had expressed this multiple times. The problem was that the Executive Council didn't like it. The framework wasn't even built yet, and they already wanted to extend their hands toward interpretive power. Weren't they afraid of overreaching? Besides, non-society elements were present. Word getting out wouldn't do the society's image any good. The second to speak was Su Qi. To be sure, a major advantage of the Anglo-American system is its high barrier to entry. It requires extensive practice and knowledge. Future monopoly of this profession would naturally fall to element descendants. Those descendants who don't inherit council seats could enter the profession in large numbers, providing them a kind of security. However, he paused, a high entry barrier is even more likely to lead to big capital influencing and controlling the judiciary. The wealthy hire good lawyers and easily escape conviction. Our future nation will surely be a multi-ethnic empire with great economic disparities. If people perceive the judiciary as favoring the rich, that's one thing. But if other tensions are sparked, the harm would be incalculable. Shen Ruiming spoke next. Element descendants entering the judicial field one after another, plus family members holding element seats, wouldn't that create New Age legal aristocracies? When everyone is vying for power, will we still have rule of law? He grew more animated, leaving Nzai no opening to interject, then just legislate to bar element descendants from the judiciary. Finally, Ma Jia made the decision. The elitism and aristocratization of the Anglo-American system is indeed a major problem. We can't simply copy it wholesale. Besides, in this timeline, where would we even find so many experienced judges? Comrades, within 10 years we plan to secure all of China. With such a large platter, how many courses can we actually serve? Ma Jia's remarks fully buried the Anglo-American faction. If they were limited to civil law systems, continuing the old timeline framework became the more realistic choice. Currently, the Executive Council's legal structure was relatively chaotic. The chief arbitrator was appointed by the council chairman. The arbitration court was both Supreme Court and Supreme Procuratorate. At this point, the council's Procuratorate was still just an office under the arbitration court. When the council's rule was limited to Lingao alone, there naturally weren't enough cases to warrant a separate Procuratorate. A prosecutor's office sufficed. During the successive occupations of various territories, military tribunals predominated, and the council naturally had no mind to attend to the judicial rights of enemies. A few naturalized cadres pronounced sentences according to the superior's designated charges, and that was that. But now, with Guangdong and its population of several million becoming Song territory, case numbers grew exponentially. The prosecutor's office's handful of people obviously couldn't cope, not to mention the need to handle the various prefectures and counties of Hainan beyond Lingao. Thus, case prosecution, as in the early days of the founding, was primarily carried out by the national police under Mu Min's administration. End of chapter. Chapter 1865. Out with the old, in with the new. Part 1. Shen Ruiming had successfully obtained personnel from Du Wen. With Guangzhou constantly pressing for judicial elements to arrive, he wasted no time and hurried over. The Ministry of Justice had staked out its territory in Guangzhou without hesitation. The former Guangdong Provincial Censor's Yamen, which in the old timeline had been the Great Buddha Temple in the Huifu East area. After the liberation of Guangzhou, this compound had originally been allocated to the Political Security Bureau. But Liang Xinhu had approached Liu Xiang, arguing that this yamen was situated precisely at the boundary between Nanhai and Panyu counties, an ideal location for a court, so it was reassigned to the Ministry of Justice. The various judicial organs in Guangdong were now all concentrated here. This site had originally been the Xingkang Temple, built during the Southern Han Dynasty by King Liu Yan to correspond with the 28 celestial mansions. In the Ming Dynasty, it was expanded into Longzheng Temple and later converted into the provincial censor's office. Shen Ruiming had not come to Guangzhou alone. he brought his 2 domestic secretaries. Conditions during the circuits hadn't allowed for that, but now that he would be stationed in Guangzhou for the long term, he naturally wanted to arrange a comfortable nest. For this purpose, he had brought 28 crates of luggage. These crates were now piled in the courtyard. Staff from the municipal government's General Affairs section bustled about carrying and moving them. Like all elements and naturalized citizens arriving from Hainan, Shen Ruiming would live and work in the same compound. The quarters he now occupied had been the residence of the provincial censor. There was irony in this, thought Shen Ruiming, standing in the main courtyard and gazing up at the Great Hall. The Executive Council had used illegal means to kidnap the Ming provincial censor Gao Shunkin, then occupied his yamen for judicial activities, and now intended to preach the rule of law to other subjects. Quite the dark comedy, but he had no time to dwell on this. Before he could even unpack, Shen Ruiming received notice that Liu Xiang wanted him to attend a meeting. This urgent, Shen Ruiming glanced at the notice, guessing it was probably in preparation for the citywide second public order strengthening campaign. After the sorcery case, dealing with the Guandi Temple faction, that tumor on Guangzhou's municipal body had become imperative. These several thousand people produced nothing and each controlled a piece of territory. Though they contributed somewhat to public order and municipal services, they represented an enormous hidden danger to urban order, street sanitation, and overall security. In the past, the Guangzhou municipal government had been too unstable, with limited grassroots enforcement capacity, and couldn't move against this syndicate. Now that the police and civil administration systems had taken shape, and the material conditions for internment and resettlement were in place, Liu Xiang could no longer tolerate the existence of such an underground government. Moreover, the sorcery case had amply demonstrated that such a profit-oriented underclass organization, lacking any basic political agenda, was extremely susceptible to manipulation. Its destructive potential was not to be underestimated. By rights, handling beggars and public order was administrative work with little connection to the judiciary. Cases requiring judicial handling could be transferred when they arose. Being summoned so urgently meant nothing more than that the Justice Department was expected to play the role of the sword arm. Though some Ministry of Justice elements believed that the judiciary should be separated from the executive, appearing noble-minded but actually harboring ulterior motives. They simply wanted to expand their own power without constraint. In Shen Ruiming's view, there was no need for such fine distinctions at this stage. Joining hands to transform society was the top priority. Reply to Mayor Liu that I'll be right there. Shen Ruiming circled the notice, handed it to the messenger, gave a few instructions to his maids, and immediately set off for the municipal government. In the municipal government's classified conference room, Liu Xiang, Lin Maguang, Mu Min, Pan Jixin, the several elements of Guangzhou's local government sat around the table. Besides Zhang Yunmi serving as meeting secretary, the others were all element heads responsible for administration and police work. Liu Xiang first introduced Shen Ruiming, and then the meeting proceeded to the main topic. As Shen Ruiming had expected, the meeting subject was the suppression of the Guandi Temple faction and the full internment and resettlement of Guangzhou's beggars and vagrants. Comrades, Liu Xiang cleared his throat, it's been over half a year since we liberated Guangzhou. Social order in the city has basically stabilized, urban improvement work has shown initial results, the new currency rollout is proceeding steadily, and public order in the city outskirts has greatly improved. We now have a reasonably capable core of local cadres. One could say that our takeover of Guangzhou is essentially complete. Step 1, getting in and gaining a foothold, has been achieved. This was the standard opening. No one needed to respond. Someone handed Shen Ruiming a document titled Guangzhou Basic Information Compilation. Our next, and one of our greatest, challenges is the Guandi Temple faction, that black and evil force that has plagued Guangzhou for generations. Everyone knows something about this organization's origins. You also know about the sorcery case's connection to them. This beggar syndicate's energy and level of activity are considerable indeed. From the riot at the Haiyang Guild Hall to the still unsolved Wang Daniel case, countless unsolved thefts, kidnappings, assaults, and frauds. Many were connected to the Guandi Temple faction. They didn't merely commit crimes directly. They served as a protective umbrella and fencing channel for all manner of criminals, constructing an underground kingdom, a lawless zone that outsiders could neither understand nor penetrate. For an executive council that prioritized grassroots governance, this was intolerable. Now let the Municipal Bureau present the specific situation regarding the Guandi Temple faction. Mu Min stood up, holding a thick stack of materials. These had been gathered over months of social investigation targeting the Guandi Temple faction. Though any outsider beggar who registered at the Guandi Temple was nominally a member, these beggars and vagrants were merely the outer ring bottom tier. Apart from paying daily dues, they served at the beck and call of the various Dagu beggar chiefs. They knew little of the organization's inner workings. The true internal situation was difficult for outsiders to probe. The Dagu who managed the various Daoku dens were either hereditary or long-time beggars who had fought their way up through their own abilities. Deploying undercover agents using traditional infiltration methods was completely impractical. Mu Min had no choice but to rely on peripheral investigation, focusing on social groups that had frequent contact and deep connections with the Guandi Temple faction, particularly Guangzhou's clerks and yamen runners. Because the Guandi Temple faction actually performed various municipal and security functions, the clerks had extensive contact with them. Collusion and mutual exploitation were widespread, and the clerks knew quite a bit about the inner workings. To conduct the investigation, Mu Min's investigation team not only interviewed retained clerks, but also investigated imprisoned and retired ones, obtaining substantial material. Besides these, the beggars and Dagu captured during the Kaiju Guild Hall riot and other public order operations were another key intelligence source. Though few senior Dagu or key members had been captured, they provided the most valuable first-hand intelligence. After several months, the Municipal Police Bureau had largely grasped the Guandi Temple faction's situation. Mu Min opened an easel board and began presenting the specifics. The organizational origins of the Guandi Temple faction are impossible to trace. The organization has no written history and appears in no literati notes or historical gazetteers. However, from our interviews with veteran clerks, local residents, and gentry, we've confirmed that the organization existed at least since the Longqing reign. Regarding their origins, the Guandi Temple faction has one legend, that the Gao family ancestors were beggars who, at the end of the Yuan dynasty, studied under the Daoist Zhou Dian. Zhou the Divine wandered the world in tattered clothes and bare feet, helping the founding emperor win his empire, then departed without a trace. Many legends survive. The most widely spread is that during the campaign against Chen Yuliang, when the imperial fleet was becalmed at Anqing, Zhou Dian chanted "All under heaven is pacified" and told Zhu Yuanzhang, "Once the boat starts moving, the wind will come." So Zhu Yuanzhang had men tow the ships, and immediately a great wind arose. Afterward, Zhou Dian took his leave. Zhu Yuanzhang's repeated attempts to retain him failed. After founding the dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang sent men to Zhou Dian's hermitage on Mount Lu but could not find him. He could only write biography of the immortal Zhou Dian and leave it on Mount Lu in memory. Out of affection for the master, the emperor intended to make Gao's ancestor a general. But the immortal had already warned his disciple that his fate lacked one of the three blessings, namely, official salary. So the emperor bestowed an imperial staff and appointed him chief beggar of Guangzhou, establishing the main den at the Guandi Temple. This legend, though unverifiable, indicates that the organization does have some official background. Though beggars caused great harm, their lack of discipline and political agenda meant they posed no threat to the dynasty. Throughout history, all dynasties had adopted a laissez-faire attitude toward them. The backward, scattered social management capacity and weak economies of pre-modern times left governments powerless to address beggary. In some respects, they even relied on beggars. Acknowledging their legitimacy and harnessing their power became the only way many medieval governments dealt with the beggar problem. But their headquarters isn't the Guangdi Temple, it's at Jinhua Temple, Lin Baiguang said, puzzled. As for the name's origin, it's said that the earliest Guangzhou chief beggar's headquarters was indeed an old, dilapidated Guangdi temple. Later, when gentry and officials restored the temple, the den was relocated to Jinhua Temple outside the west gate, Mu Min said, uncovering a second diagram. Currently, the total number of beggars and vagrants registered with the Guangdi Temple faction is unknown to us. According to veteran clerks, the prefectural and county yamens used to maintain beggar rosters. Only those registered were considered official beggars. But as everyone knows, even the Ming's official household registers, the yellow registers, are riddled with gaps, to say nothing of such rosters. Mu Min glanced at the document. Through various estimation methods, we calculate the total at approximately 4,000 to 5,000 people. Among them are not only the destitute, widows, orphans, disabled, and others forced into beggary, but also many able-bodied young men who simply prefer idleness over work. End of chapter. Chapter 1866, Out with the Old, In with the New Part 2. The city's permanent population is only a little over 500,000, yet beggars and vagrants account for nearly 1%. Such a waste. Liu Xiang couldn't help commenting. Actually, the current number of vagrants and beggars is more than this, Mu Min said. That figure only includes those under the Guangdi Temple faction's control. Large numbers of refugees are also flooding into Guangzhou. As the Guangdong campaign deepened, despite the Fubo army's efforts to stabilize local areas, wherever warfare reached, social order inevitably collapsed. The Executive Council's limited administrative and military forces could not quickly pacify regions. The chaos in local security had driven masses of people to flee into stable Guangzhou, forming a new vagrant population. The municipal government's refugee relief, as before, was handled by the Sihuadang Charitable Hall that had been part of the old Guangzhou station. However, the relief effort was not going smoothly. Because the Sihuadang had historically shipped refugees to Hainan Island, the markets had developed a saying that going to the Sihuadang meant being sold overseas to pioneer. The current wave of refugees had mostly fled temporarily due to local unrest and had no intention of going to some overseas place. They would rather beg on the streets than go to the Sihuadang. Whenever the Sihuadang came to collect refugees, they scattered in all directions, doing everything to avoid them. As a result, large numbers of refugees were dispersed everywhere, making them difficult to manage and assist. They had become a destabilizing factor for public order. Security incidents were frequent, and numerous human trafficking cases had occurred. Many victims in the sorcery case had come from this refugee population. At this juncture of old and new regimes, the masses neither understood nor trusted the new government. Guangzhou's current security situation might appear much improved compared to when they first entered the city, but undercurrents ran deep beneath the surface. It was far from peaceful. How many refugees are there? Director Lin reported 9,000 yesterday, Mu Min said. Is that accurate? That number is calculated from the porridge tokens distributed at the city's charitable porridge stations, Lin Baiguang said. There's probably some overlap with the Guangdi Temple faction numbers, but the margin of error shouldn't exceed 500. Lin Baiguang explained that to assist the refugees and prevent them from dispersing further, he had asked Gaoju to have the Merchants' Federation set up porridge stations. The Sihuadang isn't trusted by the refugees right now. Everyone says they'll be seized and sent overseas to pioneer. So we had to have the Merchants' Federation step forward. At least that should stabilize morale. Lin Baiguang smiled wryly. Let's not discuss the refugees. Bureau Chief Mu, please continue. The Guandi Temple faction has a total of 64 large and small dens inside and outside the city walls. Each den is controlled by a dagu with its own sphere of influence, mostly operating out of various temples and shrines. Many temple abbots have complained about their long-term occupation of temple property. They simply don't dare offend them. Mu Min uncovered a map of Guangzhou densely marked with den locations. Liu Xiang noticed that even the inconvenient, relatively barren Henan Island had dens. I won't go into detail about the various businesses of each den. Previous situation briefings have covered them multiple times. As our investigation has deepened, we've found the Guandi Temple faction also has a certain monopoly on vegetable sales from outside the city. Our officers have more than once cracked down on their crimes of intercepting and forcibly buying vegetables from farmers and peddlers near the city gates. What's the situation now? Liu Xiang immediately followed up. After several concentrated crackdowns, plus our establishment of the wholesale market for foodstuffs, this practice has ceased, Mu Min said. This forms the first favorable condition for completely suppressing the Guandi Temple faction. Ever since wholesale markets for grain and foodstuffs were established outside the city gates, the Guandi Temple faction's practice of extorting farmers and peddlers and forcibly collecting tolls had ended. The patrol system had also cracked down on beggars' aggressive panhandling and extortion of shops. The Guandi Temple faction's income had declined substantially. The beggars were no longer as obedient and disciplined as before. Cohesion had naturally weakened. From the intelligence we've gathered, their internal morale is unstable. Both ordinary beggars and dagu are dissatisfied. Many dens are demanding reductions in the dues paid to the Gao family. After Gao Tianqi's sudden death, the Gao family itself is in considerable dispute over succession to the chief beggar position and division of the estate. There's potential for internal strife. So the timing for dealing with the Guandi Temple faction is just right. Yes, currently the faction's morale is scattered, and there's no leadership core that commands respect. Though Gao Dasheng, the eldest Gao son, has taken over as chief beggar, his several brothers are dissatisfied. For now, he's barely maintaining order. In other words, the new chief's control over the lower ranks has greatly weakened. It seemed everyone had reached consensus on dealing with the Guandi Temple faction. Shen Ruiming thought the key question was what to do with them afterward. Sure enough, the discussion then turned to the details of the citywide concentrated detention and rehabilitation of beggars and vagrants. This work was easy to describe but difficult to implement. First, beggars and vagrants were widely distributed, visible almost everywhere inside and outside the city. Especially now that summer had arrived, with fruits and vegetables abundant in the suburbs and the weather warm enough to sleep outdoors and forage, they weren't concentrated in the city and at the gates as in winter. Once the detention operation began, word would spread and cause large numbers of beggars to scatter, creating instability in the countryside. Therefore, this detention operation will mobilize all police and national army forces stationed in Guangzhou. We've also requested the South China Military Command to deploy some Army and Navy units stationed in the Guangzhou area to assist. We estimate mobilizing 6,000 people. Second, the combined total of beggars and refugees citywide was as many as 15,000. The Sihuideng, having transferred refugees year-round, had a transit camp outside the city, but it could hold only about 1,000 people, nowhere near enough. That's not a problem. Hong Kong Island has the transit camps built for Operation Engine. They can hold 20,000 without difficulty, Lin Baiguang said. And Hong Kong has the farms of the Agricultural Reclamation Brigade. The beggars and vagrants can be put to labor reform right there. We should distinguish between refugees and the Guandi Temple faction. We can't lump them all together. Naturally, the Bureau has drafted a rough resettlement plan. Mu Min said. In this final solution plan, the overall principle was divide in two, treat differently. First, the plan emphasized distinguishing between people. Refugees who had flowed into Guangzhou due to war, famine, or other causes, and were forced to beg for survival should be distinguished from professional beggars like the Guandi Temple faction. The former would be held on Hong Kong Island for only a short period, focusing on health and work training, then repatriated to their homes once their areas were pacified. Those willing to stay for local agricultural employment could also be accepted. The Guandi Temple faction should likewise be divided in two. The Gao family and the Dagu of various dens, the middle and upper echelons, would be prosecuted for their past crimes. Those with blood on their hands would be executed without exception. Those without blood crimes but with public grievances would be sentenced and transferred to the Tiandu iron mine or other mines for hard labor. Those without public grievances but confirmed as mid to upper level Guandi Temple faction members would be forcibly relocated to Taiwan. Family members of such individuals would also be relocated to Taiwan. Lower-level members, though mostly exploited, included many professional beggars, some of whom had committed serious crimes, especially the various skilled beggars involved in fraud, extortion, human trafficking, theft, grave robbing, fencing, harboring. The general principle: all those definitively found to have committed crimes would be classified, prosecuted, and convicted. Those without crimes or with minor crimes, able-bodied young men, would all be organized into labor brigades for compulsory labor. Those who were disabled or elderly and had lost the ability to work would be transferred to the newly established Guangzhou Municipal Welfare Institute. Orphans and women would all be sent to Lingao. Those from the Guandi Temple faction who had served as street sweepers, night watchmen, and corpse handlers, performing municipal and security services, would be received by the relevant departments, rescreened, educated, and employed. That's essentially the general principle. Everyone nodded in agreement. A few more questions were raised, and Mu Min answered each. Finally, Liu Xiang delivered a summary statement. Beggary is the human social phenomenon most deserving of disappearance, contrary to the progress represented by the Executive Council. Not only do they disrupt social order, they also seriously affect the stability of people's lives and the consolidation of the new regime. Governing beggary is an important component of Guangzhou's civil administration reform. A few beggars are inconsequential to the Executive Council. What matters is maintaining social stability and transforming customs. In the Executive Council's worldview, there was no place for beggars in the New World. Everyone was a cog in society, meant to create social value. Lingao had essentially eliminated vagrancy. Even fortune-tellers, street performers, and hangers-on had been concentrated, re-educated, and put to productive use. Shen Ruiming listened while jotting down key points and his own thoughts. Without question, the judicial processing of the Guandi Temple faction would be a major undertaking, not only because of their connection to the sorcery case, but the prosecution materials for all the miscellaneous crimes mentioned in Mu Min's briefing would keep him busy for quite a while. The Executive Council's legal system emphasized evidence. The Guandi Temple faction had been entrenched here for over a century. Though their criminal acts were countless, most lacked clear physical evidence. Some cases dated back years, never mind physical evidence. Even witnesses might be nearly gone. If testimony was the main basis, the scope would be too broad. Shen Ruiming knew clearly that though the Guandi Temple faction's crimes sounded varied, in terms of criminal circumstances and case value, very few actually rose to the level of criminal offenses. The vast majority were public security violations. To reach substantial case value, they would need testimony from who knew how many people, another human wave operation. He was contemplating how to effectively prepare prosecution materials, because from the meeting's general direction, the Guangzhou municipal government's approach was severe punishment, and they wanted a clean sweep. So his prosecution materials needed to be prepared with a strict and severe mindset. Just as he was pondering how to proceed, he suddenly heard Liu Xiang call his name. "Little Shen, you're the prosecutor sent by the Justice Department. Share your thoughts." End of chapter. Chapter 1867, Out with the Old, In with the New Part 3. By now Shen Ruiming had his thoughts in order. When Liu Xiang called his name, he immediately stood up. Liu Xiang waved a hand. "Sit down and speak. We're all comrades here. I've just arrived and don't know much about local conditions." Shen Ruiming began modestly. "Speaking purely in judicial terms, I also plan to follow the principle of divide in two, treat differently." By now he had his entire draft prepared and spoke fluently. "My divide in two means separating upper and lower levels for judicial processing. Specifically, for the middle and upper echelons of the Guangdi Temple faction, we arrest a few major cases, recent cases, ensuring complete witness and physical evidence, proper judicial procedures, public trials and sentencing, making them ironclad cases with impeccable process and evidence. For the lower ranks, we adopt the Ma Ziwu trial method. On the premise of understanding the truth of the matter, we conduct summary trials based on public opinion." These words coming from a Law Society member made the elements rather uncomfortable. The legal establishment's keynote was rule of law, and they had always detested public opinion manipulating or influencing trials. Seeing the puzzled expressions, Shen Ruiming explained. "The so-called Ma Ziwu trial method involves, first, going deep into the grassroots, conducting investigation and research and earnestly understanding case circumstances. Second, respecting mass opinions, that is, considering public opinion. Third, making litigation convenient for the masses with simple procedures and informal processes. Fourth, upholding principles, acting according to law and being clean and just. The first and fourth points need no elaboration. Take facts as the basis. Take the law as the criterion. The second point emphasizes respecting mass opinions. The third focuses on simplifying litigation procedures. Everyone knows we're in the winning the kingdom phase and lack qualified legal talent. If the Guangdi Temple faction cases were to go through proper judicial channels completely, the evidence-gathering phase alone for so many people would require enormous manpower and resources. As for the trial process, it would drag on forever. Moreover, many of the criminal acts involved don't actually meet the legal standard for sentencing. At most they fall under public security penalties." His words immediately earned Mu Min's nod of agreement. But it's obvious that for years the Guangdi Temple faction has harassed and extorted Guangzhou citizens, with extremely bad effects. If legal provisions prevent us from bringing these people to justice and punishing them publicly, we won't achieve the propaganda effect of the trials. Ultimately, the final purpose of these trials was propaganda. Without a simple, clear result that satisfied the masses, the propaganda effect would be greatly diminished. So for the lower ranks of the Guangdi Temple faction, our judicial procedures don't need to rigidly follow legal process. We can use simplified procedures, adopting a format similar to mass assemblies. At the assembly, we have victim masses eagerly take the stage to expose and pour out their grievances, then conduct the trial. This approach, first, follows public opinion. Second, in the heated atmosphere, many victims who previously dared not speak or had doubts will come forward to expose, enabling many old cases to be unearthed, ensuring that those with blood debts and public grievances don't slip through the net. If we strictly followed legal procedures, these cases would simply sink without a trace. Shen Ruiming's advocacy for the Ma Ziwu trial method was not a whim. In practice, the judicial department had already applied certain principles of this method in circuit court trials. Given current social conditions, the Executive Council possessed comprehensive legal codes and legal concepts but lacked the legal talent capable of implementing these concepts. Comprehensive rule of law was merely theoretical. Therefore, in judicial practice, they tried to apply the simplest, most understandable laws, simplified provisions, and in some cases used reason and sentiment rather than legal principle. Liu Bang's success with his 3 laws worked on the same principle. After war and chaos, with scarce resources and unsettled hearts, the simpler and faster the rules of the game, the better. Moreover, the political, economic, and cultural level of this timeline was relatively backward. The common people's educational level and litigation capability were very low. Simplifying the litigation model reduced litigation costs for the masses and helped diminish their fear of going to court. Liu Xiang nodded repeatedly as he listened. This reasoning suited the taste of the administrative personnel. Everyone suddenly warmed to this judicial element, who had suddenly arrived in Guangzhou to handle major cases, feeling he was not the same type as Ma Jia and his people. After the meeting, Liu Xiang kept Shen Ruiming behind for a private talk. Liu Xiang first congratulated Shen Ruiming on his promotion to chief prosecutor. Then he turned to official business. Shen Ruiming took the hint, lavishly praising Guangzhou under Mayor Liu's governance as completely renewed with great progress inside and outside the city. Courtesies finished. They got to the point. Liu Xiang's topic. He wanted Shen Ruiming to find a way to link the gentry to the sorcery case. One could say the sorcery case is connected to quite a few of Guangzhou's gentry. However, the leads the police have mostly connect only to the Guandi Temple faction. How to extend that line to the gentry? As chief prosecutor, can you come up with a plan? Shen Ruiming felt cold sweat on the back of his neck. Mayor Liu wanted to launch a major persecution. Still, he agreed with using this sensational case to severely punish the gentry. After all, with a sorcery case like this, the Executive Council held the moral high ground. Any gentry who sank in this case would never recover. As long as the evidence was solid, no amount of time could wash away the stain. However, if even the police hadn't found sufficient evidence expecting him, a prosecutor who hadn't even taken office, to fabricate charges was too unreliable. He thought for a moment. First, I believe our external messaging should downplay the words witchcraft and goose sorcery. Why? Liu Xiang was puzzled. Because the charge of witchcraft and goose sorcery doesn't exist in our criminal code. Convicting on that basis would be contrary to law, Shen Ruiming said. Looking at the Mao family in case, the main charges involved are intentional homicide, kidnapping, human trafficking, unlawful detention, intentional injury. These charges exist under both Ming law and our criminal code. From the perspective of rule of law and legal education, we should emphasize the cruelty and ignorance in the case rather than making a big deal of witchcraft and goose sorcery. That makes sense. Liu Xiang nodded, then suddenly asked, "Do we have a *** crime?" Shen Ruiming started, thinking the mayor's mind moved quickly. He said, "There's no *** crime as such, but we do have. Isn't that enough?" "The problem is we still need evidence." Shen Ruiming shook his head. "Trials focus on actions, not intentions. Even if Guangzhou's gentry harbor intentions of opposing the Executive Council, the evidence currently found doesn't rise to the level of conspiracy to overthrow the council. Only by proving they participated in the Mao family in case can we bring them to justice. So there's no way." Seeing Liu Xiang's expression darken, Shen Ruiming quickly said, "Not entirely impossible. This requires further evidence collection, witness or physical. As long as there's evidence, we can manage." He emphasized the words witness testimony, then continued, "If these people generate enough public grievance, stir up a storm of public opinion, launch mass movement-style mass exposures, dig up historical old accounts, old blood debts." Before he finished, Liu Xiang was already shaking his head. "I've thought of this. But among them are a few households that are so-called families of poetry and propriety, with subtle methods and excellent reputations. The lower and middle classes have all been deceived by them. If we try movement-style liquidation, it might be too forced." One thing Liu Xiang didn't mention was that the Liang family on his blacklist had always presented itself in Guangzhou as a friend of the Australians. Now, barely half a year after liberating Guangzhou, using social movement tactics to fabricate charges and forcibly topple them would smack of burning bridges after crossing. This would be detrimental to future national conquest, so he particularly cared about lawfulness and legitimacy. Seeing Liu Xiang's furrowed brow, Shen Ruiming understood his difficulty and offered comfort. Rest assured, within the existing legal framework, we will certainly cooperate well with Guangzhou's municipal government. After all, this counts as the Ministry of Justice's first shot on the mainland. The implication was that he would form a united front with Liu Xiang, resolving any problems together through communication. The two discussed coordination and other matters further. Shen Ruiming didn't mention specific trial methods, and Liu Xiang didn't ask. That was internal business for the Guangzhou court, left for Shen Ruiming and Liang Xinhu to handle. As he was about to leave, Shen Ruiming suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Liu Xiang. The judicial work for this case requires one more person. I personally hope for a female element, even part-time would do. The next step is to launch recruitment and training of naturalized judicial staff in Guangzhou, which could attract female natives to participate. Do you have any candidates? Liu Xiang thought for a moment and said, Zheng Shangji is busy with commercial consolidation lately, and Mu Min has cases piling up like mountains. It seems they can't help. I see. Shen Ruiming was a bit disappointed. After thinking, he said, I recall Zhang Yumi is working as your secretary. Could she help? The reason Liu Xiang hadn't mentioned Zhang Yumi was that he felt she was too young and feared she couldn't handle such a major case. Is that appropriate? She's still so young. This case is full of dark aspects. The pressure might be too much. Ah, it's fine. She's not a child anymore. Besides, as an element, she should experience major situations. If there are any problems, I'll handle them. Shen Ruiming appeared quite magnanimous. Liu Xiang suddenly grew wary. Could this fellow have designs on Zhang Yunmi? Although Shen Ruiming was 1.85 meters tall and appeared to have some muscle, compared to those Germanic types who exercised daily, he still didn't measure up. Actually, Shen Ruiming preferred voluptuous Western women. He had no interest in the petite type like Sister Zhang. After much deliberation, Liu Xiang found nothing objectionable in Shen Ruiming's argument and was unwilling to rebuff him at this moment. He agreed to the request. End of chapter. Chapter 1868, Out with the Old. In with the new Part 4 on his way back to the Justice Bureau, Shen Ruiming continued pondering the task Liu Xiang had given him. Of course, from the perspective of his old timeline law professors, this was a classic case of crudely interfering with judicial independence and administrative intervention. But he didn't see anything wrong with it. Ultimately, law serves the ruling class. Law is first and foremost a tool of the rulers, not their shackles. As for his proposal to adopt the Ma Ziwu trial method, that wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea either. From the confidential reports Liang Xinhu had sent to the judicial department, he had already learned quite a bit about local judicial practice in Guangzhou. Overall, the simplified trial system the judicial department had implemented in Hainan still proved too cumbersome for Guangzhou, especially at this juncture when both sides were locked in struggle and major cases kept arising. Law had to be combined with reality to achieve maximum effect. Considering only legal issues while ignoring political and social realities would mean sinking into the quagmire of legal fundamentalism. The streets everywhere were dug up, clearing ditches, dredging silt, paving roads. Shen Ruiming's sedan stopped and started constantly, sometimes having to detour. By the time he returned to the great Buddha temple, his new home had been set up. His two maids were busy in the bedroom arranging things. His office had already been cleaned and furnished. The chairs and furniture were naturally from confiscated goods, but the room was arranged quite comfortably and practically. The general office had developed a complete set of methods for renovating and decorating traditional buildings through long experience. The municipal government's general affairs section had followed the same pattern to remodel this place. Both lighting and practicality had improved considerably. Shen Ruiming was quite satisfied. He was about to sit down and look through the case files that had just been delivered. Liang Xinhu had already sent over the relevant dossiers for the sorcery case and cases related to the Guandi Temple faction. Honestly, the volume was quite substantial. "Master, someone, named Zhang, wants to see you." The Persian maid could now speak some Chinese, though her pronunciation was poor. This slave girl from a noble family was quite clever. After more than 2 years in Lingao, she could largely read newspapers and letters. Following the announcement came Liang Xinhu himself. Liang Xinhu had come to Guangzhou with ambitions of becoming president of the Guangdong Intermediate Court. Since arriving, he'd been spinning like a top, never properly stopping. On one hand, cases truly kept emerging endlessly. On the other, the shortage of personnel. Now seeing Shen Ruiming was like seeing family. Shen Ruiming noticed Liang Xinhu's exhausted expression and knew his burden was heavy. Not rushing to speak, he waited until Liang Xinhu lit a South Sea cigar before saying, "I'm sure you've seen the telegram from Lingao. Let's keep it short so you can rest." Liang Xinhu waved his hand, indicating he was fine. "No problem, no problem. We're both just past 30, there's a long revolutionary road ahead." Liang Xinhu suddenly slapped his forehead. "Sorry, forgot you don't smoke." He moved to extinguish the cigar. Shen Ruiming stopped him. "It's fine. I'm not that particular here." Seeing Liang Xinhu take a few puffs and recover somewhat, Shen Ruiming said, "A few things. First is the trials. We'll discuss that later. Second, the organization department has approved establishing 5 courts in Guangzhou, including a plan for training naturalized judicial civil servants. This should greatly lighten your burden." Liang Xinhu exhaled a smoke ring. "Before I came to Guangzhou, old Liu was pressing hard for court infrastructure. After I arrived, he pressed less urgently. But he has mentioned wanting more courts for Guangzhou's population of 600,000. At 1 court per 100,000 people, that's no light burden. Mayor Liu's calculations are ambitious, but this is late Ming Guangzhou, not 21st century Guangzhou. We don't need that many courts. 21st century judges in China's central and western cities don't hear many cases in a year. This stagnant pond of a small peasant economy doesn't require such a large setup." In the past, Guangzhou's urban area had only 2 county yamens handling all the city's judicial cases, with 1 prefectural yamen also covering cases from subordinate counties. Setting up 5 courts at once is really too many, and we don't have enough people to fill them. Liang Xinhu started, knowing there must be details within the judicial department. He asked, "So what's the specific plan? If the organization department has already approved and we change things now, won't there be procedural issues?" The organization department only approved establishing 5 courts. It didn't specify court levels or purposes. That freedom is still in the Ministry of Justice's hands, Shen Ruiming said. After study, the ministry has decided to first establish Nanhai and Panyu as 2 basic-level courts, then establish a Guangzhou Municipal Intermediate Court. This roughly corresponds to the old 1 prefecture, 2 county system, making it easier for ordinary people to accept. What about the other counties? I heard the organization department approved those too. Liang Xinhu pressed. Because cases had been accumulating in various counties recently. Apart from major cases that were routinely sent to Guangzhou for trial, various minor and civil cases could only be handled the old way, with each county magistrate conducting hearings. The result was that newly established county governments had reverted to the old path. County magistrates each set dates, either the 1st and 15th or certain days each week, to accept complaints. Plaintiffs all crowded into county government offices. Though there was no kneeling or caning, the essence was no different from a Ming County magistrate hearing cases. The county magistrates, whether elements or naturalized citizens, actually knew little of the Executive Council's legal system. Relying solely on a few handbooks published by the Law Society, Slightly complex cases became overwhelming, especially civil cases, which involved many entangled issues. Simply establishing the facts took considerable brain power. For elements, it was better. They had at least been exposed to modern law, watched legal programs, and understood basic legal concepts and spirit, so their hearings had some coherence. Naturalized county magistrates either made arbitrary pronouncements as if their word were law, or followed precedent by handing cases to retained clerks or legal secretaries. These chaotic situations had been reported and compiled by the Political Security Bureau. The clamor for justice in the county seats had suddenly grown loud, which was one reason the organization and cadre departments had suddenly become so generous to the judicial department. One court per county is still beyond us, Shen Ruiming said. I figure we'll have to wait until the first class of Guangzhou's judicial training program graduates before we can roughly satisfy a few key counties. The Law Society has considered this, so of the 5 court establishments besides the 3 I mentioned, the next is the Guangzhou Special District Circuit Court, specifically to dispatch circuit courts rotating through the counties. This ensures trial quality while reducing pressure on local administrations. And the 5th court. The 5th is the Maritime Court, Shen Ruiming said confidently. That's also an important area. Liang Xinhu nodded. This arrangement was indeed reasonable, covering all aspects, but he still had concerns. This setup is fine, but do we have enough elements to handle it? Even if you serve as both prosecutor and judge, even if we're all multi-skilled and wearing multiple hats, there still aren't enough elements. These institutions can't be empty. They'll have to be filled with naturalized judicial cadres. Honestly, the 60-day crash course judges mentioned in the plan, no matter how I think about it, I can't accept that. In the old timeline, a mature judge needed at least 18 years of basic education, plus 10 years of practical experience, not to mention that the legal situation here is at least 10 times more complex than in the old timeline. Liang Xinhu voiced his concerns. Criminal cases are manageable. For those that go to trial, Mu Min's side prepares the evidence and such. Except for some major cases requiring element prosecutors, naturalized staff can generally read from the script, but civil cases are different. The natives who come to litigate in this timeline may understand the importance of evidence, but the evidence they present is either incomplete or completely irrelevant to the facts that need proving. Basically, we judges have to collect evidence ourselves. Take the rental dispute from a few days ago. I had my people investigate local commercial customs, and it took considerable persuasion just to get cooperation. Time-consuming and laborious, and we often still can't get the truth. Can these crash course judges really handle this work? Shen Ruiming knew Liang Xinhu would have such questions. He explained, regarding civil trials, I think we need to change our working approach. In Lingao and all of Hainan, we have overwhelming advantages in all social aspects. Civil cases are few, and when they occur, our control of grassroots administration makes all work convenient. But in newly liberated areas like Guangzhou, the situation is very different. In my view, old timeline methods don't suit the local conditions. Better to use the Ma Ziwu trial method used in base areas during the anti-Japanese war. Liang Xinhu was also a law graduate and naturally knew about this. He said, that method is indeed good, but there are 2 problems. First, we can't yet say we've completely secured the entire Guangdong region. Safety for fieldwork can't be guaranteed. Even in counties under Guangzhou Prefecture, remote areas are currently unsettled. Second, looking at the civil service examination application and admission rates, the highest proportion comes from the so-called citizen class, the urban petty bourgeoisie. Can they really blend in with the masses? I've considered this too, Shen Ruiming said with some hesitation. After a moment he continued, I obtained a few rural cadres trained at the Institute from Du Wen. These people have considerable experience going to the countryside. We'll prepare a few guidance handbooks, and common problems won't be difficult to solve. As for newly recruited trainees, they'll need to follow these cadres and learn on the job. Of course, I admit there will be people who can't properly position themselves, but we can't abandon eating for fear of choking. The training plan's overall direction is sound. He appeared quite confident. Everything is difficult at the beginning. I'll devote full effort to this matter. Rest assured. End of chapter. Chapter 1869. Out with the old, in with the new, Part 5. Outside the west gate of Guangzhou lay what had originally been a plain crisscrossed by waterways. However, the area near the city had been developed early. Settlements had formed outside the west gate as early as the Sui dynasty, creating residential Fang wards. The old timeline street and alley names like Yangren and Dexing that survived in Guangzhou were the names of those ancient wards. This area had quite a number of streets and residences, but the commercial district outside the west gate ended there. Walking further west, one found farmland and villages, with rivers crisscrossing and lakes and ponds scattered like stars, a scene of rural wetland countryside. At this time, there were no Westgate mansions to speak of. All were small villages where one could see from one end to the other. Those living in brick-walled compounds were either wealthy families or at least small landlords. Most homes had bamboo frames plastered with yellow mud, with plank doors outside. Only prosperous families could afford sturdy oyster-shell wall houses. Near the Shangzia Jiupu area stood a temple called Zilian, the Temple of Coming from the West. Though not especially large, this ancient temple was the predecessor of the famous Hualin Temple in the old timeline. Zilian itself had no small pedigree. Legend had it that when Patriarch Bodhidharma crossed the sea and arrived in Guangzhou, later generations honored him as a high monk from the Western Buddhist realm and called his first landing place the place of coming from the West. This name had been used ever since. The temple Bodhidharma built upon reaching Guangzhou was Zilian, one of Guangzhou's 5 great monasteries through the ages. Not far from Zilian stood a dilapidated temple of unknown origin, its original name now lost. Everyone called it Jinhua Temple, the Golden Flower Temple. It was said to have been a subordinate temple of Zilian. After the Guandi Temple was reclaimed and restored by local officials, the Guandi Temple faction that had congregated there seized this temple outside the West Gate as their headquarters. The monks of Zilian were naturally no ordinary monks, but faced with this gang who claimed to fear neither heaven nor the king, and whom even gentry and officials avoided, the monks could only swallow their bitterness. Never mind the Golden Flower Temple, which had completely become the beggar's kingdom. Even at Zilian, from the main gate to the second gate, beneath the eaves, day and night gathered crowds of beggars, noisily harassing pilgrims. The monks dared not intervene. The Gao ancestors had established their headquarters here with purpose. Before the Qing dynasty, the West Gate Plain was still a major shipping zone. The densely networked waterways served not only as shipping channels, but many connected to the Western Moat and Daguen River, allowing passage up the Western Moat all the way to the typhoon shelter near Yuexiu Hill. One could also follow the Liubo or Lijuan channels to the Lijuan harbor, and busy shipping zones naturally offered much to be skimmed. Since the Gao ancestors had seized the Golden Flower Temple over a century ago, the beggars naturally spent no money on maintenance. The buildings had fallen into ruin. Buddhist statues and offering tables had long since vanished. Only the original main hall remained relatively intact. This was where the chief beggar of Guangzhou conducted his court business. Though the Gao family's hereditary chief beggar position made them merely beggar chieftains, their official authority was considerable indeed. The hall had a proper judge's bench and seat, with water and fire clubs and shackles flanking both sides. At the entrance stood 2 beggars holding wooden clubs, bellies thrust out, quite the yamen style. The most prominent feature in the entire courtroom was a great club standing beside the seat, a full zhang tall and as thick as a rice bowl, wrapped in yellow cloth. This was the so-called divine staff. The staff was said to be imperially bestowed. Whenever a beggar committed crimes, the chief could bring forth the staff and beat the offender to death on the spot without consequence. Of course, this was just talk. No one had ever seen what the staff looked like beneath its yellow cloth covering. Besides, the chief had plenty of ways to dispose of a beggar without such elaborate procedures. Walking past the great hall through the courtyard where the Gao family's secretaries conducted business, through the central gate, one entered an entirely different world, the Gao family's private residence. Compared to the filthy beggar den in front, this was truly another realm. Though the Gao family had been chief beggars for generations, they had never actually begged for a single day. The entire family lived in luxury with servants attending them. Though their status was base and despised, their food, clothing, and enjoyment exceeded many a prominent household. However, the Gao residents had been rather subdued lately. Not long ago, Gao Tianqi had suddenly expired. Though the funeral had been held, they were still in mourning. The Gao family might be beggar chiefs, but they still observed basic filial piety. The newly succeeded chief, Gao Lingxiang, naturally couldn't openly feast, enjoy opera, and indulge. His several brothers were dissatisfied with his succession and watched him like hawks. With trouble at home and danger abroad, the various dagu restless and grumbling, Gao Lingxiang had no heart for wine and pleasure. At this moment, he who had been promoted from young master to master reclined on a Xiang concubine bamboo couch, with several maids attending, some holding chilled lychees, others fanning him with palm leaf fans. Standing in the corridor outside was a steward from the Mo family. Having walked over in the sweltering heat, his face dripped with sweat, yet he could only maintain a smile, not daring even to wipe his brow, waiting to be summoned. Just after the Australians began tearing down the shop frontages in Guangzhou City, Mo Rongson had sent his daughter-in-law with lavish gifts to pay her respects. The pretext was celebrating her father-in-law's birthday. Well, not long after that birthday, the old man had kicked the bucket. Every time Gao Lingxiang saw someone from the Mo family, he felt something was off. Gao Lingxiang was in his 40s this year. In ordinary times, for an eldest legitimate son of a wealthy family, a father dying in middle age might even be cause for celebration. Certainly his wife felt that way. But he couldn't feel any joy. With troubles both internal and external, while his father had been alive, he could command the dagu below as easily as his own limbs. Gao Lingxiang, on the other hand, had barely managed to stabilize the various dagu through tremendous effort, relying on his father's trusted aides and his mother's family's influence. Stabilized was generous, undercurrents still churned below. Given any opportunity, those dagu and his brothers might well jump out and make trouble again. And beyond that, the Australians were watching like tigers. He vaguely knew that Gao Tianqi's sudden death was connected to the sorcery case that had been the talk of the town. Sorcery was no small matter. Gao Lingxiang had questioned a few of his father's trusted subordinates. Each had been vague and evasive. But from their shifty responses, he knew the rumors were not groundless. This was a crime warranting extermination of 9 generations. Gao Lingxiang nearly dropped his jaw in terror. His father had been shrewd his entire life. How had he gotten mixed up in this? He dared not think too deeply. He could only carefully review all the letters and notes in Gao Tianqi's study, burn anything potentially connected to the matter, and send trusted men to the various dens to quietly investigate whether there were any others in the know, preparing to gradually silence them one by one. Seeing the Australians make no move, Gao Lingxiang felt slightly relieved. He reflected that after the Australians arrived, his father's failure to make any gesture of allegiance had been a mistake. Getting involved in the sorcery case was outright suicidal. Though the Australians appeared calm now, they were step by step cutting off the Guandi temple faction's revenue streams. At this rate, before long, he wouldn't be able to maintain this operation. Everyone followed him for the veneer of brotherhood and generational loyalty, but underneath it was all about money. If the Gao family couldn't protect the Daoist livelihoods, what use was this chief beggar? Fundamentally, his father had failed to defect to the Australians in time and secure a document confirming him as chief beggar of Guangzhou under Great Song. Now to seek allegiance was too late. These past days he had been thinking about how to establish connections with the Australians, ideally with one or two Australian officials, bearing heavy gifts. Even if it meant emptying the family treasury, it would be worth it. As long as he could keep his position as chief beggar of Guangzhou, everything was negotiable. Now the Mo family had suddenly sent someone with a visit and generous gifts. Who knew what scheme they were plotting? But the Mo family patriarch was the director of the Wenlin Academy. Every year, considerable sums could be extracted from the academy. For them to come to him now must be academy-related. When the Mo family had initially sent his sister to congratulate his father's birthday, it had been connected to the dozen-plus academy shop frontages on Changchuan Avenue. The Wenlin Academy had been troubled of late. The academy's trustees and managers were mostly a bunch of Guangzhou's bad gentry who had seized the rich endowments for themselves, profiting while treating the students miserably. Several times the students had risen up in protest, but Mo Rongson and Zhang Ejiao, the academy's Hengha twin generals, had suppressed them through various means every time. Now with the change of dynasties, and hearing that the Australians were upright and incorruptible, the students had risen up to make trouble again. Thinking about how his in-law father had made the concubine-born son marry his sister with an air of condescension, and how when he had gone to the Mo household for the wedding, the Mo family had been evasive, as if his presence sullied their family reputation. The entire ceremony had been perfunctory. Not only had his sister's mother, third concubine, wept in rage, but his father's face had been dark with displeasure. In the old days they hadn't put his family in their eyes. Now they couldn't handle a few pedantic scholars and needed help. At this thought, Gao Lingxiang gave a cold laugh and sat up. Let him in. Only at this summons did the steward, who had been standing with hands folded in the corridor, carefully step over the threshold and enter the outer study, cool and pleasant with its blocks of ice. End of chapter. Chapter 1870, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 6. What etiquette? Gao Lingxiang waved his fan. This is just a beggar's den, we're not so particular here. The Mo steward quickly said, Master Gao flatters me to death. How could this lowly one compare with your honor? Please don't jest with me. With that, he promptly presented the gift list and letter. Gao Lingxiang didn't open the letter but first examined the gift list, nodding repeatedly. Old Master Mo has spent too lavishly. The steward hastened to say, What are you saying, Master Gao? Before I left, our master instructed me. This is to congratulate you on succeeding to the position of chief beggar of Guangzhou Prefecture. It's a tremendous occasion. Our master shares in the glory. These trifles merely add to the festivity. He picked up an exquisitely decorated box with patterned paper labels and presented it. This is a famous Australian product called South Sea cigars, quite a rare treasure. The tobacco leaves inside originally come from the purple bamboo forest on South Sea Island. The Australians brought them over in their great iron ships, braving waves and perils. Only about 100 are produced each year. Our master happened to obtain a few, and hearing that the in-law master loves Australian treasures, kept not a single one, wrapped them all up to send here. My in-law father is too kind, too kind. Gao Lingxiang was still young after all, accustomed to chasing all manner of Australian novelties. Smoking cigars was a habit he had picked up long ago. He had to cut a cigar every day. He naturally knew that the finest cigars were these South Sea cigars specially supplied to elements. The gifts also included several other Australian items, each of considerable value. Mo Rongson had truly spared no expense. Gao Lingxiang picked up a glass vessel etched with various brilliant flowers, its rim traced in gold wire, clearly workmanship from the Purple Treasure House. Quite expensive. He held the cup up to look through it toward the sky, asking casually, My in-law father has spent too much. I hear collecting rents from the outside lands hasn't been easy lately, yet he still spends so much money. These gifts were worth at least 500 taels, truly generous. It seemed his in-law father's matter was no small thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought out such a sum, especially at a time like this. The Guangzhou municipal government's land tax rectification campaign had already begun in several counties around Guangzhou. The gentry in Guangzhou City held most of their fields and lands in this area. This rectification had uncovered massive amounts of hidden fields, tax discrepancies, and so-called donations to avoid taxes. The rents they had expected to collect had already been greatly reduced. In more remote areas, though the Australians hadn't started rectifying. Yet, local unrest meant estate managers either couldn't collect rents or, having collected them, claimed the roads were unsafe and pocketed them. The rent problem had become the gentry landlord's greatest worry. The Wenlin Academy held over 3,000 mu of fields on its books. These 3,000 mu were essentially the private property of the trustees and managers, with 2/3 of the income embezzled by them. Mo Rongson, as director, embezzled the most. The Mo family's life of luxury owed much to the Academy's endowments. The steward quickly said, "We can only manage carefully. Our master says the Mo and Gao families are intertwined like branches of the same tree. In these times of chaos and instability, we must speak with one voice and support each other." Gao Lingxiang nodded slightly. However many old grievances he had against Mo Rongson, these words hit the mark. The Mo family needed the Gao family, but didn't the Gao family equally need the Mo family? However poor the Mo family's reputation, they were still considered gentry. They could put in a word before many of the city's prominent families. That gave them far more room to maneuver than the Gao family's situation, wealthy but base. He opened Mo Rongson's letter, skipped the pleasantries at the front, and went straight to the substance. It turned out Mo Rongson was asking about an old matter. More than 10 years ago, a scholar studying at Wenlin Academy, dissatisfied with the Mo family's long-term control of the endowments and embezzlement of funds, had rallied some classmates to make trouble. This scholar had a relative who was an official in the capital. He himself was a Ziyukai, and moreover had justice on his side. He had relentlessly demanded that Mo Rongson and others resign, that the privately appointed managers from the Mo and Zhang families be dismissed, and that the embezzled endowments be returned. Otherwise, he would unite his classmates in a joint petition, taking the lawsuit all the way to the Guangzhou Prefectural Court. Students long oppressed were stirred to action. The matter became the talk of the town. Even the Guangzhou prefect sent someone to inquire, telling Mo Rongson to handle it properly. This scholar was so book-bound that he believed himself a champion of the people. No matter how Mo Rongson tried to reason with him or how great the benefits he offered, this pedant wouldn't budge. Soft or hard, he was immovable. With various gentry families who disapproved of the Mo family fanning the flames behind him, he was determined to fight the bad gentry to the end for justice. Mo Rongson was stuck. Outrighting him was impossible. No amount of silver could buy off this scholar. Resorting to violence was also out. This scholar had an official degree and a relative in office. If anything happened to him, Mo Rongson would face ruin. In his predicament, he went to consult Gao Tianqi. He had long colluded with the Guandi Temple faction. Mo Rongson's ability to maintain his position as academy director for so long was partly due to the Guandi Temple faction's support. Every time the academy held elections, Gao Tianqi would send crowds of beggars to bolster his momentum. Gao Tianqi's mind turned, and he confidently took on the task. On one hand, he had Mo Rongson temporarily yield, dismissing a few of the secretaries and managers who had aroused the most public grievances, slightly improving the previously abysmal food and bedding, a delaying tactic to put the matter on hold. Before long, this Ziyukai was lured into a gambling addiction. Within barely 10 days, he had lost everything. His formerly comfortable family couldn't withstand the squandering. He lost even the ancestral home and incurred massive gambling debts. Then, as if the house were leaking into a rainstorm, word spread that the scholar's wife had been caught in adultery with a monk. Reputation ruined, destitute and desperate, he finally hanged himself in the academy in bitter frustration. With the leader fallen, the Down with Mo faction lost most of its spirit. Mo Rongson struck while the iron was hot, using a combination of attacks to suppress the mighty Down with Mo movement. Naturally, the gambling den setup and the seduction of the respectable wife were all the work of professional con men from the Guangzhou Temple faction. Not only had they instantly relieved Mo Rongson's crisis, but they had completely destroyed the opponent's family reputation, leaving him no choice but suicide. This stroke was both vicious and cunning. Outsiders couldn't catch the Mo family's tail, while for anyone in the academy thinking of opposing the Mo family, it served as killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Truly killing multiple birds with one stone. Mo Rongson gained new respect for Gao Tianqi's power, which was why he had agreed to become in-laws. Who would have thought that this old case from years past would be dug up again with the change of regime in Guangzhou? Some of the dead scholar's former classmates had reportedly filed a joint complaint with the Australian municipal government. Though there was no response yet, ever since the Australians arrived in Guangzhou, they had been pursuing reform and renewal. If this matter were dragged out again, the Australians might well seize upon it to strip away the Academy's endowments. In his letter, Mo Rongson humbly begged for advice, asking him to find some way to suppress the matter. He also reminded Gao Lingxiang that the Gao family received 500 taels annually from the Academy. Gao Lingxiang snorted. This was too difficult. In the past, this would have been nothing. But what kind of time was it now? The Australians had just cracked the sorcery case. If his father hadn't died in time, the whole family might already be bound and heading to the execution ground for execution of all 9 generations. Right now, Gao Lingxiang was busy playing the obedient grandson. How could he want to wade into these murky waters? Gao Lingxiang slowly straightened and said, "My in-law father speaks truly. In unsettled times, family members should help each other. However, your master's household is large with a great enterprise. Even if a bit leaks from the academy, it's no great matter. My situation is the rootless tree. I survive only by what seeps through the fingers of great men like your master. Now with troops in the city, vagrants being rounded up everywhere, just look at the streets, see how many dare go out begging for a living. Never mind paying dues, they come to eat my food, drink my drink. That's several thousand mouths. When the court's soldiers go unpaid, they dare kidnap imperial commissioners and kill their commanders. These thousands of people, if I slip up once, will come and devour me too." This was actually his honest concern, but Steward Mo took it as posturing, a shakedown of the Mo household. He hastily smiled apologetically. "What are you saying, in-law master? Our master says that aside from you, no one can settle this matter. He won't forget your kindness. Besides, your third brother is now at the academy. I hear he's quite close with those pedantic scholars." This struck Gao Lingxiang's sore spot. The 5th brother Steward Mo mentioned was named Gao Lingda, just 19 this year, Gao Tianqi's youngest son. Clever and studious from childhood, he read well and had become a literary apprentice. After passing the initial examination, he had used Mo Rongson's connections to study at Wenlin Academy. Gao Lingda was naturally intelligent with better bearing and cultivation than his elder brothers. Though a concubine-born youngest son, he enjoyed considerable prestige among the upper ranks of the Guangzhou Temple faction. The key was that his mother, 7th concubine, had been Gao Tianqi's most favored mistress. Around him had gathered a faction of influential figures within the Guangzhou Temple faction, making him the most powerful challenger to Gao Lingxiang. Though his brothers had been suppressed for now, they weren't truly submissive. Gao Lingda especially could be said to have fallen only at the final hurdle. He might well still harbor hopes. Thinking of this, Gao Lingxiang couldn't help tensing slightly. After pondering briefly, he said, "Go tell your master I understand the matter. However, it's of considerable magnitude. Let me think it over for a few days." Hearing this, Steward Mo hastily rose to take his leave. Gao Lingxiang calculated. The task itself wasn't difficult. The Guandi Temple faction had plenty of tricks. The Academy's scholars were mostly bookish greenhorns. Deceiving them into a trap wouldn't be hard. The only thing to worry about was how the Australians would view his interference in Wenlin Academy. The Australians were not to be trifled with. Liu Shifor, the Dagu on Henan Island, was nicknamed Iron Skin Bone, a slippery, fearless of beating or killing character with a big reputation among beggars. He had unwisely accepted money from the Tooth Broker Guild to make trouble for the Chaosin gang. The Australians behind those Chaosinese caught him red-handed. His family hadn't escaped in time. Not a single one got away. They were all hauled off by the Australians. Since then, nothing had been heard. Rumor had it the Australians took them to Hainan, men sent to labor, women taken as concubines by Australian soldiers. The lesson was fresh. He'd best not anger these demons. End of chapter. Chapter 1871, Out with the Old. In with the new Part 7, a new official brings 3 fires. In less than half a year since taking office, Great Song's prefect Liu had made sweeping moves. These past months collecting refugees, purging the bureaucracy, establishing the police force, restructuring commerce. None of it appeared connected to beggars on the surface. Yet each measure had drawn another loop of rope around the Guandi Temple faction, binding them motionless while severing their revenue streams. Watching his brothers grumble and demand he do something, Gao Lingxiang found himself at a loss. Never mind himself. Even when his father had been alive, there had been no countermeasure. Otherwise, why would the old man have gotten entangled in that sorcery case? After much deliberation, Gao Lingxiang decided to first investigate the academy situation. He summoned a maid. Fetch Han Changle. Han Changle was a guard his father Gao Tianchi had kept, though he performed no night patrols or watch duties. He served more as a military strategist among the household staff. Han Changle had once been a government soldier. During Wang Zun's expedition against the Australians years ago, he had served as a minor officer. In the fierce fighting, the counterattacking Fubo army had driven a bayonet through his calf, leaving him permanently disabled. Because of his leg injury, the Australians hadn't kept him for road-building labor to redeem himself. After treating his wound, they had simply released him. Han Changle had hobbled along, begging all the way, barely making it back to Guangzhou. Though he had once been a military officer, it was only a minor rank. With a lame leg, there was naturally no possibility of soldiering again. He had spent half his life in the army. Apart from physical strength, he possessed no skills to make a living and had saved little money. Fortunately, he was a bachelor, so he simply drifted into the Guandi Temple faction. One of the faction's major businesses was providing muscle for clans, gentry, and wealthy households, especially for inter-clan feuds in the countryside. Though lame, Han Changle was battle-hardened. After several operations, he distinguished himself and earned a reputation as a strategist within the faction. Gao Tianchi had recruited him directly to his side. Before long, Han Changle walked over. He was not tall, dressed in short work clothes. For the cool air, both forearms were bare, veins standing out. Only when he moved could one clearly see his leg was impaired. Go into the city and look around, see what's happening, Gao Lingxiang said, then added a few whispered instructions. Han Changle nodded slightly. Understood. Be careful, we have no backing now. Gao Lingxiang exhaled heavily. Han Changle entered the city and made a circuit in the blazing sun, particularly visiting the various dens. Since the Australians had entered the city and begun collecting vagrants, even street beggars had been more or less rounded up. Strong-arm begging now required only a shop owner's call for patrolmen to intervene. Light cases earned a beating with truncheons and were chased off. Serious cases were taken into custody and never emerged again. The streets had grown much cleaner. Citizens applauded, but the dens were all shrouded in gloom. The Dagu didn't dare provoke the Australians. When they saw Han Changle, they had no friendly words, only demands to know what plan the chief had. If this keeps up, we brothers will really be drinking the northwest wind. More than one Dagu said this to him. Some responded lazily with a few noncommittal words, neither admitting things were good nor bad. Han Changle noted everything in his heart, gave brief replies, and moved on. He spent most of the day on this circuit. As dusk fell, he decided not to return to Golden Flower Temple outside the city. He had a sworn brother who worked as a gatekeeper at Wenlin Academy. He planned to spend the night at this brother's home and investigate the academy situation at the same time. He was just leaving the den outside Ulinku when he spotted a group standing by the street ahead. Several black-clad officers in round caps with cloth wrappings on their calves were gathered around an Australian woman. The woman wore a uniform of the same black, with a flat, round, brimless cap on her head and a pleated black skirt below, barely past her knees. Black boots accentuated her figure, making her legs look long and shapely. The crowd wore expressions of spectators. Han Changle had heard that among the Australians sent to Guangzhou, there was a female official in charge of catching criminals and handling lawsuits, one with great authority. Could this be her? He saw people whispering behind her, but fearing the fierce-looking officers, they only dared watch from a distance. The female official stood among the men, holding a small black notebook, pointing here and there. Occasionally she exchanged a few words with those around her, then walked forward a bit more. Her purpose was unclear. Han Changle stood watching the spectacle when he suddenly noticed that one man beside the female official looked familiar. That person also wore a black uniform but with 2 pockets on his chest and copper bars gleaming on shoulder patches. He stood slightly ahead of the other attendants, close behind the female official. Han Changle took 2 quick steps forward. No mistake, it's him. Lu Dagang had served with him back when they were both under General Wang Daoji's banner. He and Han Changle had stirred the same iron pot and ladled the same gruel. They were comrades in arms. In terms of kinship, they could even count as cousins by marriage. When the government forces suffered their great defeat on Hainan, only a few thousand out of over 20,000 escaped. Han Changle had been wounded and captured, lucky to keep his life. Lu Dagang, by all accounts, had not been so fortunate. Some returnees swore they'd seen Lu Dagang blown to pieces by Australian cannons. Others said he'd drowned while fleeing. Still others said he'd been captured and sent to a labor brigade, and that, once you enter the Australian gates, the sea is never so deep. Those in labor brigades faced 9 deaths for every life, with no chance of survival. At the time, Guangzhou City was in chaos. Officials could barely save themselves, let alone care about common soldiers. Han Changle had never imagined that Lu Dagang had not only survived but had defected to the Australians and now seemed to be in their good graces. A rare old acquaintance, Han Changle thought. If he could reconnect, he could at least get some information from him. Their greatest difficulty now was not knowing what the Australians were thinking. He was about to slowly follow along when a middle-aged woman suddenly burst out of an alley by the roadside. She rushed into the middle of the road, raised both hands high holding a document protector, dropped to her knees and shrieked, "Great Lord of the blue sky, please give me justice. Injustice." Mu Min was startled by this sudden scene. She had come specifically today to inspect the progress of the vice industry rectification. The rectification was reaching its climax. Work teams had been stationed in all the large and small brothels and pleasure houses for audits. However, recent reports indicated that a number of prostitutes from hereditary entertainer families, taking advantage of the closures, had rented properties on streets like Ulingmen Outer Street, former red light districts, and were secretly soliciting clients. The atmosphere had turned foul, and neighbors and merchants had complaints. Mu Min had come for an on-site inspection. In her attire and with police escorts around her, when she walked the streets, she didn't need gongs and drums to clear the way. Pedestrians all kept their distance. She had never expected someone to suddenly leap out and cry injustice, blocking sedans to plead grievances. This was Mu Min's first encounter with it. Liu Xiang and Lin Beiguang had experienced it several times. In the common people's minds, only local officials could redress wrongs. Going to runners and constables was useless. Two special agents from the Element Protection Bureau immediately blocked in front of her. Mu Min shook her head, signaling them not to be nervous. She asked, "What's the matter?" A policeman quickly reported. "She says she's here to cry injustice and file a complaint. Some tremendous wrong to report." "This isn't a judicial institution. If she has a case, tell her to go to the court." The policeman quickly went over, then returned shortly. "Chief, this woman says it's an old murder case." Murder case? Mu Min found this strange. But since it was a murder case, it naturally fell under police jurisdiction. She ordered, "Take her back to headquarters first." Mu Min finished her inspection, then spoke with the local precinct chief for a while. Past 7 o'clock, she finally returned to headquarters. Eating dinner while handling paperwork, she had completely forgotten about the woman who had filed the complaint. Only when her documents were mostly processed did she stretch. Just then, she noticed a policeman who had accompanied her inspection that afternoon standing at her office doorway, peering in. "What is it?" Mu Min vaguely recalled he was from the old Yaman's patrol squad, a commoner without proper rank who had been newly added after the sorcery case. Because such people retained old Yaman habits, Mu Min didn't much like them. Seeing him skulking at her office door only irritated her further. The policeman was startled and quickly entered, performing an awkward quasi-salute at attention. I just wanted to ask, Chief, that woman who blocked the sedan this afternoon," Mu Min suddenly remembered. She glanced at her watch, nearly 9 p.m. "What? Still haven't taken her statement. Since she's filing a report, have the detectives take her testimony." But the policeman wouldn't leave. Instead, he took a step forward and said pleadingly, "Chief, this case has been dragging on for more than 10 years. There are circumstances that couldn't be helped. I'm bold to ask, could the chief personally hear it?" This piqued Mu Min's curiosity. For this policeman to make such a request, there must be some difficulty requiring her personal attention. She paused, then suddenly asked, "What's your name?" My name is Bai Defan." The policeman hadn't expected this sudden question. "Tell me, how much did you take from her?" Bai Defan started, hastily protesting. "Chief, she's as bitter as someone soaked in Copti's water. How would I dare take anything from her? May I be struck by 5 thunderbolts." "Then why are you so eager to help?" Mu Min smiled faintly. "The one who guided her to block the sedan and cry injustice today, that was probably you, wasn't it?" Bai Defan's eyes flickered sharply. "Chief is brilliant. To be honest, this woman is a distant relative of mine. I know something of the details of this case. It involves prominent figures and bigwigs in the city. In the past, not a single Yaman was willing to take it on. She had given up, preferring to die with her grievance untold rather than file a complaint. Now that it's become Great Song's realm and the world is just, she's finally moved to pursue her case. If it can be redressed, it would clear the dead man's name." As he spoke, his eyes reddened, nearly spilling tears. End of chapter. Chapter 1872, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 8. These words puzzled Mu Min. Redress, clear the dead man's name. It sounded like a wrongful conviction case. Yet she had been told it was a murder case. Looking at the policeman, he didn't seem to be faking. There appeared to be some tremendous injustice here. Mu Min nodded. "Take her to the preliminary hearing room. I'll be there shortly." "Thank you, Chief." The policeman looked like he wanted to drop to his knees and kowtow. Mu Min smiled helplessly. These situations were becoming ever more common. Cases similar to blocking the sedan to cry injustice, or striking the drum to proclaim grievances, were being forwarded by municipal and district governments every day. Meanwhile, the courtroom that Judge Liang had so carefully prepared saw few visitors. However, looking at it another way, almost all the forwarded cases were criminal, involving human life. Either the circumstances were unclear or there were grievances, and often they were old cases. Just untangling the threads required tremendous effort. She finished her current business and went to the preliminary hearing room. She saw that the woman filing the complaint was in her 30s, dressed gaudily, her face painted in a garish manner. She appeared to be a prostitute from the pleasure district. Mu Min had always disliked prostitutes. Her expression hardened as she asked, "What is your name? What grievance do you wish to report?" The woman sobbed. "This commoner woman is Wang Ne He. There is an old case from years past. I beg your honor, chief, to redress it." At redress, she dropped with a thud to her knees, wailing inconsolably. The crying was extremely pitiful, but for Mu Min this was routine. She nodded. "Stop crying, stand up and speak slowly." The woman wiped her tears and haltingly told her story. The case itself was not complicated. Her maiden name was He, given name Zai. Born to a moderately prosperous family, she had learned to read and write as a child. At 16, she married a local Ziyukai surnamed Wang. It was a good match between equals, and as young newlyweds, their marriage had been harmonious and loving. This Ziyukai surnamed Wang had studied at Wenlin Academy. 10 years ago, outraged by the trustees and managers embezzling public funds and skimming money, he had rallied fellow students to protest, at one point creating quite a stir known throughout the city. Unexpectedly, the academy director Mo Rongson was extremely vicious. He had colluded with the Guangzhou Temple faction to send con men to lure Scholar Wang into gambling. A few rigged games later, Scholar Wang was not only bankrupt but deep in debt, with even the family's modest ancestral property seized to pay what he owed. Though by then he had come to his senses and realized he had fallen into Mo Rongson's trap, there was nothing he could do. At the time, I too urged him to stop fighting the Mo family. Just endure and it would pass, the woman wept. Who could have imagined the Mo family would be so vicious? Though she spoke of viciousness, she wouldn't say what exactly. The policeman spoke on her behalf. At the time, to clear the debts, she had gone to her family's home to discuss raising money. One day when she was alone at home, someone brought her a message saying her family had agreed and she should hurry over to discuss. So Hezai had rushed off following the messenger. That journey led straight into the tiger's jaws, the policeman sighed. As it turned out, this too was arranged by Mo Rongson. Hezai's family home was outside the city. Partway there, feeling thirsty, she had drunk a cup of cooling tea at a roadside stall. Upon drinking it, she lost consciousness. When she awoke, she was in a ruined temple, stripped naked. She had been raped. At this part, Hezai could only collapse on the ground, weeping. Mu Min knew that in the social environment of the time, for a woman of her scholarly family background to be violated meant only death. She felt great sympathy. Naturally, the news spread like wildfire throughout the city, vivid tales that she had been caught fornicating with a monk in that ruined temple. Scholar Wang, already suffering financial ruin, now faced this complete loss of face. He suffered a total mental breakdown and finally hanged himself at the academy. Hezai herself, because of wife pays husband's debts, was sold into the pleasure district as a prostitute. I wanted to end my own life, but my brother from my family's side persuaded me, saying, "If there are days when the sky is dark, there will also be days when it brightens. Even the Yellow River will run clear one day. Can the Mo family really cover the sky with one hand forever?" With that, she began weeping again. These words brought tears to the policeman too. Wiping his eyes with his sleeve, he comforted her. "Don't cry. The chief will give you justice." Mu Min was furious. Since entering Guangzhou, she had handled countless cases and seen many that would never see the light of day, but never had she encountered such a vicious scheme to destroy a family. Yet thinking it over, this had nothing to do with criminal homicide. Her husband had committed suicide. She acknowledged this herself. The only prosecutable charges were 1. The con men setting up the gambling trap, which could be treated as fraud. 2. Drugging and raping her, which constituted rape. Neither charge amounted to a capital case. Moreover, the case was more than 10 years old. Physical evidence had surely all been destroyed, and witnesses were who knew where. How could a case be filed based on her testimony alone? And under what charges? However, since this case involved Wenlin Academy and the Guangzhou Temple faction, it was certainly useful black material. Mu Min made up her mind and immediately ordered that she first be taken to give a complete statement. After the statement is recorded, take her to the Municipal Detention Center for temporary custody. Don't let her go out again. Yes. Seeing Mu Min's serious attitude, the policeman was greatly encouraged. Lu Dagang walked out the gate of the Guangzhou Police Bureau, rolling his aching neck. On the way, police personnel, whether veteran naturalized officers from Hainan or newly recruited Guangzhou officers, all had to call him first-class commander comrade. This police rank was if not unique in Guangzhou, then certainly rare. He had previously worked at a precinct in Lingao. After being selected for the Qiangya column and transferred to Guangzhou, everyone had been promoted one or more ranks. He had been appointed captain of Patrol Team 1 under the Municipal Bureau's Public Order Section, commanding 100 or so newly recruited officers, while also serving as an instructor at the police academy. He was usually swamped. Lu Dagang actually enjoyed this busyness. At the start of the Northern Campaign, his supervisor had told him his future prospects were unlimited. Eventually, he would at least reach that supervisor's position. After leaving the labor reform camp, his name had been changed. At the time, he hadn't understood the significance. Now he saw that the single character difference made it much more dignified, befitting his position as captain. Captain Lu had tasted power and found his work deeply satisfying. Today, accompanying Bureau Chief Mu on her inspection of his patrol zone, she had seemed satisfied with his work and had hinted at further promotion. This filled Lu Dagang with dedication to the Northern Campaign cause, making him even more vigorous in training his squad of greenhorns. Lu Dagang was planning to grab a quick bite on the street and return to his dormitory when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. These past days, Bureau Chief Mu had been drumming into him that reactionary forces in Guangzhou had temporarily gone dormant due to the Executive Council's power, but the Ming loyalists would never willingly give up their interests. They were constantly waiting for opportunities to sabotage the council. Lu Dagang tensed. One hand drew his gun as he spun around, shouting, "Who's there?" The approaching person quickly stopped and explained, "Cousin, it's me, your cousin Changeable." "Cousin." The sun was setting west, red clouds spreading across the sky. Not far from the Municipal Police Bureau dormitory in a small tavern, two men occupied a table waiting for their food. This tavern had recently opened. Because it was nearby and the naturalized police who had come from Lingao generally didn't bring families, and though the canteen provided 3 meals, they sometimes wanted a change of taste, so the tavern prospered. Due to police schedules, it stayed open until midnight, quite unusual for Guangzhou's dining industry at the time. "Little brother, after the Hainan defeat, I tried to find you. Uncle and auntie passed away early. You have no siblings, you hadn't even married. If I didn't look after you, who would? As soon as my leg could touch the ground, I went asking after you. The men who escaped had all been scared witless. Who could spare a thought for you? Curse my lame leg, otherwise I'd have chased all the way to Lingao to find you." Changeable spoke 6 parts truth, 4 parts embellishment, but his eyes filled with tears as he spoke. Lu Dagang had no family left in the world. Since his youth he had been in the army. Whether in the Ming military or Lingao, he had always lived collectively. He had rarely experienced familial affection. Now, meeting this relative who could at least be called a cousin, and hearing such moving words, he too was moved to tears. The two reminisced about the past with great emotion. Lu Dagang asked about Changable's current livelihood. Changeable didn't dare tell the truth, only saying he was getting by as a guard for a wealthy family. Before long, the dishes arrived. 2 cold dishes to accompany the wine, boiled peanuts and cold jellyfish dressed with sesame oil. Then 2 hot dishes, the famous Australian dish of tomatoes scrambled with eggs and stir-fried pork. Finally, a pot of steaming braised fish was placed in the center. Lu Dagang had work tomorrow, so he only ordered a few ounces of yellow wine to ward off the evening dampness. The waiter also specially brought 2 bottles of chilled tea mushroom drink, saying it was on the house. As they ate and talked, Han Changle studied Lu Dagang covertly. In the few years since they'd last met, Lu Dagang had grown much more robust, with a hardy, capable air between his brows. A leather belt at his waist made his figure look erect and trim. On the belt hung a leather holster from which protruded a gleaming black handle, clearly the revolving pistol commonly used by Australians. Han Changle pointed at Lu Dagang's waist. "Even such military-grade weapons you have. I can see little brother is highly valued by Great Song." This remark hit Lu Dagang's sweet spot. He answered with undisguised pride. "It's no big deal. Most cadres from Hainan were issued one. The Ming territories are chaotic. Who knows when some fool will come out to oppose the Executive Council? With this, let them waltz in or leap in, whatever martial arts master, one bullet and they're not coming back." He patted the pistol at his waist. Han Changle sighed. "Little brother, you truly are blessed with great fortune and destiny. Back then we thought you might not even keep your life. Now you've joined Great Song and become one of its officials. You could say you've returned home in glory." End of chapter. Chapter 1873, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 9. "I'm just a lowly patrol captain. How is that returning in glory?" Lu Dagang spoke modestly, but couldn't hide the satisfaction on his face. "Little brother, you're too humble." Han Changle laughed and poured him another cup of wine. "Who doesn't know the Auster? Australians are preparing to contend for the Central Plains and change dynasties. When that General Wen fights his way back to the Eastern capital and helps the Great Song Emperor regain the throne, you'll be a founding minister. Securing wealth and honor for your wife and children will be easily within reach. And who knows, with a stroke of luck and some extraordinary merit, you might even be ennobled as a marquis or duke." This made Lu Dagang grin so wide his mouth wouldn't close. He quickly steadied himself. "That's all the grace of the Executive Council. I haven't thought that far. After all, it's the future, and whether I have the fortune to enjoy it remains to be seen." He sighed. "Of the brothers who joined the police with me, several are already gone. The brothers who were captured, some joined the military, some became village chiefs or township heads. Many are living peacefully enough, but quite a few have died on duty. Winning the realm isn't so easy." "Indeed, indeed," Han Changle flattered. "If not for someone with real ability like you, little brother, how could there be such fortune?" He toasted him again. Lu Dagang downed the cup and grew even more cheerful. "Real ability, I wouldn't say that. Just that my luck hasn't been too bad." Han Changle said, "Come to think of it, in the past we both served the government. Now you're serving the Executive Council, also serving. But serving the old government was all bad luck. Serving the Executive Council is all good luck. This really is something inexplicable." By now Lu Dagang had had some wine. He laughed. "People call it luck, but really everyone just works hard. When everyone pitches in, what can't be accomplished? Serving before was just going through the motions. Damn it, they didn't even pay our stipends and the officers lorded it over us, expecting us brothers to risk our lives licking blood off knife edges. What idiot would do that?" He slapped the table. "Am I right?" "Right, right." Han Changle nodded repeatedly. "Outside they say the Australians save the world and help the people. The Australians themselves say serve the Executive Council and the people. I'm a rough man, I don't understand these grand principles. We're just in it for the pay. Who cares who we serve? The Australians pay on time without skimping. Just for that, the brothers have to put their hearts into working for them, don't they?" "Yes, yes." Han Changle thought it deeply reasonable. If not for the generous treatment from the Gao family, he wouldn't bother gathering intelligence for Gao Lingxiang. Brother speaks truly. Only you must take care of yourself in all this busyness. Your body is your own. "Thank you for the concern, elder brother," Lu Dagang laughed. "My body can still take it. The Australians have always been generous to their people. Working for them, if nothing else, you eat well. The clothes are good material too." Just as they were talking, a beggar suddenly barged in, made a bow all around, and said, "All you gentlemen eating and drinking, let this little one sing you a Lotus Fall ditty to liven things up." This beggar apparently came often. The waiters didn't chase him out. Some familiar customers egged him on. You always sing the same old tunes. Give us something fashionable." The beggar immediately began clacking two bamboo clappers, swaying as he sang. "O Tilda, travelers passing, travelers returning, life's road is long and winding. Why not sit and rest a while? Brew some tea, light a smoke, have a flying cake to eat. New dynasty good, new dynasty fine. New dynasty customs have new styles. What styles, you ask? Let this beggar tell you right. The chiefs really know how to play. Rags they wear as pants today. Not a patch to be seen. Front shows holes, back shows gaps. Beggar pants quite fresh and new. The beggar guild's gained face at last. Australian elements have many tricks. Australian elements play it wild. Who plays wildest of them all? None other than the lady chiefs. How wild are the lady chiefs? Let this beggar think a bit. All you guests, don't be impatient. Order some food and tea. Let your 5 organs feel nice first. Spare this beggar some tea money to wet his throat and continue on." The tavern erupted in laughter and ribald heckling. Some drunk ones let out strange catcalls. The female elements and cadres from Hainan not only wore uniforms that were daring in the people's eyes, but their casual clothes were even more immoral, especially since summer had arrived, with short-sleeved shirts, sundresses, and other summer wear appearing constantly, greatly shocking the eyes and souls of Guangzhou citizens. This Lotus Fall ditty was not only timely but stirred up many people's lustful thoughts about Australian women. Someone shouted for him to keep singing, while throwing a handful of coins. The tavern was lively, but the proprietor was anxious. Police often came here for late-night snacks. Normally, when this beggar sang his Lotus Fall ditties to amuse customers and collect a few coins, it was harmless. But these new lyrics were so disrespectful to the female Australians. If any policeman heard and reported it to the bureau, wouldn't that bring disaster? He quickly stepped forward, stuffed a paper note into the beggar's hand, and said, "Go, go, go, take this and eat outside. If you sing any more, I'm calling the patrol." The words "calling the patrol" worked like a magic pill. The beggar, who had been swaying and lost in his creative performance, quickly bent down, picked up the bills from the floor, and slipped away. Changeable thought to himself that he didn't know which den this beggar belonged to. Quite a character. Turning, he saw Lu Daging's face bright red. He quickly said, "Little brother, a beggar singing Lotus Fall ditties, making things up for a few coins. Don't take it to heart." Lu Daging shook his head, his speech already slurred. "Why should I take it to heart? He won't have many days left to sing anyway." Changable's heart tightened, sensing hidden meaning in those words. He quickly raised the wine pot and poured another cup. "He's just a poor wretch singing for his supper. Why make a fuss? Let it go where you can." "His singing Lotus Fall is nothing," Lu Daging said. The wine had gone to his head now, and he felt floaty, discipline long forgotten. He laughed. "But the beggars won't have many days left to jump around. In a few days, there won't be any beggars in all of Guangzhou. Little brother must be joking." Changeable deliberately affected a nonchalant manner. "There have been beggars in every dynasty. Even in peaceful times, there are always those who beg for food. This shows what you don't know." Lu Daging shook his head like a rattled drum. "I can't speak for all of Guangzhou, but in Lingao alone, there isn't a single beggar. They've all been sent to build roads and dig sand. Just watch. The beggars in Guangzhou City will all have to go dig sand too." Though Changeable had roughly guessed what Lu Daging's "won't have many days left to jump around" meant, hearing him say it directly was still shocking. He hadn't expected that a casual outing would accidentally yield such crucial intelligence. Changeable thought, "I need to hurry back and report to the master." The two drank until the moon rose high. Changeable paid the bill. Seeing Lu Daging already swaying drunk, he called the waiter, gave him some money, and had him escort Lu Daging back. Then he hurried out of the tavern. Night had fallen. Though the Australians had lifted the nighttime curfew, the city gates still closed after dark. He couldn't get out to return to Golden Flower Temple. After pondering, he decided to spend the night at the den near the west gate and go out first thing in the morning to deliver the message. Lu Daging returned to his dormitory and slept straight through until noon the next day. Fortunately, he was on the afternoon shift. After waking and washing up, he hurried to work. As for the previous night's events, he had almost completely forgotten them. He only remembered drinking with his cousin Han Changle, what they had talked about and how he had gotten back to his dormitory. Like all drunkards, he had completely blacked out. Arriving at the office, the brothers on his shift were all assembled. More than 30 people gathered in the meeting room, awaiting the task briefing. Their regular work was routine, mainly maintaining a visible security presence on the streets, deterring criminals, promptly stopping various illegal activities, and maintaining normal street order. Under the Executive Council system, the police had an unprecedentedly broad enforcement scope. The administrative law enforcement that various administrative departments handled in the old timeline was almost entirely borne by the police in this timeline. Some elements believed the council was trending toward administrative policification. The reason for this approach was fundamentally that the 17th century's education level was very low. Effective grassroots governance required violence. The police were undoubtedly the most suitable institution. Not only that, rather than creating various kinds of big caps to confuse the straw hats, it was simpler and clearer to have one big cap handle everything uniformly. One could say the Executive Council not only approved of police using violence for social order governance, but even secretly encouraged it. Though patrolling was routine work, each period had its priority tasks, from catching pickpockets and cracking down on public urination to prohibiting illegal dumping and collecting street security information. The current priority for patrol officers was investigating and tracking the activities of street beggars and vagrants. The plan for a public order crackdown on the Guangzhou Temple faction and a citywide mass detention operation had already been communicated to middle-level police cadres, all naturalized cadres from the Qiangya column. But for most locally recruited rank-and-file police, it remained a secret. Today our main work is still collecting information on street beggars and vagrants and controlling beggar activities. Lu Dagang had long forgotten his drunken truth-telling of the previous day. Pointer in hand, he indicated locations on the precinct map. The focus is on the He family Ancestral Hall and the Puji Temple areas, especially Puji Temple. This is the headquarters of the local Guangzhou Temple faction. Pay special attention to movements there. He rapped the Puji Temple icon emphatically several times. The police all knew this location. It was the Guangzhou Temple faction's den in their precinct. When the patrol first began walking the streets, seeing beggars harassing citizens and merchants, they had been hesitant to intervene. After all, the Guangzhou Temple faction's authority still lingered. Once, when Lu Dagang had ordered officers to arrest a beggar who was smashing bowls and strong-arming at a shop entrance, the Dagu had sent people the next day to throw excrement at every shop entrance in his precinct, even in front of the police station. After Lu Dagang got the news, he had personally led a large squad of police to Puji Temple with batons, ordering them to beat everyone on sight. From the entrance all the way to the main hall, they had beaten many beggars until bones broke and blood spat out. Reportedly, several died afterward. He had personally grabbed the Dagu, slapping him more than a dozen times until blood ran from the man's nose and mouth, and he knelt begging for mercy. Since then, the beggars at Puji Temple had become much more docile. During sanitation campaigns when streets needed sweeping, Lu Dagang only needed to send one beggar with a message, and all the precinct's beggars would show up the next day with their own tools to sweep streets and clean garbage. Besides controlling beggars and vagrants, another priority task is cracking down on unlicensed prostitutes. Lu Dagang's precinct covered the Ulingmen Avenue area, the local red light district. The citywide vice industry crackdown had shuttered the brothels. The prostitutes were awaiting resettlement. Many prostitutes from hereditary entertainer families, having no other skills and accustomed to their old lives, had started semi-private operations in this area. Pleasure seekers, with nowhere else to go, made business brisk. While the pleasure district was deserted, many back alleys off Ulingmen Outer Avenue saw revelry every night. Semi-private and private door, unlicensed prostitutes, because they didn't carry yellow tickets, underwent no health checks and paid no taxes, operated outside the public security management system. They had been enforcement targets in Lingao, and Guangzhou was no exception. He went on to announce the handling procedures for unlicensed prostitutes. Once discovered, their business premises would be sealed and all practitioners arrested. Landlords who had rented out properties would also be summoned to the station for public security penalties. You must publicize this policy to landlords. Upon discovery, besides confiscation of illegal income, there's a 5 yuan fine and a 1-year suspension of rental permits. Lu Daging explained the specific policy spirit. The locally recruited police generally had low education levels. Merely having them read documents wouldn't work without on-site explanation of policies and regulations. And that wasn't enough. It had to be explained daily, repeatedly, until executing policies and regulations became second nature. Everyone check your equipment, Lu Daging ordered when no one had questions. Though patrol officers generally wouldn't face high-intensity violent confrontation, Guangdong's situation was still unstable, and the recent sorcery case had fully demonstrated that various hostile forces still lurked in the shadows waiting to strike. Therefore, patrol officers were equipped not only with standard police gear, batons, whistles, and restraining ropes, but also all issued short-hilted police sabers as weapons for high-intensity confrontations. Stay alert for abnormal situations during your duties. Lu Daging gave a few more instructions about patrol precautions, then ordered the patrol to deploy. Those beggars at Puji Temple were all beaten into submission by you, Captain. If there's anything, just give the word. Why go to so much trouble? After the meeting, his deputy, formerly a local Yamen patrol runner, asked, puzzled. Don't ask about this. The higher-ups have their reasons. We just follow orders, Lu Daging said. Move out. End of chapter. Chapter 1874, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 10. In the Ziyue Ward neighborhood of Ziajiupu, outside Guangzhou's West Gate, there was a small alley called Wenlin Alley. The famous Wenlin Academy was located here. During the Tianqi reign, Wei Zhongxian had persecuted the Donglin party, issued the Donglin wanted list, and subsequently abolished academies throughout the realm. Wenlin Academy had not been spared. The academy occupied extensive grounds, not only possessing multiple courtyards, but also a specially built Wencheng temple in the rear courtyard, with dozens of rentable rooms surrounding it. Add to this, the fields scattered across various counties and numerous shopfront properties in the city, and its financial resources were the most formidable in all Guangzhou. More than half a year ago, the Executive Council had moved with thunderous force, and Guangzhou City had changed flags overnight. Guangzhou officials either died or fled. The city was in turmoil, and the academy had temporarily closed. Under the Guangzhou municipal government's efforts to maintain order, the situation quickly stabilized, and Wenlin Academy reopened. Inside and outside the city, Liu Xiang's new municipal government was sweeping away the old and bringing in the new, various rectification campaigns in full swing. Yet inside Wenlin Academy, all remained calm. For the scholars in this academy, none of it seemed to concern them. Although the Australians had announced they would not hold imperial examinations, all the children's exams, county exams, prefectural exams, provincial qualifying exams, and provincial jurin exams formerly held in Guangzhou were cancelled. And the Australians' own civil service examination didn't test the 8-legged essay. Inside this academy, the students still studied various collections of 8-legged essays, discussed opening lines, development, exposition, paired comparisons, and examined recent examination topics and the essay styles favored by chief examiners. But this detachment from reality wasn't because they truly loved the 8-legged essay. It was simply powerful inertia at work. Ming Dynasty academies mostly paid little attention to their original purpose, scholarly lectures, and instead focused on examination preparation. The Cave Academy civil examination system that had emerged in the late Ming had intensified this trend. The so-called Cave Academy civil examination had begun during the Tianqi reign. At each provincial examination, the province's famous major academies each had nomination quotas. Wenlin Academy had 4 such spots. So in this premier Guangzhou Academy, which admitted only Shengyuan degree holders, with the prefecture school's instructors serving concurrently as headmasters, examination preparation was the top priority. The entire faculty and student body revolved around examinations. Though they knew the Australians wouldn't hold imperial exams, they knew nothing besides the 4 books and 5 classics and the 8-legged examination essay. Since the academy was still issuing food rations and study stipends, the students simply continued their studies. Still, the world-shaking changes outside had somewhat affected the academy. For Wenlin Academy's students, the biggest change was that the food provided by the academy had noticeably improved. Previously, the academy had served 3 meals daily, but the food quality was terrible. Except for some poor scholars, students from even modestly comfortable families wouldn't eat at the academy. The rice was old grain mixed with husks and grit. The accompanying dishes were barely edible, rotten fish and shrimp or vegetable scraps and radishes. A meatless duck carcass was considered a feast. Now the daily 3 meals, 2 congee and 1 rice, were all made with top-quality white rice. Every day the dishes included meat. On the 1st and 15th of each month there were even whole fish and chicken. The study stipends and food allowances, previously docked on all sorts of pretexts, were now dispersed on time and in full. The servants who had strutted about the academy had recently become much more respectful. The Australians had not touched the academy at all. Apart from police and cadres, coming to the door when registering households and Bayagia groups, officials never came to the academy. Reportedly, when the trustees and managers had several times invited Great Song's prefect Liu to come lecture at the academy, he had declined. The Australians' attitude was polite but cold. The academy scholars were somewhat disappointed. After all, this Wenlin Academy was Guangzhou Prefecture's premier academy, not only wealthy but prestigious. To enroll, one had to hold a Shengyuan degree. At provincial examinations, more of those who passed to become jurin came from here than anywhere else in Guangzhou. They had assumed that when the Australians entered Guangzhou to change dynasties, they would need to recruit scholars to assist them. For this, the academy had even had quite heated discussions, nearly coming to blows. Should they accept false positions from the Australians? Some students argued that Ming's fate was exhausted. Great Song, whatever the Australians' Great Song was really worth, having landed on the mainland, was already contending for the Central Plains. Given the Australians' military might and abundant resources, a change of dynasties was imminent. If they could join now as founding supporters, great wealth and honor, securing prosperity for wife and children, would be within easy reach. Others condemned such people as having lost their minds and betraying imperial grace, insisting that Ming would retake the city within a year or half. Then Prefect Liu, Wen Daisy, Ma Qianju, and other great traitors would all be executed by slow slicing as a warning to others. A third group believed Ming couldn't retake the city but also wasn't willing to defect to the Australians. Some were cautious and unwilling to take risks. Some thought the Australians didn't look like master material. Still others considered the Australians barbarians. No matter how good their civil and military accomplishments, barbarians with a sovereign are not as good as Huaxia without one. The last group were pure rice bowl lifers. In short, if Ming comes, follow Ming. If Song comes, attach to Song. As long as the academy stayed open and issued food rations, who cared who became emperor? After lunch each day, the academy scholars would each take a cup of strong tea and gather in 2s and 3s to pontificate. Among these pontificating scholars, there was one young student who sat alone. Unlike some scholars who stayed apart to rest or study, he simply sat alone in his room, lost in thought. This daydreaming young scholar was none other than the fifth son of the former Guangzhou chief beggar Gao Tianqi, and brother of the current chief beggar Gao Lingxiang, Gao Lingda. Born to Gao Tianqi's seventh concubine, he had been clever since childhood. Though seventh concubine had come from a prostitute background, she had studied quite a bit as a child. Influenced by his mother, Gao Lingda loved reading and was talented in his studies, unlike his several elder brothers with their strong underworld air. Gao Tianqi had believed Gao Lingda was the family's hope for changing their social standing. Though the hereditary chief beggar position brought money and power, it was despised as base. If they could produce a scholar, it might somewhat improve the family's status. So from childhood, he had been kept away from family affairs and allowed to focus on his studies. Gao Lingda had passed the county and prefectural examinations to become a Tengsheng apprentice. Because of Gao Tianqi's relationship with Mo Rongxin, he had entered this academy, which admitted only Ziyukai with his Tengsheng status. Though he had entered Wenlin Academy with a power broker like Mo Rongxin backing him, and though Gao Tianqi was known as the standing prefect of Guangzhou City, Gao Lingda had always been an outsider in the academy. No matter how diligent and studious he was, from the headmaster and professors down to his fellow students, whether wealthy or poor, none would associate with him. Prosperous families and scholarly households avoided him like plague. Even those from poor backgrounds considered themselves above him and wouldn't demean themselves to befriend him. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't even speak to him. Gao Lingda didn't know this was called cold violence. After several years at the academy, though no one dared bully him, no one would be his friend either. He was like a non-existent person, solitary as a ghost, wandering alone through the academy. After his father Gao Tianqi's sudden death, the family had immediately fallen into a succession dispute. Actually, Gao Lingda had no interest in becoming Guangzhou's chief beggar. In his view, being cold-shouldered at the academy was entirely due to that chief beggar position. But power struggles were never voluntary. He had quickly become a chess piece for his mother, the ambitious seventh concubine who hoped to hold the chief beggar hostage to command the beggars, and join the succession battle. Many in the Guandi Temple faction rallied to his banner, creating no small uproar. He too had been manipulated like a puppet. After losing the succession struggle, his birth mother's seventh concubine had committed suicide to follow her husband in death. Gao Lingxiang hadn't made things too difficult for this brother, allowing him to continue his studies. But he had stationed several subordinates to watch his every move. At the academy, no one paid him any attention. At home, he was even more neglected. With both parents now dead, Gao Lingda's grief gave way only to a sense that the road ahead was dark and uncertain. "Fifth young master, lunch is here," came a call. The Gao family servant who delivered his meals had arrived. Gao Lingda's meals had always been sent from home. Though after seventh concubine's death his status in the Gao household had plummeted, the food was still worlds apart from the academy fare. The servant opened the food box and carefully laid out dishes on the table. Jinyua ham stir-fried with bamboo shoots, oil and salt sautéed wolfberry sprouts, Winley's fish pieces, oyster sauce braised greens, and a large bowl of white rice. "Fifth young master, this ham is from a tribute that arrived at the dock for the eldest young master a few days ago. Genuine Dingyang goods. The eldest young master specifically ordered it made into a dish for you today." The servant introduced the food attentively. Gao Lingda knew this servant was also one of his elder brother's people. His saying this was meant to convey his elder brother's goodwill, while also reminding him that Gao Lingxiang had not forgotten him. He was watching constantly. He knew that although his elder brother had become chief beggar, many of the Dagu below were not convinced. He had to guard against this loser being used again as a rallying point. That really is thoughtful of elder brother. Gao Lingda had no choice but to play along. The Gao family had always prized fine living. The few small dishes were prepared with excellent color, aroma, and taste, light and delicious. When they were brought out, the surrounding scholars who saw them felt their already full stomachs stirring again. They quickly turned away to chat with their classmates. One said, "These past days I found a book of Australian geography. It says overseas there's a rotten country where a scholar called Newton claims all things attract each other like magnets." "How strange," another replied. "Truly tales from overseas." "If all things attract each other, why don't you and I stick together?" a third said. "What was just said isn't necessarily without reason. I once saw an object at a Western church called a globe. It was perfectly round with two poles. They say it was brought from overseas by the Western missionary Matteo Ricci. If, as they claim, people all live on a ball without attractive force, wouldn't they all fly off?" End of chapter. Chapter 1875, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 11, Truly absurd, I don't believe it. If you want to take the Australians' examination now, that's exactly what they test. Whether you believe it or not, what difference does it make? We've wasted all these years studying the 4 books and 5 classics. The Australians come and it's all for nothing. To get a degree under the new dynasty, we'd have to start over again. So what if you pass? My neighbor Feng San took the Tengsheng exam for over 20 years, always ending up in the lowest tier, going home clutching his backside. His family was so poor his wife ran off. But this time he went and took the civil service exam and actually passed. Now he's a clerk at the tax bureau, busy from dawn to dusk, and has to go around collecting taxes everywhere, arguing with country bumpkins over a few coins. He calls himself an official, but he's just a petty functionary. That shows you don't understand. As they say, generals rise from the ranks, ministers start from the counties. The Australians go even further. They practice unified official functionary status. All officials start as petty functionaries. I had no idea Brother Wang was so familiar with Australian affairs. I wouldn't presume. As they say, those who understand the times are heroes. Brother Joe shouldn't cling to the old either. And that word kun, it's really insulting to the nation. Better not use it anymore, brother. Listening to his classmates' discussion, Gao Lingda couldn't help shaking his head. What utter nonsense! When the Australians first entered the city, the scholars had still felt patriotic concern for the deteriorating state of their homeland and loyalty to Ming. Some had even written poems and essays excoriating the Australian pirates' wolfish ambitions. But as the Australians swept away the Guangdong government forces and the situation stabilized, more and more people lost their heads to dreams of fame and fortune. Hearing that the Australians had few scholars working for them, countless people had made up their minds. As soon as the Australians began recruiting talent, they would demur a few times, then endure humiliation to serve the enemy. Some had already started maneuvering, seeking connections with the Australians. At some point, the scholars had even begun studying Australian pseudo-learning. Gao Lingda felt both heartache and a strange satisfaction. In the past, each of these men had been so sanctimonious, looking down on him. Yet in just a few days, they had forgotten shame, forgotten loyalty and filial piety, forgotten the principles of ruler-subject and father-son. Now they were rushing to sell out their lord for their own glory. And these were all people who had received the court's favor and held Shengyuan or Jiansheng degrees. Thinking of his own current situation, Gao Lingda couldn't help feeling sorrowful. Even a table full of delicacies lost its appeal. After hastily finishing lunch, the servant packed up the food box and left. Gao Lingda had no heart for studying. He thought of going home, but imagining the situation there, he couldn't be bothered to return. At home, he had only a wife who had been married less than 2 years. Her background was technically scholarly, the daughter of a poor private tutor who had never passed any examinations. Gao Tianchi had arranged this match clearly intending to whitewash his son's background. But though the bride's family was nearly destitute, they still felt marrying their daughter here was a tremendous grievance. The wife naturally felt aggrieved. Though she observed wifely propriety, there was no marital affection to speak of. If classmates married, at least in the first year of marriage, they would still be inseparable. On rest days like the 1st and 15th, they would hurry home early, often getting teased for it. Teasing was teasing, but the ones being teased clearly enjoyed it. Compared to his own situation, Gao Lingda couldn't help feeling dejected. Just as he sat there in gloom, there was suddenly a commotion outside. Then came the ping-ping of explosions, accompanied by sharp whistle-like sounds. The scholars in the study room stiffened. Those were Australian rifles. When the Australians had first entered the city, for several months gunfire could be heard inside and outside Guangzhou from time to time. But in recent months, as order gradually stabilized, such sounds had become rare. Now shots had suddenly rung out, and so densely. The sound seemed not far from here. Was this the Australians again rounding up bandits, or had the government troops suddenly returned? The scholars, who had just been pontificating freely, suddenly fell silent as cicadas in winter. No one spoke. The study room was deathly still. The gunfire outside gradually tapered off, but the commotion grew louder. Dense footsteps on the street could be heard clearly even in the inner study. Everyone was anxious when they saw a servant come in from the outer courtyard. Someone quickly stopped him to ask for news. I don't know what happened either. The Australians suddenly deployed lots of troops. Every street corner has soldiers blocking it. Pedestrians can't pass. Is the city under lockdown again? I hear so, but who exactly they're after I don't know. At the gate, all I saw were troops passing on the street. Not just police, but what they call National Army. Even Japanese and Koreans were out. Everyone discussed animatedly. Such a citywide roundup hadn't happened in a long time. Who could be so important as to make the Australians deploy such force? Though full of questions, hearing it was just a citywide sweep and not Ming forces returning, the scholars' expressions relaxed considerably. As the saying went, troops passing were like bandits, but the Australians were an exception. If Ming government troops really returned, there wouldn't even be time to flee. With the tension eased, the study room resumed its freewheeling conversation. Gao Lingda found it tedious but could only wait patiently. Finally, as dusk approached, servants said the lockdown outside had been lifted. Only then did he rise, quickly gather his things, and leave the academy to return to Golden Flower Temple. Though the lockdown was lifted, police and National Army soldiers were still numerous on the streets. The barricades at intersections hadn't been removed. Every face was grim. Police carried batons and shields. National Army soldiers had loaded rifles with gleaming bayonets attached, looking chillingly cold. As for those Japanese mercenaries working for the Australians, double swords at their waists, iron masks covering their faces like demons. Gao Lingda didn't dare look too closely. Clutching his book bag, he walked close to the walls. Pedestrians were few. Gao Lingda hurried along. Here and there, Australian petty officials moved about, carrying metal buckets and long-handled brushes, apparently painting some slogans and notices on walls. This wasn't unusual in Guangzhou. Gao Lingda paid no attention. Just as he walked with head down, he suddenly heard a commotion on the street ahead. He quickly stepped aside and saw a column of prisoners. Dozens of beggars in tattered rags, roped together in a line, being herded along by bayonet-wielding soldiers. Their faces were confused and shocked, as if they still didn't understand what was happening. Some were wounded, crudely bandaged, blood seeping through in spots. Police with clubs constantly drove them to walk faster. What was going on? Gao Lingda wondered in secret alarm. Since the KSU Guildhall riot, Gao Tianchi had ordered all dens to act carefully and not provoke the Australians. So all dens had been restrained. Many once routine businesses they no longer dared conduct. After his elder brother succeeded, they had tucked their tails even tighter. Which den were these people from? What had they done to anger the Australians? Recalling the earlier gunfire, he grew even more uneasy. Just as Gao Lingda stood there in alarm, he suddenly spotted the wall-painting Australians ahead, finishing and moving on. The wall was now covered with white-limed characters. Looking up, he saw the words beggars. His mind buzzed. He rushed over to read carefully. Reading it felt like being doused with a bucket of snow water on the coldest winter day. The title read, Proclamation on Compulsory Detention of Beggars and Vagrants by the Great Song Australian Provisional Governments, Guangzhou Special Municipality. His head roared. He couldn't make sense of a single word below. Of course Gao Lingda knew what this proclamation meant. In the half-year since entering the city, though the Australians had continuously squeezed the beggars' living space, given the disparity in power, neither Gao Tianqi nor Gao Lingxiang had dared confront them directly, only daring to use covert tricks. Thus, despite small frictions, things had remained generally peaceful. The Gao family and the Dagu still nursed a faint hope. If they could just hold out 5 or 6 years until Ming reclaimed Guangzhou, they could reassess. And this proclamation was the Australians' declaration of war against the Guandi Temple faction. Gao Lingda's whole body turned cold. For a moment, he stood frozen. Just as he stood dazed, someone grabbed his arm. He was startled and about to protest when the person had already dragged him into a side alley. Gao Lingda looked closely. The person was a stranger dressed as a scholar by his appearance. "Why are you still strolling the streets? Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter," the man said urgently. "I've been looking for you for a long time." This baffled Gao Lingda. He stammered, "I don't know you, sir." "You don't know me, but I know you." The scholar said, "You are Gao Tianqi's 5th son, born to 7th concubine Gao Lingda." Now Gao Lingda was truly startled. The man knew him in such detail. He must recognize him somehow. He tried hard to remember but couldn't recall who this was. In his astonishment, he could only nod. "The Australians have raided Golden Flower Temple." Gao Lingda's mind went boom. No matter how he felt about this family, Golden Flower Temple had been his home for 19 years, the home where he could shelter from wind and rain. In that instant, his whole body turned cold. He couldn't even speak. The Australians' ruthless methods and decisive cruelty were well known to him. With Golden Flower Temple raided, the Gao family would surely be destroyed utterly. Though he had plenty of private complaints about his elder brother, those were still his blood relatives. Besides, there were still several brothers and sisters in that household, and his own wife. Thinking of this, his face turned deathly pale and his body began to sway. "Don't be afraid, your family is fine." The stranger seemed to know what he was thinking. "But you can't go back. You need to hide immediately. The Australians are arresting people by name. Not a single member of the Gao family will escape." Gao Lingda said yes repeatedly, but his feet wouldn't move. He was both frightened and desperate. Hide where? Since childhood he had studied. He had never been involved in the family business. His father had deliberately kept him separate from the Guandi Temple faction. In 19 years, the only place he knew was Golden Flower Temple, or else his pauper father-in-law's home. Whether that father-in-law would turn hostile at this point was anyone's guess. End of chapter. Chapter 1876. Out with the old, in with the new. Part 12. The time was 6:30 in the evening. In August, daylight still lingered. Outside Golden Flower Temple, the Australians' newly trained constables, now called police, had surrounded the place 3 layers deep, impenetrable. The Bayagia heads and ward leaders of several nearby wards had also brought out public order activists to stand watch outside and maintain order. Several nearby street corners were blocked with barricades. Everyone entering or exiting was questioned. Suspicious individuals were temporarily detained until the local ward head or Bayagia head could come vouch for them and take them back. Ordinary citizens could only watch from a distance. Those with good information were chattering to people around them, swearing that the sorcery case had been solved and the Guandi Temple faction was the culprit. This citywide roundup was to catch the main criminals and bring them to justice. The raid on Guandi Temple had taken more time than anticipated. The beggars gathered in front hadn't resisted. Seeing police approach, they scattered in all directions. They were captured one by one at various street corners. Those who climbed roofs, scaled walls, or jumped into rivers to escape got bullets for their trouble, becoming a row of corpses covered with reed mats at the foot of the temple wall. The rear residence had required more effort. Police had to use tear gas to drive out the weeping and wailing women and servants. Overall, the operation had met little resistance, not even token opposition. Before the iron fist of the dictatorship, the beggars proved quite pragmatic. The main gate of Golden Flower Temple stood wide open. The bloodstains on the steps were still fresh, left by someone who hadn't been pragmatic enough and had been run through with a bayonet. The Guangdi Temple faction's upper and lower ranks inside the temple had all been cleared out and taken away. Police and National Army soldiers now moved in and out of the temple gate, conducting a comprehensive search under the direction of the Planning Institute's Special Search Squad. Under a kapok tree at a street corner, a folding table had been set up. This was the command post for the elements. In cracking down on local evil forces, the key was punish the ringleaders. Gao Tianqi was already dead and couldn't enjoy the treatment of having his evil deeds exposed through a public trial, but since his son was still chief beggar, the ringleader label would naturally be pinned on him. Kui Hantang wore a Daoist robe, his body hung with various demon-subduing and evil-dispelling talismans. Fanning himself, he watched the search process. As the two elements leading the Golden Flower Temple team, besides serving as chief and deputy team leaders, Daoist Kui had a special mission. According to the sorcery case investigation, the Guangdi Temple faction was deeply implicated and might have secrets hidden in their lair. He was to take a look. There was also an unstated reason. Since the Guangdi Temple faction was deeply involved in the sorcery case, Daoist Kui was there to bolster the courage of the young police force. The naturalized citizens of Guangzhou weren't like those in Lingao. Feudal superstition still had quite a market here. Sitting beside him drinking tea was the newly arrived prosecutor, Shen Ruiming. This was his first time participating in such an arrest operation, and everything felt novel to him. Though called command, actually Kui and Shen only gave orders and set the general direction. The actual execution was handled by senior naturalized police officers. By now, work was winding down. As the latest report came in, disappointment appeared on both Kui's and Shen's faces. This raid on the Guangdi Temple headquarters had been a failure. Not only had Gao Lingxiang not been captured, but even his wife and children were all at large. Only a few concubines had been left behind. Gao Tianqi had 3 surviving sons and 2 daughters. The daughters were already married off. Of those caught in the Gao residence, only Gao Tianqi's 4th son, Gao Lingquan, a locally famous wastrel and young thug, was found. When police burst in, he was fooling around with one of Gao Tianqi's concubines. Terrified into a puddle, he could barely climb off the woman. Though Gao Lingquan was quite notorious among local wastrels, he wasn't a key figure. As for the still uncaptured Gao Lingda, his presence was even more negligible. His wife, when asked about her husband, looked indifferent, seemingly completely unconcerned about whether he lived or died. Several of the Gao family's trusted secretaries who handled important affairs had also vanished without a trace. Having just arrived, Shen Ruiming didn't yet have a direct sense of the Guangdi Temple faction and was somewhat confused by this result. But for Kui Hantang, who had been directly involved in the sorcery case, this was truly disappointing. Preliminary interrogation of the arrested revealed that all these people had left just in the past 2 days. Gao Lingxiang's wife and children had gone to visit her parents, they said. As for Gao Lingxiang himself, he had still been at Golden Flower Temple issuing orders yesterday. Only this morning had his room been discovered empty. From this, it appeared Gao Lingxiang had fled in great haste, and his movements had been secretive. Even the surveillance posts watching from outside the temple hadn't noticed. He must have received quite accurate information before fleeing. Kui Hantang muttered, "I think Mayor Liu is going to blow his top." Not a single important figure had been caught. Even someone as unfamiliar with local conditions as Shen Ruiming knew something had gone very wrong. "I think there's been a leak. There's a spy." Kui Hantang gritted his teeth. "That's certain." Shen Ruiming nodded. He had already read many of the sorcery case files and vividly remembered Han Yue's betrayal. It seemed the traitors in the municipal government weren't limited to Han Yue alone. Just then more than a dozen women in mourning clothes were escorted stumbling past. Each face was dark and grief-stricken. Kui Hanteng called out to the escorting police, "Who are these people?" "All Gao Tianqi's concubines," the policeman said. "This beggar chief had over a dozen little wives," Shen Ruiming exclaimed in surprise. "What's surprising about that? Gao Tianqi was the standing prefect. What's a few extra wives?" Kui Hanteng surveyed these women casually. From middle-aged women in their 40s to teenage girls, every age group was represented. Some plump, some slender, each different. What they had in common were bound feet. What a waste, this Gao Tianqi. Kui Hanteng watched the female prisoner column gradually recede, feeling it was a pity. Patting his belly, he said, "The new Taoism happens to need female disciples." Shen Ruiming cut him off mid-sentence. "Our judicial department has plenty of cadres who still don't have wives." "Damn it, I was just talking. No need to be so eager." As the two bantered, a policeman came to report that the interior had been cleared of personnel. "Would the two chiefs please come in to inspect?" Walking through the main gate, they saw the temple grounds were quite extensive, but the buildings were dilapidated and crumbling, walls fallen, roofs collapsed. By Executive Council standards, they were all hazardous structures. Inside the main gate, along the path, the corridors and side halls on both sides housed beggars. According to investigation, hundreds of beggars lived permanently here. The filthy conditions could be imagined. The beggars had just been rounded up. Inside and out, their discarded tattered clothes, reed mats, and various broken pots and jars still littered the place. A foul stench permeated the air. Kui Hanteng recalled that Liu San had told the municipal government several times that the temples and ancestral halls where beggars congregated could become major sources of summer epidemics. He couldn't help frowning. Passing through the first two courtyards, the third was much better. The main hall here was where the chief beggars conducted business, complete with a judge's bench and punishment implements. The staff that symbolized the chief beggar's authority, the imperially bestowed divine staff, was being carefully removed from its base by several policemen. This staff aroused their great interest. The yellow cloth cover outside had rotted through and crumbled at a touch. In many places it had been rewrapped and patched with yellow cloth. At the top, where seal strips covered the opening, stamps were visible. The seal strips were quite new. According to the date, they had been replaced at New Year. Neither of them could read seal script and didn't care to know what it said. They ordered the soldiers to open the cloth cover and see what this imperially bestowed dragonhead staff really looked like. Regarding this imperially bestowed staff, the elements had all heard its legends, that it was a gift from Zhu Yuanzhang himself, transported by special envoy from Nanjing made of rosewood, its entire body carved with dragons. Moreover, the staff was said to have spiritual power. Whenever Guangzhou faced danger, it would manifest miracles. The tales were fantastical, so Kui Hanteng very much wanted to see the object's true face. But as soon as the cloth cover was pulled back a bit, bare wood showed through. Though aged and darkened over the years, the rough, unsanded, unpainted texture was still quite clear. From the wood grain, it was obviously not rosewood, not even hardwood, probably just common pine or cypress. Pulling the cloth cover up further, more bare wood appeared. No carved dragons, not even a coat of paint. At the top, where legend placed the dragon head, there was no dragon head at all, just a roughly hewn block of wood fixed on top with nails. This is the imperially bestowed staff. Shen Ruiming looked at the staff before him, truly surprised. The elements hadn't really believed the imperially bestowed staff legends. Even if such a thing had once existed, the chances of it surviving to the present were slim. It had probably been remade at some point. But they hadn't expected it to be this crude. In Kui Hanteng's words, the forgery shows absolutely no sincerity. No wonder no one had ever seen the yellow cloth cover opened. Damn it, this is just a thick stick. Kui Hanteng exclaimed. "This is the Gao family heirloom." For over 200 years, the Gao family had dominated the chief beggar position in Guangzhou, relying on the supreme authority of this imperially bestowed staff. Whether or not the thing had ever really existed in history, with their wealth they could easily have made a staff that looked real. Just like this, fooling everyone with a wooden pole from who knows where, not even painted, wrapped in yellow cloth to become the symbol of Gao family authority, and using it for several hundred years. A strong sense of absurdity welled up in Shen Ruiming's heart. "Chief, what do we do now?" The police and soldiers also found it hard to believe. After a moment of silence, one policeman asked tentatively, "This thing," Kui Hanteng stroked his chin, "is too thick and long to use as a club, too thin and short for building houses. I figure besides using it for firewood, it's no good for anything else." End of chapter. Chapter 1877, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 13. No, this thing needs to be kept, along with the yellow cloth cover and the seals. They all need to be preserved. This is the best weapon for educating the common people, Shen Ruiming said. Let them see the true face of this so-called imperially sealed chief beggar. Kui Hanteng wasn't interested in education. He had read The Hunchback of Notre Dame and was filled with curiosity about this Guangzhou version of a beggar kingdom. He began exploring the surroundings. On either side of this great hall were long rows of corridor rooms. Pushing open a door to enter, he found it was where the secretaries conducted business. The rooms were now empty, but brushes, inkstones, papers, and various ledgers still lay on the desks. Some rooms had cabinets for storing files and accounts. There were those who managed income and expenditure of grain and money, those who handled registration and deregistration of beggars, those responsible for liaising with the authorities, quite reminiscent of the 6 offices of a prefectural or county yamen. Passing around the seat in the main hall, he found a small shrine in the back hall. The incense had been extinguished by the search team, but from the thick ash in the incense burner and the accumulated wax drippings on the candlesticks, it was clear this had been a site of long-term worship. The deity image in the shrine was crudely made. One could only tell it was an old man cradling an infant. Kui Hanteng had extensive knowledge of Chinese Taoism and folk deity systems. Usually he could identify a deity just by looking at the image, form, decorations, and ritual implements. But this one he studied for a long while and still couldn't identify. From the sculpture, it seemed to reference the orphan of Zhao's story. But that story had little connection to beggars. Judging from the worship arrangements, this should be the beggar's patron saint. Every trade in China has the custom of worshipping an industry deity or patron saint. Even lowly actors and prostitutes are no exception. Beggars naturally had one too. Kui Hanteng had seen some who worshipped Fan Dan of the spring and autumn period. Legend had it that Fan Dan had lent grain to Confucius and his disciples during their travels. Others worshipped Lu Mengzheng of the Song dynasty, who supposedly had been a beggar in his youth. In short, they all attached themselves to famous figures, usually with some legend not found in historical records. But this one, even with Kui Hanteng's knowledge, he had never seen. Fortunately, some beggars who had handled the daily affairs of Golden Flower Temple had been kept for assisting with the search. He called one over. Upon asking, he learned this was called Elder Du, supposedly the prime minister during Emperor Ping of Han, who had fled carrying the crown prince, surviving by begging. After the prince ascended the throne, he was made chief beggar of all under heaven. With Kui Hanteng's limited historical knowledge, he knew the Du family as consort relatives had been extremely powerful during the Eastern Han. But Emperor Ping was a Western Han emperor. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't match this to any historical figure. Whether true or false, Kui Hanteng couldn't be bothered to investigate. He had the managing beggar lead the way on a tour of Golden Flower Temple. Upon inspection, he discovered this beggar den was truly remarkable. Not only was there a great hall and 6 offices, there was even a prison. Right beside the main courtyard was a side courtyard with more than a dozen low, damp little rooms. Iron rings on the walls secured chains. The manager said that beggars who committed offenses were brought here, iron chains locked around their necks for 1 to several days. During that time, they could only relieve themselves on the spot. Food and water depended entirely on someone's charity. The beggars called this wearing the chain. This was considered the lightest punishment among beggars. The little rooms had originally held more than a dozen prisoners, who had now all been released by police and taken away. The place was dark and damp. The floor was filthy and reeked from waste. Huangs looked at the rusty chains and cangs in these sunless, damp cells, and couldn't help feeling a chill of horror. Shen Ruiming muttered, "This is practically an illegal private court. This old society was fucking dark." Huangs emerged from the little rooms into the blue sky, taking a deep breath. He felt he had never so thoroughly believed in the Executive Council's righteous invincibility. Without the Executive Council descending from heaven, all ages would be like endless night, he suddenly said. Shen Ruiming was startled. How had this burly fellow in a Daoist robe suddenly come out with such a pronouncement? "Never mind, just something that came to me," Huangs said. "Let's go have a look at the Gao family's private residence, see what hundreds of years of bloodsucking looks like." Both he and Shen Ruiming were intensely curious about the famous standing prefect's private life. The Gao family residence was in the rear portion of Golden Flower Temple. Walking through a moon gate from the courtyard behind the main hall, they entered. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary wealthy household's residence. Though it had green glazed tiles and vermilion eaves, carved beams and painted pillars, it didn't exceed Huangs' imagination. If there was anything special, it was that this chief beggar Gao family had fully embraced the Australian fashion of Guangzhou. Glass windows, glass mirrors, various glass household items, unparalleled night wine. Basically, all the Australian luxury goods sold by the purple establishments could be found in the Gao residence. Just as he was feeling disappointed, someone suddenly came to report, "Chief, we've found a cellar cache." This piqued both Huangs' and Shen Ruiming's interest. Since ancient times, wealthy households had maintained secret cellars to store money and valuables. When such families declined, over the years, their caches would become legends. Stories constantly circulated in society of people buying old houses for renovation and discovering caches, while tearing down walls and digging foundations, becoming rich overnight. Though the elements didn't hope for overnight riches, they shared an intense interest in the cellar caches of local tycoons. Over these years, the Executive Council had gained no small amount of windfall wealth from caches discovered during various wars and social transformations. What quantities might a family like the Gaos, who had dominated Guangzhou for centuries, have accumulated? The silver cellar was in Gao Lingxiang's study. This study of the Guangzhou chief beggar was called a study, but contained not a single book besides almanacs, not because the Gao family was illiterate, but because this wasn't a place for reading. It was where the Gao family head conducted business, the imperial study of the Guandi temple faction, as it were. The secret cellar was in a corner of this study, originally covered by several large chests. The chests were filled with copper coins delivered by the Dagu. None of these coins were the commonly seen small coins or inferior coins like the Sanshell Guangdong coins. They were all good coins. The Planning Institute people estimated that the copper coins in just these chests amounted to nearly 1,000 strings, worth 600 or 700 taels of silver by late Ming rates. After the Planning Institute's special search squad emptied the coins and moved the chests, they discovered the flagstone beneath was loose. These were experienced operatives who knew something must be hidden under the stone. They promptly lifted it. Beneath the flagstone was revealed a dark opening with steps leading down. The search squad lit torches and descended. Below was a stone chamber, dug 1 zhang deep, 5 feet square, with walls and floor all lined with patterned stone set with glutinous rice lime mortar, both sturdy and moisture-proof. A thick layer of charcoal ash covered the bottom. Countless silver pieces were piled in this stone chamber. There were no silver chests or sheaths. The silver hadn't been resmelted into ingots. It seemed all the silver here had simply been tossed into the cellar in whatever form it had been received. Silver ingots and blocks of various sizes, varying purities, even various silver objects and jewelry. Apparently this cellar had long received more than it dispersed. Many of the ingots and objects had oxidized and blackened, losing their shine. Some of the loose silver pieces pressed at the bottom had turned into big, dark lumps. The search team members could only load them into bags and boxes, carry them out, and weigh them regardless of purity. This is rather like a bandit king. Huangs recalled confiscating bandits' war spoils during the pirate suppression campaigns on Hainan Island, equally chaotic and haphazard. Watching the team members continuously carry, weigh, register, number, and seal, he asked, "How much silver is here?" Reporting, Chief. Preliminary estimate is 110 to 120,000 taels. Huangs nodded. Mayor Liu and the financial colleagues could breathe a little easier now. The paper currency in circulation had gained some additional credit backing. A single beggar chief had 100,000 taels of silver hidden away. Who knows how much the gentry and wealthy households of Guangzhou have stashed in their homes? Huangs couldn't help sighing. If we could take all of them. Shen Ruiming quickly coughed twice, signaling him not to say such things in front of naturalized staff, even thoroughly tested, ones like the Special Search Squad. Though the raid on Golden Flower Temple hadn't captured the key figures, the seizures were substantial. Gao Lingxiang and others had fled in such haste that the Gao families accumulated spoils from 300 years of exploiting beggars and extorting citizens, except for a small amount of portable valuables, had all been left behind. It was at least some consolation for Huangs and the others. Seizing large sums was certainly good news. And it wasn't just the Gao residents. At the homes of the Dagu and the various dens, varying amounts of silver were also discovered. Some had as little as a few dozen taels. Some had accumulated over 1,000. Though every arrested Dagu without exception claimed this was the den's public funds used to aid beggars in their den, for illness, for rainy day relief, in reality, such care expenditures were minimal. The so-called communal money was entirely at the Dagu's discretion as to how much there was and where it went, essentially their private purse. Lower-level beggars dared not question it. Even asking would earn them a beating. The various Dagu had fat purses while the beggar masses lived in hunger and cold. After running around all day, even mutilating their own bodies, the few coins they begged went as tribute to the Dagu. Even scraps and leftovers they collected had to be turned over to the Dagu as feed for raising poultry for profit. This level of exploitation truly was sucking the marrow from bones. Liu Xiang silently reflected as he reviewed the clearance reports from the various dens. Though this citywide unified operation had let Gao Lingxiang and several trusted subordinates escape, the detention work for citywide beggars and vagrants had proceeded quite smoothly. End of chapter. Chapter 1878, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 14. At noon, as the midday cannon at Double Gate Tower fired, the decisive victory operation of Guangzhou Special Municipality officially commenced Phase 1. Military, police, and administrative personnel who had already been deployed all moved together. First, all city gates were closed. The Bayagia ward leaders in every street and alley, following notices received the day before, locked all street gates as soon as the noon cannon sounded. Inside and outside the city, Army and Navy soldiers controlled all major thoroughfares. Police and security forces that had been lying in wait outside the various dens all struck at once. Without much effort, they swept every den and beggar gathering place clean. Regardless of age or sex, not a single person was spared. Simultaneously, police, security forces, and public order activists organized by the Baiaji Wards, conducted comprehensive street-clearing operations. Armed patrols arrested any beggars or vagrants on sight. Those who resisted or tried to flee were shot on the spot. Loudspeakers mounted on handcarts circulated through the streets, broadcasting the proclamation on compulsory detention of beggars and vagrants by Great Song's provisional Guangzhou special municipality. The Baiaji Wards, under police direction, also mobilized able-bodied men to assist in the roundup. Patrol officers went street by street, notifying every shop and Baiaji Ward head. From this day forth, no one was permitted to provide money, rice, food, clothing, or even water to wanderers or beggars. Upon discovering beggars or vagrants, they must immediately report to police and assist in pursuit and surveillance. Wards and individuals effective at making arrests would be rewarded. Those ineffective, or who provided aid to beggars and vagrants, would face public security penalties. Neither the Guandi Temple faction nor the refugees who had come to Guangzhou seeking shelter had anticipated the Australians would take such massive action, unprecedented and unheard of. In the past, the authorities had occasionally conducted cleanup operations targeting beggars and vagrants, but mostly by driving them away. As long as they weren't within the local official's jurisdiction, that was enough. If the emperor or some high official was passing through and found beggars and vagrants unsightly, that was even simpler. The local chief beggar would issue orders that on certain days, begging on the streets was forbidden. Never had there been such comprehensive mass arrests, so much so that one Dagu, after being captured, still asked in puzzlement, "With so many beggars and vagrants arrested, how will you feed them?" "How will we feed them? Of course you'll feed yourselves," Liu Xiang thought. Trying to calculate costs against the Executive Council, one can only laugh. By 5 p.m., reports came in from all quarters. The concentrated cleanup and detention operations at Golden Flower Temple, the 64 dens, and various beggar gathering spots like ruined temples, ancestral halls, and docks were all complete. Work was now shifting to pursuit of scattered individuals. The Planning Institute's special search squad's inventory of assets and goods at each location was also underway. From current reports, the arrest operation had been remarkably successful. Apart from the escaped Gao Lingxiang and Gao Lingda brothers and a few trusted aides, virtually, the entire Guandi Temple faction had been captured. Most of the Dagu from the 64 dens had been apprehended. Several others had been killed while resisting or fleeing. Those still at large were very few. The preliminary count of detained beggars and vagrants exceeded 6,000, including those not yet transported to the detention center, and those still being rounded up. The numbers matched their estimates. Tomorrow morning, the first batch of detained individuals would be transported to the refugee camp on Hong Kong Island for cleansing and screening. He calculated that this would also provide the labor and funding for the upcoming comprehensive urban improvement campaign. How much money might they obtain from dealing with Wenlin Academy next? Liu Xiang felt a slight excitement as he reviewed the preliminary search report on Golden Flower Temple, looking at the various assets itemized within. Thinking that Wenlin Academy was renowned for having the richest endowments, and that its trustees had surely embezzled no small amount, when their homes were raided, it probably wouldn't be less than what Chief Beggar Gao had accumulated. Extrapolating further, the gentry and wealthy households of Guangzhou must have who knew how much silver and treasure hidden in their homes. Not putting it to good use supporting construction was truly a serious waste. The only regret was that Gao Lingxiang had escaped. If this chief beggar couldn't be publicly tried and sentenced, their entire out with the old, in with the new operation in Guangzhou would lose some of its luster. From the reports passed along by Mu Min, Gao Lingxiang had obviously received some last-minute information and fled in haste. The reasoning was that his escape had been extremely rushed. He hadn't had time to notify his subordinates or take much of value. Apart from his wife, children, and a few trusted aides, he had abandoned almost everything. Which link had sprung a leak this time? Must have been someone involved who leaked information. Liu Xiang thought, our security work is really poor. The possibility of a mole was unlikely. Though since the liberation of Guangzhou there had been the Yi Jai and Han Yue cases, Liu Xiang believed the vast majority of naturalized citizens were reliable, especially regarding the suppression of the Guandi Temple faction. The only naturalized citizens with access to this information were the Northern Expedition cadres from the Qiangya column working in the security organs. They were all veteran naturalized staff who had been working for years, thoroughly tested, with unquestionable political reliability. But political reliability didn't mean immunity to leaking secrets, especially for those with no concept of security. He himself had already learned a painful lesson from Guozir. Though the sorcery case investigation led the Political Security Bureau to conclude that Guozir had no subjective intent and had been used, just the series of things she had done for praying for a child and securing favor was enough that Liu Xiang couldn't keep her at his side. The Political Security Bureau's recommendation was, revoke her personal secretary qualification and bar her from proximity to elements. Liu Xiang had scrambled over this sister-in-law situation. He had to write several private letters to Zhao Mangsheng and Xia Zishan pleading for leniency. Only then was it changed to the executive office's penalty of dismissal with retention under probation and transfer from close element service. Not caring about Guozir's tears, he quietly sent 2 guards to escort her back to Lingao, delivering her to her elder sister for education. Having clearly had both sisters at once, now he found himself having to return to his old flame Miss Five. Liu Xiang couldn't help sighing. Liu Xiang's thoughts somehow drifted to Lu Cheng. Speaking of which, though that Lu Cheng girl had an ordinary face, she did have a nice figure. He quickly pulled his thoughts back. Shifting in his seat to move closer to the desk edge, he put on a serious expression, tapped his forehead, and took out a manila document folder from his right drawer. The title on the folder was Proposal for Restoring the Classified Information Bureau and Security Bureau Establishments. Liu Xiang had worked in chaos cryptography in the old timeline, which of course fell under information security. His advisor had inevitably been involved in various classified systems construction projects for the province and city, as committee member, expert, or directly working on projects. Liu Xiang had been brought along by his advisor to participate in quite a few government-related projects, so he was fairly familiar with classified information and security work. Liu Xiang had long been dissatisfied with the Executive Council's classified information work. Many people, including the vast majority of elements, had romanticized fantasies about security work. It seemed that whenever classified information was mentioned, they immediately thought of nuclear weapons briefcases. Whenever security was mentioned, they jumped to James Bond. As if only that counted as classified information, only that constituted security work. The element's quirky tastes had certainly deepened this mystification. However, this contradiction accumulating to dramatic life-or-death climaxes wasn't the norm for classified information work. While in Qiangshan, Liu Xiang had begun working from memory and some obscure materials in the Great Library to draft organizational frameworks for the Classified Information Bureau and Security Bureau. He also needed to adapt the old timeline's frameworks to Australian Song's current technological level. By the time he had mostly finished, he had been transferred to Guangzhou. The Guozir incident had just occurred, so Liu Xiang was preparing to introduce this proposal at an opportune time. Deep down, rather than wanting to remind the Executive Council how important classified information and security work was, this document was more about explaining how poorly the Council's security work had been done. Therefore, naturalized staff committing certain minor errors was inevitable. The responsibility didn't lie with the naturalized citizens. Liu Xiang first explained the functions of the Classified Information Bureau and Security Bureau, because in many people's eyes, these two departments seem to be the same thing, and in the old timeline's county-level central administrative bodies, they were indeed combined into a classified information and security office to reduce staffing. For most elements who in the old timeline could hardly access municipal level, let alone high official, administrative central offices, the concept that the Classified Information Bureau and Security Bureau were two completely different administrative units definitely needed clarification. After detailing the scope of authority of both agencies, Liu Xiang still had to draw an analogy. The Classified Information Bureau is like the government agency of classified information work, responsible for determining classification levels, transmission, delivery, storage, retrieval, and other specific tasks for classified documents. The Security Bureau is like the Public Security Procuratorate court organs of classified information work, responsible for supervision, review, investigation, training, certification, and so on. Liu Xiang didn't know if this analogy would finally make things clear to most people. Further on came the detailed breakdown of subordinate organizational responsibilities for both departments, naturally adapted to current conditions. For example, the Security Bureau's enterprise classification qualification certification work was currently essentially non-existent. Similarly, the Classified Information Bureau's technology division had little meaning given the Council's current technological conditions. Still, Liu Xiang listed them and wrote, "Recommend retaining organizational framework." Classified information is typically divided into 3 levels in descending order of importance: top secret, secret, and confidential. Non-classified information also has distinctions between internal and public, with scope limitations on distribution. Classified information isn't some mysterious big news. Much very routine information is actually classification-related. For example, college entrance examination papers are top secret before activation. This is also a form of time-sensitive classified information. A large part of the Classified Information Bureau's work deals with these. End of chapter. Chapter 1879, Out with the Old, In with the New, Part 15. Elements: personal information, schedule arrangements, even the specific number of elements. From the current situation, not only do naturalized cadres have extremely low security awareness, but a large portion of the elements themselves could also be described as having extremely poor security consciousness. A major task of the Security Bureau is to conduct security education, to disseminate the significance, scope, rules and regulations, and penalties of security work to elements, naturalized citizens, and especially retained personnel from the old society. We must make them recognize the importance of security work. The Executive Council should restore the state secrets protection law as soon as possible to guide classified information and security work. Writing this far, Liu Xiang thought that if he could restore the Classified Information Bureau and Security Bureau establishments at the central level, this would be the largest departmental restructuring since the second 5-year plan, involving the Great Library, political security, police, military, telecommunications, and many other departments. It would absolutely constitute a major political earthquake. Moreover, under the current culture of elements' personal secretaries handling documents, establishing these two bureaus would also affect many personal secretaries' work. So Liu Xiang very shrewdly wrote at the end, submitted for central review, recommending the pilot restoration of both bureau establishments in the Guangzhou area first. This way, it would only involve the cadre corps composed mainly of naturalized citizens, avoiding much of the internal element squabbling. Once the framework was set up in Guangzhou and running stably, the founding patriarch of this system would naturally be the distinguished prefect Liu before us. Li Zio watched the barge slowly approaching the dock, then looked at the gleaming bayonets all around and silently cursed, fooled by the Australian pirates again. The sun blazed overhead, scorching hot. Like the hundreds around him, he squatted on the ground with hands on his head, not daring to move. Surrounding them were Australian National Army soldiers and Black Dogs police. Every one of them looked like a vicious demon. They killed without hesitation. This was the Pearl River bank, one bayonet thrust, one kick, and the corpse went straight into the river, not even requiring burial. Since morning till now, Li Zio had already seen several unlucky souls disposed of this way. His tattered clothes after last night's arrest and the ordeal of climbing the water pool had become barely able to cover his body. Though the summer meant no freezing, squatting under the poisonous sun from morning till now was hard enough to bear. Even begging wasn't permitted by the Australian pirates. Li Zio's hatred for these plague-cursed short hairs intensified. Ever since his elder brother Li De had been exposed and arrested in Lingao, and the second young master had fled in panic, Li Zio had stayed on at the Lingao County School as a servant for several more months. During that time, he heard that his brother Li De had been sentenced to death and executed by the Australians. In his grief, he silently prayed that the second young master would return with government troops for revenge. Government troops did eventually come, but were crushingly defeated by the Australians. Li Zio's Restoration Corps dreams were utterly shattered by the columns of prisoners being escorted to Lingao. On the night of the torch parade celebrating victory, Li Zio hid alone under his blankets crying. He didn't dare make sound. Even though his roommates had all gone to watch the festivities, he was afraid of being discovered. Hatred and fear of the Australians mingled in his heart. Though he had once sworn to avenge his brother in the end, fear won out. The Australians' inspections in Lingao grew ever stricter, and he slipped away. He figured he would go to Guangzhou to find the second young master. Not daring to take the highway to Fangchun to cross the sea, he found a small fishing boat in Lingao, crossed the strait to Zhuwen, and then headed for Guangzhou. Before he'd gone half the way, his travel money ran out. He could only beg his way along, barely making it back to Guangzhou. But Gu Chengxuan wasn't in Guangzhou. He made inquiries everywhere but never learned the second young master's whereabouts. At his wit's end, Li Zio finally registered with the Guandi Temple faction as a beggar. Li Zio had been a slave boy since childhood. His skills at reading faces and flattering superiors were first-rate. Toadying was second nature. Whether begging on the streets or currying favor with the Dagu, he was completely at ease. Though his time at the den wasn't long, he had become something of a person of note there. Guangzhou had thriving commerce and industry, many shops and wealthy households, and mild winters. After a few years of survival, Li Zio felt the beggar's life wasn't so bad. As the saying went, 3 years of begging and you wouldn't take a prefect's job. The Australian pirates' sudden seizure of Guangzhou had temporarily terrified Li Zio, giving him thoughts of fleeing. But on second thought, he was just a beggar. With thousands of beggars in Guangzhou, what rank did he amount to? Would the Australians specifically come after him? Besides, even if he fled, how would he survive elsewhere? Begging was a trade where familiarity mattered. A new place might not be as easy to work as Guangzhou, and if the local chief beggar refused to register him, he couldn't even beg. So he clung to his luck and continued surviving in Guangzhou. He hadn't expected the Australians wouldn't even spare beggars. Yesterday afternoon, after eating and drinking his fill, Li Zio had been napping at the den when suddenly a whistle blew. The Australian black dogs swarmed in like bees, rudely awakening him from his pleasant dreams. Hands on head, squatting against the wall, he watched them inspect his ragged possessions with batons and bayonets, then was led away. Li Zio was now filled with regret. He had been in Lingao and knew the Australians' methods. This boat would likely take them back to Lingao. Once there, it would be cleansing followed by endless labor. Even the lame and one-armed had work to do, as long as they weren't reduced to a human stick. Just as he was wallowing in self-pity, a commotion suddenly passed through the waiting beggars. An elderly beggar had suddenly collapsed. In midsummer, with crowds gathered on an unsheltered dock, heatstroke wasn't unusual. The health bureau had sent a few medics. When they saw someone collapse, they carried them to a shaded awning nearby, gave them water, and dispensed a dose of plague prevention powder. No moving. Stay down. With a sharp reprimand, medics and 2 police with batons parted the crowd and came to the fallen patient. The medic was a short-term trainee from the health department, transferred from Lingao. He glanced casually at the old beggar lying on the ground, then suddenly his face changed drastically. He stumbled backward several steps, his voice cracking. "Quick! Evacuate everyone from here." This was a year of great victory and rapid progress for the people. In this year, the people of Guangzhou, under the Executive Council's leadership, continued the Great March to eliminate the reactionary Ming usurper regime, completing the liberation of all Guangdong. Against this backdrop, the Great Executive Council led the people of Guangdong in vigorous reform and construction work in political, economic, and cultural spheres. Liu San irritably tossed aside the newspaper, spread out the pile of documents before him, and began his routine worrying. A full year had passed since the Executive Council liberated Guangzhou, yet progress on health and epidemic prevention was far from satisfactory to the elements. Liu San had been bustling around Guangzhou for over half a year, but his title remained Guangdong Health Commissioner of the Livelihood and Labor Ministry. His responsibilities kept expanding, but his staff had barely increased. Commissioner Liu, overwhelmed, suddenly realized he had been fighting almost single-handedly. As a noble element who had been working on this for so long, he didn't even have his own team. Never mind a team, he didn't even have a sign. He had hastily applied to establish the Guangzhou Special Municipality Health Committee to coordinate public health management in Guangzhou. After all, modern public health and epidemic prevention absolutely couldn't be managed by one person plus a few traditional Chinese doctors. But element Liu encountered the same problem as every other Guangzhou department: lack of cadres. Those who truly understood the Executive Council's modern medical system among naturalized citizens were few to begin with. Moreover, quite a few of this group had been assigned to the already stretched frontline health work. They had all become doctors. Every Guangzhou department was demanding cadres, while the council's medical education had barely started. Health administration workers among naturalized citizens were virtually non-existent, and follow-up training had naturally fallen behind. Just as he was scratching his head for solutions, his office door suddenly burst open. "Report!" His messenger rushed in, panting. Clearly he had been running hard. "What is it?" One look told him something serious had happened. Transferring to Hong Kong. Among the beggars they discovered, he said discovered 3 times. Plague, Liu San was stunned. He shot to his feet. Guangzhou having plague cases wasn't entirely unexpected. He had long heard from the medical officers that there had been plague transmission locally. But since safely getting through the returning south humid season, he hadn't received any plague reports. Of course, it was possible patients had died without anyone realizing it was plague. In any case, there had been no plague outbreak. He quickly asked, "Specific situation?" "At Guangzhou Pier Number 3, the 4th batch of transferees," the messenger reported. "The patient is a man over 50. He suddenly collapsed while waiting for the ship. Visual inspection showed chills, nausea, high fever, and swollen lymph nodes in the groin area." Hearing this, Liu San was almost certain. This was most likely bubonic plague, the most common type of plague. The medical officers had mentioned multiple times that this infectious disease existed in Guangzhou. Even in the old timeline, plague was the dreaded #1 disease, heading the list of over 30 legally designated infectious diseases, one of only 2 Class A infectious diseases, the other being cholera. Moreover, the Executive Council currently had no sufficiently safe and effective vaccines or treatments. Unlike gastrointestinal infectious diseases, plague could spread through fleas and respiratory droplets. In an era of terrible public health environments and poor personal hygiene, Its transmission and mortality rates were nearly apocalyptic. The only consolation was that bubonic plague was the mildest form of plague. Has isolation been implemented? The National Army has sealed off Pier Number 3. Immediately notify the Maritime Police Command. Have them dispatch quarantine ships to transport the patient and all contacts to an offshore island for isolation. End of chapter. Chapter 18, 80 Out with the Old, in with the New, Part 16. After hastily issuing several orders, Liu San realized his knowledge of public health and epidemic prevention was limited to the general courses he had taken during his years at the legislature, merely at the level of awareness. His commanding and directing here was in any case unprofessional. Quick, prepare the sedan. To the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital. Liu San suddenly seemed to remember something and issued the loud command, then grabbed his briefcase and headed out the door. As the Guangdong situation gradually clarified, the tiny naval hospital in Hong Kong could no longer meet the medical needs of Guangdong's military and civilians. It couldn't even satisfy Guangzhou City alone. Though the health department had organized a mobile medical team for the South China Army, this team's medical center was stationed at Sanshui, the Fubo Army's logistics hub. The only thing that could meet the health needs of Guangzhou's citizens and cadres was the lone Commissioner Liu San that the health department had sent. Liu San had incorporated the medical officers of the medical tradition in Guangzhou and received support from the Runshitang pharmacy, barely managing to provide minimal medical services for naturalized cadres and elements. Some difficult emergency cases still had to be transferred to Hong Kong's Naval Hospital. But this service was becoming increasingly unsustainable as large numbers of local civil servants and police were hired, never mind providing medical services to Guangzhou citizens. Under such unbearable circumstances, he still had to attend to Guangzhou's epidemic prevention work. Liu San had no choice but to telegram the health department, requesting that, no matter what, send people to support us immediately. When this telegram reached Deng Bajan's hands, it became an excellent weapon. He went to the department head to discuss it, and by the time he came out of the office, the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital, a case that had long been discussed but never decided by the health authorities, was finally officially settled. Like other hospitals under the Executive Council's governance, the newly established provincial Hong Kong General Hospital had a grand name but minimal staffing, not because they were denied staff, but because qualified personnel were simply too scarce. But it was still a breakthrough from nothing to something. As the element Dr. Lin, who was appointed as the General Hospital's director, later wrote in his memoirs, it brought the first ray of dawn to the pitch-dark Guangdong health enterprise. Before the transmigration, Dr. Lin had been an unremarkable young surgeon in Guangzhou. Though he was a graduate of Sun Yat-sen University Medical College, he unfortunately had only a master's degree, in a medical world where masters were as common as dogs and doctorates were everywhere. That really wasn't an impressive credential. Having barely squeezed into a Guangzhou Grade A hospital, he could only bitterly wait his turn for advancement. After transmigrating, the unremarkable Dr. Lin had quickly gained importance at Bering General Hospital. There weren't many professional physicians among the health-related elements, and professional surgeons were even rarer. Selecting him for Guangzhou as hospital director naturally also implied supporting the front lines. After all, battle wounds mostly required surgical treatment. The sedan moved slowly through streets piled with rubble and mud. Liu Xiang's "Dig Up the Whole City" campaign had made the already narrow streets even more impassable. Not only could the public service horse carriages transported from Lingao not be used, even rickshaws were unusable. Elements going out either walked or had to use sedan chairs. The sedan carried him out the Great East Gate, heading straight for Guangzhou Great World. The provincial Hong Kong General Hospital was really just a signboard. Its physical basis was the health station originally in the Great World, with no more than 20 beds, but it did have a simple operating room, which was quite a high standard among the health department's subordinate medical facilities. Deng Bajan had made a fuss about setting up the provincial Hong Kong General Hospital for revenue precisely because he had his eye on the Great World Health Station's equipment. Liu San, carrying a stomach full of worries, was carried into the Great World. The Great World had two parts, an inner world and outer world. The inner world was accessible only to elements and relevant naturalized citizens. The health station was on the first floor of this inner world. Though the Great World was heavily guarded, once inside the inner world, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Liu San alighted from the sedan and came to the room bearing the sign Provincial Hong Kong General Hospital Office. Pushing open the door, he found Lin Motion studying a document with a grave expression, making marks with a pencil while sighing. He was so absorbed he didn't even notice the door opening. "Old Lin, what are you reading?" Liu San found Lin Motion's expression quite familiar, not from knowing Lin Motion well, but because Element Liu had recently been seeing this expression frequently in his own mirror. "Oh, Dr. Liu," Lin Motion quickly stood up. "Please come in. Have a seat. Why such a suffering expression?" Liu San didn't sit but walked to the desk and picked up the document that had furrowed Lin Motion's brow. Just glancing at the title, Liu San's heart sank. Report on the progress of epidemic prevention work in Guangzhou Special Municipality. "May I look at it?" "You're a leader in the health sector, of course you can. But this is just a draft." By rights, this wasn't work for a clinical surgeon like Lin Motion. Lei En was the genuine epidemic prevention specialist. But this Lei En had long been anchored in Gaoxiang as the responsible person for health work and as the element doctor there. Even after the refugee transfer operation had largely concluded, Taiwan's malaria prevention work remained extremely demanding. So Guangzhou's epidemic prevention work had fallen on the shoulders of this recently arrived director Lin. Though Lin Motion had always shown great respect for the senior figures in the health authorities and had never actively sought positions, seeming to maintain the aloofness of a pure technical cadre, those who had worked with him knew he was absolutely not someone with few desires or no pursuit of power. Quite the opposite. Having missed the first wave of promotions and titles, Lin Motion was quite active in seeking advancement. His requesting approval to establish the Provincial Hong Kong Medical College and Anesthesiology Department as soon as he arrived in Guangzhou was good proof. However, this didn't make him annoying. Having ambitions meant he wanted to do things, Liu San thought. In an environment where many elements were content with their comfortable lives on Hainan Island, those dedicated to practical work were still valuable. Since everyone had transmigrated without any noble idealistic motives and were almost destined to become founders or leaders in their respective fields, having such aspirations was only natural. To tell the truth, it's pitch dark. Lin Motion watched him flip through the report, smiling bitterly. "The things that need doing are as numerous as ox hairs, yet we can't do a single one." Though Liu San hadn't drafted this report, it looked familiar. Much of the data and many passages came from research reports he had organized. From a public health administration perspective, Guangzhou's health work progress could hardly be called satisfactory, even though these advances were already earth-shattering for Ming Dynasty citizens. Because the New Life movement promoted by the Executive Council and the implementation of basic immunization programs like cowpox vaccination were gradually being rolled out, common epidemics like dysentery, smallpox, and intestinal infections had all shown marked improvement compared to previous years. Especially the control of smallpox. Ming Dynasty citizens were no strangers to human pox, inoculation for preventing smallpox, so they accepted the safer cowpox much more readily. Moreover, cowpox vaccination came with fee reductions. With the promotion of the New Life movement, habits like don't drink unboiled water and 3 managements, 1 elimination were gradually spreading through the Fubo Army's bayonets, the health police's batons, and the Baiaji Award's propaganda and supervision. Urban hunger was also being progressively eliminated, so the dysentery and various intestinal infectious diseases common in spring and summer had also been greatly mitigated. Moreover, the Executive Council had powerful weapons against gastrointestinal infections, intravenous infusion plus antibiotics. The spread of these three diseases in Guangzhou had improved considerably compared to previous years. On the other hand, from a less politically correct perspective, for elements or high-ranking naturalized cadres who had early on received various vaccinations and enjoyed special food supplies and incomparable sanitary conditions, infectious diseases like smallpox and cholera were preventable and treatable, not so frightening. So they weren't especially worried about these types of epidemics. But the health authorities were still dissatisfied with the overall situation. By old timeline standards, both plague and cholera were class A infectious diseases of the highest level, the kind that required immediate reporting upon discovery. Yet now they hadn't even established basic community health centers or village health stations. Grassroots institutions were a mess. Apart from the health police under the national police system, they could hardly claim to have any frontline epidemic prevention workers. The difficulty of mobilizing the masses for health work far exceeded the situation in Guangzhou. Therefore, infectious disease control could only be relatively improved. Elimination was truly an unreachable goal. When it rains, the roof leaks. Lius exhaled heavily. We've got a suspected plague case. Lin motion was shaken. The terror of the word plague, even in the old timeline, was enough to alarm medical personnel. High infectivity, extremely rapid onset, high mortality rate. He forced himself to stay calm. What's the specific situation? Liu San immediately told him everything from the report. From the looks of it, it should be bubonic plague. That's something of a blessing. But for us, what difference is there between bubonic plague and pneumonic plague? We have nothing, Lin Motion said. Bubonic plague being better was from modern medicine's perspective. For them, both were hard to prevent and treat, both virulent infectious diseases. In the old timeline, there were no definite records of plague outbreaks in Guangdong, only vague records of great pestilence. But from Liu San's surveys of the medical officers and the epidemic reports received by the health authorities, the picture wasn't optimistic. From the incomplete reports sent by subordinate prefectures and counties, sporadic suspected plague cases had already appeared. Due to Guangdong's limited medical and health conditions and lack of sample preservation capabilities for laboratory testing, and with no biochemistry lab in Guangzhou to culture bacteria, confirmation was impossible. To be prudent, similar cases were all handled by completely incinerating corpses and all contacted items, while isolating all contacts. End of chapter. Chapter 18, 81, Out with the Old. In with the New, Part 17. Plague manifested in several forms. The milder strain, bubonic plague, pneumonic plague, and septicemic plague. The latter two were catastrophically lethal. Historical consensus held that Europe's Black Death and the Great Chinese Plague outbreak spanning the late Qing and early Republic periods had been predominantly these virulent forms. Chinese historical records on infectious disease were frustratingly vague, simply noting pestilence or great epidemic, with scant detail on symptoms or progression. This opacity had bred a peculiar misconception. Many believed ancient China had somehow escaped virulent outbreaks. Even within the Executive Council, more than a few elements subscribed to notions of racial superiority. That only the filthy Europeans contracted plague, that Chinese rarely fell to infectious disease. The health authorities harbored no such delusions. Being human meant being vulnerable to disease. Regarding plague and cholera, the two class A infectious diseases from their original timeline, they had conducted exhaustive research, reviewing historical materials and medical documents. Their conclusion: In the 17th century, classical cholera had not yet reached China. The disease had remained endemic to India and Bengal until British traders carried it to Guangzhou in the early 19th century. The cholera, referenced in traditional Chinese medical texts, was likely a catch-all term for various gastrointestinal ailments. Plague, however, had indeed ravaged China during the late Ming, though research suggested the outbreak remained confined to the north, particularly Shanxi and Hebei. The south, especially Guangdong, had remained untouched. So why was it appearing now? Both Liu San and Lin Motion sank into troubled contemplation. Since D-Day, they had relied heavily on the Great Library's historical materials for governance decisions, and these had proven remarkably useful. Yet the current crisis demonstrated that the butterfly effect from the Executive Council's intervention was generating increasingly powerful storms. History was diverging from the Great Library's predictions. The leather trade, Liu San said finally. That's likely where this originated. Before the Guangdong campaign, the Foreign Trade Department had purchased raw hides in massive quantities for military supplies, boots, belts, helmet suspensions, and other necessities. They had also produced leather caps, vests, and jackets for troops deployed to the frozen north and for maritime personnel. These purchases, conducted primarily through agents, had stimulated the related trade enormously. Raw hides were inexpensive, and beyond the Executive Council's military and industrial needs, civilian demand on Hainan Island remained minimal. Traditionally, Ming Dynasty people had shown little enthusiasm for fur clothing. The infamous confiscation list of Yan Song's estate, the Tianshui Bingshan Lu, contained remarkably few fur items, but demand existed nonetheless. In the smuggling trade between the later Jin and Ming, ginseng dominated exports, followed closely by furs. The Little Ice Age's bitter temperatures, combined with fashion trends emanating from the Ximing Tower, had transformed expensive pelts like sable and otter into status symbols among wealthy Guangdong households. When the Foreign Trade Company began selling furs processed with modern tanning methods to Dutch and English merchants, sable and other premium pelts, Guangzhou's fur export trade flourished. The enormous profits drew merchants into the trade like iron filings to a magnet. The Executive Council had imposed strict limits on fur imports from weasel family animals, sable, otter, marmot, originating from Qing-controlled territory. Quantities were capped. Quarantine was mandatory. The fear was plague transmission. But Guangzhou's current administrative capacity simply couldn't enforce rigorous health inspections on all incoming goods. The allure of fur profits led merchants to risk entering the Liaodong trade, and countless unquarantined pelts were filtering into Guangzhou's markets through direct and indirect channels. The chaotic floating population, the crude and squalid housing, the still primitive hygiene awareness, the weak grassroots organization. From a modern perspective, Guangzhou's public health infrastructure was as porous as a sieve. A plague epidemic that had never occurred in the original timeline was seizing its opportunity, spreading silently across Guangdong. Fur is only one factor, Lin Motion countered. If fur were the source, the first cases should have appeared among people in related industries. The initial patient was a beggar, a flea transmission victim. Flea infestation is endemic among that population. This has become complicated. Liu San's voice carried an edge of agitation. We need to act immediately, Lin Motion said. The bubonic plague currently manifesting in Guangzhou was relatively less contagious, but without intervention, it could transform into pneumonic or septicemic plague. Should either of those erupt, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu San agreed completely. No one could predict when a devastating epidemic might explode. Some accounts suggested that Li Zicheng's rapid downfall was significantly linked to his army contracting plague upon entering Beijing. If they couldn't contain this outbreak swiftly, they might follow the same path, forced to retreat from Guangzhou in disarray, driven back to Hainan by disease. Worse still, should plague reach Hainan itself, all their ambitions and ideals would be shattered, or at best delayed by years. What became of the body and the contacts? Cremated on site, but I've already dispatched someone to extract blood samples. Liu San exhaled heavily. The dock is sealed. All contacts are in isolation. Silence settled between them. After a long moment, Lin Motion opened a drawer, withdrew a document, scanned it briefly, added several sentences, then rose with studied formality. He presented the paper with both hands. This is my application. Lin Motion stood rigidly at attention. Element Lin Motion of the Great Song Australian Provisional Government hereby requests the Executive Council to appoint him as leader of the Guangzhou Special Municipality Epidemic Prevention Group, responsible for combating the plague epidemic. Liu San choked on his tea and erupted into violent coughing. Lin Motion remained impassive, the application extended humbly before him. Do you understand what you're proposing? Liu San managed between coughs, rising from the sofa. He knew Lin Motion was no conventional soul, but this request stunned him. His eyes widened. A crude word slipped out. This isn't something you solve by eating special supply meals or using disinfectant. This is fucking plague. For an instant, Liu San thought he glimpsed mockery flash across Lin Motion's face, an expression that seemed to say, if even a Chinese medicine practitioner like you understands this, do you imagine I, with formal training, would not? But when he examined Lin Motion more closely, he saw only that same humble, cold composure. Currently, the Executive Council possessed no sufficiently safe or effective vaccines or treatments. Unlike gastrointestinal infections, plague could spread through fleas and respiratory droplets. Even as a senior epidemic prevention leader, one couldn't avoid venturing deep into infected zones, even making direct contact with patients. The risks were self-evident, and plague transmissible through respiratory droplets was the terrifying pneumonic form. Once contracted, there might be no time even to flee. Though antibiotic reserves effective against plague remained, this was still the primitive medical landscape of late Ming China. They absolutely could not guarantee a severe plague patient's survival, even if that patient were an element. Dr. Liu, you understand Guangzhou's current health situation perfectly. We're both elements, so let me speak plainly. This epidemic was probably within your expectations too. An outbreak was merely a matter of time. As for myself, for the great cause of the Executive Council, I will naturally go through fire and water without hesitation. As the saying goes, if it benefits my country, I shall act regardless of life or... Lin Motion caught Liu San's expression and abandoned the rest of the poem. In short, this isn't a sudden whim. Do you understand the epidemic situation? Liu San asked, then realized the question was almost pointless. The report still sat before them. Given Lin Motion's character, he had surely been studying the epidemic briefings obsessively. Otherwise, he would never have so rashly proposed taking on this responsibility. Whether Guangzhou currently has plague remains unconfirmed. That's point one. Second, from current information, even if it is plague, it's predominantly bubonic, which is far less terrifying in terms of infectiousness. Lin Motion affected a confident demeanor. If it progresses to the point where pneumonic and septicemic plague are everywhere, even the great Luo golden immortals couldn't hide. To put it further, if we cause a major pandemic, no one escapes. The Guangzhou administration we've worked so hard to establish will collapse at a touch. Liu San regarded Lin Motion in silence. This man was gambling his life for career advancement. Setting aside questions of comradeship between elements, at minimum they shared a when the rabbit dies, the fox grieves kind of kinship. If old Lin cashed in his chips, Liu San, as Guangzhou's highest health official, wouldn't emerge looking good when he returned. After a long pause, he accepted the application. I'll submit this to the organization. This wasn't something he could decide alone. It had to go before the Executive Council. Leaders were always wise, and even when they weren't, at least they were better suited for bearing blame than he was. On the way back, Liu San continued pondering. Lin Motion truly was cut from different cloth. The saying went that a person was the sum of all their social relationships. Transmigrating alone to this era meant essentially abandoning everything about oneself as a social being. Those who would leave home and family to actively request transmigration to this chaotic age all harbored some seeds of desperado in their hearts. This willingness to risk one's life for advancement reminded him of Lin Beiguang, who had begun his career by recruiting the pirate Zhu Keilao. Coincidentally, this fellow and Lin Beiguang even shared the same surname. After seeing Liu San off, Lin Motion calmed his emotions. He opened his notebook and began copying onto official document paper. From the dense writing and revision marks filling its pages, this document had clearly occupied his thoughts for more than a day or two. End of chapter. Chapter 1882, Plague War, Part 1. Though bubonic plague remained deadly even in the 21st century, where multiple treatments existed, the most effective countermeasures were still rigorous quarantine and isolation. The Great Manchurian Plague epidemic of the early 20th century had been controlled through precisely these methods, the disease extinguished without any specific medication. Their current medical capabilities were essentially no different from those of the late Qing government in that same era. Lin Motion had only these same tools at his disposal. Fortunately, no large-scale outbreak had occurred yet. Swift isolation from the source might halt the epidemic before it erupted. One measure had been implemented at precisely the right moment: the comprehensive collection of beggars and vagrants. This population suffered from near-universal parasitic infestation, fleas and lice, and their living conditions harbored filth, making them natural reservoirs for pathogens. Their mobility and broad contact networks made them highly likely vectors for disease transmission. The comprehensive collection essentially severed this massive infection source. Mayor Liu's decisive action had been perfectly timed. Credit was also due to the police system established over the past half-year. Many basic administrative tasks now functioned entirely through police infrastructure. However, those who had contacted patients needed somewhere for isolation. Not merely plague contacts, but also any lepers they might take in future. Lin Motion unrolled the large-scale Guangzhou Hong Kong map mounted on his wall and studied it carefully. Islands dotted the Pearl River estuary like scattered stars, and islands could effectively prevent human traffic. Island environments also tended to be healthier. He decided to establish the deadly infectious disease quarantine zone on an island. At first glance, choices appeared abundant: inner river islands in the Pearl River, and sea islands in both the inner and outer Lingaos Ocean. But to satisfy quarantine requirements, the island couldn't be too distant from Guangzhou, otherwise patient transport would take too long, yet it couldn't be too close to the mainland, or isolation would be compromised. Fresh water was also essential. The various islands in the inner and outer Lingaos Ocean seemed suitable in every respect, yet all lay too far from Guangzhou. Even Longsu Island, the closest in the inner Lingaos Ocean, sat 86 kilometers away. Even motorized vessels like the Dafa would require over 10 hours to reach it from Guangzhou. Patient transit times would be excessive, and security arrangements would prove difficult. Choosing an inner river island in the Pearl River would place them closer to Guangzhou, but patient isolation would become problematic. Though the Pearl River was wide, fishing boats swarmed its waters, greatly increasing escape possibilities. Moreover, many river islands had already been developed into farmland and villages. Establishing a quarantine zone would inevitably disrupt the normal production and lives of island residents. Caught between these competing demands, Lin Motion circled several candidate islands. The final decision would rest with the Guangzhou municipal government. That evening, Lin Motion was summoned to the municipal government for an epidemic prevention work conference with Liu Xiang and others. Facing the terrifying prospect of a possible plague outbreak, Liu Xiang stated simply, "Everything will be done according to your requirements." Regarding the island quarantine zone, Lin Motion proposed several alternatives, including both river and sea islands. Liu Xiang ultimately approved establishing the quarantine zone on Changzhou Island in the Pearl River. Several villages exist on Changzhou Island, though the population is small. We can't drive villagers from their homes, Liu Xiang said as he signed the letter of appointment and authorization, his face clouded with worry. With over 10,000 people and no time for rapid camp construction, they'll probably sleep outdoors. The camp presents no major problem. Its summer thatched huts will suffice. No one will freeze. Lin Motion paused. Who will handle camp construction? I have specific requirements to discuss with them. Just find Lin Beiguang for that. Liu Xiang nodded toward Lin Beiguang. Whatever requirements you have, contact the person in charge directly. I'll issue meeting minutes, and all municipal government cadres will follow your commands. Lin Beiguang nodded. Tell me your specific requirements. I'll arrange everything immediately. As he spoke, he had already drawn a notepad from his briefcase and was writing rapidly with his Montblanc fountain pen. Before Lin Motion even opened his mouth, Lin Beiguang had finished one sheet, pulled a stamp from his pocket, applied it, folded the paper, and handed it to the confidential secretary. Send this to the National Army Command immediately, quickly. I've already ordered a company from the White Horse Squad to Changzhou Island. The Coast Guard has a guard post there. That shouldn't pose any problems, correct? None at all. Lin Motion quickly replied. His clansman was truly meticulous. Not only had he made immediate preparations, but he had specifically transferred a Korean company that didn't speak the local language to guard the island. Now tell me your requirements. Lin Motion explained that the quarantine zone didn't actually require elaborate infrastructure, nor did it need to accommodate over 10,000 people for extended residence. Plague's incubation period was remarkably brief. The medical community generally considered it 6 days. Once sent to the island, anyone who remains symptom-free after 9 days of isolation can be considered uninfected. They can then transfer to Hong Kong's refugee camps for resettlement. The residential facilities needn't be elaborate. The quarantine camp Lin Motion design comprised 3 sections. The first was the purification facility. Quarantine personnel arriving on the island would undergo purification via standard procedures: bathing, disinfection, complete body hair removal, and incineration of all personal clothing. We need a specialized garbage incinerator for burning quarantine personnel's personal clothing. Also a cremation furnace for cremating anyone who dies during quarantine. Sewage and feces require dedicated disinfection pools. Direct river discharge is prohibited. Lin Motion enumerated each point. According to his plan, the camp would divide into 3 zones. The first was the observation zone. Purified personnel would remain in the arrival area for 24 hours before transferring to the detention zone for 9 days of quarantine isolation. The final zone was the treatment area, housing anyone who fell ill during quarantine. Each zone required complete isolation from the others. Though called treatment, in reality they possessed neither gentamicin nor streptomycin, tetracycline nor chloramphenicol. The only effective antibiotic was sulfonamide, but poor product purity reduced efficacy, and drug allergies alone had already claimed lives. Essential treatment support, intravenous infusion equipment and materials was also in short supply. What they termed treatment was really waiting for death. The purpose was simply preventing patients from spreading bacteria to others before dying. The quarantine camp needn't occupy the entire island. A small area will suffice. Too large an area would be impossible to secure, but sufficient separation between zones is essential. Their positions cannot be upwind or downwind of each other. As Lin Motion spoke, Lin Beiguang recorded each point in his notebook. When Lin Motion finished, Lin Beiguang had also completed his notes. Anything else? That's all for now, Lin Motion said. The Great Library certainly contains more complete blueprints and materials, but we'd need to return to Lingao to access them. We'll send someone immediately, Lin Beiguang said. Write up a request and I'll arrange material retrieval. Good. Lin Motion secretly admired his clansman's decisive, no-nonsense efficiency. The two furnaces will require some time, but improvisation is possible, Lin Beiguang said, flipping through his notebook. I'll arrange building materials and workers, primarily timber, reed mats, and wire. We'll request emergency rations from the United Logistics Headquarters in Hong Kong. Utensils and cookware we'll find in the Enterprise Planning Bureau's Guangzhou warehouse, plenty of confiscated goods there. For clothing, we'll draw supplies from the Bureau's Hong Kong warehouse. The refugee camps there should maintain reserves. As he spoke, he wrote on his notepad, then immediately had Liu Xiang and Lin Motion review and sign. Before long, several applications were complete. Let's divide and mobilize, Liu Xiang said, his face pale. It really was one crisis after another. Being mayor of Guangzhou was no easy burden. Lin Motion had no leisure time either. He immediately began discussing police system operations with Mu Min. The Elders' Council had no formal grassroots organizations like neighborhood committees in Guangzhou yet. Many basic administrative tasks were implemented through a three-tier system: police bureau, police station, and Bayajia. Epidemic prevention therefore required strong police system support. Previously, the Guangzhou municipal government had printed and distributed a public health manual. Intended for all grassroots cadres and police, each Bayajia's Bayajang had also received a copy. Beyond basic content, maintain cleanliness and hygiene. Eliminate the 4 pests. Good living habits. It contained symptom descriptions for numerous common and uncommon infectious diseases, enabling grassroots personnel to promptly identify and report cases. To prevent low-educated grassroots workers and Bayajia heads from mangling technical terminology in reports, the health department had simply used disease number 1, disease no. 2, and so forth. He now required the police and Bayajia systems to closely monitor health conditions of personnel in their areas according to manual descriptions. Beat officers had to conduct daily jurisdiction inspections and hear reports from Bayajia heads regarding the health of all residents and temporary transients. Reports were to be submitted daily to the Municipal Police Bureau's health section. Health police would separately arrange spot checks and inspections. Additionally, each BAO would receive a dedicated quarantine inspector. Like beat cops, the quarantine inspector would patrol regularly, tracking precise health conditions of all households in the BAO and collecting information about their contact with plague patients. Any suspected or confirmed plague cases required immediate isolation and reporting. To ensure prompt reporting, he dared not entrust definitive diagnoses to Guangzhou's local traditional Chinese doctors. Professional limitations aside, their numbers were far from sufficient. Lin Motion had originally wanted to use only naturalized cadres or Fubo army soldiers, but assigning that many personnel for his exclusive use proved impossible. End of chapter. Chapter 1883, Plague War, Part 2. Comprehensive surveillance of the urban area and adjacent suburbs would require 500 to 600 quarantine personnel at minimum. For the military, this burden was simply too heavy. The Guangzhou garrison was already stretched thin. Were it not for the Pearl River detachment of the Navy basing just outside the city, with rotating sailors stationed there in large numbers, Guangzhou would practically feel like an empty city bluff. Troops could handle security duties, martial law and crowd control, but continuously assigning large numbers of personnel to epidemic prevention exceeded their capacity. Civil service recruitment offered no solution either. Though the cadre department had granted Guangzhou authority to recruit local civil servants independently, hiring 400 or 500 health department cadres at once was absurd. It was Lin Beiguang who conceived a solution. He proposed using the former Ming soldiers currently undergoing training on Hong Kong Island. After Guangzhou's liberation, all Ming troops in Guangzhou Prefecture, whether operating soldiers from local military households or recruited camp soldiers, had been shipped to Hong Kong Island for training. Not just them, but Ming officers and soldiers who had surrendered or been captured throughout the entire Guangdong liberation campaign had also been sent to Hong Kong for screening and training. Those soldier ruffians might be incapable of accomplishing anything, but they're first-rate at tormenting common people. Lin Motion was already shaking his head. No, my suggestion is to use soldiers from local military households, Lin Beiguang said. These military household soldiers, being local-born with local families, differed from the rootless guest army camp soldiers who came from elsewhere. They didn't dare be too unscrupulous, and their misconduct was comparatively restrained. They're mostly locals, familiar with conditions here, able to speak Cantonese, far more convenient for communication than us. With their families mostly in and around Guangzhou City, they have no choice but to follow whatever we tell them. They must follow the rules, Lin Beiguang said. Lin Motion considered this a viable approach. These men had been in Hong Kong since the beginning of the year, so they couldn't possibly have contracted plague. Using them would provide peace of mind. For ease of command and funding, with Liu Xiang's approval, and after reporting to Lingao, the Epidemic Prevention Battalion was established under the Guangdong Brigade of the National Army, using these soldiers as its foundation. To strengthen leadership, 50 sergeants and soldiers were also transferred from the National Army to serve as squad and section leaders for the various companies and platoons. Establishing the Epidemic Prevention Battalion took only 3 days. On the third morning, the newly formed battalion proceeded to the Wanchu Palace Training Center, where Lin Motion personally taught the courses. Using quarantine inspectors without medical backgrounds would inevitably affect misdiagnosis and misdiagnosis rates during plague case screening. To ensure quarantine quality, he personally ran the training classes. Beyond teaching the Epidemic Prevention Battalion, he also prepared to tirelessly emphasize quarantine and isolation necessity to frontline administrative personnel and police. As for their protective measures, he currently couldn't produce highly effective methods. All he could guarantee was a mask for each frontline worker. Better than nothing. Normally, plague prevention protection required full-body isolation suits plus goggles. They possessed some of these, but supplies could only be distributed to frontline workers requiring direct contact with patients, infected corpses, and contaminated objects. A maritime quarantine zone was established on Changzhou Island. All ships arriving from the north had to undergo 10 days of mandatory quarantine isolation at Changzhou Island's quarantine berths. Only after quarantine could they proceed to Guangzhou for cargo unloading and passenger disembarkation. All fur cargo was prohibited from unloading in Guangzhou. It had to be offloaded at Changzhou Island's quarantine warehouses. Anyone caught secretly unloading in Guangzhou would be dealt with as a plague ship. Vessel and cargo burned on the spot. After considerable hesitation, Lin Motion still didn't request a full lockdown. Since pneumonic plague hadn't appeared yet, plague transmission remained at a relatively slow stage. Existing policies would inevitably affect commodity circulation somewhat, and full lockdown would require more quarantine personnel and troops. With every department short-handed, the health department alone couldn't achieve population movement lockdown even if it wanted to. Unfavorable rumors about him had already begun circulating among the elders. Reportedly, some elder had remarked privately, "Making a mountain out of a molehill. When has Guangzhou not had a few infectious diseases each year? It's managed just fine." I think he's deliberately exploiting a few patients to create a fuss, a stepping stone for his own promotion. Lin Motion placed his lockdown request back on his desk. I hope this won't be needed for a while. No, I hope it will never be needed. He gazed out the window at the quarantine inspectors wearing red armbands, silently sighing. Li Zio stood by the ship's railing, staring at the increasingly gloomy sky and the churning river, calculating in his mind. He had contemplated escape for some time, but now the thought of running was growing ever stronger. At first, after being taken in, Li Zio had harbored thoughts of taking things as they came. Serving as a coolie for the Australians wasn't exactly fortune smiling upon him, but at least it meant a bowl of rice, a way to survive. He could hang around and see how things developed before making other plans. But ever since that old man had suddenly collapsed on the dock and was later said to have died of sudden illness, the situation had changed dramatically. Their group hadn't been able to leave. They had waited on the dock for an entire day. The ship that had originally berthed had hurriedly weighed anchor and departed. Then another squad of National Army arrived, surrounding the dock 3 layers deep, not a single person allowed in or out. The dock, once noisy and bustling, had suddenly become eerily quiet. Besides the beggars waiting to board the ship, only a few fake-born remained to guard and escort them. Though they tried hard to maintain composure, their hasty donning of those things called face masks and their panicked, uneasy expressions told Li Zio that something major had happened. With several years of begging experience, it wasn't difficult for Li Zio to guess that the old man who had dropped dead had caught a seasonal sickness. This wasn't uncommon among beggars. From humid spring through entire summers and autumns, old, weak, sick and disabled beggars suddenly dying from various seasonal sicknesses was routine. But the Baldy bandits were treating this particular sickness with extreme seriousness, sealing the dock, equipping the fake-born with masks. He knew about those things. The Baldy bandits' doctors all wore them, supposedly for epidemic prevention. An epidemic was spreading. Li Zio's scalp prickled with terror. He knew something of epidemic horrors. Lingao had experienced smallpox outbreaks. During his begging years in Guangzhou, when beggars would swap stories, those who had witnessed epidemics had spoken of the terror. 9 of 10 houses emptied. 1,000 li without a soul. In his years wandering Guangzhou, he had also witnessed annual epidemics claiming hundreds or thousands. Beggars were often recruited as corpse carriers. The work allowed one to strip valuables and clothing from the dead, and many beggars were willing. Every year, quite a few died from contracting disease while moving corpses. Had he also been infected? Li Zio was consumed with anxiety. When they were finally herded onto the ship, a rumor had already begun circulating. Everyone at the dock that day, whether beggars like them or the fake-born, would be sent to a small island to await death, to prevent them from spreading plague to others. The evidence was that the fake-born who had been supervising them at the dock had also boarded the ship. Damn those Baldy bandits, Li Zio cursed silently. May they all catch the plague and die to the last man. He thought of how he had originally been doing just fine at the Gu family estate, serving as attendant to the second young master, never worrying about food or clothing. When going out, he had been imposing and impressive. Whether flirting with maidservants or the wives and daughters of tenant farmers and laborers, no one had dared say a word against him. Even in the county town he had swaggered about, eating a watermelon without paying. Who could have imagined he would end up like this? Not only could he no longer even remain a beggar, but he was about to be shipped to a deserted island to await death. He couldn't sit and wait for doom. He had to run. The river was wide here, but Li Zio prided himself on his excellent swimming skills. He moved freely in the bay. The Pearl River, far calmer than the ocean, would pose no challenge. As long as he could climb out of the cargo hold and jump into the water, the fake-born would never catch him. Li Zio secretly surveyed his surroundings. The vessel transporting them was a so-called Australian barge. Not very large, over 100 beggars crammed into the open cargo hold. The hold's walls rose higher than a man, with fake-born standing guard on decks at bow and stern. From their elevated positions, they could clearly observe every movement in the hold. Sneaking up there to jump overboard was impossible. One shot from those fake-born would punch a hole clean through him. The sky was overcast. Distant thunder rumbled. The beggars aboard involuntarily hunched their shoulders. Lightning flickered faintly at the dark cloud's edges. The river wind strengthened, turning cool and chill. A great storm was approaching. People on the barge began to stir. As the wind intensified, the vessel began to pitch. The fake-born standing guard on the fore and aft decks gripped their rifles tightly, shouting constantly, "Don't move, don't move, everybody squat down." A gust of wind passed. A drop of water struck Li Xiao's head. Then came rapid pattering. Almost simultaneously with lightning flashing overhead, thunder seemed to explode directly beside his ears. At that same instant, torrents of rain came pouring straight down from sky to earth. He couldn't distinguish individual streams, just sheets, waves of rain crashing onto the river surface. The water was instantly pocked with countless ripples, swallowed immediately by churning waves. In mere moments, countless waterfalls cascaded down from the hold's walls, drenching everyone inside from head to toe. Li Xiao crouched by the wall, tensely watching the sky. Heaven and earth had merged together, indistinguishable. Rivers poured from above while rivers flowed across the ground, dim and murky, yet sometimes brilliant white. A world made entirely of water. The fake-born aboard were also caught off guard by the downpour. Some rushed for rain gear. Others fumbled with rain capes blown askew by the wind, tying cords to their conical hats. In that brief moment of chaos when they had no attention to spare for the cargo hold, Li Xiao scrambled up the ship's side using hands and feet, stepping on a beggar collapsed in the hold's bottom. A peal of thunder rolled overhead, and he leaped into the turbid, roiling waters of the Pearl River. Author's note: starting today, Volume 7 will have multiple storylines running concurrently. The already published portion of this volume, Volume 7, The Mainland, is renamed Volume 7, The Mainland Guangzhou Governance. Simultaneously beginning serialization is Volume 7, The Mainland Lianguang Campaign. The timelines of the various storylines run parallel, and I will serialize them alternately. Please pay attention to the storyline division when reading. This storyline has not concluded and will continue to be serialized. Please stay tuned. End of chapter. Chapter 18, 84 Plague War, Part 3. Li Xiao's escape caused barely a ripple. To avoid complications, the escort personnel simply wrote in their report, "One jumped into the river and committed suicide." Thus Li Xiao was struck from the contact personnel list, with the notation, "Died of other causes." Over 100 people had died from various causes during the collection of beggars and vagrants. One more or one less attracted no attention. Lin Motion was already overwhelmed and naturally couldn't concern himself with one Li Xiao's fate. He was consumed with training epidemic prevention personnel, holding meetings with Baojia heads and police officers, instructing them to monitor patients, roadside corpses, and deceased persons within their jurisdictions. All deceased persons now required a death certificate issued on site by an epidemic prevention inspector before funeral arrangements could proceed. Large quantities of printed posters were plastered everywhere, urging residents to promptly clear garbage, launch rat extermination campaigns, and collect dead rats in designated baskets for specialized personnel. Random disposal was strictly forbidden. "I want each Baojia district to submit one dead rat. I'll do tissue sectioning and cultivation," Lin Motion said. "First we need to determine where this plague originated." "Isn't it from the rats?" Mu Min was already drafting a document requesting 20,000 rat traps from Lingao. She was preparing to distribute them to every Baojia in the city. Guangzhou hasn't experienced a major plague outbreak before. The likelihood of rats carrying plague bacillus is low. Most likely it was imported through the fur trade, Lin Motion said. So I first need to dissect and culture rats from throughout the city to determine whether they carry plague bacillus. That's how we identify the infection source. So should I still request the rat traps? Still request them. Rat extermination is always beneficial for environmental sanitation, Lin Motion said. Killing rats serves one purpose, but it also eliminates fleas. Because bubonic plague was primarily transmitted by fleas, flea elimination was crucial for severing the transmission chain. Fleas in this era existed virtually everywhere. Human-livestock cohabitation, terrible living conditions, extremely scarce bathing facilities, all resulted in extraordinarily high flea infestation rates. Even urban middle-class and wealthy households suffered from fleas. However, the Elders' Council possessed neither DDT nor 666 as highly effective insecticides. Due to the enormous population, they also couldn't purify people as they had treated Hainan Island refugees. The only available supply was a small quantity of pyrethrin, nowhere near the scale of the U.S. Army spraying DDT throughout Naples. We work with what we have. We push forward even without ideal conditions, Lin Motion said. When Wu Lion went to Manchuria for epidemic prevention, he started empty-handed just like us. No DDT, no antibiotics. In that Manchurian climate, bathing was even harder. Through organization and discipline alone, he used isolation to contain the plague. Establishing the Guangzhou Island quarantine zone was merely the first step. Next, Lin Motion ordered suspension of all fur trading. Ships carrying furs and warehouses storing furs were sealed, and all contact personnel were dispatched to the quarantine zone for isolation and observation. "Master, the wash water is ready." Zio Si, an apprentice at Xingfu Mountain Goods Store, stood at the proprietor's door, calling loudly. But inwardly he was puzzled. The proprietor habitually rose early year-round. By Australian time, as was fashionable these days, he was always up by 5 o'clock regardless of season, same as the shop assistants. But now the sun stood high in the sky, and not only was the proprietor not up, not a sound came from his room. This was quite strange. His not rising was one thing, but Mr. Liu, who had arranged to discuss business, had already arrived. They couldn't just leave him waiting. After the shop's assistants conferred, they sent Zio Si, who had just completed his apprenticeship, to fetch him. If it angered the proprietor, this young fellow would bear the blame. Zio Si naturally had no right to refuse. Actually, he wasn't feeling well today himself, sore throat and a feverish sensation, but he didn't dare casually claim illness. Now standing outside the door calling repeatedly with no response from within, Zio Si pushed. The door wasn't latched. He poked his head inside and saw the proprietor still lying in bed. He called several more times, still no response. Is he sick? Zio Si thought. He moved closer for a look and immediately scrambled out in terror, falling and crawling toward the door, shouting, "Something's wrong, the proprietor is dead." Lin Motion wore a thick Wu Lion-style mask and isolation gown as he examined the corpse just delivered to the quarantine morgue at Liuhua Bridge Crematorium. Ecchymotic skin, swollen and suppurating lymph nodes, ulceration, all indicated bubonic plague death. He carefully collected several tissue and fluid samples from the corpse for cultivation and observation to make a final diagnosis. If confirmed, the plague war would officially begin. Lin Motion felt only a heavy weight pressing on his heart. "What do we do with the body? Should we perform an autopsy?" Su Wan asked. "No need. Handle it just like that beggar's corpse, straight to cremation," Lin Motion said through his mask with an exhale. "You'll need to supervise them. The corpse itself is an infection source. Everything used here should be thrown in and burned with it." Su Wan nodded. "I understand." The Xingfu Mountain Goods Store staff had all been quarantined on site. However, quarantine inspectors quickly discovered that one young assistant's condition matched disease number 1 as described in the manual. Lin Motion received the report and hurried over. Zio Si had already fallen into high fever. The illness was progressing rapidly. 2 patients appearing simultaneously at a single mountain goods store was no coincidence. Upon inquiry, Lin Motion learned that the store had indeed been dealing in furs recently. Not long ago, they had brought in a shipment of otter pelts from Liaodong and had been airing them in the courtyard during hot summer days to prevent mold and moths. Where are the furs now? All in the warehouse. Mr. Liu was supposed to come today to discuss this matter. The assistant who had been summoned regarded the chief, wearing a thick mask over his face and a white coat with secret alarm, thinking, has some important person of the great song passed away? Wearing white is one thing, but covering even the face, what a strange custom. Which Mr. Liu? That would be Mr. Liu Deshin of Dongshanju, specializing in long-distance north-south cargo. The furs in our shop were purchased from him. Lin Motion immediately ordered the Epidemic Prevention Battalion to mobilize and isolate Liu Deshen, along with everyone he had contacted. Not just him. Everyone who had visited Xingfu Mountain Goods store in recent days had to be isolated. Isolated personnel to be immediately transferred to the quarantine zone. Xingfu Mountain Goods store to be disinfected, then sealed, absolutely no one allowed in or out. Stored furs to be sealed and transported to Liuhua Bridge for incineration. He issued a rapid series of orders. The assistant stared in dumbfounded shock, suddenly bewildered. "Chief, what law have we broken? Our shop never does anything illegal. We even dump our garbage in the proper baskets. Your shop has been infected with an epidemic." Lin Motion said coldly, "You'd better pray you haven't caught it yourself." With that, he hurried to find Lin Beiguang, wanting him to immediately arrange people to seal off Xingfu Mountain Goods store in Dongshinju. "Liu Deshen," Lin Beiguang was alarmed. "Yes." Lin Motion was surprised. Did Lin Beiguang know him? "He's one of our suppliers," Lin Beiguang said. "He travels north and south year-round trading goods. I know of him because United Logistics purchased a large quantity of furs from him." "Where are these furs?" Now Lin Motion was truly anxious. The furs United Logistics bought, some were shipped to Hong Kong for military supplies manufacture, some went directly to Lingao for processing into industrial and civilian products. Their applications were extremely wide-ranging. If the first shipments contained fleas carrying plague bacillus, and they spread in Hong Kong, Lingao, or among the South China Army, the consequences would be catastrophic. The most recent batch was all shipped to Hong Kong over a month ago. Lin Beiguang, who coordinated relations among all parties in Guangzhou, knew everything. According to your 9-day incubation theory, if there were a problem, an outbreak should have already occurred at the Hong Kong Military Supply Factory and Logistics Center. That's good to hear. Lin Motion felt cold sweat covering his body. Even so, his properties also need to be sealed and disinfected. His business is simple, just a dock warehouse and the Dongshinju ship, which was actually built at our Hong Kong shipyard. From the sealing of Xingfu Mountain Goods store, Guangzhou's comprehensive epidemic prevention isolation measures officially began. Liu Deshen had just arrived home when his house was surrounded by the Epidemic Prevention Battalion. Before he could comprehend what was happening, his entire household, old and young, including servants, were all brought out and declared under quarantine. He himself was brought before Lin Motion. "Have you recently transported furs from Liaodong for sale in Guangzhou?" Yes. Liu Deshen was puzzling in his mind. His fur trading was on Elder Hong's instructions. There was nothing illegal about it. "The furs I obtained from Lushan, plus I also got some from Tianjin." He had originally wanted to say that he hadn't been in the fur business before. It was all on Elder Hong's instruction. But then he thought, who knew what grudges existed between these elders? Speaking carelessly might offend both sides, so he amended his words. "Don't the chiefs need to purchase furs?" Lin Motion asked again. "The otter pelts at Xingfu came from you." Liu Deshen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered the Australians had issued notices, and the Industrial and Commercial Association had mentioned in meetings that furs arriving from the north couldn't be sold privately. They all had to be sold to the Australians. Xingfu had overseas channels and could sell otter and sable pelts from Liaodong to the Red Hares for over 10 times the profit. The shop proprietor knew Liu Deshen traveled north for furs and had repeatedly asked him to smuggle goods. Liu Deshen, tempted by the profit, had privately sold quite a bit of cargo to him. This elder was asking directly. Clearly there was no escape. He could only say, "Yes, that was my merchandise." The Elders' Council has repeatedly decreed that furs are controlled goods. Private trading is forbidden. How dare you? Lin Motion could no longer contain himself, pounding the table in fury. End of chapter. Chapter 1885 Plague War Part 4 Liu Deshen was so frightened he jumped. He had never seen an elder so furious. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. This humble one deserves death. It was all because I was greedy for a few coins. Lin Motion thought of how Guangzhou's plague might well have been imported through this merchant's smuggled furs, and his anger flared. You fool, your death wouldn't be enough to pay for it. You're about to drag down the entire population of Guangzhou to die with you. Liu Desin's whole body shook like chaff. Though he didn't quite understand what was happening, it was clear that privately trading furs had violated a major taboo of the Elders' Council. Lin Motion had no patience for continued haggling. He instructed a health police officer to interrogate him. Which merchants and individuals had he sold imported furs to? Who had he been in contact with recently? Get every last detail out of him, Lin Motion said viciously. If he's uncooperative, bring veterans from the interrogation section for thorough torture. Don't miss a single word. With that, he left the kneeling, begging Liu Desin behind and strode out of the interrogation room, ordering the Epidemic Prevention Battalion to immediately dispatch people to the harbor to impound the Dongshanju vessel. Tow the ship to the quarantine anchorage at Changzhou Island. Personnel aboard go to the isolation camp on the island. Don't touch anything on the ship. Yes. Catch a few rats from the ship, dead or alive, both fine. Ensure proper isolation and disinfection protocols. Since private fur buyers were mainly European merchants, and by regulation foreign merchants couldn't trade in Guangzhou but only in Hong Kong, they couldn't possibly have purchased uninspected furs. The leak primarily came from Macau. The Portuguese in Macau maintained long-standing, intricate relationships with Guangdong merchants, making them the most likely smuggling conduit. At Lin Motion's request, Liu Xiang ordered closure of the border gate, suspending all trade with the Portuguese. He also ordered a blockade of the Pearl River estuary, strictly forbidding Portuguese ships from entering or leaving Macau. Effective immediately, personnel movement between both sides is prohibited. Only Portuguese purchasing food and daily necessities at the border gate will be allowed. All Macau vessels are forbidden to leave port. Any newly arriving Portuguese ships must divert to Hong Kong. After Liu Xiang signed the order, he sighed. Now we'll be famous. Within a few months, everyone from Hirado to Batavia will know Guangzhou is experiencing a plague outbreak. Schuyler is going to throw a fit. At a time like this, who's discussing economic issues? Lin Motion said. He was quite displeased with Schuyler. If not for his wealth of nations attitude, they wouldn't have been importing furs from Liaodong in the first place. Now they'd made plenty of silver, but plague had arrived along with it. So be it then, Liu Xiang said, suddenly feeling the strange displacement of being superseded. Guangzhou City now seemed to operate on Lin Motion's word as law. Everything revolved around epidemic prevention. All other matters had been set aside. Elders and naturalized cadres seeking consultation went directly to Lin Motion. Lin Motion had no time to understand how Mayor Liu felt. He simply kept issuing orders, with commands and documents flowing continuously from the municipal government's Epidemic Prevention Office, rapidly transmitted throughout the entire city. Neighbors initially assumed the proprietor and staff of Xingfu and Liu Desin had been caught up in some rebellion case and arrested by the Australians. But then personnel wearing long white isolation suits and thick masks appeared to post seals and spray medicine in the shops and homes, immediately arousing public panic. As regulations and announcements poured out one after another, news that an epidemic was spreading in Guangzhou raced through the city. Though the streets weren't under martial law, the nighttime curfew had been restored. Significantly more police and National Army soldiers patrolled the streets, all wearing thick white face masks without exception. Regulations had been established for reporting illness and death. Sanitation measures were being enforced more strictly. A rat extermination campaign had been launched urging every household to submit one dead rat per day. Once the word epidemic spread, wealthy households began relocating to their country estates. Lin Motion had originally ordered police to closely monitor population flow changes in and out of the city, prepared to immediately activate the martial law order if large-scale exodus appeared. However, since no explosive outbreak of infection and death had occurred, no immediate signs of mass flight emerged. Within the city, households were all boiling vinegar, burning charcoal and smoking mugwort, filling Guangzhou with a haze of smoke. Quarantine Inspector Huo Juniming donned his red armband and large mask, then began the day's patrol with Zhao Gui. He was of local military household origin, with even a minor banner commander title attached to his name. At 17, he had already been serving as a soldier in the camp forces. When the Australians arrived, he had muddled along with the commanders in surrendering to the song. After surrendering, back pay for many years was immediately distributed, not a single coin short. The brothers in the camp were overjoyed, all declaring the elders' council truly generous. But the good times barely lasted a few days before orders came down that everyone was to pack up and board ships, no exceptions allowed. Several hundred Fubo army soldiers with bayoneted rifles stood watching menacingly. Everyone assumed they were being loaded onto ships for combat. They all wept miserably. Unexpectedly, shortly after setting out to sea, they docked and disembarked. The place somewhere in the Lingding Ocean, apparently, was called Hong Kong according to the sailors. As a Guangzhou native, Hong Kong had been a household name these past few years. Supposedly foreign ships from both east and west all went there to trade, and the Australians had built a fortress there, filled with mountains of gold and seas of silver. But that was just talk, because no one around him had ever been to Hong Kong. Despite being lifelong Guangzhou residents, most of them had never even been to Human. Hong Kong had no mountains of gold or seas of silver. Before the massive Hong Kong fortress stood only enormous cargo yards and towering cranes belching black smoke and white steam. Ships filled the harbor like clouds, giving the soldiers their first glimpse of modern port operations, truly an eye-opening experience. Upon reaching Hong Kong, Huo Juniming naturally received the purification treatment, followed by training. First, officers and soldiers were separated. Officers in one group, soldiers in another, personal guards and household retainers in yet another. Then came the culling of the old and weak. The elderly, sick, and disabled were all separately housed in an accommodation unit. Those willing to return home to make their own way received severance pay, and could take transport ships between the province and Hong Kong back to Guangzhou at their leisure. Those with nowhere to go were taken in and settled by the Hong Kong Agricultural Reclamation Battalion. After culling the old and weak came the root-digging phase, which mainly involved settling accounts for the historical issues of officers and veteran ruffians. Though considering future defector recruitment needs, aside from a handful of egregious criminals hanged at the soldiers' strong demand, most managed to keep their lives. But they had been terrified senseless by the violent mass movement, and firmly insisted on laying down arms and returning to the fields. They were subsequently dispersed and resettled in Hainan Island, Taiwan, and Jeju Island. As reward for the Elders' Council's magnanimity and their abandoning darkness for light, they were allowed to retain their property. Immovable property and shares that couldn't be transported were purchased by the Enterprise Planning Bureau. Lower and middle-ranking officers and soldiers who hadn't aroused popular anger were given a choice. Those willing to continue military service stayed at the Hong Kong Training Detachment for continued training. Those unwilling either received severance or were resettled as immigrants. Huo Juniming originally didn't want to remain a soldier. His family was in Guangzhou, and he wanted to take his severance and go home. But then he thought that going home meant no prospects. He had been a soldier since 17, 7 or 8 years as a common grunt, and knew nothing else. Going home, he couldn't even get hired as a shop assistant. Shops all wanted people apprenticed from childhood. Unless he went to the docks to carry loads and work as a coolie. Better to stay with the Australians. Fighting was dangerous, but the Australians were famously formidable in battle. Perhaps one fight would earn him a future. but fighting didn't come his way. Instead, he was loaded back onto ships and returned to Guangzhou. Off the ships, they didn't enter the city but first trained at the old drill camp of the guerrilla commander. Only then did he learn he had joined something called the National Army Epidemic Prevention Battalion. He originally didn't know characters, but a few months of training and literacy classes meant he could more or less read newspapers and such. He knew those 3 characters for National Army. The instructors had covered it in the lesson on the Armed Forces of the Elders' Council, explaining that the National Army was a force under the Elders' Council's command, with functions similar to the old militia squad in the Yamen. But what Epidemic Prevention Battalion meant, he completely didn't understand. Not until Dr. Lin taught them lessons did Huangs learn what epidemic prevention meant. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He thought about how this corpse-carrying work used to be done by beggars, so why were they suddenly doing it? Several thousand vagrants waited at the ready in Guangdi Temple. Why not use them instead of respectable people like themselves? These Australians were truly muddle-headed. Some training together were crying. Some lay in bed staring wordlessly at the ceiling. Some wiped tears and entrusted their comrades with their orphans. Huangs tossed and turned all night without sleep. The next morning his eyelids were swollen. During roll call, 3 had reportedly run away. He was calculating whether to run himself when these 3 were brought back at lunchtime. Trussed up with their arms behind their backs, they were dumped in a corner. Now things became serious. During training, people had run away before, but back then they were still personnel awaiting assignment, and getting caught just meant crouching in a dark room eating leftovers for a few days. Now that they were in the Epidemic Prevention Battalion, they had formally enlisted in the Song military. Running now meant becoming a deserter. The 3 unlucky souls were first dragged to the parade ground by the guards and beaten savagely in front of everyone. Then they were declared expelled from military service, sentenced to 3 years of hard labor in the mines,